Chapter 1. The Mysterious Black Jar. Songlong Mountain is situated in the misty region of northern Yin, enveloped by dense forests and layered peaks, earning the title of 8 mountains, 1 river, and 1 field. Yet, amidst the impoverished mountainous landscape, a few villages resiliently persist. In the past, the inhabitants of Songlong Mountain faced great hardships, struggling against the land for grain, the mountains for water, and the heavens for survival. However, a decade ago, the lives of the mountain dwellers took a sudden turn for the better. Not only did every household have sufficient provisions, but each village also constructed ancestral halls adorned with blue bricks and ceramic tiles. Shuzhuang was one such village. In the early morning, a row of children sat neatly within the ancestral hall. They restrained their lively natures, each holding a sprig of verdant medicinal herbs in their mouths. But soon, one child sprang up, coughing repeatedly as he hastily expelled the herbs from his mouth, his small face contorted in pain. As time passed, more and more children succumbed to the discomfort, leaving the ancestral hall in droves. Only 3 children remained. Among them, 2 had faint wisps of ethereal energy rising from the tops of their heads. The only exception was the slightly larger-headed child, who exhibited no such phenomenon. "Hold on. We must fully absorb the effects of the Fu Fong Chao. I can feel it already, just a bit more Fu Fong Chao, and I will awaken my spiritual root, just like Erdan, and qualify for entry in a Long Xian Men." The child with the larger head was named Shu Han. His oversized head earned him this nickname. Perhaps due to his size, Shu Han had always been cleverer than most children. The tale of the big-head boy capturing bandits at night was widely circulated. 2 years ago, during the late autumn, Songlong Mountains suffered a drought. Many honest farmers, desperate for food, turned to banditry. One night, under the cover of darkness, a group stealthily entered Shuzhuang, only to encounter the small Shu Han, who had risen in the night. These bandits were not particularly vicious, they merely intended to incapacitate him. While most children would have been paralyzed with fear in such a situation, Shu Han displayed remarkable quick-wittedness, pretending to be the village simpleton and naively insisting that they had come to Shuzhuang to buy grain. The bandits fell for his ruse and asked him to lead them to the granary. Shu Han deceitfully claimed that for the sake of food security, the village chief had hidden all the grain in the ancestral hall. Once he led them inside, he cleverly slipped out through a hole for dogs and immediately locked the main door behind them, trapping the bandits within. Afterward, the entire village praised Shu Han for his remarkable intelligence. Seated in the ancestral hall was a middle-aged man clad in silk, his robe intricately embroidered with lifelike bamboo, presenting a stark contrast to the rough-spun attire of the village chief standing beside him. He held a cup of hot tea, his eyes shining brighter than those of the villagers as he surveyed the children below, clearly pleased. The children are quite promising, especially that Erdan he appears to possess significant potential. Godan also performed admirably, but it is a pity that the big-head boy shows no signs of awakening his spiritual root. The Whitebeard village chief nodded eagerly beside him. "Zhang Xianzhong, do you think there is still hope for the big-head boy?" Zhang Xianzhong pondered for a moment before responding, "I have a fondness for this big-head boy. He is not only intelligent but also persevering. Despite not awakening his spiritual root after consuming the Fu Fong Chao, he persists as though he has swallowed hot coals, rare indeed for a child to endure so. Let us give him 2 more days. If there are still no signs by then, I shall be powerless to assist." The village chief rubbed his hands together, smiling. "Zhang Xianzhong, if Shuzhuang produces 3 children with spiritual roots, could we possibly receive a bit more support? Once the children leave, they may never return, and their parents deserve an explanation." Zhang Xianzhong shot him a glance and snorted. "If the big-head boy truly succeeds, rebuilding your village's ancestral hall will be the least of my concerns. Do refrain from bothering me with such matters." "Indeed, indeed." Finally, enduring the searing sensation that felt like fire, Shu Han successfully absorbed the entirety of the Fu Fong Chao's medicinal potency. At that moment, Erdan and Godan also awoke, their faces devoid of any signs of anguish, instead appearing refreshed and revitalized. This sight ignited within Shu Han an even greater desire to awaken his spiritual root. The Xianzhong said that entering Long Xian Men is far superior to studying and becoming an official. As long as I enter Long Xian Men, I will be able to bring my parents and younger sister out of the mountains to live in luxury, and I can also explore the vast world that Zhang Xianzhong speaks of. With this thought in mind, Shu Han pulled out a tattered burlap bag and began to gather the discarded Fu Fong Chao. He understood that the medicinal potency of these herbs had not entirely dissipated with a little cleaning. He could consume them once more. If he could not possess the innate talent like Dan, then he must rely on diligence to make up for his shortcomings. Dan, watching Shu Han collect the Fu Fong Chao, scoffed. "Big head, just give it up. You're not destined for this. Being a carpenter like your father is also quite good." Dan, say that again. "I swear I'll have my mother teach you a lesson." Dan stood up, furious, raising his fist. Dan retreated repeatedly, chuckling. Dan, Big Head will spend his entire life in the village, but we two will definitely go to Long Xianmen. There's no need to ruin our friendship over Big Head. My mother said we must look out for each other in the future. How dare you say that? Dawn eyes widened, charging at Dan, but he was held back by Shu Han. "Big brother, he dares to say such things about you. Just let me take care of him." Shu Han shook his head, clutching the bag of Fu Fong Chao, and dragged Dan out of the ancestral hall. Dan, still seething with anger, exclaimed, "Big brother, he keeps saying that about you. Let me punch him once, I guarantee hell shut his mouth." "Hey, I think Dan might be right," Shu Han replied. "Huh?" Dawn eyes bulged in disbelief. "Big brother, are you all right?" Shu Han scratched his head. "If I still don't awaken my spiritual root, I won't truly belong with you guys anymore. When you go to Long Xianmen, it would be wise to maintain a good relationship with Dan for support. However, if I awaken my spiritual root, won't it be a slap in Dawn face?" Dan grinned. "Big brother, I believe in you. Here, take this as what I had left over from this morning." Dan handed Shu Han a complete sprig of Fu Fong Chao. "Adon, you?" Dan laughed heartily. "Awanita Zhang Xianzhang already told me I will definitely enter Long Xianmen. When that time comes, I will have as much Fu Fong Chao as I want. And there are even treasures better than Fu Fong Chao. Big brother, we must go to Long Xianmen together." "All right." Shu Han hurried home, quickly eating a simple breakfast before setting off toward the stream with a bag of remnants of Fu Fong Chao in hand. This secluded place had few people to disturb him. After washing the contents of the bag in the stream, he immediately began to consume them. The chewed Fu Fong Chao had lost much of its potency, yet the burning sensation persisted in his chest and lungs. Gritting his teeth, as he consumed the second sprig, he felt an intense heat coursing through his body, wishing he could plunge into the stream to cool off. "It feels so close. Zhang Xianzhang is about to take Dan and Dan away. I must awaken my spiritual root before they leave." The bag contained 8 sprigs of Fu Fong Chao, yet it took Shu Han from morning until evening to exhaust them all. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the rosy light illuminated Shu Han's youthful face. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with despair. All the gathered Fu Fong Chao had been consumed. Yet, the sensation of awakening his spiritual root remained just out of reach. It was akin to the old saying about seeing a mountain only to find it eternally distant. Though it felt as if the mountain were within reach, no matter how hard Shu Han tried, he could not arrive at its summit. "Ah!" Shu Han cried out in frustration, the taunts of Dan echoing in his ears. Clutching the complete sprig of Fu Fong Chao that Dan had saved, he was engulfed in a sense of bitterness. In that moment, he realized that even if he were to receive another sprig, or even 10 more, he would still be unable to awaken. Gazing at his reflection in the stream, Shu Han forced a smile, self-mocking. "You're not destined for this, just stay in the village for the rest of your life." With that, he cast the sprig of Fu Fong Chao into the stream, along with his dwindling hope. After sitting by the water for a while, Shu Han collected himself and began walking home along the stream. As he walked, he noticed the Fu Fong Chao he had just thrown away floating on the water's surface. Suppressing the urge to retrieve it, Shu Han continued onward. Suddenly, he spotted another sprig of Fu Fong Chao flowing past him. "Strange, did I throw away too? No, that can't be right." Just as he pondered this, yet another sprig floated downstream. Shu Han was astonished. He quickly stepped into the stream and picked up that sprig of Fu Fong Chao. Then, turning his gaze upstream, he was not surprised to see yet another sprig drifting down. Overwhelmed with curiosity, Shu Han walked upstream against the flow, and to his astonishment, he found 9 sprigs. Suppressing his urge to weep for joy, he pressed on to discover the source. The origin of the Fu Fong Chao was a pitch-black jar resting in the sediment of the stream. With great effort, Shu Han pulled the jar free. against the setting sun. He was astonished to see that the jar was filled with fresh fu fong chow. How is this possible? Emptying the jar, he discovered a staggering 38 sprigs within. Shu Han stood there, dumbfounded, unaware of how such an ancient jar could contain so many fresh herbs, yet he knew that hope for awakening his spiritual root had finally arrived. Clutching the small jar, Shu Han examined it from every angle. The dark jar revealed no secrets. He decided to place one sprig of fu fong chow inside, and then a miraculous event occurred. The jar began to emit a soft blue glow, and the sprig at the bottom transformed into two. Subsequently, two plants transformed into four, and four into eight in the span of a mere tea break. Shu Han had amassed a full jar of fu fong chow. This astonishing phenomenon delivered a profound jolt to the young heart of Shu Han. His mind went blank for a considerable time before it resumed its workings. Then, in order to validate his conjecture, he emptied the jar of fu fong chow and tossed a stone inside. Remarkably fast, the stone within the jar began to multiply at an even swifter pace, filling the container to the brim. This black jar was astonishingly capable of replicating objects. Though still in his youth, Shu Han understood the immense value of this jar. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, he immediately began to dig a hole, burying a heap of fu fong chow within. He then took one plant, clutching the jar, and feigned ignorance as he jogged back to the village. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Black Jar. Songlong Mountain is situated in the misty and polluted regions of northern Yin, enveloped by dense forests and steep peaks, earning the title of 8 mountains, 1 river, and a fraction of farmland. Yet, amidst the impoverished landscape, a few resilient villages persist. In the past, the inhabitants of Songlong Mountain led a harsh existence, contending with the land for grain, the mountains for water, and struggling against nature for survival. However, a decade ago, the lives of the mountain dwellers underwent a remarkable transformation. Not only did every household possess surplus grain, but each village also constructed ancestral halls adorned with green bricks and ceramic tiles. Shuzhuang was one such village. In the early morning, a row of children sat neatly within the ancestral hall. They restrained their lively spirits, each holding a greenish herb in their mouths. But soon, a child sprang up, coughing incessantly, urgently spitting out the herb, his small face contorted in agony. As time passed, more and more children could no longer endure, hastily expelling the herb and vacating the hall. Only 3 children remained. Among them, 2 possessed a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from their crowns. The only exception was the slightly larger child. Endure. We must fully absorb the effects of the herb. I can feel it. Just a little more of this herb, and I will awaken my spiritual root like Erden, gaining the qualification to enter Longxian Gate. The larger child, affectionately nicknamed Datu Hua, bore the name Shu Han. Due to his notably large head, he earned this moniker. Perhaps it was this unique feature that rendered Shu Han wiser than most children from a young age. The tale of Datu Hua capturing bandits in the night is widely circulated. 2 years prior, during a severe drought in late autumn, many honest farmers resorted to banditry to stave off hunger. One night, while the villagers had extinguished their lamps, a group stealthily entered Shuzhuang, only to encounter the small Shu Han who had awakened to relieve himself. These bandits were not particularly vicious. They intended merely to incapacitate him. Most children would have been paralyzed with fear in such a situation. Yet Shu Han reacted swiftly, pretending to be the village fool, clumsily insisting that they had come to Shuzhuang to buy grain. The bandits, gullibly believing him, asked Shu Han to guide them to the granary. Shu Han deceitfully claimed that for the sake of grain security, the village chief had hidden the grain within the ancestral hall. Once inside, he slyly slipped out through a hole meant for dogs, promptly locking the hall's door behind him, trapping the bandits within. Afterward, the entire village praised Shu Han's remarkable intelligence. Seated in the ancestral hall was a middle-aged man clad in satin, his brocade robe intricately embroidered with lifelike bamboo, creating a stark contrast with the rough, homespun attire of the village chief standing beside him. He held a cup of hot tea, his eyes brighter than those of the villagers, observing the children below with evident satisfaction. These children are quite impressive, especially Erden, who seems to possess a substantial spiritual root. Godan also performed commendably. It's a pity about Datu Hua, who shows no signs of awakening his spiritual root. The Whitebeard village chief nodded eagerly. Zhang Xianzhang, Do you think the Tuwa still has a chance? Zhang Xianzhang pondered for a moment and replied, I quite admire this Datu while he is not only clever, but also tenacious. To consume the herb without awakening a spiritual root is akin to swallowing hot coals. It's remarkable that this child persists. Let's give him 2 more days. If there are still no signs, I shall be unable to assist him. The village chief rubbed his hands together with a smile. Zhang Xianzhang, if our Shuzhuang produces 3 children with spiritual roots, might we receive a bit more support? Once the children venture out, they may never return, and their parents deserve an explanation. Zhang Xianzhang shot him a glance, snorting, if the Tuwa truly succeeds, then constructing another ancestral hall for your village would be no trouble at all. Please refrain from bothering me with such matters. Indeed, indeed. Finally, enduring the searing sensation of the herb, Shu Han successfully absorbed its entirety. At that moment, Erden and Go Dan also awakened. Their faces bore no signs of pain, but rather appeared invigorated. This only intensified Shu Han's yearning to awaken his spiritual root. Xianzhang mentioned that entering Longxian Gate is far superior to studying for officialdom. As long as I enter Longxian Gate, I can bring my parents and little sister out of the mountains to live a prosperous life, and I can also explore the vast world that Zhang Xianzhang speaks of. With this thought in mind, Shu Han rummaged through his tattered burlap sack, collecting the remnants of the expelled herbs. He knew that the potency of these herbs had not yet dissipated, and with a bit of cleaning, he could consume them again. If he could not possess the innate talent like Erden, then he must compensate through diligence. Godan, observing Shu Han gathering the herbs, scoffed, "Datu, just give it up. You lack the destiny for this. It's perfectly fine to become a carpenter like your father." Godan, say that again. I'll have my mother teach you a lesson. Erden rose, furious, raising his fist. Godan retreated repeatedly, chuckling, Erden, the two will be stuck in this village for life, while we are destined for Longxian Gate. There's no need to jeopardize our friendship over him. My mother says we must look after one another. Dare to speak again. Erden glared fiercely, ready to strike Godan, but Shu Han held him back. Erden, if he dares to say such things about you, I won't let him off easily. Shu Han shook his head, clutching a bag of herbs, and pulled Erden out of the ancestral hall. Erden, still seething, remarked, "The two, he always says such things about you. Let me teach him a lesson, and he'll surely silence his foul mouth." Ah, I think Godan has a point. Ah. Erden's eyes widened in disbelief. "The two, are you all right?" Shu Han scratched his head. "If I still don't awaken my spiritual root in the future, then I really won't belong with you. When you enter Longxian Gate, you should maintain a good relationship with Godan for mutual support. However, if I awaken my spiritual root, wouldn't that be a direct slap in Godan's face?" Erden grinned widely. "The two, I believe you can do it. Here, take this. It's what I had left over from this morning." Erden handed a complete herb to Shu Han. Erden laughed heartily. "I don't need it. Zhang Xianzhang already told me that I will definitely enter Longxian Gate. By then, I can have as many herbs as I want, and there are treasures even better than herbs. The two, we must go to Longxian Gate together." "All right." Shu Han hurried home, quickly devouring a meager breakfast before heading to the stream with a bag of remnants. This place was secluded and sparsely populated, free from disturbances. After washing the bag of herbs by the stream, he immediately began to consume them. The chewed herbs had lost much of their potency, but swallowing them still burned his throat and lungs. Shu Han gritted his teeth, and as he consumed the second herb, he felt a wave of heat engulfing him, wishing he could plunge into the stream for relief. It feels so close. Zhang Xianzhang is about to leave with Erden and Godan. I must awaken my spiritual root before they depart. There were 8 herbs in the bag, yet these 8 herbs tormented Shu Han from morning until dusk. As the sun set, casting a reddish hue upon Shu Han's youthful face, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing more despair than hope. All the gathered herbs had been consumed, yet the sensation of awakening his spiritual root still eluded him. It was akin to the old saying, the closer you are to the mountain, the harder it is to reach. Though the mountain seemed within reach, no matter how fast Shu Han ran, he could not arrive. "Ah! Ah!" Shu Han cried out in anguish, Godan taunting words echoing in his mind. He clutched the complete herb that Erden had saved, filled with frustration. At this moment, he realized that not only could he not awaken with one more herb, even a dozen more would yield no different result. Gazing at his reflection in the stream, Shu Han laughed despairingly, mocking himself. "You lack the fate for this. You might as well stay in the village for life." With that, he tossed the last herb into the stream, along with his dwindling hope. After sitting by the water for a while, Shu Han collected himself and walked home along the stream. As he walked, he noticed the herb he had discarded floating in the water. Suppressing the urge to retrieve it, Shu Han continued on his way. Suddenly, he spotted another herb flowing past him. Strange. Did he toss two herbs? No, that couldn't be right. Just as he pondered, yet another herb floated down from upstream. Shu Han was astonished and hurriedly stepped into the stream to collect the herb. Next, he looked upstream, and indeed, another herb drifted down. Filled with curiosity, Shu Han followed the stream upstream, discovering a total of 9 herbs along the way. He contained his overwhelming joy, investigating further upstream, where the source of the herbs revealed itself to be a pitch-black jar submerged in the water. With all his might, Shu Han pulled the jar up, and against the setting sun, he was astonished to find it filled with fresh herbs. How is this possible? Pouring out the contents of the jar, he was astounded to discover 38 herbs. Shu Han stood in stunned silence, bewildered as to why this ancient jar contained so many fresh herbs. Yet he realized that the prospect of awakening his spiritual root was now within reach. He picked up the small jar. Examining it from every angle, the dark vessel revealed no secrets. Attempting to place one herb inside, a marvelous phenomenon occurred. The jar began to emit a soft blue light, and the herb at the bottom miraculously transformed into 2. Subsequently, 2 plants transformed into 4, and 4 into 8. In the brief span of a tea break, Shu Han had amassed an entire jar brimming with Fafenko. This extraordinary phenomenon profoundly impacted the young heart of Shu Han. His mind went blank for a considerable time before it resumed its function. Then, in order to validate his hypothesis, he emptied the jar of Fafenko and tossed a stone inside. Remarkably, the stone within the jar began to multiply at an even swifter pace, filling the container to the brim. This black jar had the astonishing ability to replicate objects. Although still in his youth, Shu Han was acutely aware of the jar's immense value. Casting a glance around to ensure he was alone, he promptly began to dig a hole, burying a hefty portion of Fafenko within. He then took a single plant, cradling the jar, and pretended to leave empty-handed, making his way back to the village at a brisk pace. Chapter 2. The young boy leaves home. Where did you find this broken pot, Daoist? Don't go scavenging like a beggar. Let your uncle get you something nice. Fei Shu, this is my treasure. Oh, this child seems quite clever. Yet, like the other little fools, he treats any broken bowl or dish as a precious gem. Although Shu Han appeared calm and collected on the surface, his heart raced uncontrollably. Most children in Shu Zhuang lacked toys, many scavenging through the village outskirts. Sometimes, finding a broken bowl could leave them blushing with excitement for half the day. Shu Han seized upon this phenomenon, proudly cradling his prized black pot, ensuring not to arouse anyone's suspicion. In the impoverished mountains, there were tales of men being killed over a mere bag of grain. Zhang Xianchang had once remarked, wealth should not be flaunted, as for the adage about commoners bearing the guilt of possessing wealth. Shu Han was not entirely able to comprehend. The value of the black pot was far too significant. He dared not let anyone else know. The thought of the pile of furfong grass he had abandoned caused a twinge of pain in his heart. However, he could not return to the village clutching a heap of furfong grass, for everyone knew it was a treasure meant to awaken children. A pile of furfong grass shone brighter than a mound of silver. When Shu Han arrived home, night was fast approaching, and his parents were absent. His father, a carpenter, had gone to a neighboring village to assist, while his mother was at the village weaving workshop, doing some needlework in the evening to supplement the household income. The adults in Shu Zhuang were all quite busy, and the children had grown accustomed to wandering about on their own brother. As soon as Shu Han stepped inside, his little sister, with her twin horn braids, stumbled over to him. She was not even half his height, her chubby little hands raised, holding 4 sweet dates, with drool escaping the corner of her mouth as she hurriedly exclaimed, "Brother, these dates were sent by Air Dan Gu. I've already eaten some. These are for you. Hurry and taste them. They are so sweet." Shu Han chuckled as he ruffled her hair to Yun. "You should eat them yourself." I in Shu Zhuang, surrounded by rugged mountains and harsh waters. A few sweet dates were a rare treat for the children. Yun swallowed hard, her words slightly slurred. "Thank you, brother." Just as the dates were about to reach her mouth, Shu Han swiftly snatched them away. Yun's face flushed and she pouted. "Bad brother, didn't you say you wouldn't eat them?" You're tricking a yun. A yun. Would you like to have dates to eat every day? Yes, a yun pouted. But, you wait here. Close your eyes. A yun obediently closed her eyes, standing still outside the door. Shu Han entered his small room, tossing the 4 dates into the pot, quickly amassing a jar filled with fresh dates. After pouring out a jar of dates, he carefully concealed the black pot beneath his bed, then grabbed a handful of dates to present to his little sister. Open your eyes. A yun opened her eyes to see a handful of plump dates, her sparkling eyes twinkling with delight. Brother, where did you get so many dates? Shu Han explained. Today, I performed well at the ancestral hall, and Zhang Xianchang rewarded me. Once I enter the Long Xian Gate, not only will there be dates, but I will also send you delicious maltos every day. He expected a yun to be overjoyed, yet her little mouth puckered, and she threw her arms around Shu Han, sobbing, Woo-woo, I don't want dates, I don't want candy, I want my brother. This left Shu Han utterly perplexed. After much coaxing, he finally lulled a yun to sleep. Once he confirmed that no one was around the house, he closed the doors and windows, retrieved the black jar, and replicated an entire jar of the fragrant herb. Gazing at the jar filled with the herb, an involuntary trepidation enveloped him, and no matter the pain, he resolved to absorb every last bit of the herb. With determination, Shu Han embarked on a night of relentless torment. In a haze of confusion, he could not discern how many herbs he had consumed, but suddenly, he felt the burning sensation throughout his body dissipate, as if something had forcefully cleared his mind, leaving it pristine and luminous. The intense medicinal effects of the herb began to coalesce atop his head. Remarkably, as that burning sensation entered his mind, it transformed into an invigorating coolness. Shu Han felt a surge of exhilaration. He finally comprehended why Dan and Go Dan appeared so spirited after absorbing the herb. This was the difference between awakened and unawakened spiritual roots. He had finally succeeded. Shu Han yearned to shout in jubilation, yet restrained himself, fearing he might disturb a yun's slumber. The following day, within the Shu ancestral hall, Zhang Xianzhang had just poured a fresh cup of tea and was on the verge of taking a sip when he nearly choked. He had noticed the ethereal glow emanating from Datu's forehead. He exchanged glances with the village chief, both brimming with delight. 3 children of spiritual roots had suddenly emerged from Shu village, and this news spread like wildfire. The village chief, overjoyed, hosted a grand feast in Shu village, presenting an abundance of fine food and drink, creating an atmosphere akin to a festive celebration. During the banquet, Zhang Xianzhang boldly declared that, due to Shu village's contribution of 3 gifted children, the support from the Longxian sect would increase by 50%. Upon hearing this news, Shu Han's father hurried back from the neighboring village. His parents, beaming with pride, affectionately ruffled Shu Han's hair, unable to contain their joy. Being chosen by the Longxian sect was even more commendable than achieving the highest honors. Everyone at the feast was in high spirits, save for 2 individuals who remained sullen. One was Go Dan, who, recalling his recent ridicule of Shu Han, felt a fiery embarrassment wash over him. The other was his younger sister, a yun, who clung tightly to Shu Han's hand, refusing to let go. That night, she insisted on sleeping with Shu Han, wrapping her arms around his neck and holding on fiercely. Although Shu Han felt a swell of happiness, he also experienced a pang of reluctance. Stroking his sister's head, he silently vowed that when he returned with some accomplishments, he would ensure that his parents and sister would no longer worry. By then, with some cultivation and the black jar in hand, their family life would surely improve. Having endured a sleepless night, as dawn broke, he gently released his sister's hand, shouldered his prepared belongings, and stepped outside. The black jar was securely nestled in his bundle, cushioned with thick cotton to prevent breakage. That moment, his parents were already waiting outside. Despite their joy, the sight of their eldest son preparing to leave home brought tears to their eyes. Shu Han, though wise beyond his years, was still a child, struggling to suppress the tears that threatened to spill. The tincture's carriage awaited him at the village entrance. Dan and Go Dan were also brought over, both weeping profusely, clinging desperately to their parents' hands. Zhang Xianzhang was accustomed to such farewells and ensured ample time for the 3 families to bid their goodbyes. The 3 children climbed onto the carriage, and as it set off, Shu Han gazed at his parents growing more distant, biting his lip. Suddenly, he spotted a small figure rushing toward him, and he could almost hear his sister's cries in his ears. The tears he had held back for so long finally overflowed, and the three children on the carriage wept inconsolably. This moment, the rice jar in Shu Han's home quietly brimmed with grains, while the hidden money box beneath the ground overflowed with scattered silver coins. Naively, Shu Han believed that once the rice was consumed and the silver spent, she would return. Chapter 3. The Fall of the Immortal. The carriage swayed precariously, taking several days to traverse the expanse of Songlong Mountain. Before them lay an endless plain. For the three children, who had never journeyed far, their greatest delight was to perch by the window, gazing at the scenery along the way. Everything appeared novel to them. Zhang Xianchang displayed remarkable patience, recounting tales and sharing many thrilling stories from the region. It is said that in the Yinshui North area, miasma-laden mountains rendered the roads impassable, making it inconvenient for the court to manage, and thus it became a haven for numerous bandits. However, rather than referring to them as chivalrous heroes, they were more aptly described as a band of ruthless mountain robbers, preying upon the local populace while the ineffectual authorities could do little to intervene. Among the notorious factions were the Hungry Wolf Gang and Chaotian Gate, both comprising skilled martial artists. 20 years prior, Long Shuaman's founder, Master Long Xian, arrived in this land, unwilling to witness the oppression of the common folk by these gangs. He established Long Xianmin and, wielding the arts of immortality, scattered these rabble, granting the local inhabitants a semblance of peace. Shu Han had often heard adults speak of the martial arts of the rivers and lakes, depicted in almost mythical terms, and thus inquired of Zhang Xianchang what immortal arts entailed. Were they superior to the martial skills that allowed one to traverse rooftops and walls? Zhang Xianchang burst into laughter, explaining that no matter how formidable martial skills may be, they are ultimately mundane. The mundane can never be compared to the celestial. Once one enters the path of immortality, mere mortals become as insignificant as ants. A chasm of difference exists. The words of Zhang Xianchang left the three children in a haze, yet they began to grasp, albeit dimly, that immortals existed far beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Zhang Xianchang was particularly kind to these three children from the mountain hollows. According to him, he too had emerged from a humble background, and seeing Shu Han and her companions was akin to witnessing his own youthful self alongside his village brothers. At this juncture, Zhang Xianchang could not help but indulge in self-deprecation, remarking that the two brothers who had accompanied him had exceptional talents and, after a period of rigorous training at Long Xianmen, were sent to higher realms of cultivation by Master Long Xian himself. He, on the other hand, had stagnated in his progress and now could only serve at Long Xianmen. Shu Han, however, remained unfazed, convinced that Zhang Xianchang already exuded an impressive aura, and she deemed it sufficient to aspire to become an immortal like him, thereby bringing glory to her family. This sentiment brightened Zhang Xianchang's spirits, and as they passed through a village, he made a point to purchase some pastries for the three children. As they traveled, feasting and reveling, the three children felt no longing for home, their laughter echoing along the way. Yet, this joyous atmosphere abruptly ended near the emerald bamboo forest adjacent to Long Xianmen. After nearly 10 days of jostling along the road, Zhang Xianchang announced that they would arrive at Long Xianmen in a day or two. The bamboo swayed gently, and the children's spirits lifted, filled with aspirations of a promising future. However, the piercing sounds of rushing air shattered their reverie. Inside the carriage, Shu Han heard a series of swift, slicing sounds, followed by the anguished neighing of the horses. The carriage suddenly accelerated before coming to a jarring halt. Zhang Xianchang swiftly shielded the three children beneath him, his fingers weaving intricate seals as he chanted incantations. Soon, a verdant barrier rose around them, while the sounds of slicing air grew increasingly intense. The roof of the carriage was first ripped off, and then countless holes suddenly appeared in the vehicle. Shu Han's terrified eyes beheld a myriad of arrows tearing at the carriage from all directions. Yet they were all deflected by the azure shield of the immortal. Soon, the carriage was dismantled by the rain of arrows. Upon closer inspection, Shu Han saw that the driver and the horses at the front had been shot into a pincushion by the errant arrows, with glaring blood gushing forth from the wounds on their bodies. The gruesome scene left Shu Han feeling faint, his stomach churning violently. Meanwhile, Erden and Godin had already succumbed to their fright. Zhang Xianchang rose to his feet, and dozens of men emerged from the bamboo grove, their gleaming blades aimed directly at the carriage. The Hungry Wolf Gang. Zhang Xianchang's usual benevolent smile vanished, replaced by a furious roar. Do you mere mortals truly fear nothing? How dare you ambush me today? You will not return. You shall all remain here. As he spoke, A brilliant flame ignited in his palm. Shu Han had never imagined that someone could wield such scalding flames in their hand. It was his first encounter with immortal techniques. The leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang, a burly man with a beard as fierce as a spear, brandished a wolf-tooth club. Zhang Ruishan, your Longxian sect has been bullying us for far too long. What immortal? What celestial path? Bah, today, it is either your death or mine. Brothers, charge forth and take his head. Seeking death, Zhang Xianchang swiftly countered, unleashing fireballs with each strike of his hand. The moment the fireballs made contact with a body, they ignited instantly, transforming the scene into a frenzy of blazing pillars, accompanied by heart-wrenching wails and the acrid scent of charred flesh. Witnessing such devastation, Shu Han felt no fear. Instead, admiration surged within him. The azure shield protected Zhang Xianchang's form as the fireballs met their foes. Alone, he seemed invincible. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a crackling noise. A massive arrow shot forth from an unknown direction. The azure shield was unexpectedly shattered by a single strike, and Zhang Xianchang coughed up a mouthful of blood as the arrow, as thick as a bowl, pierced through his chest. The flames in his hand extinguished abruptly, and the azure shield dissipated. Zhang Xianchang staggered, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud at oh-ho. The surrounding men erupted in ecstatic cheers. As Shu Han gazed at the blood-soaked body of Zhang Xianchang, he fell into a daze filled with existential doubt. Hadn't the immortal said that mortals could not be compared to immortals? How could an immortal be slain by mere mortals? At that moment, another group emerged from the bamboo grove, carrying a crossbow bed. Upon seeing Zhang Xianchang's corpse, they too could not contain their elation. The leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang seized a large knife, swiftly severing Zhang Xianchang's head and impaling it on a spear, bellowing, "Behold! This is the so-called immortal. Not invincible. Just like us, they bleed and can be wounded. From this moment forth, we shall retaliate against the Longxian sect and reclaim our former territory. Let these immortals witness the fury of mortals." The crowd roared in frenzy. The burly man stepped onto the carriage, his scarred face locking onto the pale Shu Han. "A mountain brat?" Shu Han, paralyzed with terror, nodded vigorously. The man chuckled. "You possess quite the courage. You haven't fainted despite witnessing so many deaths." Someone shouted, "This is a disciple the Longxian sect wishes to recruit. He is a little immortal. If he is an immortal, he ought to be killed." The man with stubble grinned menacingly and declared, "Indeed, absolutely. Let us chop these three little fairies together." Just then, a woman clad in green emerged from the throng of crossbow-wielding individuals, casting a disdainful glance at the stubbled brute, in an indignant voice. She retorted, "Chief Gao, it seems you have lost your mind. They are merely children. How can you possibly resort to such brutality? Has the Hungry Wolf Gang truly sunk to such depths?" The stubbled man chuckled, replying, "Miss Warner, our Hungry Wolf Gang does not share your lofty principles like those of the Chaotian Gate. We are devoid of any moral compass. For us, any enemy is fair game, however, considering that it was your Chaotian Gate's divine crossbow that has brought us to this point. What do you propose we do with these three little ones? Release them. They are but children, hardly a threat, and we have more pressing matters at hand." He then turned to Shu Han and bellowed, "Did you hear that, little brat? We're giving you a chance to escape. Now be off with you." Chapter 4. Identifying spiritual roots. Longxianmen is situated within the majestic Yendang Mountains. This renowned peak in the northern lands of Yen, every lantern festival at dusk, reveals a celestial phenomenon of purple energy rising from its summit, heralding auspicious tidings. Legend has it that the esteemed Master Xian once traversed this area, felt a profound connection to the mountain, and subsequently established the Longxianmen. At this moment, at the foot of the stone steps, two disciples were preparing to change shifts when they spotted three children stumbling towards them. The trio leaned on each other for support, each emaciated and covered in dirt, and before they could reach the stone steps, two of them collapsed, leaving the one with the larger head to drag them onward. Dan. Go Dan? Hold on, we're almost there. We're truly nearly there this time." However, Shu Han himself was on the brink of exhaustion, nearly fainting. Since leaving the grove of bamboo, the three children had succumbed to a state of confusion. Go Dan wept inconsolably, demanding to return home, while Dan also yearned for home but awaited Shu Han's decision. Having endured a harrowing battle and the death of Zhang Xianzhang, Shu Han too longed for home. Yet, he knew they had strayed far from Songlong Mountain, and it was impossible for the three of them to return. After much persuasion, he managed to pull Go Dan along, inquiring for directions as they trudged step by step towards Long Xianmen. With their limited stamina, what should have been a 2-day journey took them 5 grueling days and nights, relying on the meager charity of passers-by. Countless times, Dan and Go Dan fainted from hunger along the way, and Shu Han resorted to foraging for tree bark and leaves to revive them. Upon witnessing this, the 2 disciples stationed at the mountain rushed over, asking, "Which clan do you belong to, little ones? What brings you here?" Shu Han mustered his last ounce of strength and weakly replied, "Masters, we are from Songlong Mountain Shuzhuang, here to seek entrance into Long Xianmen." Songlong Mountain Shuzhuang? The 2 disciples exchanged glances. Isn't that under the purview of Brother Zhang? Where is he? A look of sorrow flickered in Shu Han's eyes as he lamented. Master Zhang was ambushed by a group of bandits and perished in the bamboo grove. What? One of them shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, "You little rascal are spouting nonsense. Brother Zhang has reached the 6th level of qi refinement. How could he possibly fall to a band of mountain bandits?" Shu Han's mind raced as he endeavored to recount the events of that fateful day, gradually alleviating their doubts. This was indeed serious. We must report this to the elders at once. Li Hong, take these 3 children to the Qilin Pavilion and hand them over to the 3rd elder. I will immediately head to the back mountain to report to the Grand Elder. These sects of the martial world truly seek their own demise, daring to provoke our Long Xian sect. Soon, the one named Li Hong approached, effortlessly carrying the unconscious Dan and Go Hua, one in each arm. Another disciple swiftly ascended the mountain, bounding up the dozens of steps as if a swift swallow skimming the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Shu Han steeled himself and followed Li Hong up the stone steps. Noticing Shu Han's breathlessness, Li Hong chuckled, "Child, would you like me to carry you?" Shu Han gritted his teeth and replied, "No need, I still have strength. I can walk on my own." Indeed, being able to bring these 2 children from the emerald bamboo forest to this point at such a young age is quite remarkable. "What is your name, child?" "Shu Han." Li Hong crouched down, pointing to a distant pavilion. "Little Shu Han, do you see that? That is the Qilin Pavilion of Long Xian sect. If you wish to walk on your own, I shall not wait for you. Go report to the Qilin Pavilion, and the 3rd elder will assess your spiritual roots." "Thank you, senior." "Haha, from now on, do not call me senior. Simply refer to me as Brother Li Hong." With that, Li Hong seemed to summon the winds beneath his feet, swiftly carrying Dan and Go Hua away in a flash, vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Shu Han couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Though the haunting memory of Zhang's demise lingered, constantly reminding him that even immortals are not entirely free from peril. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Shu Han stumbled and crawled until he finally reached the entrance of the Qilin Pavilion. At that moment, Go Hua and Dan, having shed their fatigue, sat before the pavilion, spirits high, eagerly awaiting Shu Han's arrival. The 2 children rushed to his side, one on each arm, supporting him as his legs wobbled. Although Go Hua harbored a hint of animosity towards Shu Han, it was merely the innocuous jealousy of a child, envious of Shu Han's esteemed reputation among the village children. Throughout this journey, Shu Han's encouragement and care for the 2 had illuminated the differences between himself and them. Dan excitedly exclaimed, "Big brother, guess what my spiritual root is? It's the dual roots of earth and wood." The 3rd elder said, "I am a rare genius of Long Xian sect." Go Hua chimed in, "I'm slightly inferior to Dan, possessing the 3 roots of water, wood, and fire." The 3rd elder said, "My aptitude is also commendable." Shu Han offered a weak smile in response, feeling joy for his fellow villagers while simultaneously grappling with concern for his own talent. He was acutely aware of the arduous journey he had undertaken to awaken his spiritual roots and fervently prayed that his aptitude would not be lacking. Inside the Qilin Pavilion, the 3rd elder, whose beard was more abundant than his hair, sat cross-legged on a mat. Shu Han's first impression was one of profound age. He had never encountered anyone so venerable. The inhabitants of Shu village, accustomed to a life of toil, often succumbed to illness by their 50s, with the village elder being the longest lived at merely 59. Yet this elder before him seemed to be well over 100. The 3rd elder slowly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "This year, quite a number of children have been sent from Shu village, each boasting increasingly impressive talents. What a pity about Zhang Shiji, who lost his life at such a young age. Otherwise, he would have certainly achieved great things." Come here, child, extend your hand. Let me examine your spiritual roots. As Shu Han's small hand was grasped by the third elder, the seemingly gnarled fingers revealed an undeniable strength. The third elder stroked his beard, closing his eyes in contemplation. Having the fire spirit root, the water spirit root, and the earth spirit root. 3 spirit roots is already quite commendable. The wood spirit root is also present. It is an ordinary 4 spirit root. Suddenly, the third elder opened his eyes wide, his gaze fixed on Shu Han with astonishment, and he remarked incredulously, "To think there is even a gold spirit root. 5 spirit roots indeed. What is this? 5 spirit roots can awaken. In all my years, this is the first time I have witnessed such a phenomenon." Shu Han timidly inquired, "Elder, what about my talent?" "Your talent is indeed top tier, albeit at the very bottom of that tier. Having practiced the way for 150 years, I have never encountered anyone with a talent as poor as yours. Little one, your awakening is a miracle in itself." Shu Han's eyes dimmed. "Elder, can I cultivate?" "You can cultivate, but even with a lifetime of effort, it would be difficult to break through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Alas, I have collected 2 promising children. I cannot hope for another. You, child, shall remain at Lingzong sect as a handyman. How much fortune you can attain depends on your own endeavors." The third elder then beckoningly hung over and instructed, "These 2 children, you shall take to Tianyun Pavilion tomorrow to serve under the great elder and ensure they receive proper guidance to as for this child. Send him to the 2nd elder to see what tasks he can undertake." Disciples acknowledged the command. Chapter 5. The 7 Great Sects. Big brother, do not worry. The third elder said, "I possess great talent, and the great elder will provide me with abundant resources for cultivation. In the future, what I receive will also be yours." Dan chuckled playfully in front of Shu Han, to which Dan thumped his chest and declared, "Me too. We came out together, and my mother said we must look out for one another." Hearing this, Li Hong couldn't help but chuckle. "Perhaps it would be better to let it be, children." He patted Shu Han's head and said, "Little one, allow me to impart some wisdom. Do not feel disheartened. Having 5 spirit roots is not much different from being an ordinary person. No amount of elixirs will make a difference. It would be more beneficial for you both to focus on cultivating. As your skills improve, you will be able to protect Big Brother better than elixirs could. Moreover, you won't receive many elixirs. Those that can truly aid in cultivation are exceedingly rare within our Lingzong sect." Shu Han looked up and asked, "Senior brother, when can I return home?" "Why the longing for home?" Well, Li Hong comforted, "I understand. After all, you are still young and have endured much hardship. However, allow me to inform you that upon entering our Lingzong sect, one must not return home for 10 years. Once you enter the path of immortality, the realms of mortals and immortals become eternally separated. The sect leader established this rule to prevent the children from being burdened by familial ties, which would hinder their cultivation. Nevertheless, your family will receive gifts from Lingzong sect each year, so their lives will not be lacking." As they walked along the stone steps, a massive round stone, towering 3 men high, suddenly obstructed their path. Li Hong patted the stone and declared, "This is the Tong Tian stone. From now on, you 2 shall come here annually for testing. Before you reach the age of 20, if you can cultivate to the 6th level of qi refinement and make the Tong Tian stone glow, you will earn the qualification to cultivate at Tianxian sect." "Senior brother, what is Tianxian sect?" Upon mentioning Tianxian sect, Li Hong became animated. "Tianxian sect. It is truly extraordinary. For you village children to enter Lingzong sect is akin to a carp leaping through the dragon gate. In comparison to Tianxian sect, we are merely carp. They are the true dragon gate. Our sect leader is merely a proficient cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, yet in the Tianxian sect, he is regarded as an ordinary disciple." The 3 children immediately became filled with aspirations. "Senior brother, what is the foundation establishment stage?" Li Hong elucidated. "The qi refining stage is the process of transforming qi into essence, which constitutes the realm of the vast majority of cultivators. The foundation establishment stage, however, is a tier above the qi refining stage, laying the foundation for the great path, an ascent to the heavens. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage can cultivate their innate magical treasures, traversing the heavens and the earth, wielding boundless power. But do not indulge in fantasies. Foundation establishment cultivators are as rare as a needle in a haystack. Consider our esteemed elder. After over 160 years of qi refining, he remains at the 12th level of qi refining, struggling to establish a foundation. For you 2 children, If you can reach the 9th level of qi refining, you may as well start offering incense and praying. And what about Datu? Despite his yearning, Dan did not forget to inquire on behalf of Shu Ha and As for Datioyu. Li Hung hesitated. Did the third elder not mention that reaching the 3rd level is already remarkable? Afterward, living a life of luxury should pose no problem. Now, enough of the questions. Ahead lies the loft, 1 room for each of you. Sleep early and try not to wet the bed at night. For the first time, the 3 boys found themselves in such spacious quarters. Dog Dan and Dan were so excited they could hardly sleep. And after a night of restless commotion, they finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Only Shu Han sat on the bed, burdened with heavy thoughts. 5 Spiritual roots, an unprecedented waste of talent. A cascade of denials dealt a significant blow to his tender heart. In the village, he was often lauded by the adults, but upon leaving the mountain village, a series of setbacks followed relentlessly. After a moment of confusion, Datu's clever mind began to churn. He cautiously retrieved a black jar from his bundle and produced a handful of Fu Fong grass. Shu Han was unaware of the specific effects of Fu Fong grass, but each time he consumed it, he felt a slight enhancement in the small flame within his body. He was convinced that this Fu Fong grass was originally intended for the cultivation of immortals, and with prolonged use, it would surely augment his cultivation level. If his innate talent fell short, he would strive to compensate through diligence and the gathering of Heroes Hall of the Chaotian Gate. Mu Wanner stood beside her father, the leader of the Chaotian Gate, her gaze sweeping across the assembly of forest heroes. The Hungry Wolf Gang, the Fierce Eagle Sect, the Wuxiang Pavilion, and other renowned sect leaders from the Yanbei region had converged in the gathering of Heroes Hall of Chaotian. The Chaotian sect leader rose, his body aged yet still exuding an imposing presence. It is a privilege to host such esteemed heroes here at the Chaotian Gate, and I express my gratitude to all present. You are all aware of the purpose of our gathering. 20 years ago, that old tyrant Long Xian seized control of the mountain, continuously oppressing our righteous heroes of the Jianghu, subjecting various sects to unbearable hardship. The Chaotian Gate, a prominent orthodox sect in Yanbei, was coerced by the Long Xian sect into exploiting the common folk, plundering their resources to sustain these demonic cultivators. It is one thing to exploit the people, but these fiends even compelled us to clandestinely abduct and traffic children. The common folk of Yanbei have voiced their grievances against us. Yet the Long Xian sect, the true source of evil, enjoys a reputation for righteousness. I believe many of you have also suffered at the hands of the Long Xian sect. Now that the old Long Xian has been absent for 7 years, it is likely he has perished, and the time has come for us to retaliate against the Long Xian sect. The leader of the Fierce Eagle sect scoffed. How can you be so certain that the old wretch is dead? Mu Wanner interjected. Father sought the counsel of a renowned fortune teller 20 years ago, who assessed the old man's life force and declared that he had long since exhausted his fate. Moreover, we have slain the disciples of the Long Xian sect midway, yet there has been no response from them. The old Long Xian must surely be dead. The slaying of the disciples from Long Xian sect. They are, after all, immortals. At this proclamation, the assembly in the gathering hall erupted in uproar. The leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang tossed a severed head into the center of the hall, silencing the clamorous crowd. Bah! What immortals? Merely a group of charlatans indulging in supernatural pretenses. Heretics, with their heads severed, they are no different from ordinary mortals, Mu Wanner remarked. Indeed, they are but flesh and blood, capable of dying just like anyone else. With our 7 major factions united, we boast thousands of valiant warriors. Do we still fear the Long Xian sect with its less than 100 members? A voice spoke softly. Their sorcery is not to be trifled with. Mu Wanner nodded in agreement. You are correct. The sorcery of the Long Xian sect is indeed formidable, but we have devised countermeasures. Bring it forth. In response, a stone garment was presented, stating, among the most troublesome of the heretic spells is their fireball technique. With this fireproof stone garment, we need not fear. Yet, murmurs of hesitation lingered in the gathering hall. The old sect master continued. By the grace of heaven, my second son has been appointed as the military governor of Yanbei. Soon, several siege crossbows and catapults will be sent to our aid, and with the valiant heroes of our 7 factions, how could we fear the Long Xian sect, now devoid of its old master? Are we truly as powerless and cowardly as they claim? The old sect master's words instilled confidence in everyone present. The atmosphere immediately became charged with fervor. Damn it, let it be. I have long been displeased with that group of charlatans. Indeed, they are nothing to fear. Chapter 6. Becoming a handyman at dawn the following day. Senior brother Liheng took Erden and Godin away. After waiting for an hour, senior brother Liheng returned, bearing a jar, and led him to the back mountain. The morning mist of Yindang Mountain was brisk and refreshing. Shu Han walked along the stone steps for quite some time before encountering several other senior brothers. He could not help but inquire, "Senior brother Liheng, with such a large Longxian sect, why do we seldom see other senior brothers?" "That is because our Longxian sect is inherently small. Including those on missions, there are only 73 of us." Senior brother Liheng continued to explain. "Those who can awaken spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. For instance, the 3 of you from Shu Manor awakening at once is already quite extraordinary. Alas, if Zhang's senior brother were still alive, it would have been a great achievement." "Senior brother, where are we headed?" "It seems we are descending the mountain. I am taking you to the second elder." "Big-headed lad, our Longxian sect has 3 elders. The first elder is responsible for imparting teachings, the second elder oversees alchemy and artifact crafting, and the third elder manages the daily affairs of the sect. The vast majority of disciples study under the first and third elders. However, in terms of prestige, the second elder is second only to the sect master." Shu Han felt perplexed. "Wasn't it said that my talent is quite poor? Why am I able to be accepted by the second elder?" "Because the second elder does not concern himself with the disciples' training, and his temperament is rather unpredictable. I am not trying to frighten you. But once you arrive, be sure to obey him. Do not provoke his ire, or even the sect master cannot save you." Senior brother Liheng's words left Shu Han trembling with trepidation. He comprehended that his apprenticeship under the second elder was not for the purpose of cultivation, but rather to perform menial tasks. This realization brought a tinge of disappointment to his heart. To the end of the stone steps, he glimpsed a valley wreathed in emerald smoke. The valley was suffused with a fragrant scent of medicinal herbs, invigorating his spirit upon inhalation. There, he beheld a towering pavilion from which the ethereal smoke was emanating. Just as he continued onward, he was suddenly halted by his senior brother, Liheng. "Oh, not move. Ahead lies the Gung Tian CG sword array of the second elder. Intruding recklessly would result in being sliced by flying swords." At that moment, a flash of spiritual light emanated from within the pavilion, and a flying sword surged towards the 2 of them. Shu Han was startled, trembling in fear, yet Liheng remained composed. The sword approached and halted before them, its hilt glowing with spiritual energy as an irritable voice echoed from it. "It is not yet time for collecting herbs. Begone." Liheng respectfully bowed before the flying sword, stating, reporting to the second elder, "I am your disciple, Liheng, sent by the third elder to present a newly accepted disciple, who is here to serve you. Furthermore, during my last descent from the mountain, I procured a jar of 50-year-old Huadiao wine, which I have brought as an offering to you. 50-year-old Huadiao wine. Quite commendable. Bring him in, and have him find me in the alchemy pavilion. At your command." Thus, Liheng guided Shu Han under the watchful eye of the flying sword towards the alchemy pavilion. Along the way, Shu Han could not help but cast sideways glances at the sword, marveling at its extraordinary abilities. Not only could it levitate, but it could also convey messages. He could not help but feel an itch of desire, wishing for a sword of his own in the future. The flying sword led them into the alchemy pavilion, where they were greeted by a colossal copper furnace towering 2 stories high. The crimson charcoal burned fiercely at the base, the roaring flames enveloping the entire pavilion in an oppressive heat, causing Shu Han to sweat profusely upon entry. Seated before the furnace was an elderly man with hair as white as snow. The moment he opened his eyes, Shu Han felt a buzzing in his head. Soon, the elder's gaze shifted to the jar of wine in Liheng's arms, and with a withered hand, he summoned it to himself. Upon removing the lid and inhaling deeply, he expressed satisfaction. "Over 54 years, quite remarkable, as long as the master is pleased." The elder then fixed his gaze upon Shu Han, inquiring, "Why would old man Ning send a disciple to me?" "I have made it clear to old man Longxian that I shall not impart cultivation to disciples, only alchemy and artifact crafting, master. This child possesses 5 spirit roots. It is for this reason that the third elder permitted him to come and assist you." 5 spirit roots? No wonder those old fellows relinquished their ambitions and sent him to me. He is indeed a fortunate little one. Very well, he may stay. Fortunate? When did possessing 5 spirit roots become a stroke of luck? Shu Han could not help but let out a bitter laugh. With a wave of his hand, 2 dark pills flew into Li Heng's grasp. Upon seeing this, Li Heng was overjoyed and quickly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, master, for bestowing these pills. I shall surely, however." The elder paid no heed to his flattery, instead rebuking, "Go away, you bothersome wretch." After Li Heng left in dejection, Shu Han felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, clutching his bundle tightly as he stood frozen in place. The elder, witnessing this, glared fiercely. "What are you dawdling for, you simpleton? Kneel and pay your respects to your master." "I, Shu Han, humbly bow to my master." Shu Han hurriedly knelt, his heart racing as he knocked his head to the ground repeatedly. "Enough, child. If you continue to knock like that, my alchemy pavilion will soon be riddled with holes from your oversized head. Rise and accompany me." The elder stood up and remarked calmly, "Join my ranks. I shall not impart the Tao, nor teach you any laws. My sole purpose will be to assign you tasks. Perform them well, and you shall receive no rewards. Falter, and there shall be penalties, which will not be lenient. Do you understand, child?" Shu Han hurriedly nodded. "However, if you manage to learn even a fraction from me, it will suffice for you to attain great wealth and status in the mortal realm." The elder then gestured towards a grand copper furnace and instructed Shu Han, "This furnace is responsible for concocting the sect's elixirs. The fire at its base must never extinguish. Each morning, you are to fetch firewood from the valley entrance. They will deliver the century-old fruitwood logs daily, and if there is even a single day of delay, I shall not show mercy." The elder then turned and walked towards the rear hall, where Shu Han beheld a towering cabinet with countless drawers, dazzling and overwhelming. The elder tossed a hefty stack of tomes to Shu Han and inquired, "Boy, you can read, can't you?" Shu Han quickly replied with trepidation, "Master, the immortal elders have indeed taught us." The elder nodded, "Good. This is my medicinal cabinet, housing various herbs cultivated and collected by our sect. This pharmacopoeia records the properties and locations of all herbs. You have 1 month to memorize them all. In the future, when I concoct elixirs, you shall assist by retrieving the necessary ingredients." After inspecting the rear hall, the elder led Shu Han to the backyard, a well-tended herb garden filled with the fragrant aroma of medicinal plants. As Shu Han gazed intently, he was astonished to see thousands of fragrant grass plants. The elusive spiritual herbs, previously unattainable, now flourished here as if they were common chives from a household garden. Daily watering and fertilizing will also be your responsibility. The pharmacopoeia details the schedule and quantities for each herb's care. Do not err, or if the spiritual herbs wither, I shall treat you as mere medicine to be refined." Seeing the elder's fierce demeanor, Shu Han nodded in trepidation. The elder then tossed him a token, saying, "With this token, you may freely enter and exit the valley without fear of being struck down by my formidable 4-directions sword array. Now, if you have any questions, you may ask." Clutching the token, Shu Han mustered his courage to inquire, "Master, what about my cultivation? You wish to cultivate? How audacious of you, child." Shu Han suppressed his fear and stubbornly nodded. "Very well." The elder retrieved a tome from his pocket and nonchalantly tossed it to Shu Han, as if discarding refuse. "This is the Dragon Xian 3 transformations technique of the Dragon Xian sect. Follow the instructions with into practice. Do not bother me with questions. I've never practiced this inferior technique." Chapter 7. The limitations of the black jar holding the Dragon Xian 3 transformations technique. Shu Han could not help but beam with joy. The second elder observed Shu Han's uncontainable delight and thought to himself, "It's merely 5 spiritual roots. Let him revel in his happiness." He then tossed a pill to Shu Han, saying, "This is a harmony pill I concocted, beneficial for refining qi. Take it and enjoy, but do not let your cultivation interfere with your duties." Now, Shu Han was even more ecstatic. He recognized this pill as the same one bestowed upon his senior brother Li Heng, whose ecstatic expression attested to its value. However, he pondered, with his 5 spiritual roots, a single harmony pill would be but a drop in the bucket. Yet, he had the mysterious black jar. With this singular gem, one possesses countless others. The subsequent experiments harshly struck Shu Han's innocent visage. Having memorized the various chores imparted by his master, Shu Han was led to a quaint wooden cabin nestled in a valley, conveniently near the medicinal fields, allowing him to tend to the precious herbs at any hour of the night. Soon after, his master departed with a wine jar in hand, leaving Shu Han alone in the cabin. As he watched his master fade into the distance, Shu Han struggled to suppress the urge to immediately practice the Dragon Xian 3 Transformations Divine Technique and replicate the Harmony Pill. Instead, he began to peruse the herbal compendium provided by his master. Page by page, he was acutely aware that the path of cultivation was long and winding, and given his uncertainty regarding his master's temperament, he dared not act recklessly under his watchful gaze. Thus, he resolved to cast aside all distractions and diligently commit to memory every task entrusted to him. Although merely 9 years of age, Shu Han had already mastered a considerable number of characters. Each village under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Xian sect employed a tutor to teach the children to read and write. Shu Han's keen intellect did not go unnoticed. He frequently earned the praise of his tutor, who remarked on his potential for remarkable achievements. After awakening his spiritual roots, Shu Han felt his mind sharpen even further. Day and night, he committed the herbal compendium to memory, and within 3 days, he could recite it flawlessly. This astounded the second elder, who posed a series of intricate questions, all of which Shu Han answered with composure. The fierce elder rarely displayed a gentle smile, but now he affectionately ruffled Shu Han's hair, exclaiming, "It appears that you are indeed a prodigy. Allow me to assess your spiritual aptitude." Shu Han was perplexed. "Master, has my spiritual root not already been tested? It is deemed useless, a 5 spiritual root." The second elder shook his head, stating, "Spiritual aptitude differs from spiritual roots. It pertains to the quality of one's divine consciousness and soul." Enough chatter. Swallow this heart unification pill and keep your eyes wide open. Do not blink. The pill melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into a refreshing stream that surged into his mind. The second elder pinched Shu Han's small face, scrutinizing his wide-open eyes, where he discerned flickers of divine light shimmering within. This revelation filled him with immense joy, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "You, my dear child, possess a dreadful spiritual root, yet your spiritual aptitude is profound. Long last. I have found a suitable disciple, little Shu Han. Do you wish to take me as your master?" This question left Shu Han momentarily speechless, and he inquired, "Master, am I not already your disciple?" "No, no, no." The second elder vigorously shook his head. "You are merely my nominal disciple within the Dragon Xian sect. If I were to sever ties with the sect, our master-disciple relationship would cease to exist. Now, I wish for you to truly take me as your master and inherit my expertise in alchemy and artifact forging. Do you consent?" Alchemy and artifact forging. Even Shu Han, with his limited intellect, comprehended the gravity of this opportunity. He promptly knelt, proclaiming, "Disciple Shu Han, bows before you, master. I wish to learn the arts of alchemy and artifact forging." "Good, good, good." The second elder's spirit soared at this affirmation. In truth, I am not a member of the Dragon Xian sect. Many years ago, the venerable Dragon Xian granted me a favor, and in return, I agreed to serve as a guest elder, assisting him in refining elixirs while refraining from involvement in other matters. Since you have become my true disciple, you shall no longer be bound to the Dragon Xian sect. Although your spiritual roots are exceedingly poor, once you master my alchemical and artifact forging techniques, the Dragon Xian sect will still honor you as a guest elder." He continued to ponder to himself. "As for the cultivation technique, you should practice the Dragon Xian Sanjuan Shengong. After all, it is unlikely that you will reach the 12th level. During the qi refining period, this technique is indeed quite marvelous." He tossed 3 books from his sleeve: Introduction to Pharmacology, Basics of Talismans, and Comprehensive Guide to Magical Artifacts. The second elder remarked, "Take these 3 books and study them thoroughly. I shall grant you 3 years to master their contents, and you may come to me for guidance at any time. In the following 3 years, you will observe my alchemical processes, after which I will teach you the art of refining step by step." Shu Han held the 3 books in gratitude, yet inwardly he remained skeptical. In his youth, he thought 3 books were nothing. Why would it require 3 years of arduous study? However, upon returning to his wooden abode and gazing at Introduction to Pharmacology, the intricate and dense knowledge left him feeling dizzy. Merely a single page would consume several days of contemplation. Yet, the more challenging the problem, the more exhilarating the clarity upon resolution. Gradually, Shu Han grew fond of this process of inquiry and enlightenment. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, he balanced his studies with the practice of Dragon Xian Sanjuan Shengong. This technique felt peculiar to Shu Han. Each time he completed a full circulation of qi, the subtle energy he absorbed inexplicably diminished to a mere third of the original amount. Given that his 5-element spiritual root already absorbed a meager amount of spiritual energy, this reduction rendered it exceedingly difficult for him to accumulate even a modicum of magical power after several large circulations. The second elder clarified his doubts, explaining that the essence of the dragon Xian Sanjuan Shan Gong lies in its 3 transformations. The spiritual energy absorbed through this technique undergoes 3 cycles of compression, forming a more condensed magical power. From an efficacy standpoint, this is undoubtedly excellent. Condensed magical power dramatically enhances the potency of spells. However, from a speed perspective, Dragon Xian Sanjuan is nothing short of a calamity. He jested that for someone like Shu Han, with 5 spiritual roots, to cultivate the Dragon Xian Sanjuan Shan Gong to the 12th level would require at least 300 years. During this period, aside from cultivation and study, Shu Han meticulously observed his master's daily habits. He noticed that his master led a remarkably simple life, primarily engaging in alchemy and drinking. If he did not seek his master, the latter would never come looking for him. Thus, under the pressure of the cultivation demands imposed by the Dragon Xian Sanjuan, Shu Han finally contemplated the black jar. One evening, he quietly unearthed the black jar from the ground and tossed in the harmony pill he had been reluctant to consume. Initially hoping for rapid growth, he waited for a considerable time, only to find a solitary harmony pill still resting within. This left Shu Han's mind in turmoil. Could it be that the black jar had become ineffective? Unwilling to accept this, he threw in a sprig of Fu Fong Chao. Soon, he found a jar full of Fu Fong Chao, yet the harmony pill remained unchanged. The black jar had not failed. So why had the harmony pill not been replicated? Following this, Shu Han conducted a series of experiments with various items, arriving at a conclusion. The black jar could only replicate natural items. Any man-made object could not be duplicated. Chapter 8. Obtaining the pill formula. This revelation left Shu Han in a quandary. He had initially hoped to compensate for his innate shortcomings through the infinite replication of pills, but now that plan lay in ruins. Without pills, consuming spiritual herbs was an alternative. However, after grasping some pharmacological principles, Shu Han realized that recklessly consuming spiritual herbs carried its own risks. The potent elixirs, often laden with harmful components, necessitate the art of alchemy for their refinement. Nevertheless, Shu Han, well versed in the compendium of pharmacology, discovered within the medicinal garden a selection of elixirs suitable for prolonged consumption. However, the efficacy of these elixirs pales in comparison to that of the Hachidan. To achieve substantial progress in his cultivation, an abundance of Hachidan is imperative. Upon grasping this reality, Shu Han set aside his cultivation, devoting himself wholeheartedly to the study of pharmacology, aspiring to master the art of alchemy at the earliest opportunity. Absent the aid of elixirs, as the second elder remarked, it is likely that he would require 300 years to reach the 12th level of qi refinement. Shu Han could not afford such a lengthy wait, for he harbored a dream of journeying to the legendary Lingzong. With his mind firmly anchored in pharmacology, Shu Han's learning accelerated, and as he delved deeper into his studies, he recognized that due to the intricate and varied properties of medicinal herbs, it was nearly impossible to concoct elixirs without a recipe. After a month of struggling without a formula to practice on, he mustered his courage and approached the second elder for guidance on elixir recipes. The second elder was greatly heartened by Shu Han's recent performance. His tasks were executed with precision, and his diligence in study made him the ideal disciple in the elder's eyes. However, upon hearing Shu Han's request for 1 or 2 recipes, the second elder's expression soured. "You wish to run before you can walk? You foolish child. Why do you aspire to such lofty heights?" Listening to the second elder's reprimanding tone, Shu Han's mind raced as he defended himself. "Master, I have encountered a bottleneck in my pharmacological studies, and I believe having a recipe to reference would deepen my understanding." The second elder shook his head, saying, "It is not that I am unwilling to share recipes with you. It is merely that alchemy carries a high rate of failure, and the ingredients are hard-won. The primary herbs typically take many years to mature, making it unfeasible for a novice to practice. Master, I merely wish to use the recipes to validate my pharmacological knowledge. I do not intend to harvest the elixirs for concoction." Observing Shu Han's resolute expression, the second elder relented, retrieving 2 recipes from his study, stating, "Here are 2 beginner recipes, Huanglong pill and Qingling powder. The Huanglong pill can slightly enhance the speed of qi refinement. While its effects do not match those of Hachidan, it is favored for its simplicity. As for the Qingling powder, it is a healing remedy, insignificant in the realm of cultivation, yet a priceless treasure among mortals. Take these and study them diligently, but do not let impatience drive you to harvest elixirs for concoction. Clutching the 2 recipes, Shu Han raced back to his wooden cabin in a state of ecstatic delight. It felt as though he had suddenly acquired 2 enigmatic puzzles, providing a practical application for the vast knowledge he had previously amassed. Thus, Shu Han immersed himself even more fervently into the study of the recipes. After 2 weeks of contemplation, he resolved to begin concocting the elixirs himself. The second elder's reluctance to allow Shu Han to engage in alchemy stemmed from concern over the potential loss of precious materials. However, the loss of such materials was inconsequential in the face of Shu Han's black cauldron. Alchemy requires flames to refine the herbs. The texts indicate that most alchemists conjure alchemical fire through magical means. In contrast, the second elder employed century-old fruitwood charcoal for his alchemical endeavors. This type of flame is complex and challenging to control, posing a risk of damaging the herbs. Nevertheless, the second elder, having honed his skills over years of practice, was adept at ensuring a successful concoction even with firewood. He explained that if all the elixirs of the Longxian sect were to be crafted using alchemical fire, it would surely exhaust his frail old bones. Beyond these 2 types of flames, there exists the earth fire, a flame that can only be wielded by the great sects of immortality, drawing its power from the spiritual veins, fierce and unyielding. Thus, Shu Han commenced his studies on how to conjure the alchemical fire. With the aid of medicinal herbs over the past few days, Shu Han managed to complete 32 cycles of the Great Circulation, and a trickle of magical energy finally flowed within his meridians. Following the methods recorded in the texts, he directed this energy into his dantian, using his spiritual awareness as a guide, and attempted to project the alchemical fire. Shu Han soon discovered that while cultivating his magical energy was quite arduous, igniting it into alchemical fire proved to be relatively effortless. Within a few days, he successfully summoned the alchemical fire in his dantian. However, his magical energy remained limited, and the alchemical fire consumed it in vast quantities. After only a few attempts, he found himself depleted. Consequently, once his energy was exhausted, he would immediately consume herbs to circulate his energy. Thus, this cyclical practice continued, and after 3 weeks of diligent training, Shu Han was finally able to produce a stable alchemical fire. Furthermore, this exhausting cycle of practice significantly enhanced his cultivation level, firmly establishing him at the first layer of qi refinement. Calculating the days, he realized it had been 2 months since he arrived at Longxian sect. One morning, he went to the valley entrance to fetch charcoal for alchemy and spotted Go Erden and Go Dan peering out with eager expressions. Upon seeing Shu Han, the 2 children erupted with excitement, yet hesitated to step forward. Shu Han was equally delighted to see them and hurriedly moved the charcoal into the alchemy pavilion before racing back out. The 3 children from Shu village were overjoyed to meet again. Erden and Go Dan were adorned in splendid garments, completely shedding their former appearances as village children. Go Dan exclaimed eagerly, "Big head brother, can you guess what my cultivation level is now? I've reached the first layer of qi refinement. Erden surpassed me, achieving the first layer 20 days ago. The elder said that both Erden and I are rare talents. He promised to allocate more elixirs to us." Hearing this, Shu Han felt rather astounded. He had also reached the first layer 20 days prior, surpassing Go Dan's pace and keeping pace with the dual spirit-rooted Erden. It seemed that the arduous training and spiritual herbs had not been in vain. Erden, without further ado, produced 3 Hachi pills and said, "Big head brother, these are the ones I have left. With your 5 spirit roots, cultivating is more challenging. These Hachi pills will aid you in advancing more swiftly." Go Dan, astonished, exclaimed, "Erden, you're giving away Hachi pills. What if the elder finds out? What is there to fear? If we don't speak of it, how would the elder know?" Shu Han, listening to Erden's confident tone, could sense that his treatment at Longxian sect was indeed exceptional. He gently pushed away Erden's pills, smiling as he said, "Erden, you should keep these Hachi pills for your own cultivation. Remember what senior brother Liheng said. Once you enter Tianqian sect, anything you acquire will surpass these Hachi pills. Keep up the hard work. We'll need your support in the future." At this point, both Erden and Go Dan fell silent. "Big head brother, senior brother Liheng, he is dead." Shu Han's mind went blank. Erden explained, "It is said among the senior brothers that recently, various factions in the martial world have been ambushing our Longxian sect members, much like that day with Zhang Xianzhang. We've already lost over a dozen brothers. Why is this happening? Is the sect master not taking action? Are we to be bullied by those factions in the martial world?" Dogdan remarked. The Grand Elder stated that the Tianxian sect is situated high in the mountains, and the sect leader is uncertain as to when he shall return at present. The Longxian sect has prohibited disciples from descending the mountain. Suddenly, Shu Han's mind recalled the grandiose words of that bearded man from days past, and a shiver coursed through him. He grasped the shoulders of Erden and Dogdan, saying, "You must be exceedingly cautious from now on. If there is danger at the Longxian gate, you must come to me. My master has set up a sword formation here." Chapter 9. The assault on the mountain gate. After bidding farewell to Erden and Dogdan, Shu Han felt an unsettling premonition that this matter was merely the beginning, leaving him in a state of unease. Consequently, he confided his thoughts to the second elder. The second elder, with clarity of mind, disdainfully remarked, "These Jianghu factions are merely testing the waters of the Longxian sect's response. Should the Longxian sect continue to retreat, they will ultimately gather the audacity to collectively attack Yearning Mountain." Upon hearing this explanation, Shu Han's anxiety deepened. Observing Shu Han's worried countenance, the second elder chuckled, "Child, do not fret. These mortals who dare to approach Yearning Mountain will undoubtedly meet their demise. There exists a profound distinction between the immortal and the mundane. It is not merely the multitude that can alter fate. Master, Zhang Xianchang has also shared similar sentiments with me, yet he ultimately perished at the hands of those individuals. Is the disparity between the immortal and the mundane truly so vast?" The second elder, stroking Shu Han's head, replied, "That is because you have yet to witness a true cultivator. The Longxian sect, is but a jest in the realm of cultivation. Below the foundation establishment, one is not considered a true cultivator. It is hardly surprising that they can fall to mere mortals. Yet the outside world claims that the sect leader has already passed away. Are you referring to that old man, Longxian?" Whenever the second elder mentioned the sect leader, a shadow of gloom would pass through his eyes, and he retorted with irritation, "That old fellow is not so easily dispatched." And so the days continued to unfold as time passed alongside the second elder. Shu Han gradually discerned his temperament. The second elder was a solitary man, reluctant to engage with others. After Shu Han entered the valley, he entrusted all external affairs to Shu Han. His primary indulgence was drinking, and after Shu Han's arrival, he drank with reckless abandon. He often proclaimed the folly of mortals, yet the wine they produced was far from ordinary. Aside from alchemy and artifact forging, he spent the remainder of his time in a drunken stupor, leaving Shu Han to tend to his inebriated master. Shu Han always sensed that his master did not particularly revel in drunkenness, as though he sought solace in drink, much like the adults in the village who would drown their sorrows after losing a bet. Particularly on the days when they were to deliver medicinal pills each month, his master's mood would darken even further. An indescribable feeling arose within Shu Han, as he perceived his master's attitude toward the Longxian sect as rather peculiar. However, having such an eccentric master proved advantageous for Shu Han, allowing him to secretly practice alchemy. Once the alchemical fire could be consistently maintained, Shu Han began to refine medicinal herbs according to the texts he had studied. This was the first step in alchemy, yet this very step illuminated the reason his master had cautioned him against attempting alchemy independently. The wastage was simply too great. According to the second elder, the higher the spirituality, the greater the control over fire in alchemy. Shu Han's spirituality was deemed relatively good by the second elder. Yet over the course of 5 consecutive days, he was unaware of how many herbs he had ruined. If he were to uproot them all from the garden, it would likely be left barren. Thus, during the bright daylight, Shu Han meticulously observed his master as he refined elixirs and controlled the flames. At night, he diligently practiced, and ultimately, after a fortnight, he successfully refined the 5 herbs required for the Huanglong Dan. Fueled by excitement, Shu Han aimed to condense the elixir. However, a resounding explosion startled him, causing the prepared liquid to immediately shatter. He dashed out of the house, and upon focusing his gaze, he beheld a great blaze erupting at the foot of Yearning Mountain. Soon after, fireballs arced through the night sky, crashing down upon the front mountain with thunderous roars, illuminating the area with fiery brilliance. This was a calamity. Shu Han realized that the rival sects had commenced their assault on Longxian men. He hurried to the alchemy pavilion, desperate to awaken his master, but found him utterly intoxicated. No matter how Shu Han tried to rouse him, the old man remained unresponsive. Anxious and deeply concerned for the safety of Dan and Dan, Shu Han had no choice but to seize the token to activate the 4th-level sword formation and fled the valley. In his heart of hearts, He feared that as long as he could locate Dan and Go Dan and bring them into the valley, that would suffice. The fates of his fellow disciples were beyond his capacity to influence. At the foot of Yinding Mountain, clusters of torches flickered like soaring sparks. 7 major sects, numbering thousands, gathered before Longxian men, their eyes fixed menacingly. Whoosh! 8 large trebuchets worked tirelessly, launching barrels filled with flammable oil towards the mountain. Behind the trebuchets were numerous crossbows, stripped of their wheels and hoisted by 5 robust men. The leader of the Hungry Wolf gang grinned maliciously as he gazed at the flames ascending the mountain, exclaiming in admiration, "Old Moo, the crossbows and trebuchets you have procured are truly formidable. Let us see how these charlatans can remain so arrogant." Mu Wanner donned a white asbestos armor and raised her sword, imploring, "Father, allow me to lead the charge. If we continue using oil barrels, the entire mountain may well go ablaze, rendering any recovery futile." Old Mu stroked his beard and turned to address the assembled heroes. "Brave warriors, today marks the day when our 7 sects unite to eradicate Longxian men. I hope we can set aside past grievances, working together to uproot this malignant tumor from Yinbei. We, the 7 sects, number 3,000 in total, will divide into 7 teams to encircle Yinding Mountain, ensuring that not a single cultivator escapes." The leader of the Hungry Wolf gang, wielding a wolf-toothed club, cast a sidelong glance at Mu Wanner and chuckled. "Miss Wanner, shall we have a contest this time to see who can slay the most charlatans? Humph. Underestimating them will lead to your demise." "Ah ha, I shall perish. I find the charlatans of Longxian men far too few. Not enough for my blade." He raised his wolf-toothed club, channeling his inner strength into a thunderous roar. "Brothers, charge. Whoever slays the most charlatans shall claim the position of this gang's leader. Kill." Instantly, beneath Longxian men, the battle cries erupted. Thousands surged up the mountain, their ferocity rendering the disciples of Longxian men pale with fear. Relying on the reputation and prowess of Longxian men, they had long been accustomed to wielding their power in the surrounding areas, never having truly faced life-and-death combat. While the more experienced disciples managed to maintain their composure, the less seasoned ones trembled with terror. Initially, it was hoped that the 2 elders would demonstrate their formidable prowess. However, the Grand Elder and the 3rd Elder issued a joint decree, instructing disciples of the Longxian sect over the age of 20 to establish a defensive line atop the peaks of Yinding Mountain, while those under 20 were to retreat to the rear mountains alongside the elders. The Longxian sect's disciples were already few in number, and after accounting for those who had perished in previous ambushes, only 52 disciples over the age of 20 remained. Faced with the cacophony of battle cries echoing across the mountains, even the most powerful among them were rendered quaking in fear. The azure light shield taught by the Longxian sect enveloped each of them, while fireball spells were clenched tightly in their palms, prepared for a desperate struggle. Yet, several high-level disciples, having discerned the dire situation, fled using the wind control technique, abandoning the sect and leaving those untrained in such arts pale with dread. Soon, the 7 major sects surged up the mountain without hindrance. The remaining 40 or so disciples scattered in panic, fleeing for their lives. The Longxian sect swiftly transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Chapter 10. The Ascendant of Longxian, the formidable leader of the Hungry Wolf gang, wielding a wolf-toothed club, charged forward, ruthlessly slaughtering 2 low-level disciples who were trembling in fear. He viciously struck the disfigured corpses with his club, mocking, "A bunch of rabble, and yet they run quite swiftly." Some disciples, unwilling to await their doom, attempted to fight back with their spells. However, their once unstoppable fireball spells were rendered ineffective against the asbestos armor. Although they inflicted some damage, they lost their lethal deterrent power. They sought to activate their azure light shields for protection, only to be pierced through by crossbow bolts shot from the shadows. The leader of the Hungry Wolf gang, witnessing the chaotic pursuit of the slippery cultivators across the mountains, felt a surge of bitterness. Had I known that the Longxian sect was comprised of such weaklings, I would not have feared them for over 2 decades. At that moment, he no longer regarded the Longxian sect with any seriousness. He contemplated that once the Longxian sect was eradicated, the Yinbei region would lack a leader, inevitably resulting in a new conflict among the various sects vying for territory. The Hungry Wolf gang was among the foremost powers and harbored no fear of other sects, except for the Chaotian sect. The prospect of the Chaotian sect's trebuchets and crossbows in this battle made him furrow his brow. Considering that the main forces of the other sects were currently concentrated at Yindang Mountain, a shadow of foreboding crossed his mind. Dispatch secret orders. The members of the Hungry Wolf Gang shall stealthily descend the mountain. The trebuchets at the foot of the mountain are now unguarded. Seize them from the Chaotian sect and set Yindang Mountain ablaze. I want the main forces of the other 6 sects to perish alongside the Longxian sect in this mountain. The 7 sects besieging the Longxian sect would see 6 of their main forces perish together with the Longxian sect, leaving only the Hungry Wolf Gang to survive. This sequence of events sounded most harmonious to his ears. The leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang grinned malevolently. The Hungry Wolf Gang shall replace the Longxian sect and become the foremost power in Yinbei. This sinister plot sent a shiver through Shu Han, who was concealed in the underbrush. He had rushed from the rear mountains to the Grand Elder's transmission pavilion in search of Er Dan and Go Dan, only to find the pavilion deserted upon arrival. At that moment, the 7 major sects also surged up from the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, Shu Han's small stature allowed him to navigate silently through the dense underbrush. Otherwise, he would have been discovered long ago. Who goes there? Shu Han's tremor caught the keen eye of the Hungry Wolf Gang's leader, who hurled a wolf-toothed club in his direction, but alas, it fell harmlessly into the void. Shu Han reacted swiftly, hastening towards the rear mountain. Damn it! Surely, he had been heard. The leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang gritted his teeth, commanding his subordinates. Execute the plan. I shall capture that elusive fish. Until my return, do not act with that. The leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang forged ahead, cutting through the underbrush in pursuit of Shu Han. The gleaming dagger sliced through the thicket, relentlessly chasing the diminutive figure of Shu Han through the night. Though the leader possessed considerable martial prowess, it was thanks to Shu Han's small stature that he was able to navigate the dense shrubbery with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the leader could only brandish his dagger. Yet even so, the gap between them continued to close. Shu Han ran for his life, darting through the thicket, when suddenly he stumbled and fell onto the stone steps of Yindang Mountain. Nearby, a torch flickered, and he was yanked up by the nape of his neck by a strong hand. The glint of a blade shone before him, and in the dim light of the torch, Shu Han recognized a familiar face. It was Mu Wanner, the very person who had spared him in the bamboo grove. Mu Wanner was equally astonished, having been in pursuit of a disciple from the Longxian sect when this boy abruptly emerged from the nearby thicket. They were not allies. Shu Han had no time to ponder this. He immediately shouted, "The leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang has sent people to seize the stone, throwing machines at the foot of the mountain, intending to annihilate the 6 major sects atop Yindang Mountain. You little brat. You court death." The sharp dagger sliced through the underbrush as the leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang broke through, hurling his dagger violently at Shu Han. Clang! A chill ran down Shu Han's spine. However, the dagger was deflected, revealing a vibrant green sword before him. Mu Wanner brandished her sword, positioning it protectively in front of the leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang, and angrily demanded, "Gao Hangtian, what do you intend to do?" The leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang retracted his menacing expression and spread his hands in feigned innocence. "This boy is a disciple of the Longxian sect. I am merely eliminating the roots of the problem." Yet Shu Han immediately shouted, seizing his only chance, "No, sister. I heard with my own ears him say that the Longxian sect is weak and that in the future, the forces of Yinbei will be leaderless. When that time comes, a great battle will be inevitable, and they intend to." "Shut your mouth." The leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang chuckled derisively at Mu Wanner. "Wanner, this Longxian boy speaks nonsense. How can we trust someone who seeks to sow discord among our 7 major sects? You know my feelings for you. How could I possibly conspire in such a manner?" Mu Wanner glared coldly, whispering a few words to her subordinates, who then hurriedly descended the mountain. She then sheathed her sword and coldly stated, "What the leader Gao says is correct. The unity of the 7 major sects must not be undermined. Leader Gao, please take your leave and continue your hunt for the disciples of the Longxian sect." These words left Shu Han feeling despondent. He could not fathom why his crystal-clear logic failed to sway her. The leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang smiled menacingly, fixing his gaze on Shu Han. "There is now a disciple of the Longxian sect before me. I must eliminate him without delay." "No," Mu Wanner still shielded Shu Han, furiously asserting, "Look closely. This boy is simply dressed, unlike the resplendent attire of the Longxian sect. How can one indiscriminately strike down a child without discernment?" "Haha, Miss Wanner speaks truly. I shall take my leave." With that, the leader of the Hungry Wolf gang suddenly turned, his concealed dagger unexpectedly lunging toward Shu Han. "How dare you?" Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Shu Han's head, as his spiritual senses detected something rapidly approaching, instilling a profound terror within him, akin to the anguished wails of countless restless souls echoing in his ears. Simultaneously, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the leader of the Hungry Wolf gang appeared momentarily dazed. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, he beheld a gory hole materializing above his head. With a resounding crash, a lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Immediately thereafter, a similar sanguine orifice manifested atop the heads of the entourage from Kaioshinmen. All present were frozen in shock by this unforeseen spectacle, oblivious to the entity orchestrating the grim act, resembling a spectral reaper silently claiming the lives of comrades. While the others remained oblivious, only Shu Han could perceive the presence of an exceptionally swift artifact weaving through the throng. Caution! Shu Han's spiritual awareness throbbed painfully. He leaped into Mu Wanner's embrace, propelling her into the thicket below the mountain. The two entwined themselves in a desperate embrace and tumbled down the slope. After an indeterminate period of rolling, they finally came to a halt. Having endured numerous impacts, Mu Wanner felt an agonizing fracture in her ribs, yet this pain paled in comparison to the excruciating ache radiating from her waist. Her delicate hand grazed her side, only to discover a smooth-edged gaping wound, from which blood flowed incessantly. Before long, Mu Wanner succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. Shu Han extricated himself from her grasp, his heart racing as he gazed at the crimson stain enveloping her waist. Filled with urgency, he tore a strip from his clothing to administer a makeshift bandage for her, then hoisted her onto his shoulder. Making his way toward the valley, "Sister, hold on. We are not far from the valley." At that moment, an ancient voice reverberated throughout the Yinding Mountains. "I am Long Xian, the exalted master. You ignorant mortals dare to disturb my sect? Your sins are unforgivable. Prepare to pay with your lives." Chapter 11. A sword that slays thousands. The somber pronouncement echoed through the darkened Yinding Mountains. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated in the ears of every listener. The old leader of Kaioshinmen trembled in fear, recalling the terror he had experienced when the 7 major sects had once knelt before Long Xian. The aged specter was still alive. Still alive. He hastily shouted, "Retreat! Quickly!" Just as the final syllable of retreat was about to escape his lips, a gaping wound appeared on his forehead, leaving that word forever lodged in his throat. The nocturnal forest seemed to harbor an invisible specter wandering through the shadows. Wherever it lingered, a ghastly orifice manifested on the foreheads of all in less than the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. Nearly 30% of the over 3,000 individuals ascending the mountain had perished. Fear gripped everyone. They discerned nothing in the darkness, only witnessing their companions falling like sheaves of wheat. The terrified crowd hastily fled down the mountain. Yet again, that nonchalant voice resounded. "Run? Where do you think you can escape to? When I act, none shall leave Yinding Mountain unscathed. Kneel and bow 3,000 times before me, and your lives may be spared." Soon, the clamor of desperate kneelings echoed across Yinding Mountain. The remaining 2,000 members of the 7 sects were so horrified by the specter's magic that their hearts quaked with fear. Abandoning their armor and repeatedly prostrating themselves, on the rear slopes of Yinding Mountain, a group of children gathered around 2 elderly figures. When one of them stepped forth, all the children knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome the esteemed leader." Long Xian did not possess the frail appearance that the world imagined. Aside from his snow-white hair, his skin bore no distinction from that of a youth. A small crimson sword flew from the front mountain, trailing a bloody glow as it slipped into his sleeve. Upon witnessing the return of the sect leader, both the Grand Elder and the Third Elder displayed expressions of joy. "Congratulations, sect leader! Congratulations!" Master Long Xian gazed upon the kneeling children and, with a smile, inquired, "Brother Zhang, Brother Ning, has the future of our Long Xian sect remained unscathed by those commoners?" The Grand Elder replied, "Esteemed sect leader, as soon as trouble arose, we led the children to the back mountain for refuge, and none have sustained any harm. That is indeed reassuring. Observing these children brimming with vitality, the future of Long Xian's sect is promising." The Third Elder brought Erdan before Master Long Xian and said, "While you were away, sect leader, Our Longxian sect remarkably recruited a dual spirit root talent 3 months ago. Come, Tiancheng, tell the sect leader your current cultivation level. Dan bowed and, in excitement, proclaimed loudly, Disciple Yu Tiancheng pays respects to the sect leader. In response to the sect leader, I have now reached the peak of Qi Refining Stage 1 and am striving to break through to Qi Refining Stage 2. Master Longxian, astonished, took Dan's small hand. In merely 3 months, you have cultivated the Longxian 3 transformations divine art to the pinnacle of Stage 1. Brothers Zhang and Ning, you have truly surprised me. He crouched down to meet Dan's gaze, smiling with satisfaction. Very well. Continue your diligent efforts and strive for an early breakthrough to Qi Refining Stage 6. At that time, I shall take you to join the Tianxian sect, and you will undoubtedly soar through the cultivation world as you grow. Dan's cheeks flushed with excitement as he stammered, Thank you, sect leader. Subsequently, Master Longxian produced a jade vial and placed it in Dan's hands. Inside were 36 harmony pills. The higher the cultivation, the more challenging it became to advance. These pills could greatly assist you. Wow! The sect leader's generous gift left the other children in awe. Each received merely 1 harmony pill per month, while Dan was bestowed an entire vial at once. The Grand Elder then asked, Sect leader, how shall we deal with those mountain brutes? Shall we merely let them bow in submission? We have lost many disciples at their hands. Master Longxian shook his head, saying, I have already slain over 1,000 of them, enough to instill fear for some time. Let the remainder remain. The expenses of Longxian sect are considerable, and without collecting wealth from them, the sect would struggle to survive. At this moment, the third elder and the grand elder exchanged glances, simultaneously voicing, Sect leader, our. Master Longxian waved his hand with a smile. Rest assured, there will be rewards for both of you brothers. At once, an orange-yellow pill appeared in the hands of the 2 elders. The 2 elders, filled with surprise, bowed in gratitude. Thank you, sect leader. Shu Han, with his petite frame bearing Mu Wanner, swiftly made his way into the Yinding Valley. He dared not take Mu Wanner into his wooden dwelling. Instead, he found a cave to place her in. Mu Wanner's condition was dire, as the wound at her waist continued to bleed profusely, and she had already lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. Immediate measures were required to staunch her bleeding. Shu Han's mind raced, recalling that the leaves of the Platycladus orientalis were known for their hemostatic properties, and he hurried into the alchemy pavilion to retrieve a sprig of Platycladus orientalis and a purple jade mushroom from the apothecary cabinet. After utilizing the black pot for replication, Shu Han first returned 2 plants, and then, clutching a bundle of herbs, hurried to the cave. There, he ground the herbs into powder and meticulously dressed Mu Wanner's wounds. Soon, the effects of the side herb began to manifest, and Mu Wanner ceased to bleed. However, her condition remained perilously unstable. At this moment, the Ziyun mushroom came into play. Shu Han ground it into powder and administered it to Mu Wanner. Following this, he pressed on her pulse point, his small face filled with urgency as he implored, Sister, you must hold on. Mu Wanner had saved him twice, and he could not allow her to perish so easily. Finally, the Ziyun mushroom's essence took effect, and Mu Wanner's pulse stabilized. Shu Han then began to examine the wound on Mu Wanner's waist. Through the blood crust, he discerned a narrow, tubular cavity. Tiny black threads were spreading at the site of the wound, and the flesh around the black threads was necrotizing. What a dreadful injury! Had Shu Han not impulsively thrown himself at Mu Wanner that day, she would have been pierced through the heart and met a swift demise. However, allowing the wound to develop further would bring her closer to death. Shu Han recalled that the only remedy capable of saving Mu Wanner was the Qingling powder formula bestowed by his master. Qingling powder, a revered healing elixir in the mortal realm, necessitated that he temporarily abandon the refining of Huanglong pill and concentrate on the Qingling powder instead. Judging by his sister's complexion, even with the Ziyun mushroom sustaining her, she would not endure beyond half a month. The following day, after Shu Han had cleared the traces left by Mu Wanner in the valley, he proceeded to the valley entrance to gather charcoal as per his usual routine. Dan and Go Dan were waiting at the valley mouth, seemingly having awaited him for quite some time. Upon confirming each other's safety, the 3 companions embraced in a tight huddle. Go Dan expressed his admiration, saying, Big head brother, I truly admire you. You predicted trouble last time, and indeed, something happened last night? Shu Han inquired. Where did you seek refuge last night? I searched high and low for you. The Great Elder and the Third Elder took us to the back mountain. Later, the sect master single-handedly annihilated those mountain ruffians without leaving a trace. They were terrified beyond belief. Listen, they are still kowtowing now. The sect master is truly formidable. Shu Han was taken aback. It turned out that the clanging sounds that persisted throughout the night were merely the remnants of the 7 major sects bowing in submission. At that moment, Shu Han finally comprehended his master's words. Although immortals and mortals exist in distinct realms, it was merely a matter of attaining the appropriate level. Subsequently, Dan proudly presented Shu Han with 6 Hachi pills. So many. Where did you acquire these, Dan? I cannot accept such generosity. You should take them back. Dan hastily retreated. Big head brother. Do you regard me as a stranger? Godin added. Big head brother. Just accept them. Dan struck it rich last night. The sect master rewarded him with a whole vial of Hachi pills, a total of 36. Dan even shared some with me. Let us progress together as brothers. Reluctantly, Shu Han could not bear to dismiss Dan's kind intentions and accepted the 6 Hachi pills. Chapter 12. The source of contamination. Time flew by, and it had been half a month since the 7 major sects launched their offensive. According to Dan, the 7 sects had thoroughly submitted and dared not to cause further trouble. Each sect, in unison, transported truckloads of supplies as offerings to the revered Longxian. In just over 10 days, the Longxian mountain gate was rejuvenated, and the luxurious pavilions surpassed their former glory. Although the 7 sects lamented their plight, to preserve their lives, they could only swallow their grievances in silence. During these 14 days, broke through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, becoming the fastest rising star in the history of Longxian sect. Meanwhile, Shu Han's cultivation stagnated, as he remained engrossed in the alchemy of Qingling San. After 14 days of arduous practice and countless failures, he finally succeeded in refining the complete Qingling San. Fortunately, it was the relatively simple Qingling San. Had it been the more complex Huanglong Dan, Shu Han would likely have found himself stuck midway. During this time, Mu Wanner's condition had deteriorated significantly. Shu Han hurriedly administered the Qingling San to her, and soon its medicinal effects took hold, improving her complexion considerably, while the black threads around her wounds receded somewhat. However, she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Upon further inspection of the wound at her waist, the black threads persisted, refusing to dissipate. What a terrifying injury! Not even a single dose of Qingling San could eradicate it. Another 16 days passed, and Shu Han had become increasingly adept at concocting Qingling San. He had administered nearly 10 doses to her, along with numerous nourishing herbs, and under his meticulous care, Mu Wanner's injuries finally began to improve. Given that she was unable to care for herself during her unconsciousness, despite his youth, Shu Han understood the propriety of maintaining a respectful distance between genders. Thus, he devised a method to procure a large water bucket, in which he immersed Mu Wanner, changing the water daily and adding cleansing powder from the alchemy pavilion to ensure her cleanliness. One morning, as Shu Han approached the cave with the intention of changing the water, Mu Wanner suddenly awoke. Her terrified eyes scanned the surroundings as she weakly inquired, "Who are you? Where is this place?" Shu Han's heart soared with joy upon witnessing his sister's awakening after days of treatment. Ecstatically, he leaned over the bucket and recounted the events of the past month. Upon hearing that the Longxian master had emerged and the 7 major sects had been vanquished, Mu Wanner closed her eyes in despair and asked, "You were originally from Longxian sect. Why do you save me? Let me die." "That is because you have saved me twice, and my parents taught me to be grateful and to repay kindness," Shu Han replied earnestly, his youthful voice imbued with sincerity. Listening to his innocent response, Mu Wanner's attitude softened somewhat. "Help me up. I must descend the mountain and return to Chaotian Gate." Shu Han quickly restrained her, saying, "No. You are still gravely injured and cannot move easily, though descend blindly would certainly lead to capture by Longxian sect, putting your life in jeopardy, sister." With a sigh, Mu Wanner felt the undeniable weakness in her body, lacking even the strength to stand, and asked, "Little divine physician, tell me, how long until I recover? The wound is exceedingly troublesome. For complete recovery, it will take at least half a year." Mu Wanner tilted her head in lament. "Alas, this operation was a mistake. Countless disciples of Chaotian Gate have perished because of me, and I have no face to return there." Shu Han, grappling with his thoughts, could not help but ask, "Sister, you are a good person. Why associate with those mountain bandits who prey on the common folk?" Mu Wanner was taken aback. Who told you we are mountain bandits? Everyone says so. That's because they are all from Lingzong sect. If we are to discuss who the real bandits are, Lingzong sect takes the lead. They are now turning the tables. Yet Shu Han remained unconvinced and retorted, Sister, you are mistaken. Our village has thrived because of Lingzong sect. We used to face hunger, but since their arrival, no one in the village has gone hungry. How can one declare that Lingzong is a band of villains? It is you who are. This stems from the fact that a disciple of Lingzong hails from your village. In a fit of agitation, Mu W Inner immediately felt a sharp pain in her waist and abdomen. She bitterly smiled and sighed, chiding herself for allowing her temper to flare against a mere child. Little brother, consider this. Lingzong does not produce a single grain of food, and yet every time they accept a disciple, they expend countless resources, all of which must be repaid to their village. Have you ever pondered where Lingzong acquires such wealth? For every village that fills its bellies, there are a dozen others forced to sell their children. This statement left Shu Han momentarily speechless. Lying in the wooden tub, Mu W Inner spoke softly. When I was even younger than you, I lived in a village as well, where I shared a close bond with another girl. One day, however, her father sold her off to gather the silver needed for the Hungry Wolf Gang. Before Lingzong was established, the Hungry Wolf Gang, despite its notorious reputation, had never engaged in such transactions. Our martial factions may indeed possess a tarnished reputation, having perpetrated numerous injustices against the common folk, a fact we cannot deny. Yet, we too are driven by circumstances. If we fail to deliver the vast quantities of resources demanded by Lingzong on time, they will send their enforcers to massacre our sects. You often hear tales of our martial factions oppressing the people, but have you ever considered where the plundered wealth ultimately ends up? We, the 7 great sects, are the refuse of Yanbei, but refuse must eventually run dry. However, the existence of Lingzong directly taints the very source. Even if our 7 factions were to be obliterated, Lingzong would merely foster the emergence of another 8 or even 9 sects to continue their oppression. As long as Lingzong persists, the turmoil in Yanbei will never see an end. Alas, this malignant tumor cannot be excised. Mu W Inner painfully shut her eyes. Shu Han, rendered speechless, found himself unable to counter her words. Having grown up listening to adults extol the virtues of Lingzong, he had naturally assumed all its members were benevolent, never suspecting that so many harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. What is truth, and what is falsehood? Left the young Shu Han in a state of confusion. Mu W Inner gazed at his contemplative face and said, Little brother, you are a member of Lingzong, and I do not wish to owe you a favor. If there is anything you desire, feel free to tell your sister, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wish. Shu Han pondered for a moment before blurting out, I want to learn martial arts. This response left Mu W Inner momentarily taken aback. But are you not a cultivator? Why would you wish to learn martial arts? The memory of Zhang Xianchang's death remained vivid. Shu Han believed that cultivators, in their arrogance regarding their magical prowess, often disdained physical training, rendering them rigid in combat and vulnerable to exploitation. He thought that if he could learn some martial skills, he would possess a means of escape should danger arise. Shu Han replied, I believe that whether martial arts or magical techniques, as long as they prove useful, they are valuable. Sister, would you be willing to teach me? This statement brought a smile to Mu W Inner's face. You speak wisely. Cultivators often hold themselves in high regard, looking down upon martial artists. Yet, in this very battle, countless cultivators have met their demise at the hands of martial practitioners. The facts reveal that the skills of our martial brethren are not without merit. Since you possess such awareness, very well, in gratitude for your life-saving kindness, I shall impart the martial arts of the Chaotian sect to you. Mu W Inner was prepared to teach 2 sets of techniques. Firstly, there is the formidable Chaotian sword technique aimed at adversaries, and secondly, the ethereal Yuyun steps. Consequently, Shu Han diligently dedicates 2 hours each day to the secluded valley cave, where he diligently trains in martial arts under the guidance of Mu Wanner. The practice of martial arts necessitates an exceptionally high physical standard. Currently, Shu Han consumes ziyunzi daily to enhance his physical constitution, his bodily strength far surpassing that of his contemporaries. Coupled with his keen intellect, he swiftly comprehends the martial teachings expounded by Mu Wanner, even exhibiting the ability to draw inferences from one principle to another. Before long, he has fully mastered the techniques imparted by Mu Wanner. She, too, is pleasantly astonished, affectionately ruffling his hair as she exclaims, "Who would have thought you were such a prodigy in martial arts?" Thus, the days pass quietly, and half a year slips by unnoticed. Shu Han has grown taller and his physique has become increasingly robust. During this period, he has successfully discerned the method for concocting the Huanglong pill, commencing large-scale production to augment his cultivation. Over the span of 6 months, he has consumed an indeterminate quantity of Huanglong pills, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the second layer of qi refinement, on par with Erden. However, he dares not reveal his cultivation level. A mere waste of 5 spiritual roots could hardly be compared to a dual spiritual root genius supported wholeheartedly by the sect. Even a pig's brain could discern the underlying deception. Throughout this time, Shu Han has thoroughly grasped the principles of pharmacology and demonstrated his learning outcomes to his master. The second elder is exceedingly impressed and promptly rewards Shu Han with several advanced pill formulas, including the coveted Hachi pill, and allows him to observe the entire process of pill refining, occasionally offering insights into the intricacies of alchemy. It is then that Shu Han truly understands the adage that 10 years of hard practice cannot compare to a year under a renowned master. With the second elder's guidance and an abundance of medicinal materials to practice with, Shu Han's alchemical skills progress rapidly, significantly increasing the success rate of Huanglong pill production. Eventually, the challenges of crafting Huanglong pills no longer suffice for Shu Han's burgeoning skills, prompting him to attempt the creation of more advanced Hachi pills. His martial arts gradually advance, and his cultivation rises in tandem. These days provide Shu Han with a profound sense of fulfillment. Chapter 13. The vastness of the immortal path. The fleeting nature of humanity, everything in the valley is progressing favorably on this particular day. Shu Han, as usual, assists his inebriated master with a refreshing wash and carries him to bed before hastily making his way to the cave, prepared to embark on the next phase of his martial training. He has thoroughly mastered the Chaotian sword technique and Yuyun steps, eagerly anticipating that Mu Wanner will impart additional martial skills. The cave is well equipped with daily necessities. Mu Wanner sits comfortably in a rocking chair, leisurely engrossed in a book. Upon hearing Shu Han's approach, she unabashedly calls out, "Little Shu Han, come here and massage your elder sister's feet and back." With practiced ease, Shu Han takes a seat on a small stool, placing Mu Wanner's delicate feet upon his knees, gradually applying pressure from light to firm, infusing his technique with spiritual energy to warm her feet. Mu Wanner cannot help but emit soft sounds of pleasure, reveling in Shu Han's exceptional massage skills. Over the past 6 months, they have become quite familiar with each other. Mu Wanner has displayed extraordinary martial talent since childhood, having been rigorously trained by her father with little time for relaxation. During this 6-month recuperation in the cave, under Shu Han's attentive care, she has experienced the most leisurely period of her life. Conversely, Shu Han, hailing from a humble background, has borne the responsibility of caring for his younger sister from a young age, cultivating a gentle and considerate disposition. Coupled with his innate intelligence, Mu Wanner gradually finds herself fond of this child, who is not yet 10 years old. Shu Han was immensely grateful to Mu Wanner for her meticulous guidance in martial arts. During her leisure time, Mu Wanner regaled Shu Han with numerous delightful anecdotes from Yanbei, greatly broadening the horizons of this mountain village child. Unbeknownst to him, Shu Han began to feel as though he had gained an elder sister, Mu Wanner, with a comfortable hum, reclined in her chair and remarked, "Oh, little Han Han, if only you were not so young, I would marry you without hesitation. Intelligent, good-tempered, and caring, sister truly wishes to stay. Then don't leave. I still want to learn martial arts from you." Shu Han replied, Mu Wanner sighed, "You are too clever. In just half a year, I find I have little left to teach you. As you grow, your skills will surely surpass mine. These days, I have fully recovered from my injuries. It is time to depart from this cave and return to Kaoshimen." Upon hearing this, Shu Han's hands froze. Feeling the tremor of his small hands, Mu Wanner said, "Stop squeezing. Come here to your sister." Shu Han attempted to muster a smile, but the heaviness in his heart made it impossible. He stood before Mu Wanner, only to be unexpectedly enveloped in her embrace. Her tender cheek brushed against his head, and the faint scent emanating from her chest caused his little face to flush crimson. Mu Wanner softly asked, "Little Han Han, will you sleep with me tonight? I might be afraid of the dark." Shu Han felt a bit shy and wanted to refuse, but the words failed to escape his lips, so he could only nod slightly. He was then lifted onto the bed by Mu Wanner. the sweet fragrance of her bedding making his heart race. Wanner gently stroked his head and placed a light kiss on his lips, playfully announcing, "This is your sister's first kiss. Elders say that those who grow up together share a bond. Little Han Han, you are exceptional, with both talent and martial prowess, and you will undoubtedly attract many young ladies when you grow up. By then, I shall be old, so I might as well claim your first kiss now, just to make those future young ladies envious." Shu Han wished to laugh, yet found himself unable to do so. In a daze, he fell asleep in Mu Wanner's embrace. She gently patted him and gradually succumbed to slumber as well. Thus, the night passed. The following day, Mu Wanner awoke to find herself alone in the bed. Beside her lay 3 vials of medicinal elixirs and a note. "Sister, I will not see you off today due to the day's busyness. Thank you for your teachings over the past 6 months. Shu Han will never forget you. Here are 3 vials of elixirs as a parting gift. 1 vial of Qingling San, which cures all ailments. 1 vial of Huichun Lu, which resists aging. And the last vial of Qing Yuan, which strengthens the foundation and prolongs life. I have drawn a map for descending the mountain on the back. May we meet again by fate." As Mu Wanner read Shu Han's neat handwriting. A profound emptiness engulfed her heart, and her nose involuntarily tinged with sadness. Tears, as large as beans, fell upon the note as she hugged her knees and wept in the cave for quite some time. Facing the rising sun, Shu Han stood atop a peak. His emotions surged within him. He was unaccustomed to farewells and could only retreat to this mountaintop, repeatedly practicing his swordplay. The speed of his sword increased, relentless and unyielding. The path of immortals is vast, while the mortal realm is fleeting. Now, Shu Han finally understood the distinction between the celestial and the mundane. Immortals enjoy longevity, observing the ebb and flow of the world, while mortals, like floating weeds in this vast expanse, are as ephemeral as passing clouds, born in the morning and perishing by night. All will eventually fade, yet the path of immortality endures eternally. The set of Chaotian's sword techniques had become an integral part of his daily routine. Unwaveringly practiced each day, as time flowed like a river, the verdant youth faded, and 5 years elapsed. Shu Han had transformed from a small child into a graceful young man on the cusp of maturity. No one perceived him as having a disproportionately large head anymore, save for the private jests of 2 companions that reminded him of his past. After 5 years of arduous training, having consumed countless Hachi pills, Shu Han's cultivation had surpassed the 5th level of the 2nd tier, reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement. Furthermore, he had taken the time to master the 5 fundamental spells recorded in the Long Xian Sanjuan Divine Art, namely Fireball Technique, Wind Control Technique, Azure Light Shield, Object Manipulation Technique, and Breath Concealment Technique, with the latter being his forte. This spell allowed him to conceal his aura, effectively masquerading as a lower-tier practitioner. Because of this skill, everyone believed Shu Han to merely possess a 2nd-tier cultivation level. Even his master, the 2nd Elder, was none the wiser. During these 5 years, he had comprehended all of the 2nd Elder's alchemical techniques and integrated 12 different formulas, achieving a success rate that even surpassed that of the 2nd Elder himself. This left the 2nd Elder astonished, declaring Shu Han a prodigy of a millennium. However, Shu Han was acutely aware of his own capabilities. The valley, littered with the remnants of countless ruined herbs, served as testament to his trials. Subsequently, Shu Han began to delve into the realms of talisman crafting and weapon forging. What captivated him most were the talismans themselves. These mystical symbols could store spells, allowing for instantaneous casting with formidable power. Yet, Shu Han found himself lacking in powerful spells to unleash. As his Qi refinement deepened, the Long Xian Sanjuan Divine Art bestowed upon him a robust reservoir of magical energy. Yet he possessed no advanced spells to expend this power, with Fireball Technique being his most potent option, which, while sufficient against mortals, fell short in confrontations with other cultivators. The Long Xian Sanjuan Divine Art granted him immense magical energy but contained no records of high-tier spells to harness its value, which puzzled Shu Han. He harbored the vague suspicion that this technique was an incomplete version, deliberately truncated by the sect to prevent disciples from cultivating higher-tier spells. Why would they do such a thing? To Shu Han, it seemed counterintuitive. Wouldn't a stronger disciple benefit the sect? Driven by a sense of urgency, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of talismans, hoping to compensate for his lack of offensive capabilities. Though talisman crafting was less complex than alchemy, it demanded high standards in both the array patterns and materials, rendering talismans even scarcer than elixirs. However, this scarcity posed no issue for Shu Han. Once he gathered a set of materials, he could produce countless talismans. Witnessing Shu Han's fervor for talisman research, the second elder graciously bestowed upon him a high-tier fire god talisman for his protection. According to the second elder, this talisman required immense resources and was challenging to craft, so he did not dare to create them lightly. Nonetheless, its power was formidable, equivalent to a full-force strike from a 12th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Upon receiving the fire god talisman, Shu Han's heart soared with joy. With such a talisman at his disposal, why should he toil in arduous training? After all, possessing magical energy without high-tier spells was futile. Instead, he could craft thousands of these talismans. In times of danger, unleashing them would send even foundational-level practitioners retreating in fear. Henceforth, Shu Han ceased consuming Hachi pills for cultivation and dedicated himself entirely to the art of talisman crafting. In his contemplation, he mused that with numerous Aikido Dan by his side, the enhancement of his cultivation was merely a matter of time. Moreover, even if he were to reach the 12th level of Qi refinement, what of it? At most, his magical power would be several times more vigorous than it is now, yet his combat prowess would hardly see significant improvement. It would be far more prudent to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the study of talismans and to craft a plethora of fire god talismans. Chapter 14. The Forbidden Grounds of the Mountain Gate. One day, as Shu Han was engrossed in his research on talismans within his humble abode, he was suddenly captivated by a beam of golden light soaring into the heavens from the front mountain. Staring at this radiant spectacle in a daze, he realized that the celestial stone had illuminated, signifying that another disciple of the Long Xian sect had met the entry requirements for the Tian Xian sect. A sudden jolt surged through Shu Han's heart as he thought of the disciples within their sect. The closest to the 6th level of Qi refinement under the age of 20 was indeed Dan. Could it be? As it turned out, the following morning, Dan and Dan appeared at the mouth of the valley. Those two youngsters had now blossomed into fine young men, and Dan, in particular, radiated vitality, exuding an ethereal grace with every gesture, resembling a youthful hero of the immortal path, shedding the rustic charm of his earlier days. The two of them carried a wine jar, preparing a banquet at the valley's entrance. Witnessing this scene, Shu Han instantly understood. The dazzling light from the previous night was indeed Dan. Deep within, Shu Han felt an overwhelming joy for Dan, yet he could not escape a tinge of melancholy. Within this mountain gate, he had long isolated himself from his fellow brothers, with only Dan and Dan frequently visiting him in the valley. Dan was no longer the bothersome child from the village, but in Shu Han's heart, it was Dan who remained his closest brother. With his brother about to depart, he pondered when they would meet again. This vast mountain gate was soon to feel desolate. Dan, with his flowing white sleeves, lifted a bowl of wine and offered it to Shu Han, smiling. "Big head, brother. I have reached the 6th level of Qi refinement and shall soon set off for the Tianxian sect. The mountains are high and the waters long. Who knows when we shall meet again? This cup of wine, I dedicate to you." Shu Han accepted the wine and shared a hearty drink with his two brothers. They had been together at the Longxian sect for 5 years, and he wondered how things were at home. Dan chuckled. "Big head, brother, you need not worry. The sect leader has agreed to let me return to Shu village first. If you and Dan have anything or any letters to send back, I shall ensure they reach your uncle and aunt. You and Dan should focus on your cultivation within the sect, striving to join me at the Tianxian sect as soon as possible." Dan laughed, saying, "Big head brother and I are nowhere near your level of talent. In 5 years, you've reached the 6th level, while I am still stagnating at the 3rd, and I wonder if I can attain the 6th level before I turn 20. Dan consoled him. "Do not fret. After I leave, the sect leader has promised that resources will be directed towards you. You will surely reach the 6th level swiftly. When I have the opportunity at the Tianxian sect, I will send some elixirs your way. I hope you can join me soon, lest I find myself lonely at the Tianxian sect. Go ahead and revel in your accomplishments." They all laughed heartily. 3 days later, Dan was set to depart. Shu Han entrusted him with a letter for his family, along with 3 bottles of longevity elixirs. Finally, he discreetly slipped a talisman into Dan's pocket. Dan was taken aback. "Big head, brother. What is this?" Shu Han whispered softly. "This is the fire god talisman that master gifted me. When used, it can withstand a full strike from a cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Given the long journey ahead, should danger arise, it will serve you well." Dan was reluctant to accept it, but Shu Han persuaded him, saying, I am under the protection of my Master's formidable four-extreme sword array at Longxian sect, rendering this talisman unnecessary. Quickly take it. Do not think that just because you are heading to Tianxian sect, you can disregard my words. With a choked sob, Dan embraced Shu Han tightly before proceeding to wait at the mountain gate for the sect leader. Thus, Dan departed from Longxian sect. That evening, Shu Han, disinterested in studying talismans, picked up his sword and practiced the Chaotian sword technique in the courtyard. Suddenly, he noticed a burst of flames erupting from the back mountain of Yendang. The flames surged with great intensity, exploding as if dozens of cultivators were simultaneously employing fireball techniques. Shu Han furrowed his brow, sensing that this firelight might have been ignited by the fire god talisman. However, the only fire god talisman in the valley should have been taken by Dan when he left the mountain. With doubt lingering in his heart, Shu Han stealthily exited the valley to investigate the source of the firelight. Having trained in martial arts for years, his cloud-walking technique had reached a level of mastery, allowing him to move with extraordinary speed and utter silence. Soon, he ventured beyond the usual confines of Longxian sect's activities and entered a forest of ancient towering trees. The trees here were lush and verdant, their sprawling canopies obscuring the sky, with many trunks so robust that it would require 3 or 4 people to encircle them. Under the bright moonlight, the area fell into an impenetrable darkness due to the dense foliage. Shu Han crouched down and sniffed the soil, bewildered. How could such ordinary soil sustain the growth of so many towering trees? Guided by instinct, he navigated through the woods and eventually arrived at a patch of charred underbrush. It appeared as if a great explosion had occurred here, leaving a large clearing at the center while the surrounding trees stood blackened, some still crackling with flames. Concealed in the shadows, Shu Han held his breath and observed for a while, ensuring the coast was clear before daring to step out. He meticulously examined the circle of scorched earth and suddenly discovered a shard of porcelain on the ground. Picking it up for a closer inspection, his heart nearly stopped. Before he could ponder further, a jolt of instinctive awareness surged through him. In an instant, he was transported back to the time of the 7 major sects assault 5 years prior. Shu Han immediately cast a wind control technique upon himself and activated his cloud-walking technique. With the enhancement of the wind control technique, his speed soared, propelling him several dozen meters away in an instant. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a spiritual light descending upon the very spot where he had stood. Cold sweat broke out all over him. Had he reacted just a moment slower, he might have been doomed to remain there forever. Flee! This singular thought consumed Shu Han's mind. Yet, a chilling voice echoed ominously, "You cannot escape." Suddenly, countless specters seemed to rise from the scorched earth, their terrifying wails echoing in the dark corners of the forest, encircling Shu Han like predatory wolves. At this point, he no longer cared about concealing his cultivation. If he did not leave immediately, death would be imminent. He prepared to fully unleash the wind control technique to carry him away from this eerie forest. However, just as he intended to leap into the air, a pair of icy hands clutched his feet. A chill raced from his soles to the crown of his head. Was he destined to perish here? Suddenly, a light emanated from his chest, projecting a shimmering talisman before him, in quick succession, for bright points illuminated in the direction of the Alchemy Valley. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 flying swords that comprised the Gangtian 4 extreme sword formation swiftly approached Shu Han, their sharp golden light dispelling the surrounding gloom. Gangtian 4 extremes, at last, a figure concealed in darkness gradually emerged. Shu Han focused intently and was astonished to find it was the esteemed sect leader. Longxian's gaze was as piercing as a sword, coldly fixated on Shu Han, who was shielded by the Gangtian 4 extreme sword formation. With a disdainful huff, he inquired, "Are you Shu Han, the disciple of the second elder?" Shu Han hastily prostrated himself, replying, "I humbly report to the sect leader, I am indeed the disciple Shu Han. Do you not know this is the forbidden ground of Longxian sect? Those who trespass shall meet death." Shu Han dared not breathe, quickly explaining, "I was unaware. I approached upon seeing flames soaring into the sky, fearing that thieves were assailing our Longxian sect, and thus came to investigate. I did not anticipate encroaching upon the forbidden grounds. I beg for your forgiveness, sect leader." The rationale was sound, leaving Longxian at a loss for how to respond. Moreover, his gaze remained fixed upon the Gangtian 4 extreme sword formation, his expression shifting between shadows and light. Finally, he stated, The second elder has granted you the protective talisman of the Gangtian for extreme sword formation. It seems you have been accepted as his close disciple. Shu Han responded, Indeed, sect leader. My master recognized my talent in alchemy and thus took me under his wing to impart his knowledge. Very well. Long Xian waved his sleeve and admonished, Today, out of respect for the second elder, I shall spare you, but let there be no next time. Depart swiftly. Chapter 15. Exquisite artifacts. Shu Han clutched the shattered pieces of the medicinal vial, returning to the valley in a daze. The second elder appeared to have been waiting at the valley's entrance for quite some time. The Gangtian for extreme sword formation was immediately summoned back to him. Master. The second elder's beard bristled with fury as he bellowed, To trespass into the forbidden grounds of Long Xian sect. From now on, you are not to leave the valley without my command. You are forbidden from associating with any disciples of Long Xian sect. Remain here obediently, and should I discover you sneaking out again, I shall expel you from my tutelage. Yet, Shu Han, gripping the fragments, felt a sense of resentment. How could the shards he had given to Dan appear in the forbidden area of the back mountain? Why were there traces of the fire god talisman in the forbidden grounds? Wasn't he the sect leader supposed to escort the disciples to Tianxian sect? Why then was he found in the back mountain? Doubts lingered in his heart, compelling Shu Han to yearn to uncover the truth. However, he was met with the second elder's sharp rebuke. There is no however. The second elder waved his hand, embedding a talismanic seal within Shu Han's body. This seal resides within you. Should you leave the valley, you shall no longer be my disciple, and the Gangtian for extreme sword formation will be unleashed to slay you without mercy. Shu Han cried out weakly, Am I to be trapped in this valley for eternity? The second elder scoffed, If you possess the capability, break my seal. Shu Han, feeling a weight in his heart, silently followed the second elder in the days that followed, dutifully attending to tasks within the valley. The events of that night lingered in his mind, an inescapable shadow. Deep within, he sensed that Long Xian sect was not as simple as it appeared, and that the dark woods concealed profound secrets. Yet, he felt powerless to delve into those mysteries. Ultimately, Shu Han forcibly suppressed his restless emotions, performing 3 prostrations and 9 bows to the second elder in apology, abandoning the thought of leaving the valley. Even the usual visits from Dan were declined as he resolved to diligently study the arts of talisman crafting and artifact forging under the second elder's guidance. Upon witnessing the transformation in Shu Han's demeanor, the second elder finally set his mind at ease and began to impart his most treasured techniques. Within a year, Shu Han mastered the art of crafting the fire god talisman and, through persistent persuasion, managed to procure a set of materials for talisman creation from the second elder. He cast aside all distractions regarding the forbidden forest, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the production of the fire god talisman. Initially, Shu Han expended dozens of materials and spent over a month to produce a single talisman. However, as his cultivation and skills improved, he gradually reduced the time required to just 4 days. The fire god talismans began to accumulate in stacks within Shu Han's secluded cave chamber. As time passed, and with no sight of Shu Han, Dan gradually ceased his visits to the valley, focusing entirely on his own cultivation, striving to reach the 6th heavenly layer in hopes of reuniting with Dan at Tianxian sect. Seasons changed, flowers bloomed and withered, and the spiritual herbs in the medicinal fields thrived in waves. 5 more years slipped by. Shu Han, standing before a bronze mirror in his small wooden cabin, stroked his chin, feeling the stubble that had emerged, and gazed at the adult he had become. A sense of reflection washed over him. He had been at Long Xian sect for nearly a decade and was now 19 years old. When he first arrived, Senior Brother Li Heng remarked that disciples of Long Xian sect could only return home after 10 years. Shu Han felt it was time he paid a visit to his family, to check on his parents' well-being and to see how his younger sister had grown. Yet, he hoped it would be a smooth journey back. Over the past 5 years, he had held onto the remnants of the medicinal fragments he had collected that fateful night. Deep down, he believed that Dan must be feeling quite lonely at Tianxian sect. He was prepared and felt it was time to check on him. However, before that, he needed to complete the graduation assessment set forth by the second elder. This assessment entailed the successful crafting of 2 magical artifacts. The second elder had explained that cultivators in the qi refining stage could only forge magical instruments. These were treasures that could be wielded through the infusion of spiritual energy, with the engraved patterns determining their efficacy. Once a cultivator ascended to the foundation establishment stage, they could begin to craft magical treasures. Magical treasures were distinct from magical instruments. They required blood to recognize their master, possessing a level of spirituality and power far surpassing that of instruments. If a cultivator crafted a magical treasure using their innate technique, it would be referred to as a life-linked magical treasure, which would resonate with the cultivator's own essence, sharing in both glory and misfortune. Its power incomparable to ordinary treasures. Shu Han's graduation assessment required him to forge 2 high-quality magical instruments. Magical instruments were categorized into 4 tiers: inferior, middle, superior, and exquisite. Inferior instruments could be crafted by chi refining cultivators at the 3rd layer, middle instruments by those at the 6th layer, and superior instruments by those at the 9th layer. Exquisite instruments not only required cultivation at the 12th layer, but also exceptional skill to successfully forge. Even many foundation establishment cultivators with insufficient skill found it challenging to create them. Over the course of 10 years, the second elder had imparted all he could to Shu Han. Yet, he remained reluctant to allow Shu Han to leave the valley. In his eyes, while Shu Han appeared steady in temperament, his straightforward nature and relatively shallow cultivation at the 4th layer made him vulnerable. If released carelessly into the world, he might find himself in peril, as evidenced by his reckless venture into the Forbidden Region 5 years prior. Thus, the second elder devised a challenging assessment for Shu Han, intentionally confining him within the valley, believing that as the boy's temperament was tempered, he could then pass on the Gangtian 4-strike sword formation and allow him to venture out for further experience. Shu Han understood his master's intentions. He had indeed planned to take his time, not wanting to disappoint the kind-hearted elder, especially as the elder had grown increasingly frail over the years. A chi refining cultivator at the 12th layer could expect a lifespan only 3 times that of an ordinary person, and he wished to serve his master until the end of his days. However, last night, while he was practicing swordsmanship in the valley, he heard the long-awaited call of Dogdan. "Brother Datu, I have broken through to the 6th heaven today, and tomorrow I shall undergo the test to head to Shintian sect. Take care of yourself from now on." With a sense of helplessness, Shu Han had no choice but to abandon his intention of showing filial piety to his master. After adjusting his attire, Shu Han made his way to the alchemy pavilion. At that moment, the aged second elder was tending to the large bronze furnace. The base of the furnace was no longer a chaotic mass of charcoal, but rather a pure essence of alchemical fire. The second elder, with a stable output of his 12th heaven cultivation, was nurturing the refining materials within the furnace with the blazing alchemical flames. Shu Han respectfully bowed to his master, approached the bronze furnace, and took over the output of the alchemical fire. With a single thought, the various rare metals being refined within the furnace began to meld together. These materials had already been tempered within the bronze furnace for 49 days, purging all impurities, and now they were at the most critical stage of shaping and engraving. A moment's carelessness could lead to the complete loss of the entire batch. Shu Han's techniques were deft, and the alchemical fire was outputting steadily, growing ever more intense, causing the second elder to nod in approval. This young man has truly grasped the art of weapon crafting. However, the alchemical fire is indeed a bit too vigorous. Can his 4th heaven cultivation sustain such a level of fire? Perhaps it is the marvel of the Longxian 3 turns divine art. Although he appears to be at the 4th heaven, each layer of his spiritual power has undergone 3 cycles of transformation, making it several times more robust than that of an ordinary 4th heaven cultivator. If this alchemical fire is used for forging, the final product could potentially be a mid-grade magical artifact. It all depends on whether young Shu Han can maintain his composure. Theo finds such a successor, I can be considered worthy of the old by family's legacy. Shu Han, of course, could maintain his composure. Over the years, he had secretly practiced his craft, not knowing how many magical artifacts he had inadvertently ruined, and he was already quite adept at the refinement of such artifacts. Yet at this moment, he dared not let his guard down, focusing intently, for the artifact being forged within the furnace was of exceptional quality. Shu Han sat for 12 consecutive hours. The second elder felt it odd. For such an extended period, Shu Han had consistently maintained an excellent output of alchemical fire, his spiritual power seemingly inexhaustible. Is this something achievable by a 4th heaven cultivator? Ultimately, Shu Han completed the final engraving of the array pattern, and the bronze furnace erupted in a dazzling display of light. A sinuous long sword and a crystalline heart-protecting mirror flew out from the furnace. the spirit's snake sword, the Xintian heart-protecting mirror. The second elder's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Five-colored radiant light. A top-tier magical artifact. How could this be? Holding the long sword and donning the heart-protecting mirror, Shu Han smiled and asked, Master, have I passed my graduation assessment? Chapter 16. The past of Long Xian. The second elder suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. Wasn't this child supposed to have 5 spiritual roots? How could he reach the 12th heaven of Qi refinement in just 10 years? This is comparable to a heavenly spiritual root. Could it be that old Ning misjudged him back then? Shu Han immediately bowed before the second elder. I am immensely grateful for your guidance over the past decade. Master. Yet, even a sparrow has ambitions of soaring high. I wish to leave this valley. Upon hearing these words, the second elder seemed to age a decade in an instant. He struggled to speak, asking, What are your plans upon leaving the valley? Shu Han replied, To pass the Longxian sect's Tongtian stone assessment and proceed to the Tianxian sect for further cultivation. I ask for your blessing, Master. No. The second elder suddenly erupted with fervent indignation. His aged chin trembled, and his beard bristled as if Shu Han's recent words had pricked at his most vulnerable spot. You shall go nowhere. Remain here in the valley with utmost obedience. Facing her furious master, Shu Han maintained her composure, responding, Disciple is unaware of what you mean, Master. You once stated that if I could break the restrictions you imposed, I would be permitted to leave the valley. To be honest, today I have attained the 12th level of Qi refinement, and I can easily unravel your restrictions with a mere gesture. Upon hearing this, the second elder clutched his chest and staggered backward, collapsing to the ground in a daze. Shu Han rushed to assist him. Yet the elder's withered hand gripped her arm tightly as he gasped, Child, it appears that old Ning misjudged. You are certainly not a 5-element root. You may leave the valley and join a more profound sect if you wish, but you must never go to the so-called Tianxian sect. Absolutely not. You are my only disciple. All my skills are entrusted to you. The second elder's speech was peculiar, yet Shu Han remained unfazed. Disciple does not comprehend your intentions. Master, is not the Tianxian sect a more exalted immortal gate? There is no such Tianxian sect, do you understand? None whatsoever. The elder suddenly bellowed. However, upon seeing Shu Han's serene demeanor, he was taken aback. Child, you have known all along. Shu Han produced fragments of medicinal herbs for the elder to see, her eyes gradually misting over. This is the medicine I prepared for Air Dan, intended for him to take back to Shuzhuang for my parents. Yet, I discovered these fragments in the forbidden area of the back mountain, Master. It was then that I understood. There is no Tianxian sect. The elder helplessly supported his forehead, crying out in anguish, What a calamity! A calamity! This is all the misdeeds of the Master. I should have perished on that Hunyuan mountain and not have lived to bring disaster upon the world. Shu Han assisted the Master into a reclining chair, where the second elder appeared as a solitary, helpless old man. Master, please take your time to speak. The second elder sighed deeply. This tale is a lengthy one, child. You have followed me for 10 years, yet you remain unaware of my name. It is not that I am unwilling to share it, but rather that I am ashamed to bear this name, for it tarnishes the honor of the Laobai family. I am a cultivator hailing from Dayun, named by Yunxian. Dayun is not like this remote Yanbei. There, spiritual energy is abundant and immortal sects abound. My ancestor was a peak foundation establishment cultivator. After failing to attain the golden core, he became engrossed in alchemy and artifact crafting, achieving some success, and thus passed down the Bai family's treasure refining record, which once brought glory to the Bai family. Perhaps it is due to karmic retribution that the descendants of the Bai family have rarely possessed exceptional talents, leading to our decline. After 5 generations, the Bai family could scarcely produce a single foundation establishment cultivator. With a shallow foundation, we could not survive in the sect-rich Dayun. Later, covetous individuals sought the Bai family's treasure refining record, leading to plunder, resulting in the untimely deaths of many Bai family members. I narrowly escaped, only to be pursued by enemies. Over a dozen cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement surrounded me within a place known as Hunyuan Mountain. It was then that I encountered the old scoundrel Longxian. That moment, I was almost the sole heir of the Bai family and implored Longxian to come to my rescue. However, in the realm of cultivation, the notion of chivalrous rescue is non-existent. Despite my promises of various rewards, I could not entice the old scoundrel Longxian in desperation. I resorted to presenting him with a forbidden alchemical formula from the treasure refining record, which finally compelled him to intervene and save me. Shu Han, puzzled, inquired, "A forbidden alchemical formula? What is that?" To explain why this formula could sway the old rogue Long Xian, one must discuss the fatal flaw inherent in the Long Xian 3 transformations divine art. Upon hearing this, Shu Han's heart skipped a beat. This technique possesses a fatal flaw. As for the Long Xian 3 transformations divine art, I am unaware of its origins, but it is undoubtedly an unparalleled technique throughout the ages. However, those who cultivate this art and become entrapped at a critical breakthrough bottleneck will find their surrounding magical energy incessantly revolving at that juncture. Ultimately, the severely compressed magical energy will explode within their meridians and dantian, leading to a tragic demise. The old rogue Long Xian's innate talent is rather lackluster. He barely managed to establish his foundation and has been stuck at the initial stage for over 30 years, making no further progress. As he stood on the brink of death due to the flaws of the technique, he was rescued by a forbidden formula passed down through the Bai family. This elixir is called the supplementary pill, developed by our ancestors who once mingled with the demonic path and gleaned insights from its techniques. Supplementary pill? The second elder continued to explain. The most notable characteristic of this pill is that it grants the user a temporary enhancement of talent. The degree of enhancement depends on the quality of the primary ingredient, which, in this case, is individuals under the age of 20 who practice the same technique as the user. Furthermore, a greater number of children under 10 are required as medicinal catalysts. Upon hearing this, Shu Han trembled and stumbled to the ground. Suddenly, he recalled that Sister Wanner had mentioned how the 7 major sects began trafficking children shortly after the establishment of the Long Xian sect. So it is true. Such a heinous and inhumane pill. The second elder, revealing all this, wore an expression of profound anguish. The old rogue Long Xian has been in Yinbei for an unknown length of time, undoubtedly refining countless supplementary pills. Many of the children he used as ingredients grew up consuming my harmony pills. If it weren't for me, so many children would not have suffered. This is all my sin. No wonder my master remarked upon our first meeting that I was exceedingly fortunate and seemed despondent whenever he delivered pills each month. The root of it all lies here. Shu Han took a deep breath to calm himself. Master, this burden of sin does not rest solely upon you. It lies with the old rogue Long Xian. I am grateful that you have shared this with me. Please take care of yourself, and if I manage to return safely, I shall come to express my gratitude for your guidance. Having said that, Shu Han turned to leave. The second elder, distressed, stumbled from his recliner and cried out, "Child, where are you going?" "To the Long Xian sect, to the celestial stone." The second elder, in agony, implored, "Have you not heard a word I said? You are no match for him. He is at least at the peak of the foundational stage now. You absolutely cannot go, be it right or wrong." "I shall go regardless." Shu Han's eyes reddened as he spoke softly. "Master, you once told me that the path of immortality is devoid of sentiment, and one should not let the lives of others affect oneself. I am not oblivious to this. But Dan and Dan are my brothers who grew up alongside me. If I become utterly heartless, how am I different from the old rogue Long Xian? Such a path of immortality is not worth pursuing," he declared resolutely, his voice laced with fury. "The old rogue Long Xian killed my brothers for alchemical purposes. I shall never let him escape unpunished. Otherwise, Shu Han would have no face to meet the elders and fellow villagers of Shuzhuang again." Chapter 17. Qualification before the gates of Long Xian Mountain. Dan awaited anxiously. He harbored great expectations for the impending life at Tianxian's sect. He wondered how Dan was faring over there. With his talents, he would undoubtedly surpass me by leaps and bounds. When the time comes, I can cling to him for support, and I won't have to start from scratch at Tianxian's sect. The venerable Long Xian descended beside Dan, riding a blood-red sword, a warm smile gracing his face as he patted Dan's shoulder. "At last, you have cultivated to the 6th level before turning 20. Long Xian's sect takes great pride in you." Dan felt a surge of joy within. "Thank you for your kind praise, Master." Suddenly, a beam of golden light ascended from Yindang Mountain. Dan stared in astonishment, his mind racing, yet he could not fathom who among the sect was approaching the 6th level. Meanwhile, Long Xian's expression shifted to one of delight as he laughed heartily. "Heaven bless Long Xian. Today brings us double happiness. Come, let us see who has bestowed upon us yet another surprise." Long Xian hoisted Go Dan and transformed into a streak of blood-red light. Soaring towards the Tongtian stone as they descended slowly before the stone, Go Dan's eyes widened in disbelief. The two. Shu Han Gu. Shu Han gently withdrew his hand from the Tongtian stone and performed a slight bow towards Long Xian. Upon seeing Shu Han, Long Xian's beaming smile instantly faded. Itsu. Disciple Shu Han pays respects to the master. Today, I came to test my progress at the Tongtian stone, and to my astonishment, I have indeed fortuitously reached the 6th level. Master, do you think I can join Shu Shang at Tianxian sect? Go Dan's heart soared with joy. He had never anticipated that Shu Han would also break through to the 6th level of qi refinement. It seemed that his years of seclusion in the valley had borne fruit, and his 5 spiritual roots had now caught up with my own. Thus, the 3 brothers of Shu Zhuang could once again gather at Tianxian sect. However, Long Xian furrowed his brow. You wish to go to Tianxian sect? Has the 2nd elder given his consent? Shu Han replied, Master, it is the aspiration of every disciple of Long Xian's sect to showcase their talents at Tianxian sect. 10 years ago, I entered the sect with Tianxian sect as my ultimate goal. I have worked diligently day and night, and with the generous assistance of my Master's elixirs, I have barely managed to break through to the 6th level. Though my innate talent is meager, my yearning for Tianxian sect remains profound. Then, Shu Han suddenly wore a sorrowful expression and sighed. However, upon hearing of this, my master unexpectedly flew into a rage and forbade me from going to Tianxian sect. Yet, I feel that his actions are somewhat short-sighted. To cultivate at Tianxian sect is the righteous path of immortality. As my cultivation progresses, I will surely be able to repay my master's kindness. Nevertheless, my master remains furious, chastising me as an unworthy disciple, and after a heated debate, he has expelled me from the sect, declaring he will no longer concern himself with my life or death. Not concerned with your life or death? Long Xian burst into laughter, giving Shu Han's shoulder a reassuring pat. Your master is known for his sharp tongue but kind heart. However, your thoughts are not misguided. Though he has expelled you, remember, you will always be his disciple in the future. When you achieve success at Tianxian sect, do not forget to return and repay the 2nd elder's kindness. Understood. Shu Han exclaimed in delight. Master is willing to send me to Tianxian sect. Of course, the more, the merrier. Thus, Shu Han transformed into the guest of honor at Long Xian sect's grand send-off ceremony. The 2 venerable elders led all disciples in a grand farewell at the foot of the mountain, with the newly recruited younger generation looking up to Shu Han and Go Dan as paragons. Although the 3rd elder wore a cheerful expression, his heart was filled with confusion. How could the 5-element root he had once deemed a waste achieve such standards? It was simply preposterous. Soon, he found solace in the thought. Regardless, it must be that the 2nd elder had provided some secret assistance, undoubtedly employing numerous spiritual herbs for cultivation. That old fool, willing to cultivate a 5-element root, has only benefited us old-timers. Master Long Xian employed a spell to magnify a blood-red sword, beckoning Go Dan and Shu Han to approach. Once aboard the sword, they swiftly soared into the heavens, with Yindang Mountain gradually shrinking from view until they vanished into a sea of clouds. Within the clouds, direction was indistinguishable, and Go Dan could not contain himself, exclaiming, Master, will we also possess such ability to soar through the skies in the future? Of course, Tianxian sect is a splendid place. Sword flight is merely the simplest of skills. Shu Han, astonished, inquired, Master, my teacher once mentioned that foundation establishment stage cultivators can forge their own life-bound magical treasures. I am most curious. Might this flying sword be your life-bound treasure? It is said that you once used this very sword to vanquish 3,000 disciples from the 7 major sects. Master Long Xian could not help but cast a sideways glance at Shu Han, which made Shu Han's heart tighten. This flying sword is named Blood Soul. It is indeed my life-bound treasure. As for its power, young one, what you witnessed in the Forbidden Grounds was merely the surface. Fortunately, the 4 extreme sword formation appeared just in time. Otherwise, I might have inadvertently slain a promising talent. Go Dan was perplexed by this statement. Shu Han merely smiled, refraining from pursuing that line of conversation, instead saying, I have heard that life-bound treasures are intimately connected to the cultivator's life. When one flourishes, so too does the other. When one falters, so does the other. Is there truth to this, Master? Young man, you seem quite knowledgeable. The second elder has taught you well. However, it is no simple feat to damage my blood soul sword. This treasured blade is forged from a solid piece of blood young demon gold, which I have nurtured within my body for over 50 years, rendering it virtually indestructible. Shu Han pressed on with his inquiries. Life-bound treasures require alignment with one's own cultivation technique. Why teacher mentioned that the Long Xian 3 transformations divine art is a rare technique in the world, not only possessing immense magical power, but also harboring uncanny spells beyond the foundation establishment stage. Could Master elucidate the might of the spells following foundation establishment, so that we disciples might have something to aspire to? Did that old coot truly praise me so? Master Long Xian felt elated. Speaking of this divine art, the most formidable spells at the foundation establishment stage involve utilizing them in conjunction with one's life-bound treasure. Suddenly, Master Long Xian sensed something amiss. Though Shu Han appeared to be praising him upon boarding the flying sword, upon deeper reflection, it resembled a probing inquiry. His tone darkened. "Young man, are you attempting to extract information from me?" This caused Shu Han to furrow his brow. Despite his efforts to conceal his murderous intent, could this old monster have discerned it? The disciple would never dare. He merely harbored admiration for the master's astonishing cultivation and could not help but inquire out of curiosity. "I doubt you would dare." Master Long Xian thought little of it, for in his eyes, those at the chi refinement stage were mere ants, and how much of a stir could ants, who he toyed with at will, possibly make? However, he recalled the disciple with dual spiritual roots from 5 years ago, who had unexpectedly unleashed a talisman of immense power in the forbidden area, startling him greatly. After much contemplation, he concluded that such a talisman could only have originated from the hands of the second elder, with whom he shared a close relationship, suggesting that it must have been gifted to him by that young man back then. This lad had once been the cherished disciple of the second elder, and the formidable Gangtian for extreme sword formation had once safeguarded him. Thus, he undoubtedly possessed protective treasures bestowed by the second elder. He could not treat this young man as an ordinary disciple of the Longxian sect and needed to exercise caution. Although he posed no immediate threat, should he feel cornered, the young man might retaliate in a desperate bid for survival, which would be quite unpleasant. Consequently, the Longxian master fell silent, soaring through the clouds on his sword. Within the cloud cover, direction became indistinguishable, and Dogdan mistakenly believed he was heading towards the long-coveted Tianxian sect, unaware that the flying sword had already reversed its course and returned to Longxian sect. Chapter 18. Strengths and Weaknesses Whoosh. The Longxian master swiftly descended with the 2 companions, landing in a grove of towering ancient trees. The rapid descent and turbulent winds obscured Dogdan's vision, leaving him bewildered as he inquired, "Master, have we arrived at Tianxian sect?" "Tianxian sect?" The Longxian master erupted into hearty laughter, saying, "If you are uncertain of our location, perhaps you should consult your companion. I believe he might have some insight." Dogdan was thoroughly perplexed, questioning why Shu Han would know where they were. However, Shu Han remained composed, responding, "In answer to your inquiry, Master, I am indeed familiar with this place. After all, you once pursued a disciple here, and this is the forbidden area behind Longxian sect." Dogdan was utterly confounded. Wasn't he supposed to be heading to Tianxian sect? How had they returned to Longxian sect? Furthermore, what did it mean that the master had pursued Daitu? Amidst his laughter, the Longxian master's gaze fixated on Shu Han, and upon observing his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but harbor doubts. Why was this lad so unperturbed? Did he not perceive the underlying implications of past events? Indeed, if he had discerned the truth, would he have dared to accompany me here? Truly a foolish boy. The Longxian master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of leisure as if he were observing 2 hapless prey awaiting their fate. And in a low voice, he inquired, "Do you know why I have brought you to this forbidden ground?" Dogdan was greatly bewildered, about to seek clarification when Shu Han abruptly pulled him behind himself. A slight smile graced Shu Han's lips. "It's merely a matter of life and death, Master." Suddenly, the Longxian master's eyes gleamed with intensity, his brow furrowing in astonishment as he exclaimed, "You already know? And yet you dare to come. Are you seeking death intentionally? Without coming here, how could I evade all the elders and disciples of Longxian sect to consult you directly?" "Ha ha ha!" The Longxian master laughed boisterously. "I often hear Yutian and Shusheng speak of your remarkable intellect. It truly is laughable. You think you can contend with me, a foundation establishment cultivator, while being merely at the 6th level of chi refinement? A delusion. This exchange left Dogdan feeling utterly despondent. Daitu. Mastered, what on earth are you two discussing? Shuhan shielded Dogdan behind him, tightening the straps of the pack on his back, drawing forth the resplendent Lingzong sword radiating golden light in one hand, while 2 white orbs of energy rested in the other. His spirit and determination surged to their zenith, the aura he exuded causing Dogdan to tremble. This, Daitu, Dogdan. The moment we engage, you must flee this dense forest immediately. Remaining here will only burden me further. The esteemed Long Xian smiled and applauded. Well done, an exceptional magical artifact. The second elder, in his senility, has indeed invested quite a bit in you. Now, reveal any remaining trump cards. Do not blame the sect leader for not granting you the opportunity to showcase them later. Flee. 2 white orbs suddenly struck the ground with immense force, in an instant. A tempestuous wave of energy accompanied by white smoke enveloped the dense forest. Amidst the haze, Godan was unexpectedly shoved. His mind was clouded with confusion, yet he could still discern the perilous situation. His sect leader inexplicably sought his life. He dared not ponder the reasons further and instinctively obeyed Shu Han's instructions, frantically fleeing in the opposite direction. Long Xian observed the rising smoke, watching as Shu Han gradually vanished within the fog. Unable to suppress his wild laughter, "Foolish boy, do you think that by obscuring my line of sight with smoke, my blood-soul sword cannot lock onto you? Allow me to impart a lesson. We cultivators rely on our spiritual awareness to wield magical artifacts. Merely obscuring my vision is utterly futile. Wait, this smoke can actually interfere with spiritual awareness." Long Xian attempted to probe with his spiritual sense, but found the surroundings shrouded in ambiguity. He sensed Shu Han lurking nearby, yet could not pinpoint his exact location. During these 5 years of preparation, Shu Han had always feared Long Xian's ghostly blood-soul sword, swift and nearly impossible to evade. Engaging him directly, even with all his might, would likely result in defeat within mere rounds. This prompted him to contemplate a strategy. He meticulously recalled the night when the 7 sects launched their assault, during which Long Xian had made no appearance. Yet the blood-soul sword had flawlessly slain thousands in the mountains. From various angles and locations, it had struck with pinpoint accuracy. Shu Han quickly realized that the blood-soul sword operated through spiritual awareness to achieve such precision. After poring over herbal texts, he finally discovered frost grass. This effective remedy for clearing heat and quelling fire had the side effect of dulling spiritual awareness. By concocting a smoke bomb from frost grass powder, he could incapacitate his opponent's perception, thereby creating an opportunity for himself. Long Xian bellowed, "It is futile. My spiritual awareness far surpasses yours. In this environment, even if I cannot lock onto you, you shall find it impossible to contend with me. Accept your fate." "Is that so?" Shu Han steadied his mind, honing his senses to their utmost. After a decade of martial training, while ordinary cultivators relied on spiritual awareness, his acute hearing had equipped him with the skill to discern positions through sound. Though the scene was obscured in white, to Shu Han's ears, everything resonated like a clear mirror. This was the principle of combat taught to him by Sister Wan ere long ago, to exploit strengths and evade weaknesses, striking when least expected. The spirit snake sword glided through the air, emitting a hissing sound akin to a serpent flicking its tongue. Long Xian felt himself surrounded by this hissing noise from all directions, instinctively growing alert. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. The gleaming silver snake sword surged through the air, aimed directly at the back of Long Xian's head, executing the heavenly sword technique that shatters the firmament. Clang! The silver snake sword came within 2 inches of Long Xian, only to be thwarted by a snow-white barrier. The white, serpentine dragon spiraled from behind Long Xian, enveloping him in a protective embrace. An armor-type magical artifact, Shu Han swiftly retreated, casting 2 fire god talismans in his wake. Boom, boom. Enormous fiery cones erupted behind Long Xian. The resplendent flames erupted within the forest, momentarily dispersing the surrounding frost-laden mist. As Shu Han hastily retreated, he observed that the layer of white light barrier remained unshattered by the fire god talisman, causing his spirits to inevitably dim. What a resilient barrier! Could it possibly be a defensive artifact? Witnessing the surrounding frost mist dissipate, Long Xian, the enigmatic master, flashed a wicked smile, the blood soul sword emitting a sharp sound. Shu Han swiftly channeled his mana into the spirit serpent sword, unwilling to leave any openings for Long Xian. With each swing of Shu Han's blade, a golden serpent surged forth from the spirit serpent sword. In an instant, 8 serpentine manifestations of mana writhed in the air, their gaping maws lunging fiercely towards Long Xian. Fireball technique. Shu Han's fingers danced. 10 fireballs erupted instantaneously. Long Xian, taken aback, realized the urgency. To summon an exquisite magical artifact and launch 10 fireballs in a blink was no trifling feat. The mana serpents entangled Long Xian while the fireballs provided crucial support, interrupting his intent to wield the blood soul sword. The blood soul sword slashed back and forth in his grasp, severing all 8 golden serpents, while the fireballs were effortlessly deflected by the ethereal white dragon armor. Uft! Uft! Shu Han conjured 2 more frost mists, replenishing the dissipated fog from the fire god talisman. Observing the mist once again enveloping the surroundings, Long Xian could not suppress his frown. Such a troublesome little creature. Fortunately, the high-level spells from Long Xian's 3rd transformation had been curtailed, leaving him lacking in offensive maneuvers. Otherwise, it would have truly been a formidable challenge. Chapter 19. Domineering Assault. Long Xian invoked the wind control technique, summoning a tempest that erupted around him, causing a whirlwind to form in the forest. The powerful pull swayed the trees, swiftly drawing in the surrounding frost mist and propelling it skyward. The cutting winds gradually cleared the area, yet Shu Han found himself inwardly amused. At last, a flaw had been revealed. With the raging winds, Shu Han unleashed 10 fire god talismans. The lightweight talismans were swept away by the gale, appearing as harmless as falling leaves. Swiftly approaching Long Xian's vicinity, Shu Han leapt back 10 paces, bellowing, "Explode!" Long Xian's pupils constricted. He intended to summon the whirlwind to disperse the mist, but was unprepared for the arrival of the 10 fire god talismans amidst the fog. With no means to evade while casting his spell, he immediately conjured a white dragon to encircle himself. The 10 fiery projectiles detonated around him, igniting a colossal fireball with a diameter of 20 paces within the forest. The flames nearly engulfed Shu Han as well. He was immensely satisfied with this strike. The close-range explosion of 10 fire god talismans would surely peel away the skin even of a foundational elder. However, from within the fireball, a crimson light suddenly shot forth. Shu Han's heart sank in alarm, yet he had no time to evade. The blood light surged directly towards his brow. Thud! The blood soul sword halted just before his forehead. A circular shield rose from his chest, blocking the lethal strike of the blood soul sword. The shield surface shattered abruptly. Being caught in the close-range explosion of 10 fire god talismans had resulted in an immediate counterattack. How careless! Truly, a foundational elder was not to be underestimated. The first layer of the Xian Tai heart shield was breached. He was left with only 2 layers of defense remaining. Shu Han was still shaken, hastily conjuring 2 frost mists to further shroud himself, unwilling to expose himself to Long Xian's consciousness any longer. This moment, in the heart of a scorched earth, the once ethereal white hair of Long Xian had turned half to charred black. Exhaling a breath of foul air, the protective white dragon surrounding him gradually dimmed, and he cursed fiercely in his heart. Where did this little brat acquire so many high-level fire talismans? My white dragon helmet is on the verge of being destroyed. As he gazed at the chilling mist that continued to spread before him, Long Xian was consumed by fury. You little rascal! Do you not wish to know what high-level spells are recorded in the Long Xian 3 Transformations Divine Art? I shall ensure you meet your end with your eyes closed. Finally, it has arrived. Shu Han's hand, which clutched the frost smoke bomb, trembled slightly. He was constantly attuned to the shifting direction of the mist, prepared to replace any gaps with another smoke bomb at a moment's notice. Over the years, he had no idea how many frost smoke bombs he had crafted to avoid being directly locked onto by Long Xian. At this moment, enveloped in the mist, he sensed a wave of spiritual pressure surrounding him. The oppressive might of Long Xian at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage made it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Little creature, do you know what the greatest characteristic of the Long Xian 3 Transformations Divine Art is? Ample magical power. The mention of ample magical power sent a chill down Shu Han's spine. Though he could not see through the mist, it was evident that 3 Long Xians were communicating. each emanating the oppressive aura of the Foundation establishment stage from different directions. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. Could it be that Long Xian had divided into two clones while maintaining the same realm? Realization dawned upon Shu Han. The Long Xian 3 Transformations Divine Art allows the practitioner's magical power to be nearly 3 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Divided into 3, naturally, the cultivation level does not diminish. 1 was already enough to trouble Shu Han. 3. How on earth could he contend with that? Maintaining a calm mindset, Shu Han, using the frost smoke as cover, gradually approached one of the clones. However, his instincts suddenly alarmed him, and he swiftly leaped away from his original position. A deluge of sword rain descended from the heavens, the blood-soul sword fracturing into millions, akin to a torrential downpour. Yet that was not all. From 3 directions, the sword rain surged forth, and a fierce wind arose, no longer sucking inward but rapidly dispersing the surrounding mist outward. Shu Han dashed through the smoke, desperately evading the relentless onslaught of sword rain. Long Xian no longer held back. Having transformed into 3, he recklessly expended his magical power, unleashing a torrent of sword rain while the winds howled, methodically compressing the space where Shu Han could take refuge. Since he could not precisely lock onto Shu Han, he decided to cover the entire area instead. While Shu Han frantically dodged, he also hurled frost smoke bombs with reckless abandon. Yet, anxiety gnawed at him. If things continued like this, his bag of smoke bombs would soon be depleted. Without the mist's interference, he would truly become a turtle in a jar. Gritting his teeth, he resolved. Since you, Long Xian, do not care about magical power consumption, I shall not hold back either. Clutching a handful of fire god talismans, he scattered them as if they were nothing. Instantly, the entire forest ignited in a sea of flames. Long Xian, witnessing the explosive bursts of firelight before him, was struck with horror. How does this brat have an endless supply of high-level talismans? Just how many talismans did that old whitehead give him? Faced with Shu Han's relentless bombardment, Long Xian found himself at a loss and hastily threw his own fire god talismans. Even as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could only retreat in panic. This brazen act immediately roused everyone in the Long Xian sect. Standing atop Yearning Mountain, they beheld the flames erupting from the rear mountain, which had instantaneously transformed into a hellish inferno, leaving each of them in a state of shock. The Grand Elder and the Third Elder exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with hesitation as they contemplated whether to venture into the back mountain to investigate further. According to their plan, the sect leader should be refining the supplementary elixir there. Why then had such a fierce battle erupted? Naturally, the situation on the back mountain weighed heavily on their minds, as it directly pertained to their own supplementary elixirs. However, judging by the intensity of the conflict, it was evidently beyond their capacity to intervene. Could it be that a high-level cultivator was engaging the sect leader in combat? At that moment, a streak of golden light swept across the sky. The second elder, wielding the sword of the 4 extremes, arrived at Yearning Mountain, proclaiming, "No need for the 2 of you to trouble yourselves. I shall ascertain what has transpired on the back mountain." Upon seeing the second elder approach with the formidable sword formation, both elders breathed a sigh of relief. "Then we shall rely on you, second elder." Eventually, the explosion of the fire god talisman ceased, and the chilling mist came to a halt. The Dragon Xian Master's 2 avatars returned to him, while he himself appeared scorched and charred. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, "Ha ha, little brat. Are you finished? I cannot believe my luck. Where did you acquire such an abundance of talismans?" As the cold mist finally dissipated, the Dragon Xian Master's keen perception instantly locked onto Shu Han. With a sinister grin, he bellowed, "Go!" The blood-soul sword spun wildly, transforming into a beam of crimson light. With a swift thrust, the blood-soul sword, connected to his mind, pierced through Shu Han's heart. The Dragon Xian Master could not help but burst into laughter. Striding forward with the intent to seize the dying Shu Han for the purpose of refining a supplementary elixir. Yet, as he approached a nearby tree, he discovered that the blood-soul sword was lodged in a talisman. "This is bad." The Dragon Xian Master attempted to withdraw his sword, but suddenly, 10 ferocious pythons descended from the treetops, ensnaring him tightly. At that moment, the protective white dragon helmet he wore was severely damaged, failing to shield his entire body. Furthermore, after the recent fierce battle, the Dragon Xian Master's spiritual energy had waned considerably, leaving him unable to immediately break free from the constricting embrace of the spirit snake sword-s pythons. Old dog, perish, Shu Han, coated in a fine powder, leapt down from the treetop, the golden serpent sword descending upon him, executing the shattered sun technique of the heavenly sword art. The dragon Xian master was taken aback. This brat was covered in powder and had used a substitute talisman to disrupt my perception. What a clever lad. I underestimated you, three-layered guardian. Instantly, 3 layers of blood barriers rose around the dragon Xian master. The golden serpent sword struck against the blood barriers but could not advance an inch. Failing to land his blow, Shu Han quickly leapt back onto the treetops, vanishing from the dragon Xian master's sight. Taking a deep breath, the dragon Xian master resolved not to underestimate this brat any longer. In terms of difficulty, he was comparable to some early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. The second elder has truly raised an exceptional disciple. Bang, bang, bang. The pythons entwined around the dragon Xian master were forcefully expelled by his immense spiritual energy. Chapter 20. The trap. The dragon Xian master's anger surged, with the mist of frost no longer obscuring his vision. His spiritual sense swiftly swept across the treetops, astonished to receive feedback from multiple sources. It seemed as though there were dozens of Shu Han dancing among the branches, and this sensation continued to multiply. Damn it! So many substitute talismans, he cursed, vexed by the troublesome little rascal. He had never anticipated that despite his many years of immersion in the Foundation establishment stage, and considering himself a formidable expert among early-stage practitioners, he would now feel utterly at a loss against a mere chi refinement brat. Fortunately, the boy seemed unwilling to flee. Had Shu Han chosen to escape with determination, the dragon Xian master feared he might truly have been at a loss. Reflecting on this, the dragon Xian master chuckled. Brat, should you wish to escape from this old man, there exists a considerable likelihood that you may succeed. Alas, young one, your aspirations soar higher than the heavens, and with but a modicum of skill, you are oblivious to the vastness of the world, foolishly contemplating the slaying of an elder. Allow me to enlighten you. Within this forbidden realm, none can vanquish me. Upon hearing the words of the venerable Long Xian, Shu Han could not help but shiver. Does this old specter possess hidden cards? At this moment, Long Xian appeared to hold a winning hand, brandishing his sword and declaring, "Do you comprehend why this is a forbidden area of the back mountains? For it is not merely my alchemical sanctuary, but also a site for intricate formations." With a swift motion, Long Xian plunged his sword into the charred earth. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. This sensation transported Shu Han back 5 years, to a night shrouded in darkness and haunted by phantoms. The air, once heated by the fire god talisman, grew increasingly frigid, as the echoes of countless wails enveloped him, akin to descending into the netherworld, where spirits lamented in his ears. The wave of terror surged within Shu Han. He attempted to rise and flee, only to have hands emerge from the treetops, ensnaring his feet. Vengeful spirits crawled forth from the forest, some appearing as youths, while many were children not yet 10 years of age. They reached out, wailing incessantly. Shu Han's heart raced. He sensed that the substitutes he had set up were rendered ineffective in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself firmly grasped by the multitude of black hands, their sorrowful visages inching closer, seemingly intent on devouring him. Suddenly, amidst this crowd of faces, he spotted a familiar figure. He hurled countless pills into his mouth without hesitation. Shu Han bellowed in fury as his spiritual energy surged forth uncontrollably, fully unleashing his cultivation of the 12th layer of chi refinement, breaking free from the grasp of the vengeful souls. With reddened eyes and trembling hands clutching the golden serpent sword, he stood atop the treetops, shouting, "I demand your life!" Whoosh! A flash of crimson light surged past, as Shu Han's heartguard mirror instinctively shielded its master, once more thwarting the attack of the blood soul sword. Yet another layer of barrier shattered. The exquisite artifact, the Xian iron heartguard mirror, now stood with but a final layer remaining. Shu Han felt a tremendous force strike his chest, causing him to spit blood as he staggered down from the treetops. The moment he touched the ground, the vengeful spirits surged toward him once again, countless black hands ensnaring him tightly. Long Xian, bearing the blood soul sword, approached Shu Han with a smile, the blade teasingly lifting his chin as he mocked, "Little one, do you possess any other tricks? Unleash them all. Have you exhausted your repertoire?" Lowering his head, Shu Han suddenly raised it with a smile. He tugged at the bundle on his back and resolutely declared, "Old man, you have fallen into my trap. Prepare to meet your demise." Long Xian's pupils contracted in shock. It was only then that he awakened from his stupor. Amidst the fierce battle, this young man had never released the bundle on his back. Whoosh! 4 beams of golden light descended from the heavens, directly severing the bonds that bound Shu Han to the vengeful spirits. The 4 extreme sword formation materialized, forming a barrier of righteous energy that steadfastly protected Shu Han. The second elder soon arrived, bellowing, "Long Xian, you old fiend! Let us discuss this amicably. Do not harm my disciple." Both Shu Han and Long Xian were taken aback. The second elder landed before Shu Han, poised to speak, but upon seeing Long Xian's expression of rage and despair, his words caught in his throat. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Shu Han and inquired, "How on earth did you manage to reduce this fellow to such a wretched state? How shall I mediate this?" "Mediate?" Long Xian, the esteemed master, seethed with fury. "Old Whitehead, depart from my sight. Today, I shall transform this young lad into a. Should you dare obstruct my path, do not expect any mercy. I shall eliminate you alongside him." The second elder, clutching his forehead, lamented, "With a disciple like you, I am utterly exasperated." Turning then, the formidable Gangtian for extreme sword array materialized beside him. The second elder scoffed, "Very well. I can no longer tolerate your presence, you old rascal Long Xian. I should never have spared you that day. Today, let my Gangtian for extreme sword array confront your blood-soul sword. You truly are asking for trouble." The radiant, sharp golden light of the Gangtian for extreme sword array dispelled the surrounding malevolent gloom. The second elder soared through the air on his sword, engaging Long Xian in a fierce battle amid the intricate sword formations. Shu Han hastily consumed several Hachi pills to replenish his magical energy. Although the Gangtian for extreme sword array was remarkably powerful, his master was still at the 12th level of Qi refinement, significantly inferior to Long Xian in terms of cultivation, and thus could not match him. He needed to quickly recover his energy and seize the opportunity to deliver the lethal strike concealed within his bundle to Long Xian. However, before long, the second elder plummeted from the sky, and the 4 swords comprising the array were scattered. Long Xian laughed heartily in the air, exclaiming, "Today, both of you obstinate master and disciple shall perish here. No one can thwart my quest for immortality. No one." Yet, in response to Long Xian's proclamation was the derisive laughter of Shu Han. "Are we to conclude our tale here? Old ghost Long Xian, do not indulge in foolish fantasies." Long Xian snorted disdainfully. "Even when facing death, you remain defiant. Your magical power is exhausted, your trump cards laid bare. What means of resistance do you possess now?" Suddenly, Shu Han unfastened the bundle, raising it high in his grasp. Long Xian was taken aback. "That bundle!" Shu Han turned to the injured second elder and declared, "Master, though this old ghost's cultivation surpasses yours, he has completely forgotten your esteemed origins. Though it is wasteful, allow me to utilize the secret treasure you painstakingly forged over 20 years to put an end to this old ghost. Let him witness the forbidden artifact passed down through your family, the Bai clan." The second elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Long Xian, upon hearing this, was filled with dread. No wonder this lad refused to part with that cumbersome bundle. It contained the secret treasure crafted by Old Whitehead. He surged forward, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood-soul swords towards the barely conscious second elder. "Master!" Shu Han exclaimed, rushing to the second elder's side, summoning an iron armor talisman to barely shield against the onslaught of blood-soul swords. At that moment, Long Xian seized the opportunity as Shu Han was fatigued, employing a technique to snatch the bundle from his grasp. With the bundle in hand, Long Xian burst into triumphant laughter, exclaiming, "Old Whitehead! A secret crafted over 2 decades. What marvel could it be? Today, I shall accept it on your behalf." However, no response came as Long Xian looked down. He was astonished to see Shu Han carrying the second elder and fleeing at breakneck speed. In his bewilderment, he realized the bundle felt off. Upon opening it, his face paled in horror. "So many! A trap!" Shu Han shouted as he sprinted. "Explode!" Instantly, 1,200 fire god talismans ignited within the bundle. Flames, bright as white-hot coals, erupted from the package, and in an instant, A searing fireball the size of half of Yindang Mountain ascended from the back of Yindang Mountain. The surging heat wave transformed half of the Yindang Mountain's trees into ashes, while the other half burned fiercely. From a distance, Yindang Mountain appeared as a veritable inferno on earth. Chapter 21. Eradicating the tumor cough. Shu Han emerged from a pile of ashes, his entire body ablaze with a stinging sensation, and his magical energy completely depleted. Moments ago, 1,200 fire god talismans had detonated simultaneously. Although he had managed to carry the second elder for several hundred meters, he was still enveloped in a colossal, searing fireball. In a life or death moment, Shu Han deployed all 36 of his iron armor talismans, and the final layer of the Xian iron heart mirror shattered, layering it with a protective azure shield. He barely preserved his life. Dragging his weary body, Shu Han hurriedly unearthed his master from the ashes. The second elder, pallid and drained of color, slowly opened his eyes and weakly inquired, "Child, what was that just now?" Unwilling to conceal the truth from his master, Shu Han replied, parched and tongue-tied, "Master, that was 1,200 fire god talismans. 1,200. The second elder hesitated for a moment, then decided to share the truth. Recognizing the mortal peril he had faced to save Shu Han, "Master, I have a means." Suddenly, the second elder placed a hand over Shu Han's mouth. "Child, listen closely. You possess opportunities that others do not. However, regardless of what you hold, never allow others to discover it. Do not repeat the mistakes of my past." With trembling hands, he retrieved a thick tome from his storage pouch and handed it to Shu Han. If it weren't for the exposure of this record of the Bai clan's alchemy, our Bai family would not have faced such annihilation. From now on, you must always remember, never reveal your trump card to anyone. Listening to the second elder, who was now gasping for breath, Shu Han urged, "Master, please do not speak. Let me help you back to the Medicine Valley." The second elder shook his head. Releasing his hand from his chest, a gaping wound filled with black threads appeared. Shu Han was momentarily stunned. The injury inflicted by the blood-soul sword. Time was of the essence for his master. In truth, he had little time left. If it weren't for Shu Han's devoted care in the valley, he might not have survived these past years. The second elder, with a sincere gaze directed at the tome, seemed to beseech Shu Han, "Do not let it be lost." With those final words, his last breath escaped. The second elder's pallid face lost its final spark of life. The 1,200 fire god talismans had amassed tremendous heat, evaporating the streams on Yindang Mountain. Dense water vapor coalesced in the air, transforming into clouds, unleashing torrential rain without respite. Shu Han knelt before the body of the second elder, rendered speechless. His entry into the Long Xian sect had been a calamity. Becoming the disciple of his master was his sole fortune. Though his master might have owed a debt to all the predecessors of Long Xian due to his connections, he had never owed anything to Shu Han. After a prolonged silence, Shu Han bowed 3 times in reverence, wiped the rain from his face, and took the storage pouch hanging from his master's waist. Placing his master's body within, he understood that this was not the time for mourning. He dragged his weary form towards the epicenter of the explosion. Regardless of whether Long Xian was alive or dead, he needed to investigate. The epicenter of the explosion revealed a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. As the rain cascaded down, it was instantly boiled by the searing, scorched earth, with the scalding water rushing down the slope into the abyss. Shu Han surveyed the scene, and numerous desiccated corpses were unearthed from the soil. Children victimized by Long Xian over the past 2 decades. The rise of one leads to the demise of countless others. With a determined leap, Shu Han plunged into the pit, fervently searching for something amidst the boiling water. His entire being was scalded to a crimson hue, yet fortunately, the gradually recovering magical power preserved him from severe harm. The pit was filled with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, making it impossible to discern whether they belonged to Long Xian. Suddenly, Shu Han's hand grazed a small sword buried in the mud. Upon drawing it out, he found to his astonishment that it was Long Xian's blood-soul sword. At that moment, the sword bore no trace of its former ethereal crimson glow. Its blade marred with numerous nicks, no longer straight and no longer the formidable artifact capable of slaying thousands. Upon beholding the blood-soul sword, Shu Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. A master's life and death are intertwined with their innate treasures. The once indestructible blood-soul sword had lost its spirit, confirming that Long Xian had indeed perished. The malignant tumor plaguing Yinbei had finally been excised. Kneeling in the muck, Shu Han gazed skyward with a heavy sigh. Dan, rest in peace. De Tu Gu has avenged you. After this melancholic moment, Shu Han stowed the damaged blood soul sword into his storage pouch and resumed his search in the pit. Soon, he came upon a battered piece of armor, its engraved dragon motifs shattered. Reduced to mere scrap, it seemed hope was within reach. Ultimately, Shu Han discovered what he had sought. Long Xian's storage pouch, however, it too was in tatters. As he squeezed it, the pouch disintegrated into stardust, while its contents shot forth into the air. Shu Han scoured the surroundings to collect the scattered items, only to find that Long Xian's storage pouch was surprisingly barren. Aside from a few bottles of decent quality elixirs, the rest were inconsequential materials. Pondering this, Shu Han deduced that after more than 20 years of seclusion in Yinbei and single-handedly establishing the Long Xian sect, Long Xian must have long since depleted his reserves. Nevertheless, Shu Han remained unfazed, for he had finally obtained the complete text of the Long Xian 3 transformations technique. Though calling it complete was somewhat misleading, as Shu Han discovered it too was a fragmented version, detailing only the cultivation process up to the late foundation establishment stage. There was no mention of the more advanced golden core stage. Yet, it alleviated Shu Han's concerns regarding his future cultivation, granting him hope for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. After all, according to the nature of the Long Xian 3 transformations technique, he could not remain trapped at a significant bottleneck for too long, lest his meridians explode and he perish. Furthermore, the text comprehensively recorded advanced spells from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, precisely what Shu Han had long yearned for. Once he had tidied the area, Shu Han retrieved a bottle of Harmony elixir from his master's storage pouch and summoned the explosive remnants of the Gangtian 4 Extremes sword formation to serve as his protective guard. With the passing of the second elder, Shu Han naturally assumed ownership of this sword formation, having been granted access during the second elder's lifetime. The 4 Gangtian swords, each a superior magical artifact, were crafted from materials of higher quality than the Blood Soul sword, remaining unscathed amidst the violent explosion, and the assembled Gangtian 4 Extremes sword formation rivaled that of a foundational innate treasure. This is the pinnacle masterpiece among the magical artifacts in the Baishir Lianbao Lu. The 4 Gangtian swords, though not classified as treasures, can still be wielded with remarkable precision through secret commands. While they may not match the lightning speed with which the Master Longxian manipulates the Blood Soul sword, they still possess commendable flight velocity. Furthermore, the sword formation comprised of the 4 Gangtian swords is extraordinarily intricate. Only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage can withstand it, while those at the Qi refinement stage scarcely find any rivals. Beyond the skills in alchemy and artifact crafting, this sword formation is also the reason why the second elder maintains a transcendent status within the Longxian sect. However, this formation is not of the second elder's own making. It has been passed down through generations. Chapter 22. Elimination of the 2 thieves. At this moment, Go Dan staggered towards them. Upon seeing Shu Han sitting by the edge of the massive pit, he hurried over, shaking Shu Han's arms, and nervously exclaimed, "Big brother, are you all right? What was that massive explosion just now? Where's the sect master?" Shu Han slowly opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "It's fine. That old thief is dead, and we are safe now." Go Dan, his throat dry, asked, "You killed the sect master, but he was at the foundation establishment stage. Who says that cultivators at the foundation establishment stage cannot be slain?" Shu Han replied, patting his trembling shoulder and gradually explaining the events that transpired. After listening, Go Dan glanced at the pit filled with desiccated corpses. Shivering involuntarily, he forced a bitter smile and said, "Big brother, when I first arrived at the Longxian sect, it was you who saved me and Dan now. Once again, you have saved my life. I don't know how I will repay this kindness. Between brothers, there is no need to speak of repayment. It's a pity that my cultivation was insufficient back then, and I was unaware of the sinister plot behind the Longxian sect. Otherwise, Dan would not have met with misfortune." Shu Han lamented, clutching his head in anguish and confusion. "When we return to Shu village, how will I explain this to Dan's family?" Go Dan sat beside Shu Han, gazing at the desolate wasteland with vacant eyes, and spoke solemnly, "Big brother, let us return to the village together. I have come to realize that this realm of cultivation is indeed not a suitable place. I miss my parents and the people of the village. They live each day with their feet firmly on the ground. working from dawn till dusk, far more genuine than this illusory world of cultivation. Remember, I once mocked you for wanting to be a carpenter, and now I long to return to the village and live an honest life as a carpenter. Indeed, it is time to go back. Suddenly, Shu Han turned his head, his brow furrowing. However, there were still matters to address beforehand. In the distance, the other two elders of the Longxian sect, accompanied by all the disciples, cautiously stepped into the scorched forbidden ground. A cold glint flickered in Shu Han's eyes as he muttered to himself. For 20 years, these two old codgers have been complicit as well. Go Dan, observing Shu Han's battered form, could not restrain himself, saying, "Big brother, you are injured all over." The first elder and the third elder are both cultivators at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. We are not their match right now. Let me take you away from here. Yet, Shu Han shook his head resolutely, a surge of killing intent rising in his eyes, reassuring him, "It's all right. I have my own strategy to deal with this. Let them come." Saying this, he retrieved the already bent blood soul sword from his storage bag and tossed it into the deep pit. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Gangtian Four Extremes sword formation surged into the pit as well. In the distance, the first elder gazed at the now desolate forbidden ground on the back mountain, his heart filled with dread. Old Ning, the terrifying aftermath lingers. With whom is the sect leader battling on the back mountain? The forbidden area has been ravaged to such an extent. Given our cultivation levels, if we venture forth to investigate, could we not be courting death if they are still alive? The third elder, however, remained undeterred. We must ascertain whether the sect leader still breathes. If he perished in this explosion, we must secure the formula for the. Without the, how shall we contend with this cursed technique? In a few years, both of us shall be tormented to death by its grasp. The Grand Elder sighed, lamenting that had he known better in the past, he would not have heeded old Longxian's counsel to practice this technique, thereby avoiding reliance on his It is easy to speak thus. Without the Longxian's 3 transformations divine art and the, with our talents, could we ever hope to cultivate to the 12th layer of Qi refinement? We would have long since exhausted our lifespans and perished. Turning to the 80 disciples of Longxian's sect behind him, the third elder commanded, "Spread out and search for the whereabouts of the sect leader. Alive, we seek a man. Dead, we seek a corpse." Yes, at last, the two elders discovered Shu Han and Shu Sheng seated by the crater left by the explosion. They exchanged a glance and rushed over, urgently inquiring, "Shu Sheng, Shu Han, what on earth transpired? Where is the sect leader?" Shu Han replied hastily, reporting to the elders. "The sect leader initially took us to fly to Tianxian sect, but midway, we were ambushed by a Foundation establishment cultivator, seemingly an old enemy of the sect leader. To avoid confrontation, he brought us to this back mountain and urged us to flee the dense forest. Yet, before Shu Shang and I could escape, a scorching wave knocked us unconscious. Upon awakening, we searched the forest for the sect leader, but all we found was this vast pit, and the blood soul sword of the sect leader appears to lie within." As he spoke, Shu Han pointed toward the sword embedded in the pit. The Grand Elder and the third elder followed his gesture and indeed spotted the blood soul sword at the bottom of the crater. Upon witnessing its damaged state, a sense of foreboding settled in their hearts. "You two entered first. Did you see where the sect leader's adversary might be?" Shu Han shook his head. "We know not. Elders, after the explosion, we did not see anyone else in the forest. Had they perished together?" The Grand Elder and the third elder exchanged glances and immediately gazed into the pit. The sect leader's blood soul sword remained here, and his spatial pouch must surely be nearby. We must locate the formula. The two rushed toward the pit's base, disregarding the filthy mud, beginning their search around the blood soul sword. Shu Han, observing the two elders in the muddy pit, sneered and asked, "Grand Elder, third elder, what are you searching for? The sect leader's corpse or the spatial pouch? As for the corpse, there is no need to seek it. It has long turned to ashes. As for the spatial pouch, perhaps it was fortuitously retrieved by a disciple." With that, Shu Han raised his hand high. The Grand Elder and the third elder, filled with hope, turned their gaze toward Shu Han's hand. Yet, their pupils constricted in unison. What lay in Shu Han's hand was not a spatial pouch but a token. In an instant, the ambush hidden within the pit activated the Four Extremes sword formation, swiftly and mercilessly slaying the two unsuspecting elders. The disciples patrolling the area, upon witnessing the pit filled with corpses and the lifeless bodies of the elders, cried out in terror. Shu Han commanded Dog Dan to calm the disciples and instructed him to summon all the disciples of Longxian's sect. Soon, all the disciples of Longxian's sect gathered beside the deep pit. Shu Han gradually revealed to them the hidden truths behind Longxian's sect. The facts he disclosed were so shocking that, were it not for the multitude of desiccated corpses surrounding them, none would have believed him. However, many of the older disciples recognized several familiar faces among the corpses, identifying them as the disciples who had been sent away by the sect leader years ago, thus providing tangible evidence for Shu Han's tale. The disciples of Longxian's sect were all children selected from the mountain villages of Yanbei. Once they entered Longxian's sect, it became their heaven. Now, however, that heaven had collapsed, exposing a hell shrouded in malevolent spirits. The younger disciples were so frightened that they lost their composure and wept uncontrollably, while the older ones felt a sense of relief, thankful that they had never possessed the high talents necessary to satisfy the requirements of the Tongtian stone. Dog Dan inquired about the future of Longxian's sect. Shu Han suggested that it would be best for Longxian's sect to disband, for without any foundation establishment stage cultivators to oversee it, a repeat of the past incident where the 7 major sects attacked the mountain was inevitable. Moreover, the 1,200 fire god talismans had reduced Yindang Mountain to a raging inferno, making reconstruction nearly impossible. Fortunately, all disciples had learned some spells to varying degrees, and in this land of Yanbei, they should have a promising future. Chapter 23. A leaderless mass, Yindang Mountain had become a wasteland, no longer deserving of its title as a spiritual mountain. Fortunately, the Alchemy Valley remained untouched due to its remote location and valley terrain, spared from the wildfires ignited by the fire god talismans, maintaining its tranquility for the past decade. Upon returning to the valley, Shu Han chose a sun-drenched slope for his master's burial. He intended to guard the grave and, in the meantime, attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Shu Han had perfected his chi refinement at the 12th level. His magical power abundant and still exhibiting a tendency for growth. He had initially planned to continue consuming the harmony pills to overcome the bottleneck to the foundation establishment stage, yet this barrier seemed insurmountably high. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge it in the slightest. Shu Han believed his innate talent to be exceedingly poor, requiring a plethora of pills and time to bridge each bottleneck. However, he had never encountered such an insurmountable obstacle before. The past bottlenecks, when juxtaposed with this major realm transition, felt like mere hills compared to towering mountains, utterly incomparable. He sensed that his approach was flawed. If he continued with his usual cultivation methods, he would never attain the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. Anxiously, Shu Han rummaged through his master's study in search of materials pertaining to the foundation establishment stage, yet he found nothing regarding how to break through this barrier. He could not comprehend why there was no record in the family's ancestral texts about overcoming such a challenging bottleneck, even though numerous insights from the initial to mid stages and from mid to late stages were documented. Shu Han contemplated that there could be only 2 possibilities. First, the bottleneck between chi refinement and foundation establishment was so simplistic that it did not warrant documentation. Second, there existed a widely known, conventionally accepted method for overcoming this barrier within the cultivation community, thus rendering documentation unnecessary. The first possibility was certainly invalid. If that bottleneck were so simple, his master would not have remained trapped in the 12th level of chi refinement for so long. Shu Han closed the book, reflecting that he could not afford to remain in the valley in mourning for 3 years. He had begun to feel that overcoming this bottleneck solely through his own efforts was utterly impossible. No amount of harmony pills would suffice. The Dragon Xian 3 Transformations divine art has begun to awaken him to the perils at hand. Should he remain ensnared in this realm for too long, he would ultimately face the catastrophic rupture of his meridians. It appears imperative for him to venture into the true world of cultivation. Thus, he commenced the process of tidying up the Alchemy Valley, carefully securing the black pot within his storage bag, while ensuring that he gathered a small portion of each type of medicinal herb found within the valley. A month later, all disciples of the Dragon Xian sect were dispersed. Following Shu Han's instructions, Go Dan bid farewell to the last disciple and proceeded to seek out Shu Han in the Alchemy Valley. As Shu Han gazed upon the valley he had inhabited for a decade, a twinge of reluctance tugged at his heart. The experiences of these 10 years felt akin to a fleeting dream. Yet, compared to Shu Zhuang, the memories forged here were far more profound. rendering this valley more akin to his true home. Before departing, Shu Han detonated the entrance of the valley using the fire god talisman, uncertain of when he might return, wishing for no one to intrude upon his master's tranquility. Thus, the two boarded a horse-drawn carriage, retracing the path taken a decade prior. As they left the Dragon Xian sect, the carriage swayed and jolted, and after 2 days of travel, they arrived once more at the bamboo grove of yesteryear. The grove remained unchanged, the verdant bamboos swaying gracefully. As Shu Han gazed out at the bamboo forest, his thoughts drifted back to 10 years ago, when he would lean against the window, just as he did now, marveling at the expansive sea of bamboo, with Zhang Xianchong watching over him, engaging in lofty discussions. Suddenly, a familiar sound pierced the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just like a decade before, the surrounding area erupted with the sound of arrows slicing through the air, a torrent of projectiles raining down upon them. The horses whinnied in distress and collapsed with a thunderous crash, bringing the carriage to an abrupt halt. Shu Han exchanged a bewildered glance with Go Dan. Here we go again, however. The storm of arrows ceased after a single volley. With a deep sigh, Shu Han lifted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. At that moment, a throng of figures emerged on either side of the road, their gleaming swords and blades arrayed in a menacing display, reminiscent of the scene from a decade ago. Yet, Shu Han was no longer the naive Zhang Xianchong. With a discerning gaze, he surveyed the crowd. The Gang Tian CG sword formation poised within his storage bag, he declared coldly, "Esteemed gentlemen of the Green Forest, I am Shu Han. The Dragon Xian sect has now disbanded and will no longer oppress you. Why can you not let go of past grievances and refrain from ambushing us en route? Allow me to hazard a guess. You are not, perchance, members of the Hungry Wolf Gang." A young man stepped forth from the crowd, brandishing a long sword, and with a courteous smile he replied, "Forgive my rudeness, esteemed Xianchong. We are from the Chao Tian sect, not the Hungry Wolf Gang. Moreover, we have no intentions of ambushing you. Rather, we wish to invite you to our Chao Tian sect for a discussion regarding the significant matters of the Yin Bei Jiang who." Enlightenment dawned upon Shu Han. With the dissolution of the Dragon Xian sect, the Yin Bei Jiang who was now a leaderless arena, and the 7 major sects would undoubtedly engage in fierce conflict. The disciples dispersed from the Dragon Xian sect would serve as a tremendous asset in these disputes. Imagine, with the esteemed Xianchong's support during gang confrontations, both morale and strength would be markedly enhanced. Shu Han chuckled. "My brother and I have been away from home for a decade, longing for our homeland, and thus we have no desire to involve ourselves in your Jianghu factional disputes. I kindly request that you grant us passage to depart." The young man laughed heartily. "Haha. Esteemed Xianchong, you jest? The treatment I can offer you at the Chao Tian sect is surely superior to that of a rustic village. If you yearn for home, I can arrange for all the villagers from your mountain to be brought to the Chao Tian sect." You, Go Dan, inflamed with rage, was ready to retaliate, but Shu Han restrained him. With a sense of resignation, Shu Han lamented, "I had thought that as one of the esteemed sects among the 7 major factions, we would not engage in such sordid affairs. To my astonishment, your actions are no different from those of the notorious Wolf Gang. Very well, my brother and I shall accompany you back to Kaoshiman to witness how it differs from its former self." Dogden whispered, "Brother Daitu, what is there to negotiate with these unruly mountain bandits? Let us simply show them our might." Shu Han shook his head, saying, "I have acquaintances at Kaoshiman. Let us take the opportunity to pay them a visit. I believe that upon seeing her, they will not trouble us, and we shall avoid confrontation." Upon hearing Shu Han's agreement, the man in the green attire burst into hearty laughter, sheathing his gleaming blades and summoning 2 fine steeds for Shu Han and his companion. He personally assisted Shu Han onto his horse, granting him due respect, and said, "I am Xiang Zuofeng, the esteemed leader of the Left Leaf Hall at Kaoshiman. May I inquire about your cultivation level?" "Esteemed immortal, so that I may introduce you to our master?" "Cultivation level?" Shu Han replied as he mounted his horse, "We both possess the 6th rank of celestial cultivation." "The 6th rank." Xiang Zuofeng remained neither pleased nor displeased, stating, "That is indeed remarkable. Our master shall surely treat you both as honored guests." The horsemen set forth towards the east, and Shu Han keenly sensed hidden figures within the bamboo grove, which vaguely resembled the crossbows that had once slain Zhang Xianzhong. A chill ran through him. Were he to defy these individuals, they might have already prepared to strike him down in secrecy. With the Long Xian sect disbanded, This realm still harbored a disdain for cultivators. Shu Han remarked coolly, Xiang Hall Master, I have heard that Kaoshiman ranks among the foremost of the 7 great sects. Why then do your disciples appear disheveled, and your equipment antiquated, lacking the former grandeur of Kaoshiman? Xiang Zhuofeng replied, Forgive my lack of decorum, esteemed immortal in recent years. The Longxian sect's demands have become increasingly excessive, draining the very foundation of Kaoshiman. We are no longer at the pinnacle of the 7 great sects. Had it not been for the dissolution of the Longxian sect, our own demise would have been inevitable. Then who stands at the summit of the 7 sects now? Xiang Zhuofeng answered, The conditions of all 7 sects are quite similar, each significantly depleted. However, in recent years, the Wolf Gang has thrived amidst the chaos. Yet, the foundation of Kaoshiman remains intact, and the Wolf Gang would not dare to provoke us lightly. The Wolf Gang, you say that their foundation still intact? Do not jest. Chapter 24. The current state of Kaoshiman, a boisterous laugh echoed from deep within the bamboo grove. Xiang Zhuofeng furrowed his brow and hastily instructed his subordinates to remain vigilant. Moments later, a youth wielding a wolf-toothed club led a group emerging from the bamboo. Upon seeing him, Shu Han was immediately reminded of the Wolf Gang leader who had once pursued him. Xiang Zhuofeng's expression darkened as he slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, angrily demanding, Gao Wuchuan, what brings you and your entourage here? Do you intend to declare war on Kaoshiman? Gao Wuchuan chuckled, Not at all. My purpose here aligns with yours. We have come to invite the immortal from the Longxian sect. However, it appears you have arrived ahead of us. He then turned to Shu Han and Dogdan, immediately expressing his respectful greetings. Gao Wuchuan has arrived late and regrets that the immortal has been disturbed by these uncouth individuals. I implore you to visit us at the Wolf Gang. I am certain you will encounter many familiar faces from your past. Shu Han narrowed his eyes, realizing that the disciples of the disbanded Longxian sect had been intercepted by the 7 great sects along the way. Originally, the intention was to allow those disciples to return home peacefully to lead their lives. But with the dissolution of the Longxian sect, the 7 major sects have come to seize their share. What do you mean by that? Xiang Zhuofeng drew his sword and furiously rebuked. The immortal has already agreed to come to our Chaotian sect. Could it be that your hungry wolf gang intends to ambush us midway? Humph! Ambush midway? My hungry wolf gang would never treat an immortal with such disrespect. However, when it comes to you lot, a stubborn and unruly rabble, we shall not hold back. Immediately, the atmosphere on the scene became tense and charged. Shu Han clasped his hands in gratitude and said, I appreciate the good intentions of the hungry wolf gang, but I have already resolved to proceed to Chaotian sect first. You all may return. Xiang Zhuofeng, filled with pride, exclaimed, Did you hear that? Get lost quickly, otherwise, if the immortal becomes enraged, you will be left with nothing but bones. Gao Wuchuan shook his head and remarked, Immortal, please do not speak so hastily. The Hungry Wolf Gang has the fortune to have invited a highly skilled immortal from the Longxian sect. In terms of seniority, this esteemed figure may actually be your senior brother. Might we not ask him to persuade you? Just then, a fierce wind swept through the bamboo forest, accompanied by a haughty voice, Ah ha 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 ha. I wonder which junior brother it is. After parting from the Longxian sect, how about coming to the Hungry Wolf Gang for a drink and reminiscence? Under my seniority, the Hungry Wolf Gang will certainly not treat you 2 junior brothers poorly. A Daoist appeared riding the wind, and upon seeing him, Godan exclaimed, So it is Brother Zhu from the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Brother Zhu soared through the air, laughing heartily. Ah, it appears to be junior brother Shu Sheng. And beside you is Brother Zhu's gaze landed on Shu Han's face. He was instantly struck with a pallor, and his wind technique faltered, causing him to plummet from midair. Gao Wuchuan, startled, hurriedly dismounted to assist Brother Zhu, anxiously inquiring, Immortal, what has happened to you? Shu Han leisurely remarked, So it is Brother Zhu. It has been a month since we last met, and you have unexpectedly joined the world of sections. Brother Zhu trembled, forcing a weak smile. It seems I have misjudged, junior brother Shu Han. I should not have involved myself in worldly conflicts. I hope you will forgive me. I shall withdraw immediately and no longer disturb the mundane. Saying this, he clasped his hands to Gao Wuchuan and added, Young Master Gao, I have come to a realization. Cultivators should not intrude upon the secular world. The previous agreement is hereby terminated, and I shall take my leave. With that, he soared away on the wind, vanishing from sight in an instant. Observing Brother Zhu's hasty retreat, Shu Han could not help but sigh deeply. Initially, He had believed that eliminating the Longxian sect would bring peace to Yinbei, free from the disturbances of cultivators. Yet, these disciples of the Longxian sect had grown accustomed to a life of arrogance and luxury. How could they refrain from disrupting the mundane world with their spells in pursuit of status? When the Longxian sect was still intact, they primarily focused on cultivation, which provided some restraint. Now that the Longxian sect has disbanded, these individuals, bereft of constraints, would likely become even more relentless in their pursuit of fame and fortune. With the rise of the Longxian sect, the common folk suffered. With its fall, they continued to endure. As Shu Han pondered, he suddenly realized that the root of the common people's hardships did not lie with the Longxian sect, but rather within the common people themselves. For this world shows no mercy to the weak. Go Dan, watching Brother Zhu flee the scene, whispered, "Big brother, are we just going to let him escape so easily? I feel he was merely spouting nonsense directed at you. Enough. It is beyond my control." He then cast his gaze toward the members of the Hungry Wolf Gang, causing Gao Wuchuan to feel a chill run down his neck. "Brothers of the Hungry Wolf Gang, please make way." Gao Wuchuan swallowed hard, utterly bewildered by the events that had just transpired. Upon encountering this individual, Zhu Xianzhang had fled in disarray. Yet, this person appeared rather unassuming. Could it be that his cultivation surpassed that of Zhu Xianzhang? Hesitant to act recklessly, he promptly bowed and led his group away in a hasty retreat. Witnessing Shu Han's astonishing prowess, which even intimidated a master of the 8th level of qi refinement, Xiang Zuofeng couldn't help but gasp, feeling a twinge of regret over his earlier impudence. Nevertheless, deep down, he still regarded the disciples of Long Xianmen with a degree of disdain. Based on his years of dealings with such individuals, he believed their tactics were rather predictable, regardless of their cultivation levels. Even those with slightly higher skills were ultimately manageable, incapable of wielding the overwhelming power attributed to the legendary figures of Longxian. After expressing his gratitude to Shu Han, Xiang Zuofeng continued to lead the group back to Kaoshimen. Having ridden for an entire day, they finally reached the foot of the Kaoshimen mountain. As Shu Han gazed at the mountain gate of Kaoshimen, he inquired, "How many disciples from Longxianmen has Kaoshimen managed to recruit?" In response to Zhu Xianzhang's query, Xiang Zuofeng remarked that the number of immortals recruited by Kaoshimen was quite limited. Indeed, the least among the 7 major sects, totaling merely 5. However, with the inclusion of these immortals, he assured, Kaoshimen would not fear the other sects. Shu Han smiled gently. "I have yet to agree to join Kaoshimen." "Ah, you jest, immortal. Please, allow me." Xiang Zuofeng extended his hand to usher Shu Han up the mountain, thinking to himself that once one entered Kaoshimen, consent was merely a formality. While the cultivators were indeed formidable, without the support of a sect, could they truly hope to maintain the former grandeur of the immortals? As they ascended the mountain path, Shu Han noticed signs of battle around the area. Still appearing quite fresh, he inquired, "Has Kaoshimen recently been attacked? Why are there traces of conflict everywhere?" Xiang Zuofeng explained, "Ever since the demise of the former sect leader 10 years ago at Yindang Mountain, Kaoshimen has been on the brink of collapse. Those with differing opinions have been embroiled in conflict for nearly a decade, gradually splitting into 2 factions, each unwilling to yield. A confrontation erupted not long ago, severely depleting our resources, which is why we have not been able to recruit many immortals. Internal strife." Shu Han couldn't help but worry for Mu Wanner's situation. Xiang Zuofeng continued, "Since the turmoil at Yinding Mountain a decade ago, the 7 major sects have suffered under the oppressive rule of Longxian men. Yet, under the intimidation of the Longxian elder, no one dared to resist. Longxian men's insatiable greed nearly rendered the sects unsustainable. However, the Hungry Wolf Gang was the first to abandon the bottom line of the martial world, boldly claiming territory and pillaging, gradually regaining their footing, thus emerging as the dominant force among the 7 sects. Other sects soon followed suit, allowing them to recover somewhat. Only Kaoshimen remains beleaguered, struggling to make ends meet. The former sect leader left behind a stubborn adherence to the martial world's principles, which has only dragged Kaoshimen further down. Although the members often united in resistance, the influence left by the former leader was too formidable. Even after 10 years of conflict, no resolution was reached. Xiang Zuofeng asserted, however, a resolution is imminent in the next couple of days. Why is that? The internal conflicts have taken a tremendous toll. The various factions have agreed to settle matters according to the rules of the martial world, through combat. The faction that proves superior in martial prowess shall be declared the new sect leader, with all parties submitting to their authority. thus unifying Kaoshinmen. Chapter 25 Farewell to Mu Wanner. Upon hearing this, Shu Han's interest was piqued, and he could not help but inquire in the present day, who possesses the most formidable martial prowess within the Chao Tian men. Xiang Zhuofeng chuckled heartily, though my younger brother's Chao Tian sword technique ranks among the top 10 in our sect. Determining who truly excels in martial arts is indeed a challenging proposition. The most adept practitioner of the Chao Tian sword technique in Zhang Lao's faction is his grandson, Zhang Wanqing, whose mastery has reached an unparalleled level. Whereas in He Lao's faction, it is none other than Jiang Feiyu, known as the Wild Lion. While his swordsmanship does not quite match that of Zhang Wanqing, he compensates with his grandiose and overwhelming style. Shu Han remarked, thus, the selection of the new sect leader will emerge from these two individuals? Indeed, Xiang Zhuofeng confirmed, yet neither of them embodies the consummate master of the Chao Tian sword technique. Oh? Who then is the consummate master? And why are they not candidates for the new sect leader? Xiang Zhuofeng elaborated, the essence of the Chao Tian sword technique is solely held by the lineage of the former sect leader, and the current consummate master is naturally his daughter, Miss Mu Wanner. Upon hearing this name, Shu Han was momentarily taken aback. Big brother? What troubles you? Shu Han waved his hand dismissively and continued. Why then is Miss Mu Wanner not dominating the competition to become the new sect leader? Dear immortal, you jest, Xiang Zhuofeng replied. The position of sect leader in Chao Tian men is traditionally passed down through males, and although Mu Wanner possesses unparalleled skill, the leadership position is not destined for her, for she is essentially the embodiment of that position. Since the establishment of Chao Tian men, the Mu family has held sway, hence any victor must marry Mu Wanner and join the Mu family. Shu Han narrowed his eyes, his tone growing cold as he stated, this seems rather unjust to the young lady. And what of it? Xiang Zhuofeng shrugged. She is the sole heir of the Mu family and the only one who comprehends the essence of the Chao Tian sword technique. If we wish for the legacy of Chao Tian men and the Mu family to endure, such measures are necessary. Furthermore, the disciples within the sect will not extend any sympathy towards her. Had she not upheld the principles left by her father, Chao Tian men would not have descended into its current plight. When did it become a crime to uphold principles? Suddenly confronted by Shu Han's question, Xiang Zhuofeng was rendered speechless. Immortal, your words are misguided. The martial world is devoid of boundaries. When others cast aside their principles, what benefit is there in stubbornly adhering to them? Shu Han remained silent. Emitting a deep sigh, it appears that I must unify the chaotic forces of Yanbei. Otherwise, the incessant strife will lead to untold suffering, and should the Long Xian men return, would I not be the architect of calamity? The first half of his statement thrilled Xiang Zhuofeng, yet the latter half left him perplexed. If the immortal harbors such ambitions, Chao Tian men will surely enable you to realize your aspirations. Shu Han gazed at the distant Chao Tian men sect and remarked, I find myself quite intrigued by the Mu Wanner you speak of. Might you escort me to meet her? You wish to meet her, immortal? Xiang Zhuofeng's astonishment was palpable, prompting Shu Han to frown. What is there to prevent this? It is merely that the immortal may have heard of Mu Wanner's esteemed reputation, but that was 5 years ago. Though she remains as beautiful as a flower, she is no longer a maiden. You, immortal, appear youthful and may not find her appealing. Then, Xiang Zhuofeng displayed a mischievous smile. Should the immortal desire beauty, Chao Tian men shall certainly oblige. Upon hearing this, Shu Han's expression darkened. How dare you speak so recklessly of Sister Wanner? He suppressed his fury and replied in a cold tone. Just tell me whether you can take me to see her, and refrain from such foolishness. It is possible to meet her, but her mood has been quite volatile recently. She has been subdued by several elders and is confined in the back courtyard of the sect. Taking a deep breath, Shu Han turned to Godan and said, You should first accompany him to Chaotian Gate to meet with the disciples of Longxian sect. Inform them that I, Shu Han, have arrived. I will visit an old acquaintance and will find you shortly after. Godan nodded in agreement. Immediately, Shu Han took to the winds from his steed, swiftly departing from the horse convoy and soaring towards the distant Chaotian sect. Xiang Zhuofeng was taken aback. Is this? Godan coldly interjected, Do not concern yourself with my brother's matters. I will accompany you to the sect to meet my fellow disciples. Utilizing a casual control technique, he apprehended a disciple within Chaotian sect to gather information about the courtyard where Mu Wanner was imprisoned. Shu Han then gracefully descended upon the courtyard. The setting was exquisite, with artificial mountains and flowing water. Surrounded by lush greenery and towering bamboos, by the pond near the rockery, Shu Han spotted a little girl with horned braids. She appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, rolling up her sleeves as she tried to catch the swimming goldfish in the pond. The little one was quite nimble, but the goldfish were even more agile, evading her grasp, causing her to stamp her feet in frustration. Observing the child from above, Shu Han noticed a resemblance to Sister Wanner from years past, and thus he decided to act. Suddenly, the koi in the pond leaped out of the water, swimming gracefully before the little girl. The child, taken by surprise, covered her mouth in delight, surrounded by the koi, laughing joyfully. Subsequently, Shu Han gently descended before her and asked softly, "Do you like it?" The girl, displaying remarkable courage, looked up at the stranger with crescent moon eyes, her chubby hands tugging at Shu Han's sleeve as she inquired, "Big brother, are you the immortal my aunt speaks of?" Shu Han smiled and replied, "Indeed. I am an immortal. Is there anything you wish for my assistance with?" The little girl raised her small fist and stated, "Immortal brother, could you help my aunt drive away those bad people? They always come to bully her." Suddenly, a warning sensation surged through Shu Han's senses. He turned just in time to see a long sword was past his ear, embedding itself in the rockery behind him. "Ing, come here, quickly to your aunt." Upon hearing the call, Ing dashed over, grasping the woman's hand while giggling, "Auntie, I met an immortal. That big brother over there is an immortal." Turning to look at the person Aang was holding, Shu Han was struck by a wave of emotions as he recognized the familiar face that had not changed in a decade. "Sister Wanner, it has been a long time." Mu Wanner regarded Shu Han with cold eyes, sword raised in vigilance, demanding, "Who are you? I have not seen you in Chaotian Gate. What is your purpose here?" Witnessing Mu Wanner standing firm with her sword brought back vivid memories of their training together. Shu Han felt a surge of excitement, drawing the sword from the rockery without uttering a word. He launched and attacked Mu Wanner, her gaze fierce and resolute, left Aang behind as she swiftly moved with the elegance of a cloud, her sword transforming in a myriad of ways, launching a flurry of strikes that glimmered like cold stars, all aimed directly at Shu Han. In response, Shu Han wielded his sword, countering with equal skill, and astonishingly, his swordplay surpassed that of Mu Wanner. Upon witnessing such an adept display of the Chaotian sword technique, Mu Wanner was taken aback. In her recollection, there had never been a young individual within the Chaotian sect who had mastered the swordplay to this extent. Could it be that those elderly men had secretly nurtured a newcomer? With a swift motion, Mu Wanner lunged forward, her sword dancing like a swan in flight. Yet, no matter what maneuver she executed, the unfamiliar man before her countered with the same techniques, exhibiting a level of proficiency that surpassed even her own as a direct disciple. After over 30 exchanges, Mu Wanner's swordplay became increasingly elusive and unpredictable, each strike touching upon the very essence of the Chaotian sword technique, which was not meant to be divulged. However, to her astonishment, the stranger matched her with equal prowess. Regardless of her attacks, even her most cherished techniques, he responded flawlessly. It felt less like a battle and more akin to a choreographed dance. Ultimately, Mu Wanner found her sword disarmed and sent flying. Defeated, she had lost utterly in the realm of Chaotian swordplay, a loss so decisive that she had never experienced before. Despite her failure, her heart surged with myriad emotions. Trembling, she covered her mouth and whispered, "Who are you?" Shu Han smiled and replied, "This is what is meant by the student surpassing the master. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Wanner." Chapter 26. A sword to repel foes. With tears brimming in her eyes, Mu Wanner choked out, "It seems that over the past decade, you have not neglected your martial arts. Your mastery of the Chaotian sword technique has reached a transcendent level." Shu Han approached her, now towering half a head above her, no longer the boy who trailed behind her years ago. He sighed and said, "Whenever thoughts arise in my heart, I practice my swordplay, day in and day out. I dare not let it go to waste." Mu Wanner let out a laugh, tears streaming down her face as she remarked, "You little rascal, 10 years ago you were such a dull child. Yet now you speak so eloquently. How ungrateful." Shu Han chuckled, "10 years ago, I was but a child, and 10 years later, Sister Wanner remains a youthful maiden." Mu Wanner touched her own face, a look of wistfulness crossing her features. "This is all thanks to the 3 vials of spirit medicine you left behind back then. I am now over 29, yet still appear as I did at 19, Ing chimed in. Observing the tear-streaked face of Mu Wanner, she tugged at her sleeve and asked softly, "Auntie, why are you crying?" Did the immortal brother bully you? Aang will hit him. He mustn't treat you like those other bad people. Mu Wanner knelt down to comfort Aang. Be good. Aang.its not that your brother bullied me. I am simply very happy. Shu Han then inquired, does someone often bully your aunt, Aang? Tell your brother who they are. Mu Wanner quickly interjected. No, the child is just speaking nonsense. Its just that disciples from the sect often come to challenge me, hoping to glean the essence of the Chaotian sword technique through our battles. They cannot bully your sister Wanner. However, scarcely had the words left her lips when the courtyard door was rudely flung open. Aang trembled in fear, hiding behind Mu Wanner, and exclaimed, they're here. The bad people are coming. Shu Han turned to see 3 sword-wielding disciples storming into the courtyard. The leader, a burly figure towering 9 feet tall, wielded a sword of substantial weight. Upon spotting Shu Han, he burst into a raucous laugh. Miss Wanner, it seems you're quite bored in your secluded chamber. Have you resorted to clandestine meetings with this pretty boy? Just look at him. He surely cannot be of any worth. Once I, Zhang Fan, seize the position of sect leader, both the Chaotian sword technique and you will be well taken care of. Now, let us take a moment to admire your delicate visage and engage in some sword practice together. Such words caused Shu Han's eyelids to twitch. Mu Wanner exclaimed with indignation. Zhang Fan, today, I have no desire to spar with you. Tell your companions to leave at once. Ha ha, Miss Wanner, when have you ever wished to duel with me? However, swords are blind, so do be cautious in receiving my strikes. Suddenly, Shu Han raised his hand and called out, wait, are you the infamous Zhang Fan, known as the Mad Lion? Indeed, that would be me. What of it, little pretty face? Do you have a complaint? Leave at once. Zhang Fan laughed heartily. You have no right to speak here. Whoosh, a fireball erupted from Shu Han's fingertip, exploding before Zhang Fan. Leave. Zhang Fan gasped in shock, hastily clasping his hands. It appears I have offended a celestial being. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. However, this matter pertains to our internal affairs within the Chaotian sect. And as a disciple, I possess the right to seek Miss Wanner's guidance in sword techniques. I hope the celestial being will not interfere. The Longxian sect has disbanded. The name of a celestial being no longer intimidates these mortals. Shu Han brandished his sword. Very well. Is it not simply the Chaotian sword technique? I shall accompany you in practice, without the use of spells. Really? A flicker of darkness crossed Zhang Fan's eyes. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us begin. Shu Han turned sideways, sword in hand, and closed his eyes. Arrogant. Zhang Fan's heart hardened. He thought these so-called celestial beings merely relied on spells. If I close the distance, I shall slaughter you like a dog. Zhang Fan's large frame moved with the grace of a swallow, his mastery of the Chaotian sword technique remarkable. His heavy sword cleaved through the air. Shu Han deftly twisted his wrist, instantly deflecting the sword, sending a jolt through Zhang Fan's powerful arm. Following this, he thrust his sword upwards, sending the heavy sword flying, followed by a flurry of strikes so swift that they barely drew blood. Shu Han opened his eyes, and Zhang Fan's robust body collapsed like a puppet with severed strings. Crashing to the ground, he wailed in agony, realizing that in an instant, his tendons had been severed. In the blink of an eye, he had become a cripple. This Mu Wanner gazed at Shu Han, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Zhang Fan's subordinates were left in shock, hastily carrying the moaning Zhang Fan out of the courtyard. Shu Han, you have changed. Changed in what way? Mu Wanner could not help but say. The Shu Han of yore was gentle and kind. Yet now, upon encountering Zhang Fan, you have directly crippled his martial arts. This is more cruel than death to him. Shu Han sighed deeply. Indeed, I have changed considerably over the years. Sister Wanner, in this world, the weak and kind have no place to survive. One must conquer the strong with strength and respond to violence with violence. It seems you have endured much hardship over the years. Come, let us retreat to my quarters and have a thorough discussion. I in the small courtyard. Shu Han and Mu Wanner sat facing each other. Shu Han smiled, taking hold of Mu Wanner's feet to remove her shoes and socks. Mu Wanner's fair face flushed crimson, and she scolded. What are you doing? Shu Han paused. Did you not always request me to massage your feet when we had our talks? I doubted tea that time. I found you easy to bully and I was merely teasing you. You truly are a simpleton. Shu Han scratched his head. I did not think of it that way, but at that moment, I was willing, and I still am now. As Shu Han began to earnestly knead the delicate feet of Mu Wanner, a warm and soothing sensation coursed through her, leaving her in a state of delightful numbness. Observing the blissful expression on Mu Wanner's face, Aang bit her finger and leapt onto Shu Han's lap, extending her petite foot and exclaimed, "Brother Immortal, give Aang a massage too." "All right, Aang," Shu Han chuckled, "I shall oblige." Thus, Shu Han recounted the trials and tribulations he had endured over the past decade, piece by piece, to Mu Wanner. While her feet were tenderly caressed, her heart felt icy as she listened. When she departed from the Longxian sect years ago, she had believed that little Shu Han was living a life of grandeur in the immortal realm. Little did she know she had abandoned him in such a terrifying hell. The more she pondered, the more bitterness welled up within her, and she could not help but sob, lamenting, "You have truly suffered these past years. I should have taken you with me when I left Longxian sect, so you wouldn't have to endure such solitude. Don't cry, sister," he reassured her. "I have managed to attain clarity and vanquish that old demon. It wasn't all that dire. However, I have heard that your years have been quite harsh." Meanwhile, Aang had comfortably drifted into a deep slumber on Shu Han's lap to him. Yu Wanner cradled Aang in her arms and continued, "When I left Longxian sect and returned to Chao Tian sect, it had already become a fragmented entity. Fortunately, my elder brother was still in the military, which allowed me to maintain my position as the sect leader. But ever since my brother fell in battle and entrusted Aang to me, Chao Tian sect no longer heeds my command. They pillage and plunder, committing every imaginable atrocity, and have become mere bandits of the wilderness. You have seen for yourself that I am powerless to lead Chao Tian sect. They are only squabbling over trivial possessions." Chapter 27. Reforming Chao Tian sect in just a few words, Shu Han grasped the endless sorrow that had plagued Mu Wanner over the years. With family lost, she stood as a solitary figure amidst the sect's turmoil. Shu Han remarked, "In truth, I have come seeking your assistance, dear Sister Wanner." Mu Wanner smiled, teasingly responding, "What power do I possess now to aid a grand immortal like you? I wish for you to help me unify the Yanbei martial world, to fully integrate the 7 major sects and establish a stable alliance among them." Mu Wanner blinked in surprise, taking a moment to utter, "Ah?" Shu Han gently set down her delicate feet, moved to her back, and expertly massaged her shoulders, saying, "After the disbandment of Longxian sect, the 7 major sects have been warring against one another. Yanbei, being a place of harsh winters, has left its people in dire straits. Allowing them to continue this relentless strife will inevitably lead to widespread suffering. Although I, Shu Han, do not aspire to stabilize the world, my homeland lies in Yanbei. Its turmoil will not spare my home either. Thus, I seek to create a stable Yanbei, so that in the future when I journey far away, I will not be burdened by worry." Mu Wanner turned her head, her clear eyes fixed upon Shu Han. "You intend to travel far?" Shu Han replied. "Once one embarks on the path of immortality, there is no turning back. Soon, I shall depart from Yanbei and venture to the Great Cloud. As mentioned by my master, with your current cultivation, you are already at the pinnacle here in Yanbei. Why venture into the perilous realm of cultivation?" Shu Han smiled. "Indeed, Yanbei is quite splendid, yet my heart yearns for the Tao. When the opportunity to ascend to greater heights arises, I shall not linger over the scenery at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, if my cultivation stagnates, death shall not be far off within 4 to 5 years. Xiaohan, regarding the matter of my martial arts, I must continuously advance. Apart from that, there are no other options." Mu Wanner sighed deeply. "I discerned long ago that you are not on an ordinary path, yet I never anticipated it to be such a perilous one. Wise sister wishes to assist you, and your request aligns with the long-standing aspirations of the Mu family. However, I truly lack the ability to unify Yanbei. I have what it takes. You?" Mu Wanner smiled and said, "I am aware of your considerable prowess, yet now the 7 major sects have recruited a multitude of disciples from Longxian Gate. How can you single-handedly stand against them all? Hasn't your master already? Do not worry about this, sister. I alone can sweep through Yanbei." Observing Shu Han's confident gaze, Mu Wanner continued, "Father once told me, it is easy to kill 100 men, yet difficult to win over a single one. You may be able to dominate Yanbei, yet once you depart, the region will lose its deterrent, inevitably falling back into the chaos of sectarian strife. This matter cannot be reversed. Thus, I wish to request my sister's intervention. I will remain hidden in the shadows, and upon my departure, my brothers will stay to assist you in deterring the lingering practitioners of immortality." Mu Wanner pondered. This plan is indeed feasible, but I can only assure you that as long as I am alive after your departure, I shall do my utmost to maintain stability in Yanbei. However, beyond that, I cannot guarantee anything. Shu Han sighed. Over the years, I have perused historical texts. The tides of the world dictate that prolonged division will lead to unity, and prolonged unity will lead to division. To ensure a lifetime of peace is already a remarkable feat. At the very least, it can allow my family to live in an era of stability. Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from outside. Mu Wanner, swiftly deliver the perpetrator. To have unjustly crippled the chief disciple of Chaotian Gate, even Longxian Xianchong shall not show leniency. Mu Wanner lamented. It is he Shu's people, the one you just crippled. Zhang Fan is their most outstanding disciple. True to their nature, they will not let this matter rest easily. A cold glint flashed in Shu Han's eyes. Since he was determined to unify Yanbei, the dissenting voices within Chaotian Gate must be systematically eradicated. Mu Wanner placed Aang on the bed and stood beside Shu Han. Dio not kill too many. As the door opened, Shu Han and Mu Wanner stepped out of the small room side by side. The courtyard was now surrounded by disciples wielding swords, the sharp glint of blades shimmering in the air. Bow and crossbow apparatuses were set up along the courtyard walls. At a command, the powerful crossbows were ready to fire. Mu Wanner stood tall, addressing the leading old man with the white beard. He Lao, what is the meaning of this? You gather bows and crossbows aimed at my courtyard, seeking to eliminate the heir of the Mu family and claim Chaotian Gate for yourself? He Lao coldly snorted, without sparing any mercy. Wanner, this is not directed at you. It is aimed at him. This boy has just arrived at Chaotian Gate and has already crippled my chief disciple. His heart is deserving of death, undoubtedly a root of chaos sent by other sects to disrupt Chaotian Gate. Step aside at once, or I shall ensure he meets a fate of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Mu Wanner retorted angrily. What if I refuse? Then do not blame me for disregarding the friendship between our fathers from years past. I shall sever the Mu family's lineage. Mu Wanner's face flushed with rage. She never expected He Lao to be so resolute. Zhang Fan has been cast aside, evidently reaching the limits of his endurance. Crossbow Brigade. Release. Whoosh. Dozens of crossbows were unleashed in unison, their strings slicing through the air with precision. With a mere thought, Shu Han summoned the 4 Gangtian for extreme swords, forming the Gangtian sword formation that swept away the incoming bolts from all directions. Elder He, witnessing the gleaming flying swords, was reminded of the venerable Long Xian, and a surge of fear gripped him, causing him to retreat behind the crowd, urgently calling out, Someone, summon the immortals, bring all the immortals forth, regardless of the cost. To jointly eliminate this scoundrel, Shu Han exchanged knowing smiles with Mu Wanner. Before long, the crowd encircling Shu Han dispersed, and a regiment of disciples clad in white from the Long Xian sect strode through the courtyard gates. Elder He trailed alongside them, extolling the virtues of gold and various benefits. However, this contingent of disciples remained silent, resolutely entering the courtyard, and under the leadership of Go Dan, they formed a line before Shu Han. We pay our respects to senior brother Shu Han. Please guide us. Elder He and his group were left utterly speechless, never anticipating that the esteemed immortals they had summoned with such lavish rewards would collectively turn against them. Who exactly is this young man? Shu Han proclaimed loudly. Fellow disciples of the Chaotian sect, I am Shu Han. I have come today to assist Miss Mu Wanner in restoring our sect. The Chaotian sect has been passed down through the Mu family for generations, yet there are thieves who seek to usurp it, wreaking havoc upon the common folk, a crime most unforgivable. If you are willing to pledge your allegiance to Miss Mu Wanner, I shall overlook past transgressions. However, those who remain obstinate shall be dealt with mercilessly. No sooner had he spoken than a Gangtian sword shot forth. Elder He's head fell with a thud, blood spraying the ground, causing the onlookers to blanch in terror. The head of Elder He was suspended in midair through a manipulation technique, and Shu Han coldly declared, This man was plotting treachery. Should any others harbor ill intentions, this will be their fate. Shu Han's voice resonated with a formidable aura, instilling dread among the disciples of the Chaotian sect, causing them to tremble and ultimately kneel in unison. After the execution of Elder He and the subjugation of a faction, this news swiftly spread throughout the Chaotian sect. The accounts of Shu Han were nothing short of miraculous, nearly rivaling the legendary Long Xian of yore. Upon hearing this news, Elder Zhang's faction immediately abandoned any thoughts of resistance, leading their disciples to the Chaotian sect to pay homage to Mu Wanner. 7 days later, the 6 major sects gathered their forces, marching toward the Chaotian sect. Currently, the 7 major sects were engaged in mutual conflict, lacking trust in one another, rarely cooperating in any joint endeavors. The assembly of the 6 major sects was prompted by the challenge letter delivered to them from the Chaotian sect 7 days prior. The letter indicated that the Chaotian sect intended to unify Yanbei and establish the Chaotian alliance, urging the other sects to report to the Chaotian sect without delay. Should there be any disobedience, they would face dire consequences. This challenge letter elicited laughter from the leaders of the other 6 major sections. The Chaotian sect had diminished in stature. Even in its prime, it would not dare confront the 6 major sects. They quickly exchanged letters, expressing a unified intention to attack the Chaotian sect, planning to consume this foolishly ripe target first. At this moment, the 6 major sects gathered at the foot of the Chaotian sect, exuding an air reminiscent of the 7 sects' united assault on the Longxian sect in years past. However, the situation had reversed. The 6 major sects now boasted the greatest number of cultivators, having incorporated 58 dispersed disciples from the Longxian sect. Each major sect had received the same intelligence. The Chaotian sect had only accepted 10 immortals from the Longxian sect. In terms of both numbers and the count of immortals, the Chaotian sect fell far short of the 6 sections. This left them utterly perplexed. What had Kaoshinmen consumed to dare challenge all their factions? As the 6 major sects surrounded Kaoshinmen, leaving no room for escape, Mu Wanner finally led her team out from within the gates. The elder master of Wuxiang Pavilion stroked his beard and called out, "My dear niece, I have heard that your recent experiences within the sect have been quite unfortunate. Have you been coerced by those foolish old men into declaring war against my Wuxiang Pavilion?" The leader of the Eagle sect interjected, "If that is the case, then let us dismiss the challenge from Kaoshinmen. Allow us old fellows to assist you in clearing your sect, restoring Kaoshinmen to the Mu family. As a gesture of goodwill for your father's sacrifices in the past," Mu Wanner replied with a smile, "Esteemed uncles, please do not jest with me. Kaoshinmen has been established by my Mu family for generations. We do not require your assistance in clearing our own gates. Moreover, your intentions are merely to seize control of Kaoshinmen. There is no need for such pretenses." The leader of Shuyunmen rebuked, even at death's door. "You dare speak such arrogance. My dear niece, do take note. Today, your Kaoshinmen is besieged by our 6 sections. Can it withstand the onslaught? Where is the esteemed elder of Shuyunmen? I implore you to take action and teach these unrepentant souls a lesson. And we also call upon the elder of the Eagle sect." Wuxiang Pavilion echoed the sentiment. The 5 sects first dispatched the disciples of Longsweeman that they had recruited, hoping to avoid casualties among their own members amidst the chaos. However, the Hungry Wolf Gang refrained from sending anyone, much to the displeasure of the other factions. The leader of the Eagle sect glared at the leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang, Gao Wushan, and exclaimed, "Dear nephew, your sect has the most recruited elders. If not now, when will you summon them to exert some pressure?" Gao Wushan chuckled, "Uncles, we have already summoned over 30 elders. There is no need to trouble the elders of the Hungry Wolf Gang to act. Besides, those elders I invited are resting within the sect after their arduous journey and did not accompany us here. Humph, nephew, if you do not contribute, once we capture Kaoshinmen, the 5 sects shall not permit you to share in the spoils." Gao Wushan replied with a smile, "Uncles, you are of advanced age. How can the younger generation dare to compete with their elders?" Meanwhile, Gao Wuchuan leaned closer to inquire, "Elder brother, are we truly not to intervene? If we are sidelined by the 6 sects, then the capture of Kaoshinmen will indeed have nothing to do with us." Gao Wushan whispered, "Do you think Mu Wanner is a reckless person? This woman does not strike me as such. Are you suggesting that today's events are a ruse?" Gao Wushan responded, "When our father was alive, he often advised us that the Hungry Wolf Gang must learn not only the ferocity of wolves, but also their keen instincts. Kaoshinmen challenging the 6 major sects? Such anomalies must harbor secrets. Moreover, you mentioned that Kaoshinmen had recruited an elder, who frightened away Elder Zhu at first sight. This matter warrants caution. Let those old fools explore the truth for us." Over 30 disciples from Longsweeman stepped forth from each sect. Some remained as humble as before, while many adorned themselves in gold and silver, appearing to have led comfortable lives within their respective sects. These individuals cast their gazes upon the multitude of ordinary mortals from Kaoshinmen, their former haughty demeanor as celestial beings re-emerging. A multitude of individuals brandished fireballs in their hands, arrogantly proclaiming, "You mere mortals, hasten to lay down your arms and surrender, or else this immortal and my numerous brothers shall reduce you to ashes post-haste." Yet, despite this declaration, the faction of Kaoshinmen remained unmoved. "Humph! How dare you underestimate us? Brothers, let us impart a lesson to these commoners." With that, they simultaneously unleashed their fireballs, 30 in total. However, from within Kaoshinmen emerged over a dozen magnificent golden pythons, gliding through the air. These serpents swallowed a fireball whole and lunged towards the disciples of Lingzong. Startled, the disciples hastily summoned their azure light barriers, but the golden pythons effortlessly shattered their protective shields with a single strike, ensnaring all 30 individuals in an unyielding grip, rendering them immobile. The golden pythons, wielded by the spirit snake sword, proved formidable enough to challenge even the master of Lingzong, let alone these disciples, who were merely at the early stages of chi refinement. Shu Han gracefully descended from the skies, landing beside Mu Wanner, and remarked with a smile, "My dear brothers, how delightful it is to see you all again so soon." Upon witnessing Shu Han's arrival, the disciples were suddenly struck with realization, their faces paling in terror as they knelt on the ground, fervently bowing their heads in supplication. Shu Han sighed, retracting all the golden pythons, and said, "This is my fault. I had not considered your fates when I disbanded Lingzong. Since you wish to return to the world, why not join Kaoshinmen? We can reminisce about old times." "Yes, yes. We shall all heed the guidance of Brother Shu Han." In no time, these individuals scrambled to their feet, hastily distancing themselves from the 6 factions and forming a respectful line behind Shu Han. The leaders of the 6 major sects exchanged bewildered glances. They regarded Shu Han, contemplating if this young man was yet another master of Lingzong. The elder of the Eagle's Nest, unimpressed, stepped forward, having grown weary of living under the shadow of Lingzong, and declared, "What of it? How does your Kaoshinmen plan to entice these feeble cultivators? You should consider how many of us 6 factions have come today. The Eagle's Nest shall never submit." Suddenly, the elder of the Eagle's Nest spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. This was not the doing of Shu Han, but rather the actions of the formidable Gao Wushan. An uproar ensued within the Eagle's Nest, while the Hungry Wolf gang exhibited even greater ferocity, leaving the disciples of the Eagle's Nest too fearful to move. Gao Wushan dismounted and knelt before Kaoshinmen, exclaiming, "This obstinate old fool must be dealt with. I, Gao, shall take it upon myself to eliminate him on behalf of the immortal. Furthermore, given Kaoshinmen's benevolence and virtue, my Hungry Wolf gang is willing to submit unconditionally, cleansing our past and aiding Kaoshinmen in uniting the martial world." Gao Wushan's audacious declaration left the other factions in stunned silence. The once mighty Hungry Wolf gang had surrendered without conditions. Shu Han regarded Gao Wushan with a sense of familiarity and inquired, "Leader of the Hungry Wolf gang, you possess a keen sense for the times. No wonder you have led your gang to prominence. However, you seem familiar. Do you know Gao Hengtian? Is the immortal acquainted with my father?" Shu Han chuckled, "Indeed, I am well acquainted. Your father once pursued me relentlessly across Yindang Mountain. How could I forget?" Gao Wushan. Chapter 29. Return to one's roots. Before Kaoshinmen, Shu Han wielded his sword and claimed the lives of several individuals. The leaders of the 6 major sects were vanquished, and the leaderless disciples of the 6 factions, compelled by Shu Han's overwhelming presence, had no choice but to submit to Kaoshinmen. Shu Han is not a man of bloodshed. He merely sought to incorporate the 6 major sects while retaining their original leaders, individuals who undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives. Shu Han doubts that Mu Wanner can effectively manage these long-established authorities, particularly that formidable figure from Gaowu Mountain. This person, sensing the precariousness of the situation, immediately turned against them, displaying a ruthless and decisive nature that eclipses even the once mighty Gao Hengtian. While he was present, this individual would not dare to act recklessly. However, should he depart without eliminating this threat, it would be tantamount to planting a ticking time bomb for Mu Wanner. In the subsequent 2 months at Chao Tianmin, Shu Han assisted Mu Wanner in secretly eliminating dissenters while also settling the disciples of Long Xian and I. In truth, most of these disciples had simple desires. They sought a life of luxury and respect, yearning to avoid a return to the austere existence of mountain villages. Through this period of effort, the once loose alliance gradually took shape, and Shu Han believed he had fulfilled his duty as a scion of Yan Bei. As for the future trajectory of the Chao-Tian alliance, it was beyond his control point one day. Having left some practical talismans and several vials of elixirs in Mu Wanner's courtyard, he prepared to depart quietly with Go Dan. To his surprise, Mu Wanner was already waiting by the carriage with Ying. With a teasing smile, she remarked, planning to sneak away again. "This truly is your style." Shu Han, feeling helpless, replied, "Parting is as difficult as meeting." "Sister Wanner, how did you know I was leaving today?" She responded, "I noticed your intentions some time ago. Being the leader of this alliance isn't without its perks." Shu Han couldn't help but laugh, stepping forward to embrace Mu Wanner before lifting Ying into his arms. "Take care, Sister Ying. You must also take care." However, Ying, unable to contain her emotions, burst into tears, clinging tightly to Shu Han's neck. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of a scene from a decade ago, when his younger sister had been reluctant to see him off. Ultimately, amidst the morning mist, Shu Han departed in his carriage. Mu Wanner held Ying close, gazing longingly at the mountain gate for an extended period. Eventually, the carriage vanished into the vast, bustling world beyond. As the carriage swayed along the path of his childhood, it approached the familiar Tsonglang Mountain. The landscape was indeed a labyrinth of mountains and waters, yet amidst the shadows of willows and the brilliance of blossoms lay another village. From a distance, he beheld Shu Village, unchanged from its former self, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. That village, shrouded in mist, had haunted his dreams for 10 long years, where he had often envisioned returning joyfully. Just as he did today in those dreams, his parents appeared as robust as he remembered, and his little sister remained blissfully carefree, trailing behind him, incessantly calling, "Brother, brother." Yet, a subtle ache tugged at Shu Han's heart. Reality would not mirror the dreams. Everything had surely changed. He halted the carriage. Go Dan, looking toward Shu Village with delight, inquired, "Big brother, what's wrong?" "The village is just ahead. Let us hurry inside." Shu Han shook his head, rummaging through his storage bag to retrieve several vials of elixirs, placing them before Go Dan. "Big brother, what is this?" Shu Han stared blankly into the distance, murmuring, "Over the years, my parents and little sister have probably grown accustomed to life without me. If I were to meet them now but could not stay, it would only deepen their sorrow and concern for my absence. You may return alone. I shall merely gaze upon them from afar within the village." As Dogdan observed the sorrow etched upon Shu Han's face, he could not help but remark, "Brother, are you afraid that once you enter the village and reunite with your family, you will never wish to leave again?" "Is that so?" Shu Han offered an awkward smile, responding, "Such is the inevitability of the matter. My journey to Dyn in search of foundational cultivation methods is fraught with peril. The mountains are steep and the roads long. With uncertainty looming over life and death, I cannot guarantee that I shall return before my time is up. If we were to meet, how could I assuage their worries?" Dogdan fell silent, fully understanding the turmoil within Shu Han's heart. "Brother, I beseech you for a favor, if you would be so kind." Dogdan replied, "Brother, speak freely." Shu Han continued, "Please keep a vigilant eye on my parents." Dogdan placed a reassuring hand on Shu Han's shoulder, saying, "Brother, do not speak in such a manner. You and Erden's parents are as my own. The path ahead is arduous, so go forth without concern. I shall care for them well, but how shall I convey the truth to them?" Shu Han pondered aloud. "Do not reveal the reality. Simply tell them that Erden and I have been chosen to join the Tianqian sect for our cultivation, and that the journey is long and arduous, making it improbable for us to return in this lifetime." At the mention of the Tianqian sect, Dogdan could not suppress a bitter smile. Shu Han then entrusted Dogdan with a considerable number of talismans and vials of elixirs, advising, "Consume this Hachi Dan slowly. Be sure not to reach the 12th level of Qi refinement, lest you find yourself in a predicament akin to mine." Next, Shu Han gestured towards several jade vials, explaining, "These are longevity elixirs I have crafted for our parents this year. Both you and Erden's parents will receive them. When they consume these, their lifespans will be extended and their health fortified." Shu Han then handed Dogdan several large vials of elixirs, reminiscing, "My little sister has always cherished beauty. Even as a child, she adored gazing into mirrors and styling her hair. I estimate she is nearing the age of marriage now. These beauty elixirs are specially formulated for her, but regrettably, I had no opportunity to send them from Longxian sect." Dogdan remained silent, accepting the vials with a heavy heart, his nose tinged with the onset of tears. Finally, Shu Han bestowed upon Erden the exquisite spirit weapon, the Ling snake sword, stating, "With this sword, no disciple of Longxian's sect, regardless of their cultivation level, will be your match. Please also look after the Chaotian alliance and assist Sister Wanner in stabilizing Yanbei." Overcome with emotion, Dogdan embraced Shu Han tightly, his voice choked. "Take care, brother. You too," Shu Han replied. With that, Dogdan set off alone, slowly steering his vehicle into Shuzhuang, while Shu Han took to the winds, soaring above the village. From above, he beheld his former home, now renovated with azure bricks and black tiles, the courtyard exuding a distinct charm. Within the courtyard, he spotted a young woman embroidering a pillowcase, the crimson satin adorned with images of mandarin ducks gliding upon water, her face illuminated by a gentle smile. Gazing from a distance, Shu Han's heart tightened. Could it be his little sister? Calculating the time, she must be 16 now, an age at which young ladies in the village are prepared for marriage. At that moment, a young boy rode into the courtyard on a wooden horse. Shu Han was taken aback, for the child bore a striking resemblance to his younger self. The girl lifted her head, looking at the boy, and exclaimed, "Shuli, come to your sister. I have malt candy for you." "Shuli," Shu Han smiled, realizing that a younger brother had joined their family, bringing with him a sense of prosperity and joy. That moment, Shu Han beheld Aunt San from the village, calling out from door to door, "Shu Shang has returned. Go Dan is back. Everyone, hurry over to see." The girl was taken aback, and the pillowcase she held slipped from her grasp. With a joyful exclamation, she cried out, "Go Dan Gu has come back. Surely, my brother has returned with him. Shuli, come. Sister will take you to meet our elder brother." With that, she scooped up the little Shu Li and dashed out of the house, joining the throng of villagers surging towards Go Dan's home. Never before had Go Dan's residents witnessed such a lively commotion. All the men, women, and children of Shu Zhuang flocked over, eager to glimpse the grandeur of Go Dan's family. Go Dan's mother, however, clung tightly to his arm, weeping uncontrollably. Shu Han soared through the air, silently reciting the names of every villager. Eventually, he spotted a pair of anxious parents entering Go Dan's home, and to his surprise, they were his own mother and father. From a distance, they still appeared relatively young and spirited. Shortly thereafter, Erdan's parents also made their way into Go Dan's abode. The sight of the familiar yet unfamiliar elderly couple brought tears cascading down Shu Han's cheeks. He evaded the gaze of the crowd and found a secluded corner of Go Dan's house, peering through the throng at his parents. With a thud, his knees struck the ground, bowing from afar to his elders. As Shu Han knelt in his hidden corner, Go Dan stood in the grand hall, solemnly bowing in place of Shu Han and Erdan before their respective elders. With a long sigh, Shu Han realized it was time to sever his lingering ties, and he took to the winds. He understood that with this departure, he would no longer have any connection with the villagers for the remainder of his life. The path of immortality was vast and unfathomable, while the mortal realm seemed infinitesimal. Different roads would lead to an inevitable separation in the future. Chapter 30. The Discourse on Foundation Building. A year later, Shu Han felt like a solitary vessel adrift in the vast ocean, navigating the immense world alone. Throughout his journey, he sought directions, venturing towards the legendary, boundless realm of Diyun. During this time, he traversed the treacherous Tianzhong Mountains, crossed wide rivers, and wandered through desolate wastelands. Finally, after a year, he found himself aboard a boat, flowing northward to a small town on the fringes of Diyun, known as Qingshan Town. In that year, his cultivation had not advanced even a fraction. The bottleneck of foundation building loomed like an insurmountable chasm. However, the experiences gained from wandering the world had broadened his horizons. He ordered a pot of fine wine at an inn in Qingshan Town. Indulging in solitary reflection while observing the bustling mortals below, a sense of anxiety welled within him. How would he find a cultivation sect in Diyun? He pondered that being alone in this vast land was precarious, and joining a sect seemed the most reliable course of action. Moreover, his cultivation technique had yet to manifest, and after a prolonged period without breakthroughs, he could feel a subtle throbbing in his meridians, prompting him to exercise caution. Rumors spoke of numerous immortal sects flourishing in Diyun, but how could he gather information to find a suitable one? He had no desire to fall into another pitfall like the one he encountered with Longxian men. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly overheard laughter and conversation from the adjacent room. keenly catching words related to spiritual stones and cultivation. His heart raced with excitement. After some time in Diyun, he had finally encountered like-minded individuals, yet Shu Han hesitated. This was his first interaction with cultivators from Diyun, and he was uncertain of their character. Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate further. If they were of foundation-building cultivation, it would be wise to tread carefully, as he no longer possessed the wealth he once had to contend with Long Xian's master. He called for the waiter and ordered a fine selection of wine. The waiter brought forth the wine, and Shu Han graciously invited him to take a seat, promptly seizing his hat and towel. The waiter, perplexed, was about to inquire further, but upon seeing 2 silver ingots placed before him by Shu Han, he fell silent. Thus, Shu Han diligently employed his breath-concealing technique, poured the wine, and knocked on the door of the adjacent room. Inside, 2 middle-aged men were engaged in lively conversation. Upon entering, Shu Han immediately discerned the shimmering aura above their heads. One of the men, slightly taller, was at the 11th level of Qi refinement, while the other, somewhat shorter, had reached the 12th level. The shorter man was toying with a gem that gleamed with a jade light, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. When they noticed Shu Han's abrupt entrance, they could not help but shout in anger. "Waiter, we did not summon you. Leave." Observing that both men were at the Qi refinement stage, Shu Han felt a sense of relief, slightly relaxing his breath-concealing technique, emitting the aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement, and with a faint smile, he said, "Esteemed friends, please do not be alarmed. I have just arrived in Diyun and, having the rare fortune to encounter fellow practitioners, I have brought a pot of unrefined wine to share." The shorter man, upon hearing this, immediately stowed the gem into his storage pouch. The 2 exchanged glances, then stood and clasped their hands in greeting. "Ah, so it is a fellow cultivator. What wisdom do you impart? Please, take a seat." Shu Han settled down, introducing himself. "I am Shu Han, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Honored to meet you both." The taller man responded with a smile. "I am Xiaming, a practitioner at the 11th level of Qi refinement." The shorter one added, "I am Kangwenguang, a practitioner at the 12th level of Qi refinement." Shu Han feigned great surprise. "So you are both esteemed seniors. I beg your pardon for my rudeness." The 2 appeared quite pleased with this form of address, chuckling. "Not at all. We are all at the Qi refinement stage and should address each other as equals. However, seeing that you, fellow cultivator, are so young yet possess the 9th level of cultivation, your talent must be extraordinary. May I inquire about your origins and your intentions here in Diyun?" Shu Han replied. "I hail from Diyun, a relatively obscure region that you may not have heard of. I feel that coming to Diyun will be more beneficial for my cultivation, and perhaps I might even encounter opportunities for foundation establishment." "Oh, so you are also here for the foundation establishment pill?" "Foundation establishment pill?" Shu Han's heart raced. The conversation was approaching a crucial point. He no longer concealed his curiosity and asked, "What exactly is this foundation establishment pill? Must cultivators rely on it to assist in their foundation establishment?" The 2 exchanged another surprised glance. "You are not familiar with the foundation establishment pill?" They chuckled at him. "Why, hometown lacks spiritual energy, and we have not seen foundation establishment cultivators for quite some time, leading to a gradual forgetfulness of the methods." Xiaming laughed heartily and began to explain the methods of foundation establishment to Shu Han. As he listened, Shu Han found that it indeed aligned with his suspicions. In the world of cultivation, there are 2 established methods for foundation establishment. The first involves consuming the foundation establishment pill, which can instantly provide a vast amount of spiritual power, aiding cultivators in surmounting the formidable threshold. However, this method carries a high failure rate. Those with lesser talent may require several pills to succeed. The second method is a more advanced approach, necessitating a core formation cultivator to expend true essence to stimulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby providing a spiritual influx with the profound spiritual power of their golden core, serving as a substitute for the foundation establishment pill. This method guarantees success and greatly benefits future cultivation. But the drawback is that few core formation cultivators are willing to expend their true essence in such a manner to assist others in foundation establishment. Shu Han nodded, recognizing his own helplessness, and could only opt for the foundation-building elixir. He then inquired, "From where can this foundation-building elixir be acquired, and what resources are necessary for its exchange?" Kang Wenguang laughed heartily. "Ah, dear brother Shu Han, this foundation-building elixir is priceless and utterly unattainable. It is exceedingly rare, with its three primary ingredients requiring a growth period of 60 years in proximity to a spiritual spring. Only the esteemed celestial sects of Daoist possess the capability to concoct such an elixir, and it is exclusively distributed to their disciples. Upon hearing this, Shu Han frowned deeply. "Tio, join a sect and endure for over a decade. By then, will I even be alive? Must I truly wait so long?" Kong Wenguang replied with a chuckle. "A decade is not particularly long. However, to acquire the foundation-building elixir more swiftly, one must make significant contributions to the sect or possess extraordinary talent." Shu Han then asked, "May I inquire? Esteemed brothers, what are the criteria for discipleship at the Daoist celestial sect?" Generally, one needs at least 3 spiritual roots, while a select few major sects require dual spiritual roots or even exotic ones. 3 spiritual roots. Shu Han felt a surge of anxiety, ruefully exclaiming, "Does that mean with my 4 spiritual roots, no sect would accept me?" He dared not disclose his 5 spiritual roots. Judging by the brother's words, even 4 spiritual roots seemed insufficient for acceptance, let alone his 5. "Are you also a 4 spiritual root cultivator, dear brother Shu Han?" Shu Han was taken aback. "You both as well?" Kong Wenguang responded with a smile. "Indeed. Otherwise we would not be wandering about in Daoist. I am merely curious. How is it that you have managed to cultivate your 4 spiritual roots to the 9th layer at such a young age?" "That truly piques my interest," Shu Han explained. "My ancestors bequeathed me several bottles of rapid enhancement elixirs, which I consumed entirely to barely reach my current realm. Alas, hearing your words, it seems I am destined to be without a foundation in this lifetime." Xieming suddenly interrupted. "Dear brother, please do not say such things. In truth, aside from the foundation-building elixir, we wandering cultivators have another path available." With that, he produced a brilliantly luminous gem from his storage bag. Chapter 31. Supreme Spirit Stone. This is, Shu Han could distinctly sense a vast amount of spiritual energy emanating from the gem, which radiated an ethereal azure light. The two exchanged knowing glances, both harboring smiles. "Dear brother Shu Han, hailing from a remote area where spiritual energy is scarce, you naturally have little exposure to the hard currency of the cultivation world. This stone has been immersed for an extended period near spiritual roots underground, accumulating spiritual energy over the years, thus forming this spirit stone, which cultivators can draw upon for spiritual power." Kong Wenguang elucidated. "You must be curious, dear brother Shu Han, as to how my brother and I, both with 4 spiritual roots, managed to cultivate to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Unlike you, who relies on elixirs, we depend entirely on these spirit stones. Admittedly, cultivating with spirit stones is not as expedient as with elixirs, but fortunately, we need not worry about a lack of spiritual energy, and prolonged use still yields excellent results." Shu Han gazed at the spirit stone with keen interest. After mastering several high-level spells from the Dragon Xian Sanjuan divine art, his magical power was no longer inexhaustible. If he had a stash of such spirit stones at his disposal, he could directly draw upon their spiritual energy when his own was depleted. Proving far more practical than elixirs for replenishing energy, he inquired, "Is the alternative method for foundation building that you mentioned related to this spirit stone?" Shu Han, my dear younger brother, is indeed correct. In truth, the spiritual stones possess varying grades, classified into 3 tiers, superior, intermediate, and inferior, based on the richness of their spiritual energy. The higher the grade, the more elusive the spiritual stone becomes. Beyond these 3 tiers, there exists the legendary supreme spiritual stone. The amount of spiritual energy contained within a single supreme stone can even surpass that of an ordinary core formation practitioner, rivaling that of a nascent soul master. Should one be fortunate enough to obtain a trace of the ethereal energy left behind by a supreme spiritual stone, its efficacy would far exceed that of a foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing this, Shu Han could not help but furrow his brow. He was well aware that the supreme spiritual stone was depicted in almost mythical terms, and it was unlikely that such a treasure would ever come into his possession. A foundation establishment pill seemed far more reliable. Sensing Shu Han's doubts, Xieming clarified, "Do not misunderstand, dear brother. I am not suggesting that you seek a supreme spiritual stone. Such rare treasures have already attained sentience and can freely move within underground veins. The entire Daoist sect has gathered no more than 10 of them. However, numerous fortunate wandering cultivators have discovered habitats of supreme spiritual stones within the underground veins, utilizing the residual ethereal energy to establish their foundations." "Underground veins?" Xie Guangwen chuckled. The underground veins have largely been divided among the Daoist sect, but as they are vast, they often find themselves short-handed and thus hire wandering cultivators like us to extract spiritual stones. Many 12th-layer wandering cultivators are contemplating trying their luck in the veins. I see that your cultivation may be challenging to advance in the future. Why not join us, form a team, and venture into the mines to earn some spiritual stones? It is always beneficial to have company for mutual support. Do the two of you also seek traces of the supreme spiritual stone within the veins? Xieming inquired. I still have a bit of work to do, but Brother Kong has indeed reached a bottleneck. Kong Guangwen replied, to speak candidly, there have been rumors lately that the heavenly character mine overseen by the Baiyu sect has shown signs of a supreme spiritual stone wandering about. Xieming and I are contemplating taking a chance. However, the underground is complex, and having an additional person increases our chances. If Brother Shu Han could accompany us to search for traces of the supreme spiritual stone, I would be most grateful. With that, he produced a low-grade spiritual stone from his storage bag and placed it on the table. If you are willing, this spiritual stone shall serve as a deposit. Upon success, I shall provide you with 2 more. What say you, dear brother? Shu Han gazed silently at the stone on the table. The two did not press him further, allowing him time to contemplate. Deep down, Shu Han hesitated to agree, as he was not intimately familiar with either of them, and the information between them was exceedingly unbalanced. Should they harbor any deceit, he would be none the wiser. There remained a few years of leeway regarding his foundation establishment. Yet, from their descriptions, it seemed that if he wished to establish his foundation, his only option was to try his luck in the mines. Fortune was unpredictable, and with bad luck, he could find himself empty-handed for years. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Thus, Shu Han clasped his hands together and declared, let us forego the matter of the deposit. I feel a kinship with the 2 brothers, and I shall certainly lend my assistance. I also request that you both guide me. Perhaps in the future, I too may venture into the mines to seek my fortune, and it would be prudent to accumulate some experience. Kong Guangwen exclaimed, Brother Shu Han truly embodies the spirit of chivalry. You must accept this spiritual stone. Should fortune favor me in establishing my foundation, I shall not be lacking in spiritual stones. Then it is with respect that I shall comply. I shall heed your arrangements, dear brother. Kong Guangwen and Xie Ming, filled with joy, poured wine for Shu Han, and the trio continued their revelry. After a hearty feast, Kong Guangwen chuckled. The celestial mine of the Baiyu sect is not far from here, but before we descend into the mine, we have some items to sell. Conveniently, there is a trading market nearby. Shu Han, my dear brother, let us venture to the market together to prepare our supplies. A gathering of cultivators? Shu Han inquired, his heart brimming with excitement. Indeed, this market is a convergence of scattered practitioners from all corners, bringing forth resources from the farthest reaches of the world. With a heart full of anticipation, Shu Han reflected on the splendid opportunity a gathering of cultivators presented. With the black jar in his possession, he had no concerns about the quantity of supplies. However, he still needed to expand his repertoire of available goods. What sort of supplies should we prepare for the descent into the mine? He asked. Xieming replied, in truth, the items required are few. The most crucial is to procure a magical pickaxe. The ore within the underground spiritual veins is exceedingly hard, and possessing a magical pickaxe will certainly make our efforts more fruitful. Primarily, I have crafted several storage bags with the intention of selling them at the market. Upon hearing this, Shu Han's interest was piqued. Having studied the Bai clan's refining treasure record, he considered himself somewhat of a blacksmith, yet he had never fathomed how to create such storage bags that could contain vast quantities in a compact form. Pray tell, my brother, how do you imbue items with storage space? I have long been perplexed by this mystery. Xieming smiled and said, it is not particularly difficult. It bears no significant difference from basic forging. However, the most vital component is the spatial crystal stone. With that, he produced a blue glowing stone from his pocket and continued. This is a spatial crystal stone. Major sects utilize this mineral to construct small spaces, and it serves as the raw material for storage bags. My family, the Xie clan, was once renowned for its craftsmanship in forging, especially in the creation of storage bags, but alas, we have fallen from grace. Indeed, it is said that reading 10,000 books is no match for traveling 10,000 miles. Engaging in conversation with these two expanded Shu Han's understanding of the cultivation world significantly. The trio made their way to a nearby mountain adjacent to Qingshan town. As Shu Han gazed upon the wild and overgrown hillside, he could not help but inquire, this desolate mountain does not seem to bear any traces of a gathering. Haha, as cultivators, we must naturally take precautions against the intrusion of mortals. The entrance to the gathering lies in the direction of the Li Gua on this barren mountain. Following their guidance, Shu Han looked toward the indicated direction, where a sheer cliff loomed ahead. As they approached the precipice, he felt a tremor in his legs despite his ability to ride the winds. He stepped onto the cliff's edge and, rather than plummeting, found himself enveloped in a veil of mist, which led him into an entirely new world. As the fog dissipated, a breathtaking vista unfolded before him. Towering pavilions adorned the landscape, and a broad path of blue stone was alive with bustling crowds, flanked by various stalls. All those who passed were cultivators, occasionally pausing to peruse the wares at the roadside vendors. A sense of exhilaration filled Shu Han, for he had finally stepped into the realm of cultivators. However, he reminded himself to remain vigilant. The world of cultivation was far more perilous than that of mortals. Experts capable of taking lives were as numerous as the stars, and one must always tread with utmost caution. Chapter 32. The Seven Poisonous Waters. Kong Guanwen remarked, this Qingshi gathering may not be vast, yet it is more than sufficient to cater to all the needs of us Qi refinement stage cultivators. Techniques, spells, and elixirs are all available for purchase. Indeed, with ample spiritual stones, one can even acquire top-tier magical artifacts at the treasure shops here. Top-tier magical artifacts? Shu Han pondered that he currently possessed only a single set of the Gang Tian CG sword formation. Although it offered both offensive and defensive capabilities, in the realm of cultivation, one could never have too many exquisite magical artifacts at their disposal. He was indeed capable of forging them himself. However, the failure rate for high-grade artifacts was exceedingly high. The time required for refining materials was protracted, and any artifacts crafted with his current skill would not be particularly formidable. Xieming handed over a mask, explaining, in the cultivation world, it is prudent to conceal one's wealth. When engaging in transactions, it is advisable to act discreetly. Incidents of murder and treasure theft are not uncommon, so my dear Shu Han, do exercise caution. Shu Han accepted the mask with gratitude, replying, thank you for the advice, but even with a mask, is there not a risk of being followed? That is not a concern, Xieming reassured. At the Qingshi gathering exit, one can freely choose their direction among the 8 trigrams. Others will be unable to spy upon us. After we exit, let us agree to meet at the Li Gua exit point we just discussed. The two then guided Shu Han to a stall where the vendor was an elderly man with a white beard. Casting a disdainful glance at the duo, he remarked, you again? Has your pickaxe broken once more? These are the latest batch of mid-grade pickaxes. Feel free to choose. Kong Guanwen smiled as he pulled Shu Han forward, saying, this young brother here wishes to purchase a pickaxe. He is a newly arrived loose cultivator in Daoist. Old Zhang, could you extend us a favor as loyal customers and offer a reasonable price? Old Zhang, reclining in his rocking chair and squinting at Shu Han, scoffed, another greenhorn. It seems, you two are quite persistent. Shu Han selected a pickaxe of decent quality and inquired, may I ask how much for this one? That will be 12 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Xieming's eyelids involuntarily twitched. I say, Old Zhang, are you not inflating the price? 12 spirit stones for a mid-grade pickaxe? It should not exceed 5 or 6 spirit stones. Are you doubling the price outright? Why not just rob someone instead? Old Zhang retorted, my goods are priced as such. If you lack the funds, aren't you always eager to help? Why not assist him in gathering the necessary amount? Shu Han then produced a vial of He Qi Dan and asked, might I inquire how many spirit stones this vial is worth? Old Zhang took the vial, sniffed it, and exclaimed, not bad. This is a high-grade He Qi Dan. I'll take it for 8 spirit stones. His fingers drummed incessantly on the table as his murky gaze settled on Kong Guanwen. You two are loyal customers. Do let me earn a little more, or else my incessant chatter will be hard to contain. With a decisive slap, Kong Guanwen placed 4 spirit stones on the stall, declaring angrily, fine, Old Zhang, I'll make up the difference. The two then quickly led Shu Han away from the stall. Holding the pickaxe, Shu Han expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for your assistance. Brother, I shall repay these 4 spirit stones in due time. If you are to assist me in the mines, why quibble over such a small amount? Shu Han cast a glance at the leisurely Old Zhang in the distance, frowning as he asked, why tolerate such price inflation? Could we not simply go elsewhere? Xieming explained, Old Zhang is a solitary man, and since we are regular customers, let us allow him to profit a bit this time. This rationale left Shu Han speechless. Shouldn't loyal customers receive better deals? What sense was there in letting him profit more? Would that not turn loyal customers into mere chumps? Subsequently, the two parted ways with Shu Han and sought a corner to set up their stall, selling storage bags. As Shu Han's thoughts stirred, he placed the spirit stones gifted by Kong Guangwen into the black jar within his storage bag. Soon, the spirit stones in the jar began to multiply, albeit at a significantly slower pace than usual. After a quarter of an hour, the jar was filled to the brim, a stark contrast to the typical speed. Shu Han quickly experimented with other materials in his storage bag, only to find that the growth rate had returned to normal. Could it be that the black jar's ability to replicate items was influenced by the quality of the items themselves? Nevertheless, a slight delay was of little consequence, for cultivators possess ample time. The jar brimmed with 300 spirit stones, and as Shu Han strolled through the market stalls, he continued the replication process within his storage bag. In less than half an hour, he amassed a dazzling collection of low-grade spirit stones, totaling a remarkable 1,200 pieces. Silently calculating in his mind, Shu Han noted that 300 stones were produced in a quarter of an hour, and 1,200 stones in half an hour. It appeared that the black jar had a replication speed, roughly amounting to 2,400 low-grade spirit stones per hour. While there was a speed limitation, this throughput was nonetheless quite astonishing. Even a cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refinement, like Kong Guangwen, would bicker over just 3 or 4 spirit stones, highlighting their preciousness. After waiting for an hour, Shu Han found himself with a lifetime's worth of spirit stones. With such wealth in hand, he felt emboldened as he perused the market stalls. He scanned the wares at the Qing Stone Gathering's magical artifact stalls, but found nothing that caught his eye. The best offerings were merely a mix of mediocre quality high-grade artifacts. However, at the alchemical stall, one item captured his attention: a small vial of liquid labeled 5 poison water. The vendor smiled and said, "This is 5 poison water. Any cultivator below the 6th level of Qi refinement who comes into contact with it will immediately lose half their combat prowess. Friend, if you're interested, I can let you have it for a mere 8 spirit stones." Shu Han recalled reading about 7 poison water in the Bai clan's treasure refining record, which was said to significantly diminish the magical power of any foundation-building cultivator who came into contact with it. For a Qi refinement cultivator, those with profound skill might manage to resist the poison, but those with lesser abilities would meet their demise. If he could acquire a substantial quantity of 7 poison water, he would no longer fear foundation-building cultivators. "I've heard of 7 poison water. How does it compare to your 5 poison water?" The vendor, gesturing with his thumb, replied, "Friend, your knowledge is impressive. 7 poison water is derived from 5 poison water, enhanced with 2 rare poisonous herbs, making it 10 times more effective. Did you concoct this 5 poison water?" The vendor nodded, saying, "Indeed, it required considerable effort and resources. Why not refine 7 poison water instead? Wouldn't that yield greater profits?" The vendor chuckled, "You jest. The 2 additional poisons needed for 7 poison water are exceedingly rare, and it takes 100 bottles of 5 poison water to produce just 1 bottle of 7 poison water. How could I possibly manage that? 120 spirit stones." The vendor was taken aback. "Ah?" Shu Han set down the 5 poison water and declared, "I will trade you 120 spirit stones for the recipe to create 5 poison water, along with the materials necessary for its production, and I also wish to know what the 2 other poisons are." The vendor hesitated. "Friend, are you trying to take away my business? I rely on this." 150 spirit stones, the vendor gasped, his expression fluctuating between hope and trepidation as he regarded the mysterious figure before him. 170 spirit stones. Shu Han once again raised the price and advised, "Let us settle for something reasonable. 170 spirit stones. How many bottles of the 5 poisons water must you sell to earn that back? And rest assured, I am not here to compete for your business. That meager sum does not interest me." The stall owner scratched his head, saying, This is not appropriate." Shu Han waved his sleeve and departed. "Forget it. Continue selling on your own." "Oh dear sir, please don't go. I can still sell." Chapter 33. Clear spirit and bright eyes. The production of the 7 poisons water was lacking 2 rare herbs, blood sea ginseng and evil light flower. However, I had never encountered these in any medicinal compendium. Suggesting their extreme rarity, I needed to concoct the 7 poisons water swiftly, as it would provide me with a modicum of self-protection during the foundation establishment stage. After exhausting over 1,000 fire god talismans, I had only managed to produce 120 within the past year. Though effectively utilized, they could still pose a considerable threat. Nonetheless, I remained uneasy. The fire god talismans were too singular in their approach, and should they be deciphered, I would be left vulnerable. After browsing the spell stall for a considerable time, I suddenly noticed a young lady. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, and when her gaze fell upon me, I felt utterly exposed. This feeling was unsettling. My concealing technique was imperceptible to any Foundation establishment cultivator who did not scrutinize closely, yet she saw right through it with a mere glance. What was peculiar about those eyes? Just as I intended to approach her stall, a group of irate individuals stormed towards us. The lead bald man slammed his palm onto the young lady's table, bellowing, "Chen Yue Hua, have you deceived me? Your clear spirit and bright eyes water is utterly ineffective. My eyes feel as though they are rotting from the soaking, and I have yet to master the technique. Hand over all the spirit stones I've spent on you over the years." Miss Chen's gaze was fierce, unwavering as she confronted the bald brute. "I have stated that the clear spirit and bright eyes technique requires prolonged use of the elixir I crafted. Brother Wang, how long have you actually used it? This spell is not so easily mastered. Why not purchase 2 more bottles? I can offer you a discount." The bald man, seething with rage, unleashed his spiritual pressure, revealing his cultivation at the 11th layer of chi refinement. "In a refund. I will destroy your stall." Unfazed, Miss Chen replied nonchalantly, "Feel free to destroy it. It's not worth much anyway." "You." The bald man seized her frail shoulder, furiously declaring, "Then I will tear you apart." With a long sigh, she produced 2 bottles of potion, saying, "All right, take these 2 as a gift. Just stop this ruckus. I still need to conduct my business." The bald man's eyelids twitched as he pondered deeply, and ultimately he snatched the 2 bottles, growling, "If these prove ineffective, I will not spare you. Let us go with that." He led his entourage away. Witnessing this scene, I felt a profound displeasure. A group of burly men bullying a frail maiden in public was intolerable. Had this been the mundane world, I would have intervened immediately. However, this was a realm of cultivators, and I was reluctant to become a champion for a stranger. Approaching the stall, I inquired, "Are you selling a type of eye technique?" "My lady?" With a charming smile, she replied, "You have a discerning eye, my friend. It is no wonder you are a practitioner at the 12th layer of chi refinement. This is a time-honored technique for clarity and insight, passed down through my family, which, once cultivated to a certain degree, allows one to see through the disguises of others. When mastered, it grants the ability to pierce through illusions with a divine light emanating from one's eyes, revealing boundless mysteries." Shu Han chuckled and remarked, "This spell must be quite expensive, I presume. How many spirit stones does it cost?" "Considering the affinity between us, I shall part with it for merely 10 spirit stones," came the reply. "Another stroke of fate." Shu Han mused, "Is this notion of fate a common saying among your Qingshi gathering?" Doubt flickered in Shu Han's heart, yet the price was undeniably tempting. "Is that all?" Miss Chen praised, "You are indeed a perceptive individual. Tio practiced this technique. One must also utilize my family's specially concocted elixir for clarity and insight, which must be applied daily to be effective. A single vial costs 20 spirit stones." Shu Han secretly smiled. Selling the spell was merely a fade, while selling the elixir was the true venture. Both the spell and the elixir were exquisite, but alas, the stall was rather modest. Furthermore, the young lady appeared delicate and frail, making her susceptible to the bullying of other cultivators. Such a business might not yield many spirit stones, nor endure for long. Miss Chen smiled and inquired, "Oh, I wonder what insights my friend possesses." "Let us collaborate," Shu Han suggested, tapping the stall as he calculated. "I can provide a substantial sum of spirit stones as a partnership fee, and together we shall sell both the spell and the elixir, sharing the profits from each sale generously with you. Rest assured, you shall not be treated unfairly. Moreover, should trouble arise, you may seek my assistance. To be frank, I have certain influence behind the scenes, sufficient to ensure your safety." Shu Han initially intended to directly purchase Chen Yuehua's elixir formula, yet he discerned that this young lady was likely a shrewd merchant who would inflate her price upon realizing his intent. Although Shu Han possessed a vast number of spirit stones, he was wary of revealing too much as a newcomer to the cultivation world. Fearing it might attract unwanted attention, it would be wiser to entice Chen Yuehua with profit. Encouraging her to disclose the formula first. For the subsequent collaboration, that was merely a casual suggestion. Shu Han had no time to set up a stall for profit. Chen Yuehua appeared somewhat moved. May I inquire how much spirit stones you would be willing to contribute as a partnership fee? Shu Han narrowed his eyes. Are you attempting to gauge my financial strength? Or are you genuinely considering this? What price resides in your heart? He refrained from providing a direct answer. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yuehua, with a sweet smile, proposed, would 1,000 spirit stones suffice? The notion of acquiring the formula for merely 1,000 spirit stones momentarily swayed Shu Han. Such an amount posed no challenge for him. Exchanging 1,000 spirit stones for the formula and departing at once was indeed an appealing prospect. Suddenly, Shu Han caught a glimpse of Chen Yuehua's scrutinizing gaze, and a revelation struck him. As a mere chi refinement stage cultivator, producing 1,000 spirit stones at once would certainly raise suspicions. Shu Han feigned anger. Surely you jest, miss? If you do not wish to collaborate, simply say so. Why demand such an exorbitant price? If you are unable to provide the partnership fee, I must regrettably escort you out, she replied. A sense of urgency gripped Shu Han. He genuinely desired that formula. Yet, he could see that Chen Yuehua had no intention of selling it to him. Thus, he opted to purchase a dozen vials of the elixir instead, intending to test its effects before making further plans. However, upon opening a vial and inhaling its scent, his brows furrowed in dismay. A swindler. Indeed, a swindler. The young woman remarked, this is quite unorthodox. These potions have undoubtedly been diluted, and their efficacy is likely less than a tenth of what is claimed. No wonder that burly man earlier said his eyes were nearly rotting away without having achieved any cultivation. You may appear delicate and frail, but I did not expect such unscrupulousness from you. Return my spirit stones. Chen Yuehua's expression changed dramatically, her eyes glinting with intelligence. It seems that my esteemed friend is well versed in the art of alchemy and recognizes true value. The wise individual possesses clever means of negotiation. I shall offer you 12 pristine vials in exchange, if you would be so kind. No need for that, Shu Han retorted, snatching back her spirit stones with irritation. With your business practices, I wouldn't dare utilize anything produced by your hands. Farewell. As she turned away, Chen Yuehua's eyes sparkled with cunning. She gathered all the items from her stall into her storage pouch and ventured alone to a loft within the Qingshi gathering. There sat the burly man from earlier, preparing to wash his eyes with the potion. Chen Yuehua boldly strode in and seized the vial from his grasp. The man, enraged, exclaimed, Chen Yuehua, what are you up to? Have you changed your mind? Chen Yuehua scolded, if you're not afraid of going blind, then go ahead and use it. A cold sweat broke out on the man's scalp as he realized, you little vixen dare to plot against me? Brothers, instantly, the nearby cultivators rose, eyeing Chen Yuehua with ill intent. Yet, she remained unperturbed. Brother Wang, do you not want the 1,000 spirit stones? The man halted abruptly, approaching her with heavy breaths, demanding, what 1,000 spirit stones? Chen Yuehua gently pressed him back into his chair. Smiling alluringly, earlier, a young lad of the 12th level of Qi refinement wished to purchase my formula. When I quoted him a price of 1,000 spirit stones, he hesitated for a moment before outright refusing. This indicates that he must possess close to 1,000 spirit stones. The man scoffed. Perhaps he was merely taken aback by your exorbitant demand. My clear and discerning gaze assessed his eyes. He was certainly not bewildered. On the contrary, he was contemplating. He likely possesses a minimum of 1,000 spirit stones, if not more. Brother Wang, you may doubt me, but you must trust in my keen eyesight. The man stroked his chin, conceding, indeed, if there's one thing to trust about you, it would be your eyes. The 12th level of Qi refinement is of little concern, yet he conceals his identity, and upon exiting the Qingshi gathering, we cannot predict where he will be transported. How do we resolve this? Chen Yuehua smiled. Leave that to me. Have your men wait outside the gathering. The man squinted. From the sound of it, this does not seem to be your first undertaking of this nature. Chen Yuehua feigned innocence. As a fragile woman navigating the world of cultivation, one must devise multiple avenues. The man's eyelids twitched. And how shall we settle the matter of this tainted potion? Chen Yuehua boldly perched herself on his lap, suggesting, perhaps, dear brother, I could accompany you for a night of indulgence. The man promptly pushed her away. I dare not lay a hand on you, you venomous temptress. Once the task is complete, I shall take 70, and you 30. No more tricks. Chapter 34. Wealth and generosity. Shu Han continued her stroll through the marketplace, acquiring a bit of every herb and material, filling her storage pouch to the brim. However, as she shopped, her spiritual senses alerted her, for she felt the unsettling presence of someone watching her. Could it be that the woman harbors some ulterior motives? Just moments ago, as she gazed at her with a look of astonishment at the stall, Shu Han caught a whiff of a greedy undertone. With the woman's remarkable ocular techniques, she would undoubtedly see through his simple disguise. As for the labyrinth of the Qingshi gathering, since she dared to follow him, she must certainly possess a means to unravel it. Shu Han pondered, uncertain of how many individuals might be backing the woman or whether any foundation-building practitioners were among them. The unknown is indeed the most daunting aspect. Thus, he could not leave the Qingshi gathering alongside Kong Guangwen and the others. If he were to exit with them and a genuine conflict arose, Shu Han could not afford to hold back, for that would surely expose his cultivation level. Although these two gentlemen appeared quite earnest, he still harbored a trace of wariness towards them. As he strolled, Shu Han eventually arrived at the most opulent structure within the Qingshi gathering, the Baoguang Pavilion. After inquiring around, he learned that the finest magical artifacts were all concentrated within the Baoguang Pavilion. The guards standing before the grand entrance were all experts at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Upon entering through the resplendent doors, an array of exquisite magical artifacts greeted his eyes, all of commendable quality. However, after surveying the selection, Shu Han felt no interest whatsoever. Sensing his discerning gaze, the steward of the Baoguang Pavilion emerged to greet him. Adorned in resplendent attire, yet possessing profound cultivation at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Approaching him courteously, he inquired, "Esteemed friend, are you unable to find a magical artifact to your liking? Please feel free to express any needs you may have." Shu Han thought to himself that since he had come to purchase supreme magical artifacts, he could not afford to exude a weak aura. He needed to project the imposing demeanor of a disciple from a grand sect. "I have perused your offerings and, to my dismay, I have not encountered a single supreme magical artifact. Your Baoguang Pavilion has truly disappointed me." Upon hearing this, the steward's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you seeking to purchase supreme magical artifacts?" "Of course. Why would I waste my time on such rubbish?" Rather than being angered, the steward felt elated. Shu Han's somewhat arrogant tone filled him with delight, as he thought to himself that at long last, a significant customer had arrived. He promptly invited Shu Han to the second floor's VIP chamber. This chamber, adorned in an antique style, featured walls inscribed with formations that effectively prevented prying eyes from penetrating. Shu Han was invited to take a seat, and the steward served him a pot of invigorating tea that moment. A plainly dressed man entered. Gesturing for the steward to withdraw, he clasped his hands in greeting and said, "I am Cui Xiangming, the manager of Baoguang Pavilion. May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name?" Foundation building stage. Shu Han deliberately released his aura, showcasing his cultivation level with clarity, and replied, "I am Yu Tiancheng. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior." In concealing his identity, Shu Han had borrowed the name of Heir Dan Cui Xiangming. Observing Shu Han's aura, noted the rich spiritual energy of a practitioner at the 12th level of Qi refinement, indicating he was no ordinary cultivator. He couldn't help but speculate that this young man was likely a disciple from a prominent sect on a training excursion. Otherwise, how could one so young possess nearly several times the magical power of practitioners at the same level? Shu Han directly stated his intentions. "I wish to acquire some supreme spiritual artifacts for self-defense. I have heard from the hall steward that these treasures are concealed within the VIP chamber of Baoguang Pavilion. Might you kindly permit me to view them, so that I may select one or two, to purchase some supreme magical artifacts?" What a wealthy and extravagant proposition, Cui Xiangming thought to himself, feeling an inner delight as he smiled and replied, "Of course. It is truly an honor for my Baoguang Pavilion to have you grace us with your presence. It just so happens that I possess a few exquisite treasures for your perusal. Dear friend, I hope they capture your discerning eye." Shu Han interjected, stating, "I am primarily interested in defensive artifacts and flying devices." Cui Xiaoming promptly responded, "Of course, I happen to have several remarkable items that might pique your interest. Please, allow me to present them." With that, he retrieved a resplendent scale armor that shimmered with a silvery hue. This is the 8 treasure Qilin armor, crafted from 8 precious metals through thousands of hammering processes. It was forged by a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. When donned, this armor imposes no hindrance to movement, and when infused with spiritual energy, it can unleash an 8-colored brilliance. When fully activated, It can even withstand a strike from the innate magical treasure of a typical early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Shu Han observed silently, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Noticing Shu Han's indifference, Cui Xiangming swiftly produced another artifact. This was a round shield, and upon its unveiling, the surrounding air grew markedly colder. The extreme cold mysterious iron shield. This is an exceedingly rare defensive artifact. Forged from a solid block of extreme cold iron, it is nearly indestructible. When fully activated, it can effortlessly repel any attack from an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Additionally, it can emit a cold light that disrupts an opponent's magical energy flow by 3 parts. However, its limitation lies in its ability to only defend from one side. Yet, Shu Han merely glanced at it without inquiring about the price, leaving Cui Xiangming somewhat perplexed. These 2 defensive artifacts were indeed his finest offerings. Thus, he produced a pair of boots, proclaiming Beast Flow Boots, a rare top-tier artifact. Their origins are unknown, but when worn by a cultivator, they can increase speed by 50%, and when fully activated, can even double the escape velocity. This is the pinnacle of speed-enhancing artifacts. Shu Han nodded and inquired, "May I ask if your esteemed establishment has any one-time use consumables of great power? They must exceed the potency of this fire god talisman I currently possess." Cui Xiangming gazed at the fire god talisman in astonishment, exclaiming, "This talisman is of exceptional quality, capable of unleashing a force equivalent to a full strike from a 12th layer qi refining cultivator. To surpass the power of this talisman is exceedingly rare." Nevertheless, Cui Xiangming then produced a small purple orb from his storage bag, carefully cradling it in his hand. "Dear friend, this is the purple thunder pearl. Allow me to elaborate on its power. Upon detonation, it can unleash an explosive force equivalent to a peak strike from an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Its effects are unpredictable." He then glanced at the 4 treasures on the table, returning his gaze to Shu Han, and upon seeing no reaction, he forced a smile, saying, "If there is any item that catches your interest, feel free to inquire about its price. Should the price exceed your budget, we can negotiate a trade." Shu Han smiled, sipped his tea, and replied nonchalantly, "I shall take them all." Cui Xiangming spat out his tea in shock, exclaiming, "What did you say?" "I said I want everything." "How much do you price them at?" "Senior?" Cui Xiangming chuckled, "You jest, dear friend. Each of these items is priced at no less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Altogether, it would be impossible to acquire them for less than 3,500 spirit stones. 3,500 spirit stones. Upon hearing Shu Han's retort, Cui Xiangming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "This young child has just emerged from seclusion and surely knows not the true value of artifacts. Perhaps I could sell him one at a modest price, fostering goodwill for future transactions." Shu Han leisurely remarked, "Fortunately, my master has prepared a substantial amount of spirit stones for me. Otherwise, I truly would not be able to procure these items. Senior, how about this? I will offer 5,000 spirit stones in exchange for these 4 treasures, along with the crafting method for the purple thunder pearl. 5,000? Chapter 35. The 4 symbols array disc. Cui Xiangming was secretly astonished. This young man before him could produce 5,000 spirit stones at once, surpassing even him, the master of the Baoguang Pavilion. Which sect's disciple is he, possessing such formidable wealth at the qi refinement stage? It was truly unfathomable. Cui Xiangming forced a smile and said, "Young friend, your ability to present such a substantial sum of spirit stones is indeed beyond my expectations. Baoguang Pavilion is genuinely interested in conducting this transaction with you. However, we do not possess the crafting method for the purple thunder pearl, and thus cannot provide it to you." Shu Han scrutinized Cui Xiangming's expression, sensing that he was not deceiving him, and felt a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, noticing that the young friend was not lacking in spirit stones, he remarked, "I happen to have a remarkable treasure here that you may find intriguing." Cui Xiangming retrieved a compass the size of a basin from his storage bag. "This is the 4 symbols array disc. It is not a magical artifact but rather a type of array treasure." Shu Han raised an eyebrow, having read extensively about magical artifacts and treasures in the Baishur alchemy record. But this was his first encounter with an array treasure. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Forgive my ignorance, but what exactly is an array treasure?" Cui Xiangming explained, "It is not surprising that you are unfamiliar, as array treasures are rarely discussed in our cultivation community. This is an artifact array that has been inscribed by a master of formations, allowing foundation establishment stage cultivators to utilize the power of their magical artifacts without needing to possess foundation establishment cultivation themselves. The prospect of wielding the power of a magical artifact left Shu Han astounded. The most significant difference between the foundation establishment and Qi refinement stages lay in the magical artifacts themselves. Foundation establishment cultivators could wield immensely powerful magical artifacts, while Qi refinement cultivators were limited to using mere magical tools. During his battle against the old ghost Long Xian, he had exhausted all his means and nearly perished at the hands of the old ghost's life-bound magical artifact, the Blood Soul Sword. Why were such treasures so rare in the cultivation world? Cui Xiangming chuckled. The crafting of an array treasure requires the consumption of a magical artifact, which results in a reduction of its power and imposes limitations on its usage. Moreover, activating an array treasure necessitates a significant expenditure of spirit stones, making it rather impractical for foundation establishment cultivators. Such items are only manufactured by major sects for the defense of future generations. Shu Han gazed at the four symbols array disc, feeling an itch of desire. However, he maintained his composure and inquired, given the rarity of such a treasure, its price must be quite steep. I am indeed interested, but I may need to return to my sect to consult my master. Cui Xiaoming shook his head. To be candid, young friend, if this were a complete four symbols array disc, your 5,000 spirit stones would be far from sufficient. However, this particular item has been used multiple times, and its remaining activation count is limited. Therefore, if you are willing, I shall reluctantly part with it, along with these exquisite magical tools. Observing Cui Xiangming's expression, there was no hint of reluctance. Rather, he seemed eager to make the sale. Shu Han asked, Senior, you have yet to inform me of the effects of this array treasure, and how many spirit stones does it consume? Upon hearing Shu Han's final inquiry, Cui Xiangming chuckled awkwardly. When the four symbols array disc is fully activated, it can summon the four symbols array patterns, unleashing a force akin to a mountain avalanche, weighing as much as 1,000 Jun. However, due to the consumption of activation counts and spirit stones, our Baoguang Pavilion has not conducted tests, and thus the specific power remains unknown. Moreover, the consumption of spiritual stones by this four-phase array disc is indeed quite substantial. To unleash its full power necessitates the expenditure of 4 mid-grade spiritual stones at once. 4 mid-grade spiritual stones. Very well. 5,000 spiritual stones. I shall acquire these 5 treasures. Upon witnessing Shu Han's immediate decision without a moment's hesitation, Cui Xiangming could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Are you certain, young friend? With a flourish of his hand, Shu Han summoned a dozen bags of spiritual stones from his storage pouch, instantly filling the chamber with a rich aura of spiritual energy. Tapping his fingers on the table, Shu Han proposed, Might I request the esteemed senior to verify the spiritual stones? Cui Xiangming, overwhelmed with delight, replied, No need, no need. I have full faith in you, young friend. Please keep these 5 treasures safe. Shu Han, unreserved, promptly collected the 5 treasures from the table. Esteemed senior, my reserve of mid-grade spiritual stones is rather limited. I still possess over 1,000 low-grade stones. May I kindly request you to exchange them for mid-grade spiritual stones? Over 1,000 stones? Cui Xiaoming chuckled. Certainly. The common exchange rate is 200 low-grade stones for 1 mid-grade stone. So 1,000 low-grade stones should yield 5 mid-grade stones. However, given your generous spirit as your senior, I shall not be stingy. I shall provide you with 8 mid-grade stones, enough for 2 uses. I am truly grateful. Esteemed senior, Shu Han expressed his thanks with a respectful bow, then added, In fact, I have 2 additional requests. Please, speak freely. Shu Han inquired, Have you heard of blood sea ginseng and evil light flower? If Baoguang Pavilion has them, I would like to purchase 1 or 2 for research. After a moment of contemplation, Cui Xiaoming responded, These 2 spiritual herbs are indeed quite rare. To my recollection, Baoguang Pavilion should not have them in stock. However, since you have expressed interest, I will arrange for someone to search the market. I should be able to gather them for you within a month. I sincerely appreciate your assistance, esteemed senior. There is one more matter. I have been targeted by ill-intentioned individuals at the Qingshi gathering and fear they may act against me after I leave the event. It is not that I fear them. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary consumption of my precious resources due to their interference. Might you? Cui Xiangming snorted in anger. How dare they disregard the regulations of the Qingshi gathering? They must be those petty cultivators in the Qi refining stage. Rest assured, you are a valued guest of Baoguang Pavilion. I shall not stand idly by in this matter. Upon exiting Baoguang Pavilion, Shu Han still felt the lingering sensation of being watched. He casually wandered through the market before arriving at the exit of the Qingshi gathering. Before him, an 8-trigram formation spun in a mystical manner, and amidst the haze, Shu Han selected the Qin trigram to ATA corner of the Qingshi gathering. Chen Yuehua's eyes sparkled with azure light, her gaze piercing through the mist. The Qin trigram, Chen Yuehua declared. I will first go out to follow him. Once he reaches a secluded area, I will signal you, Brother Wang, and you must bring your men to follow immediately. When the time comes, we shall strike with full force. This person is wealthy and influential, and he must possess numerous magical artifacts. Do not grant him the opportunity to retaliate. The bald, muscular man laughed. What is there to fear? With over 10 brothers, a single spit from each would drown him. Little girl, remember, I take 70, you take 30. Don't try any tricks, Brother Wang, you jest. How could I dare to deceive you? With that, Chen Yuehua stepped into the formation. She approached the exit of the Qin trigram and immediately retrieved a red flying bird from her sleeve. Go, my dear bird. After releasing the bird, she employed her clairvoyant abilities, effortlessly discerning the traces left by Shu Han's recent passage. Following this trail, she ultimately arrived at a secluded grove where she found Shu Han seated in a clearing, seemingly engaged in meditation. A sense of bewilderment washed over her. What was this lad doing here, practicing in seclusion? After flaunting a substantial amount of spirit stones at the Qingshi gathering, he dares to linger in the vicinity. He must be tired of living. Yet, Shu Han lazily called out, Miss Qin, do not hide in the distance and spy. If you have something to discuss, let us converse face to face. Chen Yuehua's delicate form trembled, instantly sensing that something was amiss. With her left hand forming a seal, she unleashed a fireball spell towards the sky. Soon after, she felt a strange wind sweep through the forest. Turning to look, she was astonished to find that Shu Han had vanished from his spot. Miss Chan appeared charming, yet her heart was treacherous. A lamentable contrast indeed. A chill ran down Chen Yuehua's spine. Chapter 36. The yellow sparrow lurks behind with the martial art cloud walking coupled with the newly donned exquisite artifact, the swift flow boots. Shu Han did not even need to employ any spells. In the blink of an eye, he had stealthily circled behind Chen Yuehua. She sensed someone at her back, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. Nevertheless, she suppressed her terror, striving for composure as she declared, Dear friend, do not misunderstand. I merely happened to pass by, and as a mere weak woman, what ill intent could I possibly harbor? Shu Han chuckled. You have been tailing me since the Qingshi gathering, and yet you claim to harbor no ill will. Chen Yuehua raised her elegant brows, her voice chilling. How do you know? My clairvoyant abilities cannot be detected by the 12 heavens, she continued. Since childhood, my master has taught me the art of alchemy and artifact forging. My spiritual awareness has long surpassed that of ordinary folk. You truly are extraordinary. Since we have crossed paths, why not become friends? I shall generously offer you my clairvoyant abilities. What do you think? Shu Han shook his head with a sigh. Do not waste time. Your allies will not be coming. Chen Yuehua felt a chill at his unwavering assertion and could not help but inquire, On what basis do you believe my allies will not arrive? Shu Han gestured for silence. Do not speak. Just listen. Chen Yuehua strained to hear, and soon a swift sound of slicing air reached her, followed by a robust laughter. Young friend, the nefarious individuals attempting to ambush you have been dealt with. However, after some inquiry, I found they were merely misled. Their crimes do not warrant death. Considering their arduous cultivation, I have given them a lesson and let them go. Will this arrangement satisfy you? Chen Yuehua gazed at the approaching cultivator, her heart sinking like lead. It was Cui Xiangming from the Baoguang Pavilion. In disbelief, she turned to Shu Han, her eyes wide. You managed to enlist the assistance of a Foundation establishment cultivator. As Cui Xiangming descended above Shu Han, he caught sight of Chen Yuehua and snorted in anger. I have long known that this enchantress is no good. Young friend, step aside and witness how I dispense justice upon her. Yet Shu Han interjected, cupping his hands in a gesture of persuasion. Thank you for your intervention, esteemed elder, but this matter does not require your involvement. I shall handle it myself. Cui Xiaoming regarded Shu Han with a peculiar expression. Young friend, if you are set on this course, I shall not spoil your enthusiasm. However, let me caution you with a word of warning. This enchantress is no ordinary person. Be wary of her potential to turn against you." Having spoken thus, Cui Xiangming transformed into a streak of fleeing light and departed from the forest. Upon witnessing Cui Xiangming's exit, Chen Yuehua could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Turning her attention, she smiled with delight, her clear and bright eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at Shu Han. Without hesitation, she wrapped her jade-like arm around his neck, leaning closer to him, her words as fragrant as orchids. Savoring the scent of orchids, Shu Han immediately channeled his power to expel the fragrance from his body. "Since you, my lord, have rescued me from Cui Xiangming's grasp, I find myself at a loss for how to repay such a life-saving grace. Therefore, allow me to express my gratitude through nightly enchantments," she declared, her eyes sultry and her lips parting as she leaned in to kiss Shu Han. Yet, in an instant, a golden light flashed beside Shu Han, and the sharp edge of the Gangtian sword pointed menacingly at Chen Yuehua's temple, causing her a sudden and intense headache from the piercing radiance. "I advise you to keep your distance, or my flying sword is not to be trifled with," Shu Han warned. Gradually, Chen Yuehua stepped back, still smiling seductively. "My lord, you are far too serious. If you do not desire my body, then why did you save me?" "You know what I seek," he replied. "You are still fixated on my potion's formula, are you not?" Chen Yuehua pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? I have been untouched for quite some time and can see your desires stirring. If you are willing to indulge me in some merriment within this secluded forest, I shall deliver the formula to you without alteration. What say you, my lord?" As she spoke, she lowered her garments, revealing her half-naked form to Shu Han. Even though Shu Han's heart was as cold as iron, the sudden sight of Chen Yuehua's fair and delicate body, coupled with the intoxicating fragrance, momentarily dazed him. After all, at the tender age of 20, he was in the prime of his youthful vigor. His breath became unsteady. You truly lack shame to make such lascivious demands." Yet, as realization dawned upon him, Shu Han sensed that Chen Yuehua's brazen actions were undoubtedly laden with ulterior motives. Almost immediately, his spiritual awareness throbbed painfully, and he felt a deadly threat from both sides. "The beauty's scheme disturbs my senses." 8-colored radiance. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his power into the 8-treasure Qilin armor he wore, and 8-colored light erupted forth. Boom! Despite the protective aura of the 8-treasure divine light, Shu Han felt a constricting pressure in his chest as formidable forces bore down upon him from both sides. He glanced around, only to see a massive axe swinging towards him from the left and a long spear thrusting from the right. Both exceptional magical artifacts. The axe crackled with lightning, and with a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted on Shu Han's left side, scattering the 8-colored radiance. A metallic taste filled his throat as he was propelled backward, crashing through several large trees before coming to a halt. Yet, before he could regain his bearings, the long spear hurtled through the air, transforming into an unstoppable azure dragon. In an instant, Shu Han summoned all his strength to activate the 8-treasure Qilin armor, causing the divine light to surge. The azure dragon, manifesting from the spear, writhed and twisted, burrowing into the 8-colored radiance, inching ever closer to Shu Han's chest. Alarmed, Shu Han realized that while the 8-treasure Qilin armor could withstand attacks from cultivators at the initial stage of foundation establishment, the azure dragon spear was slowly but surely breaching his defenses. Truly a remarkable magical artifact. Meanwhile, the massive axe was not idle, swinging horizontally towards Shu Han, seemingly intent on coordinating with the spear to breach his protective light. There was no way out. Shu Han retrieved the protective extreme cold mysterious iron shield from his storage pouch, causing it to rapidly enlarge before him, meeting the onslaught of the giant axe and long spear. A thunderous roar echoed as Shu Han's entire being was jolted, sent flying along with the shield. Yet, he seized this opportunity. The cold light of the shield reflected fiercely as it surged towards the enemy. Cloaked in radiant light and wielding the extreme cold mysterious iron shield, Shu Han finally found a moment to steady himself amidst the chaos. With a cold gaze, he observed that Chen Yuehua had already donned her attire, a fiery red bird alighting gracefully upon her shoulder. Shortly thereafter, 2 men approached her from either side, their imposing spiritual pressure causing Shu Han's brow to furrow in concern. To his astonishment, both were at the peak of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. "Brother Qiu, Brother Qiao, why didn't you eliminate this brat in one swift move?" Chen Yuehua expressed her discontent. Holding a long spear, Qiu Changchun's eyes narrowed with vigilance as he replied, Yuehua, do not underestimate this individual. He possesses two supreme defensive artifacts. Our assaults were completely thwarted. However, do not worry, Cui Xiangming has already retreated, and there is no chance he will leave here alive today. Gazing at their formation, Shu Han instantly comprehended the situation. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He was regarded as the cicada, while the initial group of reinforcements lured by Chen Yuehua were the mantises. The true orioles were these two masters of the 12th layer of qi refinement. Chen Yuehua intended to consume both him and the others in one fell swoop. What a malicious woman! Shu Han realized that in the realm of cultivation, regardless of gender, everyone was a formidable adversary. Xiao Xiangrong called out, Yuehua, you too must join the fray. Let us three together swiftly deal with this brat. With two supreme defensive artifacts at our disposal, we shall all have a promising foundation in the future. Chen Yuehua sniffed disdainfully. Very well. This time I shall make an exception and personally deal with this insufferable brat. Shu Han took a deep breath, releasing the tension in his nerves, and laughed heartily. 3 against 1. How utterly unfair. Allow me to summon 2 allies as well. Chen Yuehua gasped in disbelief. You have allies? With a flourish of his hands, Shu Han began to channel his immense spiritual energy. Threefold avatar technique. Go. He swung his arm, and 2 avatars materialized from his original form. Chapter 37. A perilous situation upon witnessing Shu Han's division into 3 through the avatar technique. Chen Yuehua displayed a scornful expression and scoffed. To think you would attempt to bridge the gap in numbers with mere avatars. You must be out of your mind. Are you not aware that employing the avatar technique disperses your spiritual energy and diminishes your cultivation? Without it, you might have posed a challenge to us. Brother Qiu, what are you doing pushing me? Qiu Changchun swallowed hard, pointing at Shu Han in astonishment. No, Yuehua, look. This brat's cultivation hasn't diminished. What? Chen Yuehua, skeptical, focused her keen eyes and discovered that all 3 Shu Hans were indeed at the 12th layer of qi refinement. How could this be possible? How could he divide himself without a loss in cultivation? One of the avatars wielded the extreme cold mysterious iron shield, while another donned the 8 treasure Qilin armor, brandishing a crooked blood-red dagger. The original form, meanwhile, formed a hand seal, summoning the celestial 4 directions sword array from his storage pouch, golden light shimmering around him. Chen Yuehua scrutinized the celestial 4 directions sword array. Her eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. 4 supreme artifacts formed the sword array. Coupled with the 2 defensive artifacts from before, there were a total of 6 supreme artifacts in play. What is this young scoundrel's true origin? Xiao Xiangrong could not help but feel a pang of trepidation within his heart. He proposed, this fellow appears to be a tough nut to crack. Perhaps we should reconsider our pursuit. He must surely be a disciple of some renowned sect. Chen Yuehua immediately countered, what is there to fear? Even if he possesses numerous exquisite artifacts, the 3 bodies share a single source of power. I end such a confrontation against the 3 of us. With him activating a multitude of supreme artifacts, he will undoubtedly exhaust his energy swiftly. We have faced numerous challenges together. Should we truly be intimidated by this mere ruffian? Qiu Changchun interjected. Did you not just claim he possesses at least 1,000 spirit stones? How could he possibly run out of power? Chen Yuehua fell silent. Shu Han observed the fearful expressions of the 3 and could not help but scoff derisively. Do you truly believe that having glimpsed my trump card, you can stroll out of this dense forest unscathed? Do not jest. I find your exquisite artifacts quite appealing, and I shall not hesitate to claim them for myself. How brazen! You had no intention of robbing us. Yet now you presume to seize our possessions. Qiu Changchun and Xiao Xiangrong exchanged glances, their years of collaboration allowing for unspoken understanding, and they attacked Shu Han from either side. The azure dragon halberd plunged into the ground, and the roaring azure dragon leaped forth, targeting Shu Han's icy dark iron shield. Meanwhile, the thunderous great axe was hurled with great force, summoning a tempest of lightning from the heavens. These 2 exquisite artifacts, one above and one below, assailed Shu Han's avatar from cunning angles, seeking any chink in the icy dark iron shield's defense. Shu Han, multitasking with remarkable skill, raised the icy dark iron shield to block the descending thunderous great axe, while his other hand produced 2 iron armor talismans to fend off the emerging azure dragon. His true form wielded the celestial sword formation, charging directly at Chen Yuehua. Having witnessed Shu Han's astonishing speed, Chen Yuehua cried out in alarm, "Quickly, come back and protect me." The two promptly redirected their energy. Just as Shu Han's celestial sword formation was about to reach Chen Yuehua, a sudden flash of azure light appeared as Qiu Changchun hurled the azure dragon halberd before her, positioning it horizontally for defense. Seizing the opportunity to catch her breath, Chen Yuehua unleashed her own power, revealing her cultivation at the 12th level of qi refinement. She produced a long whip, one end adorned with a serpent's head, its eyes sparkling with spiritual light, precisely tracking Shu Han's rapid movements. The whip crackled ominously. This woman was no pushover, as each strike was executed with remarkable accuracy and formidable force. Under her command, the celestial sword formation continued to engage in fierce combat with the azure dragon halberd, quickly gaining the upper hand. "Old Xiao, come assist me. His sword formation is too formidable." Upon hearing this, Qiao Xiangrong ceased the pursuit of Shu Han's 8-treasure Qilin armor avatar. The three formed a triangular formation, the azure dragon halberd and thunderous great axe swinging continuously, unleashing torrents of lightning and the resounding roar of the azure dragon, matching Shu Han's celestial sword formation blow for blow. Meanwhile, Chen Yuehua remained shielded by the two, relentlessly striking with her whip. Fortunately, Shu Han's two avatars provided a nearly impenetrable barrier, or else he would have been forced to flee chaotically through the woods. It was evident that these three were no novices at such endeavors. Their synergy was remarkably seamless. When attacking, they were orderly. When defending, they were unassailable. Suddenly, as Shu Han sought to exploit a flaw in their formation, he inadvertently locked eyes with Chen Yuehua. Seizing the opportunity, her gaze suddenly emitted a beam of spiritual light. The brilliance was akin to gazing directly at the sun, momentarily dazzling Shu Han. Now was the moment. Qiao Xiangrong and Qiu Changchun exchanged a knowing glance, and the two exquisite magical artifacts collided with tremendous force. The surging magical energy rippled through the woods, unleashing a formidable thunder dragon that soared forth, its power far exceeding the levels of their previous attacks. In a moment of urgency, Shu Han swiftly unleashed 10 fire god talismans, which collided with the thunder dragon. A deafening explosion erupted in the forest. The 10 fire god talismans coalesced into a fireball 10 zhang wide, the dazzling flames rendering the sun in the sky pale in comparison. Yet, the thunder dragon surged straight through the fireball, charging directly at Shu Han. Frowning deeply, Shu Han realized that even the 10 fire god talismans could not halt this combined assault of the thunder dragon. Despite the dragon's might being somewhat diminished, it still commanded Shu Han's utmost caution. He exerted all his effort to activate the extreme cold mysterious iron shield, which immediately materialized before him. The thunder dragon crashed into the shield, sending Shu Han's avatar flying. Just when Shu Han thought this attack had been thwarted, a serpent's head suddenly emerged from the dissipating form of the thunder dragon. It was Chen Yuehua's serpent-headed whip. With a clap of her hands, she summoned the 3-turn protective shield. A dense barrier enveloped her entirely, yet the serpent-headed whip struck the shield, creating cracks upon impact. Fortunately, it managed to block the unavoidable strike. However, the situation took a turn. The serpent's mouth gaped wide, and a stream of spiritual light shot forth, revealing a venomous serpent's fang. The fang pierced through the fractured area of the protective barrier, aiming directly for Shu Han's brow. In that moment, Shu Han could not help but marvel at the trio's seamless coordination. The interplay of illusion and reality was so masterful that it was no wonder Chen Yuehua had the audacity to orchestrate such a treacherous scheme. Just as the serpent's fang was about to pierce Shu Han's brow, an 8-colored radiance erupted from his entire being, freezing the fang in place. Chen Yuehua, witnessing this, could not suppress her disappointment and exclaimed, "How is this possible? That artifact capable of emitting such brilliance was supposed to be with the avatar." Yet, when she turned to look, she found that the avatar had long since dissipated, returning to the main body. Shu Han's figure quivered, and once more, his avatar clad in the 8-treasure Qilin armor separated from his main body. All three were taken aback. What kind of avatar technique is this? It can be divided at will. Hearing their exclamations, Shu Han felt a surge of pride. This 3-turn avatar technique is one of the foremost spells in the Dragon Mysterious 3-turn divine art. Not only does it maintain one's cultivation level, but it also allows for the avatar to freely merge and separate, changing form in a myriad of ways, full of wonder. Since acquiring the complete text that year, he had practiced diligently every day. mastering this technique to perfection. This young man is truly formidable. Look at how he has divided into 3 avatars while wielding 6 exquisite magical artifacts, all without breaking a sweat. We may not stand a chance against him. Perhaps it is wise to find an opportunity to retreat. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Chen Yuehua also exhaled in relief. Earlier, she had created an opportunity with her clear spirit-bright eyes, and the trio had executed their combined attack flawlessly, yet they still could not shake Shu Han in the slightest. However, retreating would pose a challenge. Should they disperse, he would surely pick them off one by one. At that point, escaping would prove nearly impossible. Chapter 38. The victor is just as Shu Han observed the 3 whispering among themselves, unperturbed by their strategic discussions. The fact that this battle had reached such a stalemate was entirely by Shu Han's design. He sought to test the proficiency of his 3-turn avatar technique and assess his own combat capabilities. After all, following the fierce battle with Long Xian, he had not truly engaged in combat with any other cultivators. If he wished to swiftly conclude the lives of these 3, he could simply summon the Zilei Zhu and the Xixiang formation disc. Given their capabilities, they would stand no chance of resistance. At this moment, Chen Yuehua seemed to have made up her mind and approached the 2 men. Shu Han initially thought the 3 were about to change their formation again, but then heard Chen Yuehua exclaim, "Esteemed friend, continuing this fight will only lead to mutual destruction. We bear no deep-seated enmity. Why not turn our weapons into peace?" Shu Han, perplexed, replied, "Mutual destruction? It seems you are yet to grasp the reality of this battle. You 3 are like fish trapped in a barrel. You have exerted all your strength, yet I have barely begun to unleash mine. Spare me the idle chatter. You all must die." Chen Yuehua bit her lip, realizing the truth in Shu Han's words. What if I were to offer the Qing Ling Ming Mu spell and its formula to you for free? Did you not just stop Cui Xiaoming for this very set of spells and formulas? You are correct in that regard, but I cannot trust the items you offer me. It would be far safer to strip them from your lifeless body. At these words, Zhou Changchun and Xiao Xiangrong were infuriated and prepared to fight desperately, but Chen Yuehua restrained them. My friend jested. This formula is the very foundation of my livelihood. How could I leave any written record? Unless you can extract it from my memory, which I doubt is within your capabilities. Let us be straightforward. I shall not resort to deception, and you should refrain from harboring murderous intent. Cooperation benefits us both, while conflict begets mutual harm. Shu Han pondered deeply, seemingly in contemplation. He indeed yearned for the formula of the potion. Possessing it would enable him to produce an almost limitless supply of Qing Ling Ming Mu. Having roamed the Qing Shi gathering, he understood the immense value of profound vision. If he could cultivate the Qing Ling Ming Mu to its zenith, with such keen eyesight, he could uncover more rare treasures at the gathering, complemented by the black jar. His path of cultivation would then shine with infinite promise. Yet, Shu Han was acutely aware that this woman was merely seeking an opportunity to escape. Such a treacherous and malevolent figure, once released, would undoubtedly pose endless troubles. Observing Shu Han in thought, Chen Yuehua secretly smirked. Men are so easily deceived. I could provide you with a modified formula that would ensure you remain oblivious to its true nature. However, Shu Han's subsequent words sent a chill down her spine. Were these words to be uttered by anyone else, I might have acquiesced. Yet, a formula obtained from you will never earn my trust. However, you must surrender your magical artifacts and storage bags to me, and you alone shall accompany me to concoct and verify the formula. If it proves accurate, I may grant you a path to survival. What? You overstep your bounds. Yuehua, why waste breath on him? Let us fight. Yet, Chen Yuehua's eyes revealed her inner turmoil. She turned to the 2 men behind her, exclaiming with anger, "Enough! Silence yourselves!" Upon witnessing Chen Yuehua's fury, the 2 fell silent, fuming. Chen Yuehua stepped forward, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Might you take a step back? I am willing to submit to your will and offer my storage bag as tribute. But you cannot possibly seize my brother's magical artifacts. As siblings traversing the realm of cultivation, we have garnered numerous enemies. Without these 2 exceptional artifacts, their lives would be in grave jeopardy. I humbly beseech your forgiveness. Esteemed friend, how could this viperous woman even contemplate sacrificing herself to save the 2 of them?" A flicker of hope ignited in Shu Han's eyes. Yet, this gaze was quietly seized by Chen Yuehua, who kept her head bowed. "There is hope. The profound bond between you siblings is indeed commendable," Chen Yuehua remarked, her tone tinged with sorrow. Many years ago, I emerged from a humble farming household and arrived at a dilapidated mountain gate to pursue my cultivation. It was thanks to the care of my two elder brothers that I could grow in peace. However, our master was a veritable demon, who, upon recognizing my modest beauty, extended his vile grasp upon me before I had even reached maturity, subjecting me to nightly torment at that time. I had long since resigned myself to despair. Fortunately, my two brothers, moved by compassion, secretly intervened and eliminated that beast, granting me the courage to continue living. If today my life can be exchanged for my brother's safe passage, I, Yue Hua, would be eternally grateful. I would serve you, esteemed friend, as your loyal servant without a trace of complaint. Yue Hua, you. Chen Yue Hua raised her hand to silence them, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Shu Han. Appearing utterly pitiable, Shu Han was visibly moved by her heartfelt words, his gaze wavering. Finally, he sighed deeply. Since Miss Yue Hua has shared her tale, allow me to recount mine as well. Long ago, as I journeyed towards Daoist, I traversed a desolate and barren desert at that time. Both spiritual energy and water had completely run dry, and I believed I would perish in that wasteland, until a young girl came to my rescue. I am immensely grateful. After spending some time together, I learned that the girl was foraging for herbs alone at the edge of Daoist, often weeping bitterly. Eventually, I discovered that this girl had a remarkably talented brother who had gone to Qingstone for a gathering to exchange goods, but he never returned. It was said that he had fallen victim to those who coveted his treasure, leading to his untimely demise. The girl, aware of my considerable cultivation, implored me to uncover the true culprit behind her brother's murder. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuehua's heart quivered. I came near Qingshan town, and after extensive inquiries, I found a witness whose description of the murderer bore a striking resemblance to your two brothers. Surely, that person must have been the one you pursued and ruthlessly killed. Correct? Shu Han inquired. I admired the bond you share as siblings and had intended to set you free. However, how can I face that girl who saved my life? Chen Yuehua, in a fit of desperation, exclaimed, Where's that girl? I am willing to offer all my possessions to compensate her. I implore you, esteemed friend, let my siblings and me go. Ha ha ha! Shu Han burst into laughter. Are you jesting? There is no such person. I fabricated the entire story. At once, Chen Yuehua's expression fell. What does this mean, esteemed friend? Shu Han, regaining his serious demeanor, stated. What I mean is that the words spoken by everyone present are merely one-sided narratives. There is no definitive truth. You can weave a tale to appeal to my compassion, just as I can concoct a scenario to justify my actions. Yet the only undeniable truth here is that I hold your lives in my grasp. In this world, the victor embodies justice. Either you relinquish all your wealth along with your life for their two lives, or you all shall perish. Qiu Changchun could no longer contain himself. I told you not to waste breath on this fellow. Let us fight him. At worst, we shall die together as siblings. Qiao Xiangrong concurred, saying, Indeed, one must always repay their debts. Chen Yuehua also relinquished her resistance, having realized that although this young man was not imposing in stature, his mindset was remarkably mature, and his words were impervious to persuasion. Kill. As Shu Han observed the three approaching figures, he could not help but shake his head in dismay. In the dense forest to the east of Qingshi gathering, a flickering light illuminated the surroundings for a considerable duration before extinguishing forever. Shu Han felt the emptiness of his inner magical energy as his two avatars returned to his body. Gazing upon the lifeless forms of the trio, he could not suppress a sigh. These individuals are indeed formidable. Subduing them has nearly depleted all my magical power. Hastily, he produced a mid-grade spirit stone to siphon its essence and rapidly restore his energy. He began rummaging through their storage bags, acquiring the Qinglong Long spear and the Thunder Giant axe, which could be wielded by his two avatars. This would enhance the combat prowess of both himself and his avatars, enabling a unified offense and defense. However, upon reaching for Chen Yuehua's corpse, he encountered an unusual phenomenon. Her storage bag remained in a state of recognition. How could this be? Shu Han meticulously examined Chen Yuehua's body, utterly convinced of her demise. A perplexing occurrence indeed. In a small village graveyard on the outskirts of Qingshan town, a group was preparing to burn paper offerings. Suddenly, intricate array patterns illuminated the grave, and the overgrown weeds erupted, revealing a coffin concealed beneath the array. The coffin appeared pristine, untouched by decay. The onlookers trembled in fear as they beheld the blood-red coffin, which trembled momentarily. It was a resurrection. The villagers scattered in terror, frightened to the point of losing control. Yet, a pale hand pushed the coffin lid aside from within. A stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the coffin, clad in a simple garment. Her eyes filled with confusion. After a moment of bewilderment, an overwhelming sorrow crept across her exquisite visage, and tears began to well in her eyes as her delicate hands clutched the coffin tightly. Chapter 39. The external avatar. Regarding the peculiar occurrence with Chen Yuehua's storage bag, Shu Han dared not be complacent. One must eradicate the roots when dealing with weeds. This was the first lesson he had learned upon entering the realm of cultivation. The downfall of Long Xian, who had presided over the Long Xian sect for over 2 decades, stemmed from his failure to eliminate threats in their infancy. Effortlessly erasing the mark from the storage bag, Shu Han began to assess Chen Yuehua's collection. Unlike the storage bags of Qiu Changchun and Xiao Xiangrong, Chen Yuehua's holdings were remarkably abundant, boasting over 800 spirit stones along with various rare medicinal herbs. Among them was the blood sea cucumber, which Shu Han required for crafting the 7 poisons water. As he beheld this bountiful collection, he could not help but reflect on the lives the trio must have extinguished to amass such wealth. However, he felt that the bond between these 3 siblings was rather sincere, at the very least. Chen Yuehua had indeed intended to sacrifice herself for the safe passage of the other 2. Perhaps the tale she told was rooted in truth. Yet, such matters were of little consequence. During his journey to Dayun over the past year, Shu Han had traversed picturesque landscapes and encountered numerous stories. He had contemplated the nature of good and evil. Eventually, he realized that there is no absolute standard for measuring morality in this world. A single event, when viewed from different perspectives, yields disparate conclusions. For instance, to a sheep, the hungry wolf is unequivocally evil. Yet to the wolf, devouring the sheep is a natural order. Good and evil are but illusions. Only interests and positions hold the essence of truth. Today, he stood in opposition to Chen Yuehua. No matter how much she tried to justify her stance, it was of no concern to Shu Han, solely due to their differing positions. Reflecting on the earlier dispute, Shu Han felt a lingering innocence within himself, as witnessing the sibling bond among Chen Yuehua and her companions had stirred a sense of compassion in him. The fabricated tale he had spun was less intended for Chen Yuehua than for his own admonition, a reminder to refrain from succumbing to others' one-sided narratives. Were he to rely solely on rational judgment, Shu Han would never have engaged in such pointless discourse with them. He ought to have dismissed them outright. Such behavior must not be repeated in the future. After this self-reprimand, he resumed rummaging through his storage bag, when he unexpectedly discovered a sheet of gold foil amid a pile of clutter. The texture of this gold foil was peculiar, appearing soft yet utterly indestructible. The thin sheet resembled a resilient piece of steel, and feeling intrigued, Shu Han focused his magical energy into his hand. However, the moment the gold foil sensed his magic, it began to draw his energy towards it. As his magic flowed into it, a series of small characters began to emerge on the surface of the foil. Astonishingly, they detailed cultivation methods and a recipe for concocting potions. Shu Han couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. It turned out that Chen Yuehua's prior claim that there were no written records was nothing but a ruse. This gold foil appeared to be a page torn from a book, undeniably precious. How could she possibly bear to destroy it? Turning the foil over, he discovered it contained a different spell, the external incarnation technique. Upon reading this technique, Shu Han's expression shifted between surprise and concern. He finally understood why Chen Yuehua's storage bag retained its imprint even after her supposed demise. She had not truly perished. Mastery of the external incarnation technique allowed one to transform into a separate entity. This was not merely a clone. It was a genuine second body. When the original body was unharmed, the external incarnation would remain dormant, posing no threat to the original. However, should the original suffer injury or death, the consciousness could instantly transfer to the external incarnation. Furthermore, one could act through the external incarnation while the original remained in a secure location. This effectively granted an additional life. Yet, as Shu Han read the conditions required to forge an external incarnation, his brow furrowed. The cultivation level of the external incarnation was contingent upon the original's cultivation at the time of its creation, and it would not increase thereafter. Furthermore, to forge an external incarnation of a specific cultivation level, one required the corpse of a practitioner at least 1 major realm higher. For instance, if Shu Han wished to create an external incarnation at the Qi refinement stage, he would need the body of a foundation establishment practitioner as the base. Such a condition was exceedingly arduous. Although Shu Han had slain foundation establishment practitioners before, he had also come to deeply understand their terrifying prowess. Acquiring an intact corpse of a foundation establishment practitioner was akin to reaching for the heavens. He muttered to himself, "I wonder how Qin Yuehua managed to forge her external incarnation." As the sun dipped below the horizon, at that moment, Kong Guangwen and another emerged from the Qingshi gathering. Shu Han had already been waiting there for quite some time. Kong Guangwen clasped his fists and said, "Apologies for keeping you waiting, Shu Han. The storage bag has proven difficult to sell. It has taken quite a while to finalize the sale. Were you able to procure any treasures of desire at the gathering, my dear brother? I have few spirit stones in my possession, and at this gathering, I've merely come to broaden my horizons, without any intention of purchasing treasures," replied Xie Ming. "It is often the case for newcomers to the cultivation world. After you accompany us to the mines, Shu Han, you will earn a reward of 10 spirit stones from the Baiyu sect." Shu Han followed the two and inquired, "I find myself somewhat perplexed. Does the Baiyu sect not fear that the loose cultivators they hire to mine might abscond with the spiritual stones for their own gain?" Kong Guangwen laughed heartily. When a major sect employs loose cultivators, they undoubtedly possess measures to address such concerns. Over the years, there have been virtually no instances of anyone successfully making off with the spiritual stones from the mines. Oh, how do they manage that? Surely they do not inspect the storage bags. Kong Guangwen elucidated, "It is hardly feasible for cultivators to allow their storage bags to be inspected at will. If that were the case, it would be challenging to recruit loose cultivators for mining. The process is as follows. Prior to descending into the mine, we must first pass through a spirit recording formation, which documents the spiritual energy signatures of both the cultivator and their storage bag. Upon exiting the mine and submitting the spiritual stones, we undergo a second inspection. If the records match, we are permitted to leave. Otherwise, a thorough search of both the individual and their storage bag will be conducted to ascertain whether any spiritual stones have been illicitly taken." Shu Han then asked, "What if I do not carry the spiritual stones out, but instead cultivate using the mine stones while underground?" Kong Guangwen chuckled, "That spirit recording formation will also monitor the cultivator's own spiritual energy. Should there be a significant discrepancy in energy levels after entering the mine, it would be interpreted as the theft of spiritual stones for cultivation purposes. However, few engage in such practices, as spiritual stones primarily replenish magical power and are far less effective than medicinal pills for accelerating cultivation. Additionally, life in the mines is arduous and fraught with danger, deterring many from lingering for extended periods. I see. Indeed, the arrangements are quite thorough." Shu Han's mind began to race as he inquired, "Esteemed brothers, I have a question. The reward for a single descent into the mine is 10 spiritual stones. Is this not an excessively generous compensation? The spiritual energy contained within those 10 stones could sustain me for 3 years of arduous training." Kong Guangwen exchanged a glance with Shu Han. Indeed, little brother Shu Han is remarkably astute. While the descent into the mine may mean months without sunlight and considerable hardship, such challenges pale in comparison to the allure of 10 spiritual stones. The underlying truth is that mining comes with a certain degree of peril. Each year, a number of Qi refining cultivators meet their demise within the mines. Shu Han felt a twitch in his eyelids. As they finally broached the crux of the matter, the first danger lies in the complex network of veins underground. A misstep could lead to a collapse, resulting in either instant death from falling debris or being trapped alive. This represents the greatest risk faced while mining. The second danger is more enigmatic, stemming from the accumulation of vast amounts of spiritual energy in the underground veins. When spiritual energy becomes overly abundant, various supernatural phenomena may transpire. Although such occurrences are rare, should they happen, there is no chance of survival for a Qi refining cultivator. My companion Lao Xie and I have descended into the mines for over a decade. We have encountered a few collapses, but have never witnessed any supernatural events, a realm of peril, a domain of death. Indeed, 10 spiritual stones are not so easily earned. Chapter 40. The official descent into the mines. Xie Ming observed Shu Han's hesitation and gently urged, "Dear brother Shu Han, there is no need for such concern. The aforementioned events are infrequent. Should misfortune indeed lead to a collapse, our chances of survival are significantly heightened by our gathering together. Trust in the mining experience that both Lao Kong and I possess." After contemplating for a moment, Shu Han nodded.
Then I shall rely on the guidance of both esteemed brothers. Ha ha, splendid. We shall rest here in Qingshu town for the night and set off for the Tianzi vein of the Baiyu sect tomorrow. Moreover, we have a young friend we are waiting for. Shu Han inquired in astonishment. We have a fellow traveler. The young man is named Lin Wangguang, a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Recently, his progress has stagnated, and he aspires to become a wandering miner, hoping to earn some spirit stones. Observing his lack of experience, Lao Kong and I felt that venturing into the mines alone could pose a danger for him, so we invited him to join our team. After all, strength lies in numbers. The likelihood of discovering traces of exceptional spirit stones would also increase with more hands on deck. Shu Han clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "You two brothers truly possess a warm-hearted spirit." That evening, Lin Wangguang arrived at the inn as promised. Although he was a few years older than Shu Han, an air of awkwardness still clung to him. According to him, he had returned to his hometown specifically to bring local delicacies, spirit tea, as gifts for Kong Guangwen and Xie Ming. He expressed his gratitude for the guidance provided by the two brothers, acknowledging that his solitary journey into the grand cultivation realm would have been fraught with difficulties without their assistance. The four of them conversed merrily in the tavern, and since both Shu Han and Lin Wangguang were newcomers to the world of cultivation, they quickly grew familiar with one another due to their shared experiences. The next day, the four set out early from Qingshan town. The Baiyu sect was not far from the town, located just over 100 miles away in the Baishui mountain range, where the heavenly grade mining vein they were to explore was situated at the head of the Baishui dragon vein. Upon their arrival, they found the entrance to the mine already teeming with people. Over 100 individuals were crammed into the narrow registration area, forming a lengthy queue, with cultivators arriving from all directions. Kong Guangwen exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. It seems the news of the exceptional spirit stones has spread. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many wandering cultivators here to register. We must hurry and secure our place in line." The four rushed into the queue, with Shu Han moving even faster, darting to the front. Ahead of him stood a young lady clad in white gauze. As he approached her, a sense of foreboding washed over him. This individual appeared formidable. He instinctively tried to retreat, but the three behind him surged forward, unable to halt their momentum, and unintentionally propelled Shu Han right into the lady's embrace. To his surprise, he found himself enveloped in the soft, fragrant warmth of her presence. "Let go of me at once." Her frosty words sent a shiver down Shu Han's spine, and he quickly sprang back, filled with remorse. "I apologize. It was an unintentional mistake to touch you, esteemed lady. Please forgive me." The young lady turned, her face partly veiled, revealing only her deep-set, displeased eyes. "Consider this a warning. Should you dare to repeat such an act, I shall not hesitate to punish you." Her chilling tone instilled fear in Shu Han. Although he could not discern her exact cultivation level, he was certain it surpassed his own, or else his instincts would not have sounded an alarm. "Understood." At that moment, Lin Wangguang mischievously chimed in from behind. "Shu Han, was that embrace not delightful?" "It certainly seemed so." "Yikes." Shu Han quickly turned, shooting him a glare to silence him. This fellow truly exhibited the fearless audacity of youth. If that lady caught wind of his comment, his earlier apology would be rendered meaningless. As the individuals ahead completed their registrations, they stepped into an array formation. Once the formation illuminated, they would be permitted to descend into the mine. As time passed, it finally came to their turn. Shu Han observed closely. The elder guarding the array was of profound cultivation, far surpassing even the formidable Cui Xiangming of the Baoguang Pavilion. "What cultivation level does this elder possess?" he inquired. Kong Guangwen replied, "We must not offend him. He is Elder Luo from the Baiyu sect, a superlative expert at the late foundation establishment stage." Late foundation establishment? A sense of trepidation welled up within Shu Han. Entering the foundation establishment stage, each great realm is akin to a vast universe. His own aura-concealing technique could not possibly deceive the keen eyes of the elder at last. The young lady before Shu Han approached Elder Luo's table and inscribed her delicate characters, Chu Ruolin. Following this, Shu Han stepped forward to Elder Luo, holding his breath as he wrote down his name. However, this Elder Luo seemed to harbor no objections regarding his aura-concealing technique, merely mechanically proclaiming, "Good. Proceed to the spirit array." Shu Han couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He did not believe that his aura-concealing technique could fool a late-stage foundation establishment expert. Why, then, did Elder Luo not expose him on the spot? After much contemplation, Shu Han concluded that perhaps it was unnecessary. After all, in the eyes of others, he was akin to a mere insect crawling on the ground. What significance did it hold for a small insect to masquerade as an even smaller one? He approached the spirit array, where a surge of spiritual light enveloped him. Soon after, he was urged to leap into the mine. The shaft of the mine was 8 zhang wide, with smooth rock walls that appeared to be the product of some arcane artifact rather than manual excavation. Shu Han leaped down, descending over 110 zhang before finally reaching the bottom of the mine. The depth was slightly warmer than above, and from below, the 8 zhang wide mine opening looked like a tiny white dot. A voice called out, "What are you standing there for? Hurry over, or you might be struck by other descending cultivators." Following the sound, Shu Han noticed a stall set up beside the mine. Manned by a cultivator of early foundation establishment, he hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, senior," the individual replied mechanically. "There are 163 mining tunnels here, with countless branches further down, intricately interwoven into a vast network. Take this map and be sure not to get lost within. No one will come to your aid. Regardless of how long you stay below, to receive your reward, you must excavate 100 spirit stones and submit them along with this map. Do you understand?" Shu Han took the jade slip, puzzled. "How do I use this map?" "You have never used a jade slip? My apologies, senior. He is new here and unfamiliar with the rules. I shall teach him." At that moment, Kong Guangwen and the others also descended, seizing the map before pulling Shu Han along. Xieming picked up the jade slip, explaining, "Infuse it with your spiritual power, and the map will reveal itself." Following the instructions of Xieming and Lin Wenguang, Shu Han did as told, and indeed, a clear map began to materialize above the jade slip. It was then that Shu Han realized just how densely packed the tunnels below were, resembling the intricate roots of garlic in the soil, interwoven and crisscrossing, each passage interconnected, forming a colossal underground labyrinth. Without this map, one could very well spend a lifetime trapped in the maze-like tunnels below, unable to find an exit. Kong Guangwen remarked, "To mine for ore, you must venture to the lowest branches of the tunnels. Those are the newly excavated areas where you are most likely to find spirit stones, while the other passages have long been stripped bare. You two, stay close to me and old Xie. Do not wander off." Chapter 41. The blood-red mine. The four of them casually selected a mining tunnel to descend. Initially narrow, it opened up after several dozen zhang, revealing a vast cavern shimmering with sparkling treasures before them, akin to a natural treasure hall. Kong Guangwen remarked, "It appears that this place was once a gathering site for spiritual stones, leading many to excavate these precious resources. Over time, it has been transformed into a vast cavern." Shu Han nodded, inquiring about his most pressing concern. "Brother Kong, you previously mentioned that traces of exquisite spiritual stones can be found within this vein. How can we discern them?" Kong Guangwen explained, "It is quite simple to identify. Spiritual stones are classified into 5 elemental categories. Wood attributes emit a green light, while fire attributes radiate red. However, exquisite spiritual stones are distinct. They encompass the complete essence of all 5 elements, leaving behind a trace of multicolored brilliance. If we can locate these 5 colored traces within the cavern, we shall know they are remnants of exquisite spiritual stones." "Ah, I see," Kong Guangwen continued, "but let us set this matter aside for now. We should first extract our share of spiritual stones before pursuing the search for the exquisite ones." Shu Han, unimpressed, was primarily focused on the traces of the exquisite spiritual stones. As for the inferior ones, he could easily procure as many as he desired without the need to dig for them himself. Nonetheless, to mask his intentions, he followed Kong Guangwen and the others as they delved deeper into the lower levels of the mine. The tunnels varied in width, some narrow and others expansive, with countless enormous caverns scattered throughout, intersected by numerous paths. At each juncture, the 4 of them consulted their maps to discern the correct routes. After a full day of navigating the tunnels, they finally reached the very bottom. This area was seldom visited, and the spiritual energy was noticeably more abundant, yet visibility was shrouded in darkness. Apart from the occasional glimmers of light emanating from the stone walls, the surroundings were enveloped in complete blackness. Indeed, traversing the mine proved to be quite an ordeal, with Shu Han crouching for half the time. Were it not for the pursuit of the traces left by exquisite spiritual stones, he would have preferred to avoid lingering in this cavern. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Kong Guangwen suggested, Ahead lies an undeveloped tunnel, even narrower than this one. It would be impractical for the four of us to squeeze together while collecting spiritual stones. Thus, I shall take you, Shu Han, while Lao Xie, you take Shaolin. We will excavate separately. Consequently, Shu Han followed closely behind Kong Guangwen as they entered a narrow passageway. The two of them wielded moonlight stones to guide their way, and after traversing several hundred steps, they arrived at the tunnel's end. Kong Guangwen produced a magical pickaxe from his storage bag, stating, "Brother Shu, the ore here is incredibly hard. We must continuously channel our mana into the pickaxe to effectively break through. However, this pickaxe consumes a significant amount of mana, so let us alternate our efforts to prevent depleting our reserves entirely." "That sounds reasonable. I shall heed Brother Kang's arrangements," Shu Han replied. Thus, the two began to work in shifts. The magical pickaxe indeed drained mana, yet the amount was negligible in Shu Han's presence, allowing them to work at an impressive pace. Within a day, they had already excavated several hundred meters and unearthed 48 inferior spiritual stones. Kong Guangwen couldn't help but beam with delight. "Brother Shu, it seems we made the right choice in selecting this tunnel. The yield of spiritual stones far exceeds my expectations." Shu Han smiled in agreement. While Kong Guangwen remained unaware that a substantial portion of the stones had been discreetly taken by Shu Han from his storage bag, he was eager to complete the task of extracting the spiritual stones so that Kong Guangwen could assist him in the search for traces of the exquisite ones. Meanwhile, Xieming's team also fared well, acquiring 29 spiritual stones. Thus, the 7 days passed at a leisurely pace. Shu Han had long since gathered over 200 spirit stones, yet Kong Guangwen felt as though he had struck a veritable gold mine. Reluctant to leave the excavation site, seemingly forgetting the pursuit of exceptional spirit stones, this left Shu Han astounded, pondering that had he known, he would not have squandered so many spirit stones. He could not comprehend why Kong Guangwen was so invested in something that was not even his own to submit. He frequently urged Kong Guangwen, who helplessly replied, "We are nearly done here," but there has been no response from Old Xia's side. "If you cannot bear the monotony of mining, you may go and assist Old Xia and his team. Once they have gathered their share, you can return to me." Thus, Shu Han retraced his steps to Xieming's location. Their progress was not as smooth as that of Shu Han's team, and Lin Wangguang, with his 7th-tier cultivation, was particularly exhausted. With Shu Han's assistance, they miraculously unearthed a considerable amount of spirit stones in a remarkably short time, and within 3 days, their quota was also fulfilled. Shu Han returned to Kong Guangwen's mining pit with the news, only to find Kong Guangwen looking disheveled and displeased. It turned out that after Shu Han had left, the spirit mine had ceased to yield spirit stones. After 3 days of solitary mining, Kong Guangwen had found nothing. "Brother Shu Han, it seems your luck surpasses mine. Could you take another turn at the drill? After this, we shall depart. What do you say?" Reluctantly, Shu Han picked up the pickaxe and commenced drilling, while Kong Guangwen began to recuperate in place. Meanwhile, at Xieming's side, Lin Wangguang diligently adhered to Xieming's instructions, continuing to mine with utmost care. Once Xieming had regained his energy, he beckoned. "All right, brother, take a break. We are almost there." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Wangguang smiled at Xieming in the dim light. "No worries, Brother Xia. I am not fatigued." Xieming laughed heartily. Who could possibly be without fatigue? Mining is the most arduous task, fraught with peril, and for what little pay? "It feels as though they are draining our lifeblood," Lin Wangguang replied. "I would be quite satisfied with just 10 spirit stones." Xieming teased, "With such a desire to earn spirit stones, what do you intend to do with them?" Scratching his dusty head, Lin Wangguang chuckled awkwardly. "To be honest, brother, I have a Dao companion back home, and I am hoping to earn some spirit stones to bring back and share half for her cultivation." Xieming could not help but laugh. "Ah, a romantic indeed. Tell me, have you engaged in dual cultivation?" Lin Wangguang's face flushed. "When I return." Xieming's face bore a mischievous grin in the faint light. "Are you missing your lady?" "Of course, how could I not?" Xieming mused. "How about I send you home today to see your lady?" Lin Wangguang shyly smiled. "Brother, do not jest. It is at least half a month's journey to my hometown. I am not joking. Do you not see who is behind you?" Lin Wangguang turned to look, only to suddenly feel a chill at the back of his head, crashing down into the mining tunnel. Xieming's smile twisted into a sinister grin as he produced a pile of azure spatial crystal stones from his storage bag. "Forgive me, little brother. I will take good care of your Dao companion when I meet her." With that, he pressed the spatial crystals into Lin Wangguang's lifeless form. The ethereal blue glow flickered in the pitch-black mine. After a while, Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, emptying the spirit stones they had unearthed over the past few days from his storage bag. He picked up one and pressed it onto Lin Wangguang's dantian. Whoosh! The spiritual stone seamlessly merged into Lin Wangguang's dantian, transforming his body into something akin to a storage pouch. Ming commenced a methodical process of inserting the spiritual stones one by one into Lin Wangguang's lifeless form. Chapter 42. A unique storage pouch. Enough, Shu Han. Your magical energy is nearly depleted. Come over and take a rest, and then we shall depart. Shu Han rolled his eyes, thinking he was finally free from the digging. He feigned exhaustion and settled beside Kong Guangwen. Kong Guangwen chuckled. What is the matter, brother Shu Han? It seems you wish to leave just a few days after entering the mine. Are you homesick? Shu Han laughed awkwardly. My family consists of mere mortals, and I had arranged everything before my departure. However, it is natural to have some lingering thoughts. Kong Guangwen smirked mysteriously. Brother, tell me, have you ever engaged in dual cultivation with a female cultivator? What? Shu Han stammered. I have yet to experience that. A glimmer of pity flashed in Kong Guangwen's eyes. Ah, what a pity. You have yet to savor that delight. At your young age, if you were to experience it even once, you would likely find yourself longing for it daily, Shu Han retorted. That seems rather exaggerated. Cultivators should prioritize their training. Suddenly, Kong Guangwen's eyes widened as he pointed behind Shu Han, exclaiming urgently, Brother, look, a 5-colored trace. 5-colored trace? Supreme spiritual stones? Shu Han quickly turned to glance behind him, only to find the stone wall barren, devoid of any such traces. Concurrently, a profound sense of danger surged from behind, prompting his instincts to activate the 8-treasure Qilin armor, which erupted in a kaleidoscope of hues within the pitch-black mine tunnel. With a thunderous crash, Kong Guangwen and his pickaxe were flung aside, creating a massive crack in the stone wall. Shu Han immediately sensed the threat and unleashed 4 Chong Tian swords. Turning to face Kong Guangwen with a mixture of confusion and rage, demanding, What are you doing? Kong Guangwen's eyes bulged in shock. A supreme artifact, the 12th layer of Qi refinement. You have concealed your cultivation level. The previous moment had been perilously close. Had it not been for Shu Han's keen senses and the protection of the 8-treasure Qilin armor, his life might have been in grave peril. Without hesitation, the 4 Chong Tian swords soared forth, pinning Kong Guangwen against the stone wall. Ah! The mine echoed with Kong Guangwen's agonizing screams. Initially believing he had encountered 2 benevolent souls upon entering the realm of cultivation, he now realized he was instead in the presence of treacherous fiends. Speak. Your intent in luring me into the mine cannot simply be for supreme spiritual stones. What is your true purpose? I can grant you a swift death. Kong Guangwen, powerless to retaliate, immediately cried out for mercy. Brother Shu Han, spare my life. I was merely joking with you. Joking? Shu Han swung his sword, severing both of Kong Guangwen's legs. Do you truly believe I am joking with you now? Suddenly, realization struck him as he recalled Lin Wangguang in another tunnel. Oh no. He stepped forward and shattered Kong Guangwen's dantian with a decisive strike, dragging him along like a lifeless dog towards the other shaft. However, at the dark intersection of the tunnels, Shu Han collided head-on with Ming, who was carrying Lin Wangguang's corpse in the enveloping darkness. Ming mistook him for Kong Guangwen, grumbling, Old Kong, why the rush? I have successfully captured that foolish lad, transforming him into a storage corpse. How fares your end? As soon as these words were uttered, Shu Han was immediately consumed by fury. 4 celestial swords flew from his grasp, their resplendent golden light illuminating the mine like the bright light of day. At that moment, Ming noticed the enraged Shu Han dragging the limp body of Kong Guangwen as if it were a dead dog. He attempted to summon his magical artifact to defend himself, but he was far too slow to match Shu Han's speed. The 4 sharp celestial swords danced through the air, swiftly severing Ming's hands and feet. Their agonized cries echoed in tandem, while Shu Han plunged a sword directly through Kong Guangwen's throat, silencing him forever. The 4 celestial swords hovered ominously above Ming's head as Shu Han demanded, Answer me. Why did you lure us into the mine? Otherwise, you shall find yourself in a situation where you cannot live nor die. Ming was terrified, his heart racing with dread. He had never imagined that the seemingly simple-minded Shu Han would transform into a harbinger of death. This is a special method of storage refinement, turning a person's dantian into a storage pouch. Thus the spirit-gathering array cannot detect anything amiss, They will also conduct thorough examinations of the corpses, transforming the living into storage pouches. Upon hearing this, Shu Han was filled with uncontrollable rage and swiftly dispatched him with a sword to the throat. Gazing at Lin Wenguang's bewildered and lifeless visage, he felt a heavy weight in his chest, overwhelmed by sorrow. Although they had known each other for only a day, witnessing such a hopeful newcomer meet such a tragic end tugged at his heartstrings. It reminded him of the time he and Erdan and Godan first entered the Longxian sect, believing they had reached a paradise, only to discover it was a hellish abyss. The path of immortality is merciless, treating human lives as mere fodder. His master's parting words rang true. Indeed, one must never trust others when traversing the realm of cultivation. Regaining his composure, Shu Han collected the storage pouches of Kong Guangwen and Xie Ming, which contained a considerable quantity of spirit stones, along with assorted magical artifacts and elixirs. He could only wonder how many Na'vi newcomers had suffered at the hands of these men. Next, he opened Lin Wenguang's storage pouch. It was exceedingly meager, nearly empty, containing only a few scattered bottles of elixirs. However, what filled the pouch the most were letters. Shu Han casually perused a few, discovering they were filled with Lin Wenguang's heartfelt sentiments for a certain woman. The most recent one overflowed with excitement about acquiring a substantial amount of spirit stones, expressing his eagerness to return home and reunite with her soon. Though the prose was somewhat extravagant, genuine emotions permeated every line. In the realm of cultivation, Lin Wenguang, with his level of skill, was akin to an ant, busy and struggling to survive. Yet, even such ants could harbor sincere emotions and had genuinely lived. Shu Han carefully arranged the letters and the body, resolving that once he emerged, he would visit Lin Wenguang's hometown and deliver the accumulated letters to the woman mentioned within it. Then, two fireballs burst forth, incinerating the corpses of Kong Guangwen and Xie Ming into a pile of ash. He now pondered that the rumored traces of exceptional spirit stones might have merely been an excuse concocted by Kong Guangwen to lure him into the mine. It would be prudent to exit this mining vein and seek other opportunities for foundation establishment. With this thought in mind, Shu Han ascended following the map, soon reaching the upper level of the mine where encounters with other cultivators increased. Just as he intended to proceed, he suddenly collided with something ahead. Shu Han, clutching his head, opened his eyes to find a dazzling wall of vibrant colors obstructing the path to the mineral vein. Could it truly be the legendary spirit stones? His heart raced uncontrollably with excitement. Soon after, multicolored streams began to flow down the stone wall, prompting Shu Han to hastily pursue them. He witnessed the currents rushing into the nearest cave. Suspended in midair, motionless, upon entering the cavern, Shu Han was overwhelmed with elation. Could this be the residual aura left by the esteemed spirit stones? The prospect of building his foundation seemed attainable, however, to his astonishment. The swirling mass of colors began to transform, morphing into a human visage. Fellow seekers of the mineral vein, the face intoned, I am heartened to see your fervor in pursuing the traces of the spirit stones. Out of benevolence, I grant you the chance to obtain these exquisite treasures, but heed my warning. Only one among you shall claim the spirit stones, and only that individual will emerge from this mine alive. Chapter 43. A stroke of misfortune. Shu Han's heart constricted with dread as he cast a glance around. There were several others drawn to this cavern as well. Panic surged within him, and he immediately turned to flee. Kong Guangwen had once remarked that supernatural occurrences were common in underground mines, and once they commenced, survival was a certainty only for the fortunate. Yet, as he attempted to escape this perilous place, the aura-formed visage spoke again. I can discern that many of you wish to flee. Since you are here, you must accept your fate. The entire mine is under my control. Escape is possible. But first, you must offer me your life essence in the form of your golden core. Upon hearing this, Shu Han trembled with fear. The golden core. Was it true that only those at the core formation stage could escape this place? Some may wonder how one could survive. The answer is simple. Eliminate the other 231 individuals in this mine, and be the last one standing. In doing so, not only will you preserve your life, but I shall also bestow an opportunity upon you. Suddenly, the visage at the center of the cavern exploded, and the spiritual energy reconfigured itself into a map of the underground vein. Each person in the mine became a luminous point on the map, encased within a vibrant sphere that visibly shrank inward. So, indulge in this slaughter, the visage proclaimed, and let me witness the extent of your capabilities. To the fortunate, I shall await you at the heart of the mine." With that, the mass of spiritual energy dispersed into nothingness. Instantly, Shu Han extended his spiritual awareness to its utmost limits, pressing against the stone wall as his gaze darted among the others in the cavern. The other 5 individuals exchanged wary glances, instinctively spreading out to maintain their guard point. One suggested, "Ha! Are we being overly cautious with one another? How can we fall for this old man's scheme? Let us unite to shatter the vibrant wall and escape together." "I'm not so sure," another replied. "Perhaps we should form an alliance among all in this cavern. At least we wouldn't be fighting alone." Yet, as he spoke of alliances, his eyes revealed a deep-seated wariness. Shu Han believed that this matter required careful deliberation. He certainly did not wish to engage in a battle against over 200 cultivators within the depths of this mine. Although the proposal for an alliance is commendable, the old man has pointed out that only one shall survive. It is inevitable that allies will harbor suspicions towards one another. Such a tenuous relationship is fraught with uncertainty and peril. He is not inclined to be ambushed by his own kin during a confrontation. With these thoughts, Shu Han gradually withdrew from the gaze of the crowd, seeking refuge in a secluded mine tunnel. The circumstances were unclear, and it was prudent to remain hidden and observe before making any decisions. However, one individual keenly sensed Shu Han's intent to escape and immediately cried out, "Block his path. This scoundrel seeks to flee alone. If he refuses to ally with us, we cannot allow him to fall into the grasp of others. Let us unite and eliminate this rogue first." Shu Han was left speechless. Such disregard for martial ethics, to be purged simply for not joining. He turned to flee, with 5 pursuers hot on his heels. As he ran, Shu Han assessed the cultivation levels of his pursuers. 1 at the 11th level of Qi refinement, 3 at the 10th, and 1 at the 9th. Their relentless pursuit left him no choice but to hold back his retaliation, lest he attract the attention of others within the mine. After a considerable distance, he reached a fork in the tunnel and immediately employed the 3 transformation clone technique, stealthily concealing 1 clone in another tunnel. He continued his escape through the mine, leading his pursuers along the path while his clones silently trailed behind. Unbeknownst to them, Shu Han's clone was shadowing their every move. Suddenly, Shu Han pivoted, unleashing a thunderous strike with his colossal axe. The trio pursuing him hastily conjured spells to defend themselves. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Shu Han's clone targeted the 3rd member of the group, launching a streak of azure light from his azure dragon halberd, striking the man squarely on the back of his head and causing him to stagger. Enraged, the Qi refinement 11th level cultivator clutched his head and glared furiously behind him. Yet by that time, Shu Han's clone had already dissipated, transforming into a fleeting wisp of light that returned to its original form at the tunnel's apex. The man bellowed, "I suspected treachery from you 2 all along. Luckily, my skull is sturdy. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to your schemes." The 2 companions immediately waved their hands in protest, exclaiming in unison, "It was not us. It must be one of you." Throughout their journey, they had encountered no one else. "Damn it. Using underhanded tactics from behind is unacceptable. We must eliminate him first." With that, the 3 engaged in a fierce brawl. The 2 remaining pursuers, witnessing the sudden turmoil behind them, mistakenly believed they were under attack from another assailant and rushed into the fray. Thus, this newly formed alliance was thrown into disarray by Shu Han's clever stratagem. Having evaded his 5 pursuers, Shu Han examined the map and cautiously made his way toward the nearest barrier. He felt it unwise to approach the heart of the mine under the current circumstances, as it could lead to being besieged from both fronts. Even with his formidable powers, he could not withstand the assault of a multitude. Holding his breath and moving stealthily, he finally arrived at a vibrant barrier. Shu Han noted that the barrier was indeed inching closer to the center. He couldn't help but lament within himself, wondering how he could survive amidst such relentless turmoil since arriving in Diyun. His mind raced, quickly formulating 3 key strategies: conserve resources for confrontation, utilize spells and magical artifacts whenever possible, and avoid detection while lingering on the outskirts of the main battlefield, allowing others to exhaust their strength first. With an aura of profound cultivation radiating outward, he instilled fear in the hearts of those with treacherous intentions, thereby averting conflict. One must never obscure their presence as usual. In such circumstances, it is all too easy to be perceived as a soft target, leading to unnecessary depletion of one's resources. Indeed, Shu Han inwardly concurred, curling up beside the five-colored barrier, allowing others to form alliances and engage in mutual strife. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an individual's head suddenly emerged from the mine shaft below. The person bore a bewildered and timid expression, seemingly in search of the periphery of the unfolding battle. However, upon catching sight of Shu Han, he was instantly struck with terror, as if his very heart would burst from the overwhelming aura. Shu Han, ungraciously, declared with a thunderous voice, "Begone!" The man, upon realizing Shu Han's formidable cultivation at the 12th level of Qi refinement, coupled with an aura far exceeding that of ordinary practitioners, was instantly paralyzed with fear, fleeing in a panic. Yet, in the next moment, his head flew from the depths of the mine shaft, shattering against the five-colored barrier. A ghostly voice echoed from the darkness below. "Young friend, you possess an impressive reservoir of magical energy. No wonder you could repel a practitioner of the 10th level of Qi refinement with a single shout. Since our paths have crossed, it would be prudent to resolve our differences now, lest we encounter each other again on the central battlefield." A terrifying presence surged forth from the pitch-black mine shaft, sending chills down Shu Han's spine. He suddenly realized that in seeking a glimmer of survival amidst this chaos, the most crucial factor was not the aforementioned 3 points, but rather a singularly vital one: luck. He was the type of person whose fortune was notoriously poor, and now he had encountered a foundation establishment practitioner right off the bat. Chapter 44. The shifting tide of calamity. Shu Han hastily called out, "Senior, I beseech you to spare me. My cultivation is still lacking. It is quite possible that I may perish at the hands of other practitioners without your intervention. There is no need for you to concern yourself." The aura he emanated was threefold that of an ordinary 12th level Qi refinement practitioner, and the old man felt that other practitioners would pose little threat to him. Shu Han steadied himself, realizing that appearing weak had lost its efficacy against this individual and would only embolden his arrogance. "Thus," he scoffed, "since you have seen through me, I shall refrain from further words. However, prior to any confrontation, I wish for you to be aware that I have previously slain a foundation establishment practitioner. Should you insist on engaging, I will not be as easily subdued as you might believe." Ha ha ha. A mere Qi refinement practitioner daring to boast of killing a foundation establishment expert. You speak such foolishness even as death approaches. Foolishness? Shu Han hurled the damaged blood-soul sword forward. Behold, this was the man's life-bound treasure, now reduced to a mere heap of scrap. Dividing himself thrice using the 3 transformations technique, he wielded 3 exquisite magical artifacts. Preparing for the confrontation. That moment, an old man emerged from the darkness below, clad in simple gray garments. His shadowy gaze fixed upon Shu Han's doppelgangers and then fell upon the mangled blood-soul sword as he remarked, "Dividing into 3, yet your cultivation remains unchanged. Youngster, regardless of what you say today, I shall claim your life. State your name. I do not slay nameless individuals. Is it possible to avoid death by withholding my name? Humph. Regardless of your words, you are doomed." Suddenly, the gray-clad elder extended a claw, a black talon enveloped in dark energy lunging forth. Originally, Shu Han had been wary of being besieged from both sides at the edge of the 5-colored barrier. Now, he finds himself cornered by a formidable foundation establishment practitioner. In front lies the terrifying cultivator, while behind him stands an insurmountable barrier of vibrant colors. He has reached a dead end. Shu Han calms his mind. Since this battle is unavoidable, he must fight with all his might. One of his avatars channels the full power of the extreme cold mystic iron shield, while the other summons the 8-treasure Qilin armor. The 2 defensive treasures resonate with one another, forming a defensive stance to confront the elder's menacing black claws. Boom! The cavern trembles, and Shu Han's 3 forms stagger back 2 steps. The 2 defensive artifacts perfectly block the elder's strike. Without hesitation, Shu Han retracts the defensive artifacts and equips his avatars with the Azure Dragon Halberd and the Thunder Giant Axe, pouring every ounce of his mana into these 2 weapons in an instant. The Azure Dragon roars and thunder rumbles as the 2 artifacts collide in the air, unleashing a swirling Azure Dragon entwined with lightning. Meanwhile, Shu Han himself is not idle. The 4 extreme sword formation merges 4 swords into a colossal blade as wide as a person. With his feet clad in the flowing boots, he follows closely behind the Thunder Azure Dragon, charging towards the gray-robed elder with unstoppable momentum. Upon witnessing this fierce onslaught, the elder's brow furrows deeply. His withered hand gathers dark energy and strikes fiercely at the dragon's head, A dazzling light radiates from his black claw, shattering the surrounding stone walls as the Thunder Azure Dragon is swiftly cleaved in two, causing the dense black energy in his hand to dissipate rapidly. Such a terrifying combined attack rivals the full force of an ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner in their initial stage. However, as the resplendent Thunder Azure Dragon is thoroughly severed, a piercingly bright golden sword descends from the heavens. The gray-robed elder is taken aback, and he spits forth a small black sword to intercept Shu Han's mighty blade. The black sword is relentless, and under its immense force, Shu Han feels the seemingly indestructible colossal sword begin to develop tiny chinks. He immediately restrains his power. Continuing the struggle would only lead to further damage to the cosmic sword. As Shu Han withdraws his strength, the elder's force bears down upon him. Seizing the moment, Shu Han pivots, using the momentum to leap onto the ceiling of the mine, shifting positions with the gray-robed elder. The elder, turning to swipe at him, misses as Shu Han vaults over him. With an escape route now clear, Shu Han dares not linger and takes flight down the mine. The elder is astonished. This young man, who moments ago was filled with fierce determination to fight to the death, has now seized the opportunity to flee, truly cunning. Just as he prepares to pursue, a series of blazing flames erupt above. Shu Han, glancing back at the flames, can't help but chuckle inwardly. Earlier, he had used the momentum of his leap over the elder's head to affix 4 fire god talismans to the ceiling of the mine. He knows the fire god talismans cannot harm the gray-robed elder, but the mine itself cannot withstand such force. Boom! The explosion of the fire god talismans obliterates a section of the mine, burying the elder beneath the rubble. You little brat! If I do not slay you today, how can I face the world? Suddenly, from the collapsed mine, a dark light erupts. The gray-robed elder extends a claw, creating a small tunnel large enough for a person to pass through. Immediately afterward, he is enveloped in a mass of dark energy, from which numerous black hands emerge, clawing at the walls of the mine and swiftly closing the distance to Shu Han. What kind of sorcery is this? Shu Han dared not to be careless. He exerted every ounce of his strength to propel himself forward in the winding tunnels, fortunate that the labyrinthine layout of the mine prevented the gray-cloaked elder from closing the distance. As he ran, he shouted, "Is anyone there?" This Foundation establishing old demon claims he will slay all the Chi refinement cultivators in the mine. I beseech you, lend your assistance. All Chi refinement practitioners should stand united against the Foundation establishing threat. Otherwise, if he picks us off one by one, none of us will survive. Damn it. Is there truly no one else around? The elder, relentlessly pursuing him, felt a surge of irritation. This brat was attempting to rally other Chi refinement cultivators against him. Yet, in this perilous mine, who would dare take such a risk against a Foundation establishing opponent? Nevertheless, this youth was alarmingly swift, matching the elder's own speed. Suddenly, Shu Han burst into a vast cavern from the tunnel. Inside, a fierce battle raged. 5 Chi refinement cultivators at the 12th level were besieging a solitary figure. Upon closer inspection, Shu Han realized it was by Chu Ruolin. Seeing her in this place sparked an idea in Shu Han's mind. Just as the gray-cloaked elder closed in, Shu Han, moving with astonishing speed, circled around the assailants targeting Chu Ruolin, shouting, "Who dares to bully my wife?" In an instant, he unleashed a technique that split into 3. Employing the formidable 4 polar sword array, the thunderous great axe, and the azure dragon spear simultaneously. The attackers, taken aback, swiftly turned, but Shu Han was already upon them with full force, in a heartbeat. 3 of the 5 fell victim to his unexpected assault, while the remaining 2 were grievously injured by the azure dragon longsword and the thunderous great axe. Shu Han stepped forward, turning to the bewildered Chu Ruolin, embracing her slender waist and brandishing his sword, while glaring at the pursuing gray-cloaked elder, bellowing, "You decrepit old fiend! Alone I may not be your match, but united with my wife, even you, at the Foundation stage, shall be forced to retreat." Chu Ruolin. The elder, upon witnessing this, felt compelled to exercise caution. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the white-clad woman. A partnership, you say? Yet, you are merely Chi refinement cultivators. I shall send you lovebirds on your way. Chu Ruolin was about to speak, but Shu Han interjected. What? My dear, you want me to fetch reinforcements while you hold off this old demon for a moment? Very well, stall him for a bit. I shall return post-haste to assist. With that, He distanced himself from Chu Ruolin and dashed into another tunnel to escape, leaving her to face the elderess menacing claws alone. Chapter 45. The agreement reached the gray-cloaked elder. Emboldened, erupted into laughter. Little girl, your partner is quite the coward, abandoning you in this critical moment. Had you both joined forces, perhaps you could have exchanged a few blows with me. However, now you shall be picked off one by one. I shall first capture you, then dismantle your partner piece by piece. With that, a vast, dark claw surged toward Chu Ruolin. She met the gaze of the Foundation establishing elder with icy eyes, filled with murderous intent and fury. Meanwhile, Shu Han, having sprinted several hundred paces away, felt a pang of guilt. Forgive me, but when life is at stake, I must make use of you. I know you are formidable. You won't fall so easily to that old demon. Suddenly, he felt a violent collision behind him. Shu Han unfolded the map, preparing to seek a mine tunnel far removed from this location to hide once more. However, he soon heard the voice of the gray-clad old ghost reverberating from behind. You little brat, wait for me. A chill ran down Shu Han's spine, and he bolted. Could it be that Bai Chu Ruolin had fallen so swiftly? Wait for you, you old corpse. Yet, he abruptly realized that his feet had become immobile. Despite wielding the flowing boots and employing the wind control technique, which should have propelled him forward at great speed, he found himself not advancing an inch, but rather being drawn backward. At that moment, he noticed that his entire being was ensnared by faintly glowing filaments, which were tugging him away. This force was insurmountable. He felt akin to a small boat swallowed by a whirlpool, no matter how desperately he struggled. It was of no avail. The wave of terror washed over Shu Han. When had the gray-clad elder acquired such sorcery? If he possessed such a terrifying ability, why had he not employed it earlier, tirelessly pursuing him instead? The pull intensified, and the surroundings began to whirl past him at an alarming rate. In an instant, Shu Han was yanked back into the vast mine cavern they had just vacated. At that moment, he observed that the gray-clad elder had been battered into a grotesque state, his body also entangled in glowing filaments. Astonishingly, the source of these filaments was none other than Bai Chu Ruolin. Suspended high above in the center of the cavern, a terrifying aura surged through the mine in waves, leaving Shu Han utterly dumbfounded. He turned to Chu Ruolin, realizing that she too was a foundational stage cultivator, and her foundational aura was continuously escalating. The gray-clad elder, gripped by fear, murmured, "Peak of the early foundational stage, mid-stage. Peak of the mid-stage. Late foundational stage. Heaven help us, the aura is still rising. Who on earth is she?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Shu Han understood that he had merely escaped from the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair. Late foundational stage. What was the point? Better to end it myself. Bai Chu Ruolin looked down coldly at the pale-faced elder and youth below. The white veil that adorned her face billowed in conjunction with her rising aura, occasionally revealing her breathtaking visage. "You have provoked this palace, and you shall all perish." As her words fell, the glowing filaments binding the two immediately constricted. Those delicate threads transformed into razor-sharp edges, poised to dismember Shu Han in an instant. Terror gripped Shu Han's heart, and he immediately summoned the full power of the 8 treasures Qilin armored. 8-colored radiant light erupted forth from his body. However, the filaments disregarded the protective brilliance, slicing through the 8 treasures Qilin armor like it was mere tofu, reducing it to a shower of remnants. In the next moment, it would be Shu Han's body that met the same fate. Why life is forfeit. Yet, at that very instant, a kaleidoscope of radiance converged within the mine. The elder's voice echoed once more. "A core formation expert has graced this humble vein with their presence, a rare visitor indeed. However, your actions have disrupted the balance of my arrangements. I must ask the young lady to vacate the mine, allowing these juniors to battle it out." Chu Ruolin fixed her gaze on the head formed from the multicolored light, her voice icy. "Deliver the supreme spirit stones to me, and I shall depart from here. Otherwise, I shall turn this place upside down to drag you out." The elder laughed heartily. "Oh, this little girl dares to demand supreme spirit stones from me with such audacity. With your inconsistent prowess, you are yet insufficient to compel me to truly engage. Since you wish to remain here and play, I shall grant you an opportunity. However, your cultivation must be suppressed beneath my might." With that, the ethereal energy morphed into a colossal hand, crashing down towards Bai Chu Ruolin. "How dare you?" Chu Wolin resolutely retaliated against the descending giant hand. In an instant, blinding radiance filled the entire cavern, and a terrifying aura bore down upon them. Shu Han hastily curled into a ball, conjuring the extreme cold mysterious iron shield to protect himself, narrowly escaping the suffocating pressure unleashed by their clash. As the oppressive energy dissipated, Shu Han rose to witness a white figure plummeting from the air. The ethereal energy transformed once more into the visage of an elder, who erupted into hearty laughter. "Little girl, you are far from being my match," he proclaimed. "I am now disseminating a new task. Should any ants wish to abstain from this bloody contest, simply eliminate this white-clad woman, and I shall personally escort you out of the mine, along with a gift of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones." Chu Wolin promptly seated herself, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood that stained her pristine veil crimson. Her aura had indeed been drastically diminished, reduced to the 12th layer of chi refining, devoid of any foundational power. Seeing this, the gray-clad elder rose, laughing maniacally, casting a sinister glance at the meditating Chu Wolin. "I never imagined that I, the Black Claw old monster, would one day slay a core formation master." He then turned to Shu Han, exclaiming, "Hey, lad, we nearly fell victim to this core formation cultivator. Why not set aside our grievances and join forces to eliminate this woman? I vow not to lay a hand upon you afterward." Shu Han chuckled in agreement. "That suits me perfectly. In that case, I invite you, esteemed elder, to take the lead while I provide cover from behind." "Agreed. Let it be so." With that, the gray-clad elder extended his black claws towards the seated Chu Wolin. Meanwhile, Shu Han commanded the four extreme sword array from behind, manifesting as a colossal sword aimed directly at the elder's neck. The elder's forward-reaching claws were merely a feint, as a small sword suddenly emerged from his hairpin, clashing against Shu Han's massive blade. Clang! The two swords collided, rendering them unable to gain the upper hand. With the initial assault thwarted, they both retreated, shouting in unison, "I knew it! You old fiend, brat, had ulterior motives." Shu Han sighed deeply. "It appears we harbor no trust for one another. Before other cultivators dare to arrive, let us settle this matter once and for all." The gray-clad elder grinned wickedly. "Lad, your proposal aligns perfectly with my intent. If you seek death, how could I not oblige? I shall reveal who truly desires demise." From his storage pouch, Shu Han retrieved his prized 4 phases array disc, slamming it onto the ground with a resounding thud. With a clatter, 4 mid-grade spirit stones flowed forth, slotting into the array's designated spaces. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from the array disc. The elder paused, momentarily stunned. "4 mid-grade spirit stones? Boy, are you truly this affluent?" Shu Han laughed boisterously. "Old dog, you remain blissfully unaware as death approaches. For phases array, commence the slaughter," he commanded, striking the array disc with fervor as resplendent spiritual light burst forth. The gray-clad elder, taken aback by Shu Han's audacious declaration, immediately summoned all his power, enveloping himself in dark energy while a small black sword spun ominously at his brow. However, after waiting for a while, he discovered that nothing emerged from the peculiar artifact. The old man could not help but sneer, "Boy, stop trying to scare me." Suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended from above, and the elder in gray was unable to withstand it. Collapsing to one knee in horror, he looked up to see 4 intricate layers of array patterns shimmering above him, intertwining and swirling like a grinding wheel, gradually constricting his very space for existence. The elder's heart raced with terror as he realized his magical power and defenses were being swiftly obliterated. Reluctant to accept this fate, he could not comprehend how this mere boy, clearly in the chi refining stage, possessed such an extraordinary treasure. With a determined heart, the elder spat out a mouthful of essence blood, shrouding himself in a mist of crimson. In an instant, his magical power surged, enabling him to resist the annihilation of the 4-phase array patterns. Shu Han felt a surge of anxiety as he observed the 4 mid-grade spirit stones on the array plate rapidly losing their luster, signifying that their spiritual energy was being swiftly consumed. Under the relentless grinding of the 4-phase array patterns, the elder's strength waned further. He once again expelled essence blood, temporarily boosting his magical prowess. Deep within, he regretted his decision to provoke this troublesome boy, realizing that this strange artifact was beyond even his peak foundation establishment stage. Were it not for the essence blood he had expelled, his body would have long since been ground to nothingness. He fixated on the four-phase array plate in Shu Han's grasp, noting the rapid depletion of the spiritual energy from the mid-grade spirit stones. It was close. If he could endure just a little longer and exhaust the energy of the spirit stones, this boy would be left with no means of defense. At last, he witnessed the mid-grade spirit stones on the four-phase array plate being drained of their last vestige of spiritual energy, and indeed, the pressure upon him eased significantly. The elder burst into hearty laughter, ready to unleash a counterattack with his magical power. However, the next scene shattered his resolve. Shu Han, calm and unperturbed, discarded the dimmed mid-grade spirit stones and, without missing a beat, retrieved another four from his storage bag. The elder spat out a mouthful of old blood, not from a self-destructive enhancement of his magical power, but from sheer exasperation. Just how wealthy could this boy be? Shu Han laughed heartily and once again fully activated the four-phase array plate. The elder finally could not hold on any longer. The dark energy enveloping him was completely dispelled, and he was crushed into the stone like a defeated dog by the four-phase array patterns. With a flicker of thought, Shu Han summoned the Gang Tian for extreme sword array, which flew forward to strike. The elder, caught off guard, suddenly felt a chill below his neck as the sword pierced through. "You little rascal," the elder breathed his last. Shu Han hastily rushed over, swiftly stowing the black-clad elder's corpse into his storage bead. At that moment, he could not help but feel a surge of delight. Utterly astonished by the immense power of the four-phase array plate, which had rendered even a peak foundation establishment cultivator powerless to resist. Moreover, he had successfully secured a corpse from the foundation establishment stage. Should he manage to escape, he would have a source for the external incarnation technique. Then, his gaze fell upon the four-phase array plate, where he noticed a crack appearing at one of its edges. His heart sank at the sight. It seemed that the master of the Baoguang Pavilion was indeed correct. This four-phase array plate had very few uses left. Stowing away the four-phase array plate, Shu Han then turned his attention to the meditating Chu Ruolin, immediately summoning the Gang Tian for Extreme's sword array to swirl around him. As Shu Han sensed Chu Ruolin approaching, her icy gaze snapped open, fixating upon him with a chilling demeanor. "Young man, do you dare to lay a hand upon this palace?" she declared coldly. "Very well. I find myself in a precarious situation, not only grievously wounded but also my cultivation suppressed by that old demon. If you wish to strike, come forth and see if you possess the capability." Crouching before her, Shu Han gazed into her eyes, a turmoil brewing within. Ultimately, he sighed, "Elder, it is indeed I who first overstepped. Yet I was being pursued by that old man, leaving me no recourse but to devise a scheme of misdirection, merely seeking self-preservation. I hope for your understanding." "Understanding?" Chu Ruolin scoffed. "You clearly have the strength to slay that man, yet you frame me for it and still dare to speak in such a manner. How can I possibly extend my forgiveness?" Embarrassed, Shu Han scratched his head, replying, "Well, to preserve my life here, one must retain some means of defense. Regardless, all blame rests upon me. I never intended to stand against you, nor did I wish to take advantage of your misfortune. Thus, I bid you to take care, for I must conceal myself for a time." Chu Ruolin, taken aback, retorted, "Now is your only opportunity to kill me. Should you succeed, once I recover, such a chance shall never present itself again. Moreover, given your recent actions, I shall not let you escape unscathed." Shu Han forced a smile. "Ah, then let us hope we do not cross paths again in the future." With that, he turned to depart. Logically, Chu Ruolin harbored intent to kill him, and this was indeed a prime moment for retaliation. However, he dared not proceed. A cultivator in the Qi refining stage like himself surely had hidden cards, and could a seasoned practitioner like Chu Ruolin lack her own? Even if her powers were suppressed and she bore severe injuries, should she be cornered, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Better to let others contend with her. After all, she was currently the target of many and would scarcely have time to concern herself with him. "Wait!" Chu Ruolin called out to Shu Han. "Come back!" Shu Han shook his head vigorously. "I shall not return." Fuming with indignation, Chu Ruolin snapped, "If you do not return, do not blame me for being merciless. I shall strike you down without hesitation." Instantly, Shu Han pivoted on his heel and returned to her side. "Elder, if your powers are suppressed, how can you maintain such arrogance? You should be more than capable of self-preservation." Please do not make things difficult for me, Chu Wolin replied. Though my powers are restrained, I have no trouble dealing with a single cultivator of your caliber. With that, she weakly removed the blood-stained veil from her face, revealing her breathtaking beauty. Upon witnessing her visage, Shu Han felt his spirit waver. He had never imagined such ethereal beauty could exist in the world. However, he quickly shook his head. Beauty mattered little when faced with a life-threatening adversary. Assessing Shu Han, Chu Wolin coolly inquired, "Young man, how old are you, and what is your name?" "In response to your query, my name is Shu Han, and I am 20 years of age," he answered. Chu Wolin furrowed her brow. "At merely 20, you possess the ability to contend with Foundation establishment cultivators? You jest, I presume?" Shu Han found himself at a loss for words, stammering, "Well, it was purely a matter of fortuitous circumstances." As she regulated her breathing, Chu Wolin remarked, "Despite your cunning nature, I perceive a certain integrity within you, and your strength is not to be underestimated. Thus, should you ensure my safety within the mine, I shall absolve you of the disgrace you have wrought upon me, and I would owe you a favor. This is beyond my capabilities." Shu Han thought to himself, "To safeguard your esteemed self, I must possess the requisite strength. It is entirely possible that those within the mine are currently searching for you. How could I contend against such a multitude of cultivators?" Chu Wolin smiled sweetly. "I assert that you can. Moreover, it is only necessary for you to protect me for a brief span. If you endure for 12 hours, I shall be able to break free from this old fiend's restrictions, restore my core formation, and effortlessly breach this barrier, allowing us both to escape. Is it truly feasible?" Suddenly, a murderous glint flashed in Chu Wolin's eyes. "Aside from the dead, no one can refuse me." Shu Han felt tears welling up. "Must your overwhelming authority be wielded as a means of self-preservation? Why must it be used to threaten me?" Shu Han contemplated fleeing, yet he lacked the courage to slay this temporarily weakened core formation cultivator before him. Now, hearing Chu Wolin's words, he found himself too fearful to even attempt escape. For Shu Han was acutely aware that every cultivator harbors hidden trump cards, and even a novice like himself possesses contingencies. How could a high-ranking cultivator like Chu Wolin permit herself to be so easily manipulated simply due to a temporary decline in power? A core formation cultivator, with but a flick of their wrist, could unleash talismans or artifacts capable of taking his life, he resignedly said. "Since you insist, I shall do my utmost to protect you. Given the enormity of our predicament, I kindly ask that you accompany me as we relocate." "However," Chu Wolin replied, "I shall focus on unraveling the restrictions this old fiend has placed upon me and cannot engage in combat at this moment. You must lead me. In light of this, I shall impose upon you." With that, Shu Han unfurled the map. The area available for movement had diminished by a third, and he selected a remote mining tunnel, deciding to hide there for a time. Subsequently, he seized Chu Wolin and fled. Chu Wolin found herself clutched beneath Shu Han's arm, feeling akin to a mere doll, and she could not help but scold. "You dare treat me in such a manner? Who would carry someone away in this fashion?" Shu Han suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. He reasoned that if he were to carry her on his back, the rear would be a blind spot, and should an ambush occur from behind, he would be unable to respond in time. Moreover, to embrace her would not only violate propriety but would also severely obstruct vision and hinder movement. Yet, should you find this arrangement unsatisfactory, I shall defer to your wishes and alter my approach. With a swift motion, Shu Han hoisted Chu Wolin onto his shoulder and took off at a sprint. At this, Chu Wolin felt an even greater sense of humiliation, as though she were nothing more than a bride being carried home by this young man. "Alas, you might as well carry me as you flee." Shu Han. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Chapter 46. Rising difficulties. Shu Han sprinted while cradling Chu Wolin, and along the way, they encountered several ill-fated cultivators. Shu Han, no longer concealing his abilities, unleashed his full prowess, swiftly dispatching the weaker practitioners. Ultimately, they evaded any large groups and successfully reached the edge of the colorful barrier. The barrier was advancing rapidly, and Shu Han set Chu Wolin down, taking a moment to recuperate. Chu Wolin observed that this young man, barely in his 20s, exhibited an unexpected maturity and composure, executing tasks methodically with a clear sense of purpose. In the face of adversaries, her decisiveness in killing was such that it elicited a sense of admiration from her. "Hey, young one, are you truly only in your 20s? Your mindset resembles that of ancient relics who have lived for centuries." Shu Han opened her eyes and replied with a smile. Part of it stems from my personality developed since childhood, while the other part is shaped by my experiences in my sect. Chu Ruolin chuckled lightly. An intriguing little one. I do not accept male disciples. However, if you can ensure my safety, I may consider making an exception and take you as my disciple. I am truly grateful for your esteemed consideration, but I already have a master. Although he is no longer present, my respect for him remains unwavering, and I do not wish to seek another sect. If others were to hear of my accepting disciples, they would forsake their own lineage to join me, yet you, for the sake of a deceased person, refuse me? That simply will not do. Once we exit, you will either be my disciple or a lifeless corpse. The choice is yours. Shu Han retorted. This is not what we agreed upon. Chu Ruolin scoffed. I never stipulated that you would be alive when I promised to take you out. No one can refuse me, especially not a mere chi-refining little one. Shu Han, at a loss for words, said, Aren't you supposed to be breaking the suppression within you? How can you focus on that while talking so much? Humph. My internal cultivation technique will naturally unravel the suppression. Your words have no bearing on it. Moreover, this mine is shrouded in darkness, growing increasingly dreary. Little one, entertain me with tales of your fleeting 20 years of life. Shu Han, utilizing the faint light, glanced at Chu Ruolin's face. Her delicate features appeared somewhat pale. Though her tone remained lighthearted, her expression betrayed her true feelings. Shu Han couldn't help but inquire, Senior, are you perhaps afraid? Chu Ruolin shot her a sharp look, gritting her silver teeth, and retorted, What nonsense! Would I fear a horde of chi-refining ants? You were rather verbose when you felt assured of victory. Chu Ruolin's chest heaved with indignation, her anger boiling over. I am not. Absolutely not. Shu Han shushed her gently. Lower your voice. We wouldn't want others to overhear. Go be honest. I too am afraid. Terrified, in fact. With a sigh, Shu Han confided, I do not wish to hide this from you. Senior, that I have only arrived in Daoist less than a month ago and have already witnessed the brutal power struggles among its cultivators. While you perceive those in the mines as insignificant ants, I see them differently. They are individuals who have fought their way through a perilous hell. Do not underestimate their desire to survive. Hearing these words, Chu Ruolin fell silent. She then spoke solemnly, You speak the truth. I have indeed felt a tinge of fear. With my myriad treasures rendered ineffective and my spells powerless, I have never encountered such a situation since I began my cultivation. This is the first time I have had to rely on another for survival. You had better safeguard me well, or I shall not hesitate to make you pay. Rest assured, as I have promised you, Senior, I will do my utmost to protect you. Gazing into Shu Han's sincere eyes, Chu Ruolin felt a flicker of reassurance in her previously anxious heart. She retrieved a shimmering pouch from her storage bag. Little one, the formation treasure you employed earlier was quite commendable, though it seems to consume mid-grade spirit stones rather heavily. In my presence, there are over 100 reserves. Please accept them. In the event of an emergency, do not hesitate to utilize them. Should the need arise, I shall venture forth and present you with a treasured artifact. Shu Han gazed at the silk pouch that Chu Ruolin extended but refrained from accepting it. Senior, to speak candidly, that artifact can scarcely be used any more times. Such an abundance is unnecessary. There is no need for you to incentivize me with these mid-grade spirit stones. When the time comes for me to exert myself, I shall certainly do so. Chu Ruolin, taken aback, replied, Mid-grade spirit stones hold no allure for you. Young one, are you aware of their worth? You could scarcely amass such a sum in your lifetime. Shu Han responded, Indeed, yet a gentleman does not accept food offered in disdain. I merely wish to assure you, Senior, that I am not one to solely consider profit and loss. Should I accept this pouch of spirit stones in exchange for my efforts, I would eventually be compelled to betray you for even greater rewards. However, despite his eloquent words, Shu Han's thoughts wandered. Mid-grade spirit stones? Such trinkets are of no consequence to me. I could procure as many as I desire. Is there nothing of practical use? Chu Ruolin furrowed her brow, having encountered resistance from Shu Han for the second time. The first instance was when he refused to become her disciple, and now, he declined her generous offer of spirit stones. Frustration welled within her, and she wished to belittle Shu Han, yet found no grounds to do so, ultimately huffing, Humph! How ostentatious! I detest such hypocritical individuals as yourself. Subsequently, Chu Ruolin's restless emotions began to subside, and she ceased her incessant chatter, occasionally interjecting a remark. Shu Han, left with no choice, engaged in casual conversation with her. He discerned that this highly skilled elder was not so different from an ordinary maiden. Even those of great prowess require someone to offer solace in times of distress. However, such individuals rarely find themselves in a state of panic. Thus, Shu Han escorted Chirulin along the periphery of the multicolored barrier, traversing 3 hours in complete safety. As he glanced at the map, he noted that the multicolored barrier had diminished in size. He mused that at this rate, in approximately 4 hours, the barrier would confine everyone to an exceedingly small area, marking the true moment of peril. At that moment, the voice of the elder echoed once more in the mind. Upon awakening from my slumber, I discover that this young woman in the core formation stage has found herself an ally. This is contrary to my initial intentions. Henceforth, every individual S-map shall constantly reflect her real-time location. Furthermore, the reward is doubled, with a bounty of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Gasp. All within the mind ceased their conflicts, stunned by the prospect of such a reward. Teo Slay, the defenseless core formation cultivator, would not only result in immediate extraction from the underground mine, but also grant them 10,000 spirit stones? They hastily opened their jade slips, each map illuminating with the same red dot, indicating Shu Han and Chirulin's hiding place. Kill, first come, first served. The remaining 83 cultivators surged towards that location in unison. Chirulin, her face pale with fear, exclaimed in anger, "They are far too presumptuous. I shall emerge and eliminate them all." Shu Han swiftly intervened, urging, "Enough. Please, have mercy and allow them to escape for now." Chirulin gazed at Shu Han and, with a sigh, conceded, "Very well, for your sake, I shall spare them. Now, what shall we do? You cannot abandon me." At this moment, Shu Han felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The remaining cultivators were advancing towards them. How could he possibly fend them off? It appeared that fleeing from Chirulin was the only option. Yet, he had vowed to protect her, and if he were to run now, the Golden Core cultivators would undoubtedly hunt him down. He could not bring himself to eliminate all others, but he was entirely convinced that she possessed the means to eliminate him alone. Suddenly, as he surveyed the surrounding mine passages, a plan formed in his mind. "All right, you all know my location and are rushing towards me, correct? Since it is a battle to the death, let you pay the price along the way." Chapter 47. Annihilation of all. With his strategy solidified, Shu Han scooped up Chirulin and made a dash at this moment. Chirulin's face turned ashen, her anger towards Shu Han's reckless actions forgotten, as she clung tightly to his neck, her voice trembling with unease. "What are you going to do?" As he ran, Shu Han began to lay down fire god talismans along their path. After careful consideration, he concluded that merely evading their pursuers would ultimately lead him to a dead end. Given that their position was already compromised, there was no choice but to take the initiative. He estimated that all the cultivators in the mine were now converging on Chirulin, creating a perfect opportunity for a decisive ambush. He gasped for breath and declared, "Since they are all rushing towards us, let us ensnare them all at once. At this point, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It is all in the name of survival. My fellow cultivators, I apologize." Chirulin was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this timid and cautious youth would harbor such intentions. On what grounds could he, a mere chi refinement stage cultivator, boast of capturing all the miners below? Did he truly believe he could succeed with just a handful of talismans she deemed insignificant? Yet, it soon became evident that Shu Han's actions contradicted her assumptions. Though she dismissed the fire god talismans, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Shu Han moved with incredible speed, darting through the surrounding forked mine passages, affixing at least 10 fire god talismans to each path. Where did this fellow acquire so many talismans? Shu Han found himself momentarily speechless. Was this truly too many? He felt one ought to inquire of his former sect leader about how he met his demise. Soon, his supply of fire god talismans was utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, Shu Han remained unsatisfied and proceeded to a cavern, where he placed his treasured purple thunder pearl at the top of the cave. Observing Shu Han's meticulous preparations, Chirulin quickly grasped his intentions and playfully tapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Clever boy, astute and ruthless. With your future cultivation, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force." As for whether he would become a strong cultivator, the younger generation dared not speculate. Survival was the priority. After completing his arrangements, Shu Han, still holding Chirulin, prepared to lure the enemy forward. "Senior, Our success hinges on this moment. Do you possess any hidden trump cards you could share with me? It would aid in my planning. At this juncture, Chu Ruolin had no choice but to rely entirely on this chi refinement youth. She responded, I cannot employ any magical artifacts or spells above the foundation establishment level, and there are virtually none available for chi refinement practitioners. Currently, I can only use a Flame Sun talisman, but what? This talisman possesses enough power to threaten a peak foundation establishment cultivator, and given my current capabilities, its residual effects would also affect me. Shu Han extended his hand, saying, There is no need for you to intervene, esteemed senior. Kindly hand over this talisman to me, and allow me to utilize it as the situation demands. With your cultivation level, using this talisman would result in your immediate demise. Thus, you need not concern yourself. I shall safeguard my own life. With that, Shu Han, accompanied by Chu Ruolin, dashed toward the depths of the colorful barrier, arriving at an intersection within a mining tunnel. Gradually, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from all directions. They were coming. Shu Han threw out 2 frost smoke bombs and retreated at full speed. A group of individuals immediately shouted, Smoke interference. They're trying to escape. She can't get away. Her location is constantly marked on the map. First come, first served. I shall claim these 10,000 spirit stones. Several groups converged at the crossroads, and it was rare for them to meet without engaging in combat, each showcasing their unique skills as they rushed toward the red on the map. With the sounds of battle ringing in his ears, Shu Han remained vigilant and activated his flowing boots to accelerate. Suddenly, 5 individuals emerged from the intersection of the mining tunnel. Shu Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated anyone would come from that direction. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. Others were not fools. The tunnels interconnected, and they had likely calculated his intended route, taking a shortcut from another direction. Upon seeing Chu Ruolin in Shu Han's arms, they revealed malicious smiles. Little brother, hand over the lovely maiden in your embrace so we can enjoy her company for a moment. Protect her, and you shall meet your end. Chu Ruolin's face flushed with anger. Never had a chi refining cultivator dared to speak to her in such a manner. Shu Han, eliminate them. Without hesitation, Shu Han charged forward, throwing 2 more frost smoke bombs. In the narrow tunnel, their ability to surround him was already limited, and the addition of the frost smoke, which obscured their spiritual senses, left them disoriented. Meanwhile, Shu Han employed his cloud-gliding steps, skillfully discerning their positions by sound, and swiftly tossed Chu Ruolin behind him, wielding the Gangtian sword as he plunged into the smoke. Here they come. Prepare your defenses. The 5 individuals huddled together, unable to detect Shu Han amidst the smoke. They could only hear footsteps approaching. Unbeknownst to them, Shu Han had already leaped above their heads, splitting into 3 forms mid-air. The Gangtian sword, thunderous great axe, and azure dragon spear struck simultaneously. The 5, not particularly formidable in strength, were swiftly dispatched by Shu Han's lightning-fast assault, 3 of them falling lifelessly while 2 sustained severe injuries. However, Shu Han did not linger, as the pursuing enemies were fast approaching. He quickly grasped a mid-grade spirit stone to absorb its mana for future needs. Chu Ruolin, nestled against his back, whispered in admiration, Impressive, young man. Your footwork was remarkable just now. You maneuvered behind the enemy without even using any mana. What kind of technique is that? Common martial arts? Cloud gliding steps? Chu Ruolin exclaimed in surprise. You have studied common martial arts? Shu Han replied, Anything useful is a treasure. In this narrow mining area, as long as I do not encounter a foundation establishment cultivator, I can use my martial skills to give these chi refining practitioners a run for their money. Intrigued, Chu Ruolin playfully tapped the back of Shu Han's head, saying, How interesting. You must teach me this martial art in the future. I apologize, but the martial arts of my sect cannot be taught to others. As Shu Han closed his eyes, his spiritual awareness began to communicate with the more than 120 fire god talismans affixed to the numerous mining tunnels. He sensed that the vast majority of individuals had already entered the ambush he had set in those tunnels. Without delay, he led Chu Ruolin to the edge of the cavern where the purple thunder pearl was buried. At that moment, a group of people surged forth from the tunnels, entering the cavern. Upon seeing Shu Han standing at the edge of the cave with Chu Ruolin on his back, they were filled with joy. Yet a sense of mutual suspicion hung in the air as they rushed towards him in a frenzied manner. Shu Han's gaze wavered for a moment before he revealed a resolute demeanor. Uttering a single word, Explode! In an instant, brilliant violet lightning erupted from the walls of the cavern. The several cultivators who had charged in were immediately jolted by the explosive force of the purple thunder pearl. Their internal organs in turmoil, resembling a flock of geese struck mid-flight, each crashing to the ground. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a bowl, swiftly spread from the ceiling of the cavern, causing the immense stone walls to shatter like the shell of an egg, with massive boulders crashing down in a cacophony. Observing this, Shu Han promptly took Chu Ruolin and fled. Simultaneously, the mining tunnels covered by the fire god talismans began to erupt in a series of explosions. Some cultivators were killed outright by the sudden blaze, while others were grievously wounded, only to be buried alive by the collapsing tunnels. The cultivators situated in the central tunnel, hearing the continuous explosions and the anguished cries of their peers, were paralyzed with fear, only to discover that the surrounding tunnels had all collapsed, leaving them with no avenue of escape, ultimately consumed by the flames of the fire god talismans. Thus, what had initially taken several hours of mutual slaughter, resulting in fewer than 100 casualties, was reduced to mere moments of devastation. From within the rocks at the center of the vein, an ancient voice could not help but express admiration. This youth possesses a calm and ruthless disposition, with extraordinary methods, yet how will he navigate the next trial? Chapter 48. Ambush. After sprinting through numerous tunnels, the trend of collapse finally ceased. Shu Han opened the map, realizing that he had escaped nearly 100 zhang from the original explosion point and was now quite close to the central area of the multicolored barrier. Moreover, all the tunnels in the explosion zone had completely collapsed, and even if there were survivors, they would find it impossible to reach this location in the near future. Shu Han brought Chu Ruolin to another cavern, his trembling hands gently placing her down from his back. Observing his pale complexion and quivering hands, Chu Ruolin could not help but inquire, "Little ghost, are you afraid?" Shu Han offered a wry smile, sitting beside her, gazing at his trembling hands, and replied, "To report to the elder, I am indeed frightened. Since childhood, my parents have taught me that life is of utmost importance. In our village, the accidental death of a single person would leave the entire community in fear for a long time. Although I have not resorted to killing a person or two along the way, to eliminate an entire group of cultivators in one fell swoop, it is best to be somewhat open-minded about it." Chu Ruolin closed her eyes and advised, "The cultivation world is thus. What of killing 100 or 1,000? The most crucial aspect is to ensure your own survival. Do not let the kindness that lingers in your heart lead to your demise." Shu Han replied, "Is this still considered kindness? At the very least, you are feeling guilt and remorse over this matter. The individuals I have encountered, let alone the mere act of slaying several hundred chi refinement cultivators, would not even flinch at the prospect of exterminating the entirety of the Great Cloud populace." Suddenly, Chu Ruolin opened her eyes, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Should you ever find yourself in conflict with them in the future, any lingering mercy may very well cost you your life." Shu Han's trembling hands formed into fists as he inhaled deeply. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance." Subsequently, Shu Han retrieved the 4 symbols array disc and remarked, "Most of the cultivators posing a threat to you should have been eliminated. However, there may still be a few remnants. Please, rest assured and proceed with the unsealing. I should be capable of handling them. Little ghost, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Chu Ruolin inquired, "Do you truly not wish to take me as your master?" Shu Han chuckled and replied, "If I could become your disciple, it would be nothing short of splendid. However, my master has shown me profound affection and loyalty. Without my master's protection, I would have perished long ago. Given that my master has only recently passed, I find it difficult to abandon my allegiance. That is acceptable. I shall not force you," Chu Ruolin conceded. "What is it that you desire? I can grant you that." Shu Han scratched his head and said, "If you genuinely wish to assist, could you procure some foundation establishment pills for me?" Chu Ruolin looked at him in astonishment. "Foundation establishment pills? Is there a difficulty in obtaining them?" Shu Han's heart tightened. "I am indeed in urgent need of foundation establishment pills. This venture into the mines was to seek the essence of premium spirit stones for my cultivation. Otherwise, I would not have been ensnared alongside you." Chu Ruolin rolled her eyes. "I thought you would request something of greater value. I couldn't possibly bring myself to gift you foundation establishment pills." She then continued, "How about this? The foundation establishment pills shall be dismissed. It would be too embarrassing. Once my strength is restored, I shall personally perform the golden core empowerment technique to facilitate your foundation establishment." Shu Han was overjoyed upon hearing this. his face lighting up with gratitude. Observing Shu Han's sudden exuberance, Chu Ruolin could not help but feel a sense of pride. After all, beneath the composed exterior, he was merely a 20-year-old youth. As time passed quietly, the multicolored barrier gradually diminished in size. During this interval, no one else had approached, and the entire mine seemed desolate, as if all had perished in the recent explosion. Shu Han's anxious heart began to relax. He pondered that perhaps there was no one left. If there were, they would surely have made their way here following the map's guidance. Consequently, he loosened his mental vigilance, for having maintained it at such a high level for several hours had begun to cause a dull ache in his head. The spiritual light emanating from Chu Ruolin's forehead grew increasingly radiant, leading Shu Han to contemplate that soon, this elder would regain her cultivation. Judging by her tone, it seemed she would no longer pursue the earlier misunderstanding. He hoped she would be a person of her word. Otherwise, how long must I wait for my foundation establishment? The cultivation techniques no longer permitted me to delay. The scenery within the mine was monotonous, and as he remained beside Chu Ruolin, Shu Han felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He thought to himself that perhaps it would be best to lie down next to her for a brief rest. After a good sleep, this esteemed elder's powers should be restored, and then all problems would be easily resolved. With this in mind, Shu Han comfortably reclined, his body weary from days of relentless toil in the mine. He took a deep breath, and his consciousness gradually faded. Familiar faces from the past floated by one after another in his mind. Father, mother, younger sister, Erden and Godin, along with my master. Suddenly, he caught sight of Mu Wanner's silhouette. Shu Han reached out, yearning to touch her. Yet Mu Wanner drifted further away. He vaguely discerned her anxious expression, as if she were uttering something. Sister Wanner, what are you saying? Unable to resist, he focused intently to listen, and heard her exclaim, Xiao Han, danger. Wake up quickly. A chilling sensation emanating from the depths of his soul jolted Shu Han from his half-dream, half-awake state. Something was amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled Chu Ruolin into his embrace, summoned the extreme cold mysterious iron shield to shield himself, and formed a massive sword with the four extremes sword formation behind him. 10 iron armor talismans flew forth, coalescing into 10 turtle-shell-like shields. Moreover, Shu Han immediately activated his third-tier protective barrier with all his might. Boom. 2 shockwaves surged simultaneously from the opposing side. Shu Han felt as if a mountain were crushing his chest, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, along with Chu Ruolin, crashing into the stone wall of the cavern, creating a deep indentation. Crack! His trembling hand sought to grip the extreme cold mysterious iron shield. Yet this indestructible shield shattered before him. Chu Ruolin, unharmed, lay in Shu Han's arms, noticing a large stain of blood on her white gauze dress. She looked up to see Shu Han's consciousness fading. Hastily, she slapped his cheeks, exclaiming, Little rascal! Wake up! What just happened? Why have you suddenly become like this? Shu Han's trembling hand fished out a bottle of pills from his storage bag. He swallowed them all without consideration for cost, and his complexion improved slightly. Chu Ruolin supported him to his feet as Shu Han stammered, How could a foundation establishment cultivator engage in such underhanded tactics? Do you not feel ashamed? At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the shadows of the cavern, revealing a hook-nosed man and a square-faced man. The hook-nosed man berated, Ingfeyue, you told me differently. You claimed your distraction powder could affect foundation establishment cultivators. So how did this chi refining brat awaken in time? The square-faced man retorted, Did you not see the core formation cultivator beside him? I used a large dosage. Naturally, that core formation cultivator would have detected it. However, I did not anticipate that this brat could awaken, let alone block our combined strike. Forget it. This female core formation cultivator is no longer combat ready. Thus, according to our prior arrangement, I shall kill this core formation cultivator to receive the bounty for the chase, while you will eliminate this brat to complete the slaughter competition and obtain precious spirit stones. Chapter 49. The surname Shangguan the hook-nosed man gazed at Shu Han and Chu Ruolin, unable to suppress his applause, exclaiming, Truly impressive, a core formation cultivator indeed possesses remarkable skills, managing to eliminate all other cultivators in one fell swoop. Ingfeyue, I told you back then that core formation cultivators surely have their trump cards. Thankfully, you did not rush in with that group of fools. The square-faced man clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Once we are safely out, I must sincerely thank you. That chain explosion just now would have been difficult for even me to survive unscathed. But let us not dilly-dally. I will assist you in eliminating this core formation cultivator, lest she devise any further schemes. All right. Chu Ruolin, supporting Shu Han, glared at the two Foundation Establishment cultivators before her and huffed in anger. You mere Foundation Establishment cultivators dare to set your sights on me. Should you dare to lay a single hair of this palace's sovereign under this mine, the Tianke sect shall ensure that you find no refuge in the heavens above or the earth below. Tianke sect. The man with a square face and the one with a hooked nose halted their advance, exchanging a glance filled with trepidation. The hooked-nosed man inquired, "Who are you from the Tianke sect?" Chu Ruolin retrieved a gleaming silver token from her storage pouch, reprimanding them fiercely, "Bold rodents. I am Shangguan Ruolin, the mistress of the Yuxiao Palace of the Tianke sect. Withdraw at once, or I shall decree that not a single place shall remain for you to hide in all of Dayun." Shangguan Ruolin. The square-faced man was taken aback, his voice trembling as he asked, "You bear the surname Shangguanda, and you are the mistress of the Tianke sect. The revered ancestor Shangguan Wentian is your father." Chu Ruolin scolded, "Is there any need for further inquiry?" At once, both men were paralyzed by fear, their previously burgeoning intent to kill dissipating in an instant. Shu Han cast a glance at the imposing Chu Ruolin. No, it should be Shangguan Ruolin, and noticed that despite her authoritative demeanor, her face was marred by bitterness and resentment. He knew not what the Tianke sect was, but judging by the terror etched on the faces of the two men, it must be a formidable entity among the myriad sects of Dayun. The hook-nosed man murmured, "That token is unmistakable. She is undoubtedly from the Tianke sect. If that is the case, her father must be a nascent soul ancestor of the sect. However, we have acted in silence here. No one can relay this news." The square-faced man grew anxious, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? A nascent soul ancestor can divine the secrets of the heavens. How could we possibly evade his notice? We cannot provoke him." The hooked-nosed man furrowed his brow. "You have a point, but if we do not eliminate these two, how shall we survive to escape?" The atmosphere fell into a stalemate, while Shu Han seized the opportunity to hastily consume a pill, restoring his magical energy and injuries. Yet, the aged voice echoed once more, "Aha, so it is the daughter of Shangguan Wentian. In my earlier years, I had the pleasure of meeting your father before he attained the nascent soul stage. Now he has surpassed me. Yet, why have you come here alone to my mine?" Shangguan Ruolin seemed reluctant to discuss this matter, retorting, "That is none of your concern." The old man shifted his tone, "Heh, little one, since you are here, you must abide by my rules. Your father's reputation will not intimidate me. You two at the Foundation Establishment stage, go ahead and make your move. Within this mine, even the old ghost Shangguan cannot predict the outcome." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ruolin's fury ignited. "How dare you? Should you incite others to harm me, you shall find no place to rest in death. Ha ha. Do not underestimate me just because I am not at the nascent soul stage. Even if your father were to come personally, he could not contend with me. Since only the four of you remain in this mine, cease your hiding. I have no desire to wait any longer. Let us plunge directly into the final climax." In an instant, the cavern erupted in a dazzling array of colors, a colossal five-colored barrier rapidly constricting, encasing the four within the confines of the mine, sealing off all escape routes. The square-faced man and the hooked-nosed man exchanged a glance, their murderous intent rekindling. It was indeed the moment where one would perish while the other would survive. Shu Han felt a chill run from his head to the tips of his toes. He was injured, relying on two precious defensive artifacts that had both been destroyed, and his fire god talisman and purple thunder pearl had long since been depleted. Even though the four phases array disc was still operational, it was only sufficient to contend with a single Foundation Establishment cultivator. If two were to come simultaneously, and with their escape route sealed, it would be a certain death. What could be done? Shu Han's mind raced in frantic contemplation, yet no solution emerged. He turned to Shangguan Ruolin, who also glanced back at him. In Shu Han's eyes lay a desolate despair, while a flicker of hesitation shone in Shangguan Ruolin's gaze. In that instant, Shu Han perceived a glimmer of hope reflected in her eyes. He sighed deeply within his heart. Life resembles a play, reliant entirely on one's performance. To survive, he must cast caution to the wind today. With renewed determination, Shu Han's body split into three. The main body retreated 2 steps after producing the 4 phases array disc. positioning Shangguan Ruolin protectively behind him, while the two avatars brandished the Gangtian 4 Extreme Sword Array and the Thunder Giant Axe formation at the forefront, standing ready against the two Foundation Establishment practitioners, who were eyeing them hungrily. The hawk-nosed man burst into laughter. A mere chi refinement cultivator thinks he can interfere? Ing Feiyue, this brat is your prey. Finish him off quickly. Ing Feiyue laughed heartily. Eliminating a chi refinement brat is child's play. He leaped into the air, his calf whipping out, revealing a gleaming curved blade flashing from his leg, aimed directly at the necks of Shu Han's two avatars. Underestimate me? Shu Han's main body immediately produced 4 spirit stones, slapping them against the 4 phases array disc, shouting, 4 phases array pattern. Annihilate, boom. Just as Ing Feiyue soared into the air, he was forcefully struck down by the descending 4 phases array pattern, pinned to the bottom of the cave. Unable to move, Shu Han's avatars swiftly raised the Gangtian 4 Extreme Sword Array, ready to deliver the killing blow. Ing Feiyue, in a state of terror, cried out, "What kind of array pattern is this? Old Gung, don't just stand there. Come help. This brat is not to be trifled with." The hawk-nosed man spat disdainfully. "Useless fool, you can't even handle a chi refinement cultivator." With that, he barked a command, unleashing 3 pillars of fire that erupted explosively in front of Shu Han's avatar, displaying power akin to a dozen fire god talismans combined. The ferocious flames encircled Shu Han's 2 avatars, preventing them from approaching the pinned Ing Feiyue. Amidst the fiery inferno, the hawk-nosed man charged forth, his gaze intense, as a long centipede unexpectedly emerged from his mouth. The centipede extended its wings, darting rapidly, transforming into a streak of black light that lunged towards Shu Han's axe-wielding avatar, sinking its fangs into its neck. Hiss! The intense pain caused Shu Han's main body to tremble. Shangguan Ruolin watched anxiously from behind, her eyes filled with concern. The avatar that had been bitten by the flying centipede immediately sprouted purple-black stripes, the potent venom causing its mana to solidify and its body to rapidly decay. Sensing the dire situation, Shu Han dared not retract the avatar directly, fearing the terrifying toxin would return to his main body. Resolutely, he made a decision and detonated the avatar. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy erupted, scattering the encroaching flames. Shu Han's main body spat blood onto the 4 phases array disc. The self-destruction of the avatar equated to a direct loss of 1/3 of his mana and vitality. However, this was not the end. A fierce glint flickered in Shu Han's eyes. If he were to explode, he would do so decisively. The overwhelming shockwave obliterated the hawk-nosed man and shattered the flying centipede. Flames of rage ignited in the hawk-nosed man's eyes. He had never anticipated that this brat would detonate his avatar without a second thought, costing him a precious silver-winged centipede. How ruthless, however, before he could make a move. A 4-phase array pattern descended from the heavens, pressing down upon his head. With a whoosh, an inexplicable object was hurled from the turbulent air. A colossal thunderous AT this moment. The 4-phase array suppressed the 2 foundation-building cultivators, with cracks rapidly spreading across the array, while 4 mid-grade spirit stones swiftly diminished in power. The hawk-nosed man extended his hand and caught the flying thunderous AXE. To his astonishment, the axe posed no threat as it was thrown. Could it be that the magical energy was depleted? Just as he was pondering this, the thunderous axe in his grasp suddenly erupted with wild turbulence. Boom! The axe head exploded in his palm, unleashing a torrent of thunder that lashed at him. Chapter 50. All dependent on acting. The hawk-nosed man not only failed to slay Shu Han, but was also charred black from the explosion upon their first encounter, with one hand stained in blood. Meanwhile, Ing Feiyue, who was resisting the 4-phase array, witnessed this scene and immediately shouted, "Old Gung, this kid is not to be trifled with. Let's eliminate him together first." The hawk-nosed man's eyes were filled with shadows. "Just as I desire. Let us unite to break this damned formation." Both men exerted their strength, beginning to resist the 4-phase array with all their might. The cracks in the array spread rapidly, on the verge of collapse. Shu Han's remaining avatar unleashed a spell seal, while the 4 Gung Tian swords returned from the avatar to encircle the main body. The avatar, on the other hand, brandished a slightly inferior weapon, the Azure Dragon Halberd, and charged resolutely towards Ing Feiyue, whose square face betrayed alarm. He hastily concentrated his magical energy and summoned a round shield for protection. As the azure dragon halberd was thrown, it transformed into a dragon, coiling around the round shield. Boom! Without hesitation, the azure dragon halberd detonated instantly, the terrifying force sending the shield flying aside. The hawk-nosed man watched in shock, realizing that this kid had not flinched in destroying two exquisite magical artifacts. Such artifacts were rare treasures for them, yet this boy treated them as mere cannon fodder. Seizing the opportunity, the avatar advanced with a cloud-stepping technique and engaged Ing Feiyue in close combat. Under the suppression of the array pattern, Ing Feiyue was unable to use his magical energy to counterattack, and he retreated repeatedly under Shu Han's punches and kicks. However, protected by magical energy, Shu Han's physical strikes could only inflict superficial wounds. Breathing heavily, Shu Han noticed that the four-phase array was on the brink of destruction, and he realized the time had come. He plunged the four Gung Tian swords into the ground beside Shangguan Ruolin, speaking with a calm demeanor tinged with a hint of entreaty. "Senior, these four Gung Tian swords may seem like worthless scrap to you. Yet, they were entrusted to me by my master before his passing. I had hoped to find my master's lost descendant to return them, but it seems I shall not have that opportunity in light of my desperate efforts to protect you, should you manage to escape. I implore you to find the descendants of the Bai family of Dayun Refinery and return this sword array. I would be eternally grateful." Shangguan Ruolin glared, noticing the yin-yang talisman she had given him resting in his palm. "You little brat, there is no need for such measures. We are mere strangers." Shu Han smiled resolutely. "I am aware that I cannot evade today's calamity. Whether I struggle or not, I am destined for death. Since death is inevitable, if I can save a senior's life, it would indeed be a gain." The elder once remarked that the path of immortality is devoid of emotion, and I hope to slightly alter this perspective. Take care. With that, Shu Han, gripping the flame sun talisman and donning the flowing boots, surged forth, leaving behind a long, luminous trail as he charged towards the two Foundation establishment cultivators ensnared within the four symbols array. Just as Shu Han was about to collide with them, his doppelganger, entangled with the square-faced adversary, exploded in a brilliant flash. The square-faced man was left in disarray, his spiritual energy dissipating. The hawkish-nosed man shouted, "Ing Feiyue, that kid's main body is coming. Quickly, eliminate him as well." Crack. The four symbols array shattered into a myriad of fragments, its invaluable essence finally expiring. Freed from the constraints of the array, the two combatants, who had previously exchanged blows, now harbored a mutual disdain for Shu Han. They immediately summoned their life-bound treasures and charged at him. Shu Han held his breath, his focus entirely diverted from these two. Instead, honing in on the presence behind him, he inwardly exclaimed, "Good heavens! The elder hardly seems to be as emotionless as claimed." Having reached this extent, could she still refrain from revealing her true trump card? Earlier, he had discerned hesitation in Shangguan Ruolin's eyes, suspecting she possessed hidden powers yet to be unleashed, though for reasons unknown, she appeared reluctant to act. Shu Han was acutely aware that mere self-reliance would not suffice for survival. Shangguan Ruolin had to intervene. However, with the two assailants now at his doorstep, she continued to remain unresponsive. Shu Han sighed deeply, realizing there was no remedy. He had miscalculated this time, and he vowed to remember this lesson in his next life: never venture into a mine. With a whoosh, the flame sun talisman in his palm blazed fiercely. Shangguan Ruolin, observing the flames dancing in Shu Han's grasp, inhaled deeply and sighed. "Since you, little rascal, are willing to wager your life, I cannot afford to be outdone." Her eyes ignited with fervor, and her previously frosty demeanor returned in full force. Begone! With a whoosh, a frigid gale swept through, instantly shattering the flame sun talisman in Shu Han's grip. The two assailants, caught off guard, were pinned against the stone wall by the sudden tempest. Shangguan Ruolin ascended gracefully, her white silk dress billowing in the wind. That moment, a golden elixir erupted from her forehead, surrounded by blazing righteous flames. As the fire blazed, her aura grew increasingly imposing and regal. Shu Han exhaled in relief, witnessing Shangguan Ruolin take action at last. Finally, she made her move. Would it not have been better to act sooner, rather than create such a heart-stopping spectacle? Although Shangguan Ruolin's presence surged, her expression remained ashen. Her clear gaze fell upon the two Foundation establishment cultivators. With a flick of her delicate wrist, countless threads were unleashed, and before they could even beg for mercy, they were reduced to mere pulp beneath the silken strands. At that moment, a phantom emerged from her life-bound golden elixir, taking the form of a dignified man, handsome, ethereal, yet with an icy demeanor. Lin, you have violated our agreement by employing the secret method I imparted to you. According to our wager, you have lost. While you still possess some strength, return swiftly and do not make this situation more embarrassing. With those words, the apparition dissipated, at that instant. A myriad of colorful spiritual energies coalesced into a visage, as an elderly man guffawed. Oh, isn't that the old ghost of Shangwan? How youthful you have become. TSK, the Yuan Ing is truly remarkable, capable of restoring youth. However, it seems that the discord between you and your father is quite profound. Shangwan Ruolin shot a glare, vehemently rebuking, "It is none of your concern." With that, she conjured a force from thin air, lifting Shu Han into the air. The golden core spun in her palm and, in an instant, was propelled forward. The might of the golden core shattered the five-colored barrier, as Shangwan Ruolin intended to fly away with Shu Han from the mine. "This cannot be allowed. That lad has caught my interest. You cannot take him away." In the blink of an eye, a colossal hand of spiritual energy grasped Shu Han, dragging him into the rock wall. Shangwan Ruolin, both astonished and furious, shouted, "Old ghost, surrender that lad to me. Otherwise, I shall return to the Tianke sect and have this mine obliterated." The old man laughed heartily. "No worries. Please do as you wish, but rest assured, I am offering an opportunity, not a harm." Just as Shangwan Ruolin was about to erupt in anger, her magical energy suddenly went awry, nearly causing her to plummet from the air. The old man remarked, "Young lady, your father speaks the truth. There is a significant issue with your cultivation method. It would be prudent to return to the Tianke sect." As he spoke, the old man's illusion gradually faded away. Shangwan Ruolin struck with her palm, only to shatter the stone wall instead. "Hand him over to me." Chapter 51. Encounter with Long Xian the Immortal. At first, Shu Han merely felt himself being tugged back and forth by two immense forces. Suddenly, the scenery before him transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, and he found himself in a vibrant, resplendent cave. Here, low-grade spirit stones paved the path, while mid-grade spirit stones formed the walls. The dazzling hues of the five elements captivated the eyes, with countless spirit stones to behold. The overwhelming spiritual energy made him feel as though he had stepped into a realm of immortals. As he gazed around, he noticed a radiant five-colored gem at the center of the cave. Shu Han immediately recognized it as the legendary Supreme Spirit Stone. Approaching it, he observed the gem, smooth and lustrous as jade, resting upon a five-colored stone platform, which exuded a potent aura of spiritual energy. After careful examination, Shu Han deduced that this platform must be constructed from high-grade spirit stones. As he admired the Supreme Spirit Stone, he noticed what appeared to be a golden orb enveloped within it. Just as he reached out to touch the resplendent gem, an ancient voice emanated from within the stone. "Young lad, merely looking is permissible. But do you dare to touch me?" Startled, Shu Han jumped back in alarm. It was the Supreme Spirit Stone that was speaking. He recalled what Kong Guangwen had once mentioned. Supreme Spirit Stones possess intelligence. Could it be that the mastermind behind this scheme is none other than this very Supreme Spirit Stone? Shu Han bowed respectfully. "I beg your pardon for my presumptuousness, esteemed elder." In response, the Supreme Spirit Stone levitated, and the overwhelming spiritual energy manifested into the figure of an elderly man. The elder scrutinized Shu Han from head to toe, nodding in approval. "Not bad, not bad. Not only did you stand out among over 200 cultivators, but you also had a golden core stage cultivator sacrifice himself to save you. Young man, you are quite impressive." Shu Han humbly replied, "It was merely luck." The elder had previously stated that those who achieved victory would be rewarded with a Supreme Spirit Stone. Was that true? Of course not. Though the elder was a spiritual manifestation, he sat comfortably upon a high-grade stone platform, nonchalantly delivering this statement while crossing his legs. He gestured to himself and added, "As you can see, I am now the Supreme Spirit Stone, and the Supreme Spirit Stone is..." The elderly man remarked, "Surely, I cannot offer myself to you. Such an act would contravene moral boundaries. Moreover, you are but a lad." Shu Han retorted, "What a man devoid of principles. Pray tell, why have you summoned me, esteemed elder?" The old man chuckled. "Naturally, it is for a commendable purpose. While I cannot bestow upon you a rare spiritual stone, I can offer you something equally splendid. For instance, I can grant you a fateful mentor-student bond and impart to you an unparalleled ancient technique. Not again, Shu Han sighed in exasperation. Why must everyone wish to take me as their disciple? I am unworthy of such an honor. The elder frowned. I have yet to finish speaking. Do not hastily decline. This technique, once mastered, will grant you threefold the magical power of your peers. Shu Han replied. The technique I practice also bestows such power. The elder continued, moreover, upon mastering my technique, you shall be able to create 2 additional forms of yourself, maintaining your combat prowess, thereby achieving thrice the strength of your contemporaries. And I too. At this moment, both individuals began to regard each other with skepticism. The elder declared, the name of my technique is Dragon Xian's 3 Transformations Divine Skill. Shu Han's eyes widened in astonishment. What? I too practice that. The elder slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, no wonder your fighting style appeared so familiar to me. It turns out you have indeed mastered my technique. Who is your master? And what is his current cultivation level? Can he form a dan? Reluctantly, Shu Han responded, I must inform you, esteemed elder, that my previous master was the head of my former sect, known as Longxian Shangren, and he is at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Nonsense. When did I ever go to be your sect master? Shu Han was taken aback. Esteemed elder, you are Longxian Shangren? Of course. This technique I created. How could Longxian Shangren be anyone but me? The Longxian Shangren you speak of must be a registered disciple I took on over a century ago. Alas, what a waste. After all these years, he has only reached the initial stage of foundation establishment and dares to misuse my name. After dismissing one Longxian Shangren, another appears. Shu Han mused inwardly. Surely this elderly gentleman does not intend to dabble in alchemy as well. The elder continued, since you practice my technique, I shall consider you as one of my disciples. Come, allow me to assess the extent of your magical power. With that, Shu Han was drawn forth by an unseen force. The elder grasped his hand and was instantly astonished. Goodness, 5 spiritual roots. This truly broadens my horizons. When did 5 spiritual roots come to cultivate my technique to the 12th heaven? Fascinating, truly fascinating, Shu Han replied. That is due to my master's rigorous training and the abundant elixirs bestowed upon me. The elder nodded. Indeed, the magical power within you feels somewhat unstable. It seems you have consumed quite a considerable amount of elixirs. No, not just considerable, but rather heaps of them. To achieve your current state, I am most curious as to your master's unconventional approach in nurturing a 5 spiritual-rooted individual deemed a waste. Shu Han felt a twinge of shame. I fear my aptitude has disappointed you, esteemed elder. Not at all. The elder released Shu Han's hand, beaming with appreciation. You have misjudged. Your presence brings me great delight. 5 spiritual roots, and yet you bring joy? The elder continued thoughtfully. Tell me, young one, do you believe that becoming a formidable yearning cultivator is more reliant on exceptional talent or on relentless perseverance? Shu Han responded, as a junior, I believe all aspects are of great importance. None can be overlooked. The elder retorted, no, you are gravely mistaken. None of these are significant. Shu Han, perplexed, inquired, then what holds importance? The elder, with a mysterious smile, replied, fortune is of utmost importance. He then stood with his hands clasped behind him. Speaking eloquently, I have traversed the realm of cultivation for 3 millennia, and there exists an abundance of cultivators blessed with both talent and perseverance. Yet, despite the passage of countless years, the presence of yearning cultivators remains exceedingly rare. This is because these prodigies lack the most crucial element, fortune. Numerous gifted and diligent cultivators spend their entire lives unable to achieve the golden core, while some merely lie back and effortlessly attain it. Is that not infuriating? That is the essence of fortune. Fortune is an enigmatic force, difficult to quantify or assess. However, observing your remarkable progress with a 5 spirit root talent, standing out amidst your peers, I sense that your fortune is indeed profound. Perhaps you may be the key to my liberation. At long last, the crux of the matter had been revealed. Shu Han asked, Senior, what binds you, and what merit do I possess that could aid in your liberation? The elder pointed to the exquisite spirit stone within himself and declared, what confines me is this very stone. He continued to elucidate, my talents and fortune are unparalleled. I reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage early on, merely a step away from Yuan. Alas, that step resembles an insurmountable chasm. Young one, you practice this technique, so you surely understand its inherent flaw. Shu Han nodded. The bottleneck is insurmountable. Indeed. The Dragon Xian 3 transformations technique that I created possesses boundless power, yet the bottleneck is exceedingly difficult to breach. Given my aptitude, I should have easily reached the Yuaning stage with any conventional technique. However, this particular method demands an enormous amount of spiritual energy to transcend the Yuaning phase, necessitating that another Yuaning cultivator transfer all their magical power to me for success. Shu Han felt a chill within. Realizing the terror of such a bottleneck, the elder remarked, yet no Yuaning cultivator would ever do such a thing. Hence, I scoured the surroundings and ultimately discovered traces of the exquisite spirit stone here. Chapter 52. A subtle scheme. There are exceedingly few treasures in the world that nurture the 5 elemental spiritual forces simultaneously, and exquisite spirit stones are, naturally, quite rare. The elder recounted his past endeavors, stating, in my earlier years, I searched far and wide but could not locate an exquisite spirit stone, to the point where I nearly resorted to forcibly seizing one from the reclusive Yuaning ancestors. Shu Han gasped, were you truly considering robbing a Yuaning master? The elder replied proudly, do not underestimate the technique I have developed. Having cultivated it to the pinnacle of the golden core stage, my power rivals that of an ordinary Yuaning cultivator in the initial phase. However, those Yuaning ancestors possessing exquisite spirit stones are not to be trifled with. Fortunately, during the final cycle of my technique, I discovered this exquisite spirit stone within this mine. Otherwise, I would have perished in a catastrophic explosion of my golden core. To create a transcendent technique and nearly be undone by it. Truly, you are unmatched in your predicament. Exquisite spirit stones possess sentience and are exceedingly difficult to subdue. This particular stone has already attained a level of sentience. I endured 9 years of vigilant waiting within the mine before finally capturing this little creature in one fell swoop. However, just as the old man was absorbing it, this insidious little creature unexpectedly turned the tables on him, gathering the spiritual energy of the entire spiritual vein and transforming the old man's physical body into a spirit stone. Fortunately, the old man possessed profound cultivation, allowing his golden core to remain undiminished. Yet he found himself trapped within this exquisite spirit stone. As he spoke, the ethereal elder pointed to the precious spirit stone nestled within his mind. Shu Han realized with a start that the golden orb was indeed the old man's life-bound golden core. The elder sighed, saying, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of years have passed, and I have finally extinguished the spirit intelligence of the spirit stone. However, my golden core remains sealed within this exquisite spirit stone by residual spiritual power, unable to transform into an infant. Alas, my true form has been destroyed. Even though this spirit stone serves as my new body, I cannot dismantle it from within. The elder pondered for many years and ultimately discovered a solution. He must find a life-bound golden core of the same cultivation method to resonate with his own, jointly absorbing the sealing spiritual power of the exquisite spirit stone. The elder sighed again and continued, regrettably, over the course of hundreds of years, I have taken on numerous disciples in the mines, yet none have managed to reach the golden core stage. Upon reflection, the elder realized that he had previously selected disciples based solely on talent. It was only after guidance from others that he understood that without the right opportunities, even the most gifted would struggle to transcend the bottleneck of forming a core. Thus, he devised this competition to seek out the one with the greatest fortune. Young one, that person is you. Shu Han listened in silence, unable to resist asking, must it be that the esteemed elder can guarantee my success in overcoming the golden core bottleneck? The elder chuckled, naturally, I cannot guarantee that. It is merely a hopeful endeavor. I will continue to accept disciples in the future, for one cannot hang their hopes on a single crooked tree. Shu Han responded, as of now, I cannot even break through the foundation building bottleneck, let alone form a core. The elder waved forth a mist of spiritual energy, smiling as he said, this is your reward for victory. I shall personally infuse you with the spiritual energy from the exquisite spirit stone using my golden core. The 5-element spirit stone is perfect for foundation building with your 5-element spiritual root, and it aligns perfectly with my cultivation method. Young one, are you satisfied with this arrangement? However, the elder failed to notice the lack of joy on Shu Han's face. Shu Han mused inwardly. It seems that Senior Su Guan Ruolin also promised to grant me a golden core infusion for foundation building. I find Senior Su far more reliable than this old coot. Long Xian, you say? That name does not sound like a good person. Young one, are you displeased with this reward? The elder seemed to perceive his thoughts and chuckled. You were hoping that girl Su Guan would help you with your foundation, weren't you? I advise you to keep your distance from someone of such low strength. Moreover, her cultivation method has issues. Even if she can assist you in building your foundation, the effects would pale in comparison to that of an exquisite spirit stone combined with a golden core of the same method. I can lay the most solid foundation for you, clearing any ill effects from previous elixirs and fortifying your essence, purging your marrow and bones. Though the elder's words were grandiose, Shu Han's doubts remained unshaken. He could not help but worry. Esteemed elder, I am immensely grateful for your generosity in using your golden core essence to aid my foundation. However, if I am unable to achieve the golden core myself to rescue you afterward, are you concerned that I might hold back while aiding your foundation? Shu Han remained silent, pondering. Are you truly engaging in charity by withholding means to restrict me? The elder looked at Shu Han and laughed heartily. You are indeed cautious, my boy. However, fret not, for I have no intention of leaving any hidden traps within you. Yet, after I lay your foundation, should you lack the ability to reach the core formation stage, it would certainly undermine the effort I have invested, and thus, punishment shall ensue. Shu Han's heart raced. It was evident that the Dragon Xian master was not to be trifled with. Ha! Just look at your face. I assure you, I will not bring you any harm. You can rest easy. Shu Han couldn't help but ask, then what if I fail? How shall you punish your junior? Punish? There is no need for me to do so. Have you forgotten the cultivation method you are practicing? Upon hearing this, Shu Han suddenly realized. If he were unable to cultivate to the core formation stage, he would undoubtedly perish due to the ruptured meridians from the Dragon Xian 3 transformations technique. Seeing Shu Han's ashen face, the elder couldn't suppress his laughter. Ah, this is the essence of my technique. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will inevitably regress. Quite stimulating, I assent it. My boy, you old coot, you've left behind this flawed technique to ensnare others. Shu Han replied solemnly, if you trap me like this, what if I am fortunate enough to achieve core formation but am unwilling to rescue you? The elder replied nonchalantly, simple. I will only impart the technique up to the core formation stage. Should you wish to progress further, you must return to me for the latter half of the technique. Otherwise, you will eventually face the same fate. The more Shu Han listened, the more furious he became, exclaiming, does this mean I cannot change my technique midway? The elder chuckled, taking delight in Shu Han's rigid expression. You cannot. Since I have personally laid your foundation, any attempt to change techniques would require you to destroy your own cultivation roots. At best, you would become an ordinary person. At worst, you would meet a tragic end, suffering immensely in the process. Thus, should you be fortunate enough to achieve great success in your cultivation, you will have no choice but to come to my aid. There is no other alternative. Shu Han was completely defeated. Clasping his hands in respect, Senior, your stratagem is indeed impeccable. I have traversed the cultivation world for 3,000 years, never resorting to so-called underhanded schemes. Now that you are aware of the path ahead, sit tight while I lay your foundation. Shu Han complied, sitting down, emptying his mind, and focusing on circulating the Dragon Xian 3 transformations technique. The ethereal figure of the Dragon Xian master vanished, revealing the precious spirit stone itself. The extraordinary spirit stone floated above Shu Han's head, and in an instant, a burst of 5-colored radiance erupted, illuminating the entire spirit stone cavern. Countless strands of spiritual energy, responding to the call of the precious spirit stone, converged into a torrent that flowed from all directions into the spot beneath Shu Han. Laying the foundation is akin to establishing the groundwork for a grand path. The golden elixir within the precious spirit stone began to shine, enveloped in rich 5-element spiritual energy that cascaded like a flowing stream. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy poured into Shu Han through the Baihui acupoint at the crown of his head, flowing down through his face and directly into his dantian. After circulating through the dantian, it traveled down to the huyin, the inhai, and the mingmin, then surged up the spine like a dragon, reaching the dazhui, the yuzhen, before returning to the Baihui acupoint, forming a grand cycle in Shu Han's mind. It felt as though he were submerged in an ocean of spiritual energy, like a small boat adrift upon its waves. As the water level rose, The previously unattainable peak of foundation establishment was now within reach. Chapter 53. Achievement of foundation establishment. As time flowed on, beneath the mine, unaware of the passing months, Shu Han remained seated for 3 months. During this time, the Dragon Xian Master observed Shu Han, who still had yet to successfully establish his foundation, and his frustration grew with each passing day. Damn it! Who was it that told me that opportunity outweighs talent? Bah! This rascal has consumed so much of my precious essence, yet he has not even established his foundation. How foolish I was to choose this unruly child with 5 spiritual roots. Even a mere dog caught by the Baiyu sect would surpass this wretch. 3 days passed, and at long last, Shu Han emerged from his deep meditation. A wave of spiritual might radiated from his being. His magical power was now solid and abundant, his foundation robust and profound, and his body felt reborn, as if transformed into a new entity. Is this what it means to establish a foundation? Shu Han couldn't help but feel elated. The sensation of swollen meridians had dissipated. After all, I have exerted such great effort. Turning to see the ethereal figure of the Long Xian Master, Shu Han noticed that, despite the lack of a physical form, the Master's expression revealed his displeasure. He quickly bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder. Your immense kindness will be forever etched in my memory." "Let us not dwell on that," the Master retorted. "Let us part ways and forget each other in the rivers and lakes. If someone like you were to achieve the golden core, I'd rather throw myself against a high-grade spirit stone." Shu Han was taken aback. "What do you mean by that, esteemed elder?" The Long Xian Master, in a huff, replied, "Never mind. Consider it 3 months of charity on my part. Now leave, and come back only with a golden core." 3 months? I have been in seclusion for 3 months? Shu Han was utterly bewildered by the Master's wrath. Just as he was about to take his leave, he was abruptly swept away by the Master's phantom sleeve. In an instant, time seemed to warp around him. With a whoosh, he soared from the earth into the sky. The intense sunlight, the crisp air, and the moist soil invigorated him. As Shu Han sat on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a sense of euphoria. Having spent such a lengthy period underground, he finally appreciated the beauty of life above ground. Lying in the grassy fields, his spirits soared, yet his mind began to ponder. Having ventured into the mines, he had finally reached the foundation establishment stage. Clenching his fist, he felt his magical power flow like a mighty river, surmising that he had entered the mid-phase of foundation establishment. Moreover, his magical energy felt remarkably solid. Only now did he realize how insubstantial his previous power had been. This must be the side effect of forcibly enhancing through elixirs. He then began to assess the items in his possession. The 8 treasures Qian armor, the extreme cold Qian iron shield, as well as the captured Qinglong long sword and thunder giant axe were all damaged in the mines. Now, aside from the flowing boots on his feet, he possessed no other high-grade magical artifacts. Yet, this mattered little. What weighed heavily on his mind was the loss of the Gangtian for extreme sword formation. During the battle with those 2 foundation establishment cultivators, the formation had been left to guard Shangguan Ruolin, and it was undoubtedly now in her possession. A sense of guilt washed over Shu Han. For someone at his current foundation establishment stage, the power of the Gangtian for extreme sword formation had diminished. Nevertheless, it was a relic left by his master, and he intended to return it to his master's kin in the future. 3 months had passed, and Shangguan Ruolin had surely returned to the Tianke sect. Was he truly to seek out the Gangtian for extreme sword formation at Tianke sect? The thought of it made Shu Han's head spin. He began to rummage through the storage bag of the gray-clad elder. After slaying him with the 4-phase array, Shu Han had picked up a small black sword and a black claw from the remnants of his body. Currently, I do not possess a fated magical artifact of my own, so I shall resort to the old man's artifact as a temporary measure. It would be unwise to enter a battle unarmed. The deterrent effect of a foundation-building cultivator diminishes significantly without a magical artifact. As I rummaged through the gray-clad elder's storage pouch, I effortlessly discovered a black claw, a small black sword, and a tome entitled Black Wind Profound Art. A cursory glance through its pages elicited a long sigh from me. Indeed, it was subpar, utterly incomparable to the Dragon Xian 3 Transformations divine art. Yet, despite its inferiority, other techniques now appeared particularly enticing to me. After all, not every cultivation method is as perilous as the Dragon Xian 3 Transformations divine art. which could result in catastrophic failure. This thought induced a headache, for I recognized the necessity of planning for my future ascension and cultivation. I recalled the Bai clan's treasure refinement record, noting that the only formula for enhancing my foundation building stage was the Great Yuan Pill. This would mean reverting to the old path of pill refinement, which, while it may lead to a volatile mana, left me with no alternatives. Without the aid of elixirs, I could simply choose to perish where I stood. The formula for the Great Yuan Pill was readily available, and the required herbs were not particularly rare. However, foundation building elixirs differ vastly from those of the qi refining stage, exhibiting a significantly higher failure rate. To ensure a stable yield, I would need to procure a quality alchemical furnace and a reliable source of flame. The furnace posed no issue, as I was not lacking in spirit stones. However, the source of flame presented a challenge. The alchemical fire of foundation-building cultivators is often inadequate to meet the necessary temperatures for pill creation, necessitating a more stable and intense source of fiery essence from the earth. Unfortunately, such earth fire resources are claimed by various sects, leading me to contemplate the necessity of joining a sect to ensure my progress in cultivation. Alternatively, I could seek the elusive heavenly fire. Shaking my head, I concluded that heavenly fire was exceedingly rare. Joining a sect seemed the more pragmatic choice. Turning my attention to the two artifacts, I examined the black sword known as the Pursuing Break Sword. Its appearance was rather unremarkable, likely crafted by the gray-clad elder himself, categorizing it as a typical artifact for early-stage foundation building. The classification of magical artifacts differs from that of ordinary tools, with quality primarily determined by the cultivator's level of mastery. I pricked my finger with the Pursuing Break Sword, and my blood was instantly absorbed by it. In that moment, I felt a profound connection, as if the sword were an extension of my very being. This sensation was extraordinarily peculiar. With a mere thought, the Pursuing Break Sword expanded, transforming into a streak of dark light that effortlessly severed several trees in half. I felt elated. This sword surpassed the power of the Gangtian 4 Extreme sword formation, exhibiting greater speed and unpredictability. Fortuitously, we were at the bottom of a mine, where the flying sword's maneuverability was limited. Otherwise, I might have found it challenging to contend with the gray-clad elder, then turned my gaze to the uniquely shaped black claw. Upon offering a drop of blood to acknowledge its mastery, the claw seamlessly melded into my hand. This must be the elder's fated magical artifact. I was eager to discover its capabilities. With a single thought, dark energy surged from my right hand, enveloping my entire being in an aura of shadows. This dark energy could even obscure my spiritual sense. No wonder the elder approached me in the mine without eliciting any reaction from me. I extended my right hand forward, and a colossal black claw erupted from my grasp. With a snap, a boulder the size of a house was effortlessly lifted by the black claw, which I then exerted force upon, reducing it to mere powder. Such terrifying power! Shu Han's heart swelled with joy as he thought to himself how fortunate it was that he had avoided a claw strike at that moment. Suddenly, he heard a commotion emanating from the direction of the forest. He pondered whether it might be the disciples of Bai Yu sect patrolling near the Tianzi mine. Quickly leaping to the treetops, he summoned black mist to envelop himself, silently observing the unfolding events. Then, a familiar voice reached his ears. "You reckless qi refining cultivators, if you dare pursue this palace again, I shall truly turn against you." Shu Han's heart leaped with excitement. Was that Senior Su Guan Roland? But why did her tone sound so peculiar? Chapter 54. The deficiency in cultivation perched atop the treetops. Shu Han gazed into the distance and spotted 3 men dressed in white feathered robes gliding swiftly over the underbrush. Their auras felt rather weak. The strongest among them seemed to be merely at the 10th level of qi refinement. It appeared they were searching for something amidst the thickets. Leaning in to listen, Shu Han caught snippets of their hushed conversation. Damn it, the elixirs distributed by the sect these past few days have all been stolen by that little thief. After finally landing the task of guarding the Tianzi spirit mine, our rewards have vanished. If I catch that little rogue, I swear I shall flay her skin and dismantle her bones. Old Fei, have you sensed where that little thief has run off to? One of them replied, I can't sense her. She must not have used any magic. Otherwise, my spiritual perception would have detected her long ago. How strange! This little thief managed to escape from us without employing any magical powers. Yet, she is certainly hiding somewhere in this thicket. Hearing this exchange, Shu Han was equally astonished. It seemed these cultivators, Elixirs had been pilfered by a young girl, and they were still in pursuit. What kind of girl was she? To toy with a group of adult cultivators? Shu Han resolved to remain concealed and ascertain the situation before taking any action, for this was the territory of Baiyu sect. Although he had already reached the foundation establishment stage, he knew he must proceed with caution in the presence of Baiyu sect. That moment, one of the disciples conjured a swirling flame in his hands and declared angrily, "Since we cannot find her, let us set this entire forest ablaze and see where she hides." Upon hearing this, a filthy young girl suddenly emerged from the underbrush. Her appearance was disheveled, her hair tangled like a bird's nest, and her clothing was a patchwork of rags, giving the impression that she had hastily thrown them together. With a face full of indignation, she exclaimed, "You people are far too ruthless." One disciple, seething with rage at the sight of her, shouted, "Little thief, hand over our elixirs." The girl scoffed, tossing a pile of empty bottles towards them, and retorted, "I finished off those meager elixirs ages ago. You scoundrel, those were 3 months' worth of elixirs for the 3 of us, and you consumed them all at once. Oh, you must be rather poor then." The girl sneered dismissively. Her words incited fury in the 3 men, and one could no longer contain himself. He immediately hurled a fireball spell at her, causing Shu Han, watching from a distance, to feel his eyelids twitch. He swiftly extended a claw, unleashing a gust of black wind to shield the girl. The fireball dissipated into the black wind, vanishing without a trace. All 4 individuals present were taken aback, and the 3 Baiyu sect disciples quickly scanned their surroundings. "Which esteemed senior is playing tricks on us juniors?" Shu Han, concealed within the black mist, feigned an elderly voice and remarked, "Is it not disgraceful for 3 of you to resort to such violence against a mere child?" Upon hearing the sound, the 3 individuals were immediately struck with fear from the surrounding foundational spiritual pressure, causing their legs to weaken. Foundation establishment. Among them, the highest-ranked disciple hastily stammered, "Reporting to you, esteemed elder, it was this girl who first stole our cultivation elixirs and harmed our disciple, and we did not intentionally bully her." Shu Han, perplexed, remarked, 3 Qi refinement cultivators were overpowered by a mere child. One disciple, filled with righteous indignation, responded, "Indeed, esteemed elder, this girl is no ordinary person. On that day, while I was patrolling the mountains, I was suddenly struck from behind and knocked unconscious. Upon awakening, I discovered that all my elixirs were gone. It was through the collaboration of my fellow disciples that we managed to expose this little thief." Shu Han glanced at the girl, who remained proud and unyielding, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. "Very well. How many elixirs did this girl take from you? I shall compensate." As he spoke, bottles of harmony elixirs flew towards the 3. Upon seeing the elixirs, their faces lit up with joy, and they hastily expressed their gratitude. "Now, be gone." "Yes, yes." Following this, Shu Han, enveloped in dark energy, approached the girl. She regarded him with an air of disdain, her dirty little face betraying no hint of fear. "Little girl, you possess quite the prowess." The girl scoffed, "What is this? Handing out a few elixirs to those useless fools is hardly worth my time. They should be offered to me instead." "Me?" Shu Han thought, the familiarity of her tone striking him. Dispelling the dark energy, he smiled and crouched down, preparing to inquire further when he noticed that the girl's expression suddenly turned cold upon seeing him, revealing a disconcerting indifference that belied her agility in an instant. She leapt up and delivered a resounding slap to Shu Han's face, sending the foundation establishment cultivator staggering 3 yards back. "Filthy brat. Finally, you've revealed yourself. I've been waiting for you." Shu Han, clutching his cheek, rose from the ground in astonishment as he gazed at the girl before him. Her haughty demeanor and contemptuous tone were unmistakable. He murmured, You are Senior Shangwan Roland? How have you come to be like this?" Shangwan Roland, with an exasperated pout, sighed, "Had I known back then that using the secret technique to save you would lead to my current plight, I would have let myself perish in that mine alongside you. Now, I'm reduced to fleeing from a few Qi refinement disciples for their elixirs. When have I ever endured such humiliation?" Shu Han swallowed hard and cautiously approached. "Senior, what transpired?" Shangwan Roland raised her grimy little face and shot him a glance. "This is a consequence of my cultivation method. When forcibly employing the golden elixir secret technique under suppressed cultivation, it inflicted severe damage to my vitality, trapping my entire cultivation within the golden elixir. Then how did you revert to childhood? Shu Han queried. Shangguan Ruolin glared at him. Are you implying that I was old before? Shu Han, momentarily at a loss for words, stammered. That you know that's not what I meant. Shangguan Ruolin began plucking leaves from her disheveled hair. This is due to the heavenly quasar sect Tianke Lioha technique. In my youth, I inadvertently fell into a state of demonic deviation while cultivating this method, leaving a hidden danger that caused fluctuations in my cultivation cycle. After injuring my essence, my age has regressed along with my cultivation. Observing the vexed expression on Shangguan Ruolin's face, it is no wonder that she was reluctant to employ her elixir techniques even in the face of life and death beneath the mine. Reflecting on her previous demeanor, which was characterized by an ethereal aloofness and a sense of self-admiration, the sudden inability to care for herself was undoubtedly more distressing than death itself. Filled with guilt, Shu Han crouched before her, delicately assisting in removing the branches and leaves that adorned her head. Senior, I truly owe you for this matter. Is there any way to assist you in regaining your former self? I shall spare no effort. Shangguan Ruolin, sitting on the ground in a huff, retorted coldly, How unfortunate that I have encountered a brat like you. Very well, since you saved me first, let us consider this matter settled. However, you must have obtained the ultimate reward from that old ghost in the mine. Where is the exquisite spirit stone? Perhaps this treasure could restore my vitality. Shu Han, with a sheepish smile, recounted in detail his encounter with Long Xian. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ruolin's face flushed with indignation. 3 months wasted, she exclaimed. Once I restore my cultivation, I shall inevitably demolish that wretched mine. Shu Han interjected. Let us discuss demolishing the mine later. For now, we should focus on how you might recover your cultivation. Listening to his words, Shangguan Ruolin calmed herself and sighed. You have now attained foundational cultivation. Return me to Tianke sect, where my father's primordial infant should enable my restoration. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she quickly amended, No, I absolutely cannot be sent back now. Shu Han, perplexed, inquired, Why not? Shangguan Ruolin replied, Do not pry. This is a private matter of our Tianke sect. I had no intention of prying. Shu Han shifted the conversation. But if you do not return to Tianke sect, how will you repair your life-giving golden elixir? With her chubby little hand propping up her chin, her soiled visage revealed confusion as she remarked, If I can maintain the supply of spiritual energy for 10 years, I will be able to repair my golden elixir on my own. 10 years. Shu Han could not help but ask, Is that the reason you resorted to pilfering the elixirs of the qi refining cultivators? What do you mean by pilfering? Shangguan Ruolin retorted angrily. I merely sought to borrow. They simply refused. Once my cultivation is restored, I shall repay them 100-fold. However, considering they relentlessly pursue me, I shall also seize their lives when the time comes. Shu Han remained silent, yet Shangguan Ruolin sighed. This ghastly state is too torturous for 10 years. If I could find the heavenly materials to repair my golden elixir, I could be restored immediately. Young man, you must lend me your assistance this time. Once my cultivation is restored, I shall reward you with a magical treasure for forming the elixir. Chapter 55. Celestial Creation Liquid, a magical treasure for forming the elixir. Shu Han crouched before Shangguan Ruolin, gazing at the young girl before him, and could not help but smile. Senior, you jest. The only reason my life has been spared is due to your intervention. Should you have any requests, I shall fulfill them as long as it is within my capabilities. Shangguan Ruolin nodded in satisfaction. I did not misjudge you, brat. It has not been in vain that I have lingered in this desolate mountain for over 3 months. She continued, during this time, aside from the power granted by my golden elixir-empowered body, I have been unable to utilize any other spells. You have also witnessed that even a mere qi refining stage cultivator can pose a threat to this palace. Since you possess foundation establishment cultivation, you must ensure the safety of this palace during this journey. Shu Han nodded, acknowledging this as a matter of course. Shangguan Ruolin continued, Moreover, this place is situated in the northern region of Daoist, where it is rare to find major sects with nascent soul stage cultivators, and the resources here are relatively scarce. However, according to my prior investigations, this area once yielded the legendary celestial transformation liquid. Should we acquire such a precious liquid, I would undoubtedly regain my former glory. The celestial transformation liquid? Shangguan Ruolin elaborated. When I departed from Tianke Palace, I traversed the land in search of rare materials to remedy the deficiencies in my cultivation. The celestial transformation liquid is among the top choices for such treasures. This liquid harbors the chaotic spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, possessing miraculous effects that solidify one's foundation, replenish deficiencies, and expel malevolent forces. Furthermore, it nourishes a cultivator's golden core and even the nascent soul. I intend to take a chance on the celestial transformation liquid if I cannot find superior spirit stones. I have heard there will be an opportunity in a year, but alas, the situation has unfolded as it has. Upon hearing this, Shu Han felt a sense of unease. Could it be that you intend for your junior to seize such a treasure? When such a precious item emerges, it will undoubtedly attract a multitude of high-level cultivators vying for it. I am merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Shangguan Ruolin, noticing the distressed expression on Shu Han's face, reassured her, do not be alarmed, rest assured, those at the core formation stage and above cannot participate. The competitors will mostly be foundation establishment cultivators. Shu Han, perplexed, inquired, why are those above the core formation stage excluded from the contest for such a treasure? Firstly, it is not guaranteed that one will obtain it, as the celestial transformation liquid is exceedingly rare. Secondly, this liquid only appears in a fragile dimensional interstice. This dimension is incredibly delicate. If a core formation cultivator were to intrude, they would either be repelled by spatial laws or, in severe cases, shatter the fragile space, resulting in a gruesome demise by spatial turbulence. Hence, only foundation establishment disciples from the sects in the northern region of Dayun will be sent in. Shu Han found herself somewhat bewildered. But are you not also intending to enter and try your luck? That is because I can suppress my fluctuating cultivation due to the deficiencies in my techniques and can easily enter as a foundation establishment cultivator, she replied. Shu Han hesitated. That sounds rather perilous. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, I should not get embroiled in such a significant conflict. I have yet to refine my life-bound magical treasure. Why not just cultivate diligently for 10 more years? I assure you, I will remain by your side without fail during that time. Why are you so cowardly? Shu Han sheepishly retorted. I prefer to think of it as self-awareness rather than cowardice. Shangguan Ruolin, exasperated, smacked her forehead, suddenly recalling something, and mischievously remarked, oh, if you are unwilling, so be it. I forgot to mention that the celestial transformation liquid can significantly enhance the success rate of forming a core. What was it you said before? That your cultivation technique would explode if you failed to form a core. Let me make it clear, you are destined to explode. Shu Han's expression immediately soured. I can attempt alternative methods, Shangguan Ruolin countered. Alternative methods? Ah, you have no idea how difficult it is to form a core. I, with my wind spiritual root, am a rare anomaly and was nurtured by Tianke sect to reach core formation, which took over 200 years. Do you truly believe you can form a core without the celestial transformation liquid? Shu Han, maintaining his composure, remarked, Senior, are you not engaging in alarmist rhetoric to entice me into a struggle? Shangguan Ruolin erupted into a fit of laughter, her childish giggles irking Shu Han immensely. Young man, when it comes to the matter of forming a core, my words cannot be deemed as mere exaggeration. You are new to the cultivation realm. In due time, you shall discern the truth of my statements. At that moment, Shu Han recalled the words of Master Long Xin. Those who possess both talent and diligence are numerous, yet the few who can form cores are rare. To achieve core formation, one must rely heavily on fate. Shu Han pondered, noting the surprising consensus between the two regarding core formation. It seemed indeed to be a formidable threshold. Thus, he relented and said, Then may I request, esteemed senior, to observe for a period before deciding whether to compete for this celestial creation liquid. What say you? Very well, considering your cunning nature, it would be improbable to convince you outright. With that, Shangguan Ruolin rose, brushing off the dirt from her attire, and added, however, before that, you must find a sect to join in the northern region of Dayun. The authority to enter that realm lies solely with these sects. With your foundation building cultivation, joining a sect should pose no issue. Shu Han nodded and inquired, Esteemed senior, may I first attend to a matter before proceeding? Feel free, but do not tarry too long. After all, time is of the essence with only a year at your disposal. Shu Han summoned his black small sword, enlarging it beneath him, and stated, I only need to return an item. I can fly with my sword now. It should not take more than a day. Shangguan Ruolin paid little heed to the nature of the task. Her dirty little feet perched upon Shu Han's flying sword, her disheveled hair dancing in the wind, her soiled skirt fluttering as she stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Let us go. Lead the way. Shu Han marveled at her demeanor. Even reduced to the semblance of a beggar, she exuded an air of pride. Thus, he took to the skies on his sword. Yet as the sword began to move, Shangguan Ruolin's petite frame wavered, and with a clatter, she tumbled from the sword, landing headfirst. Shu Han gasped, hastily calling out, "Senior, are you all right?" Shangguan Ruolin, flustered and indignant, clutched her head, feeling a pang of sorrow as she realized she had lost even the ability to ride a sword. Tears welled in her eyes as she retorted, "What do you mean, are you all right? I am now but a little girl devoid of magic. Control yourself. Do not laugh." Ultimately, Shu Han soared through the skies, a streak of black light departing the mountainous region. Shangguan Ruolin sulked upon his shoulder, occasionally kicking Shu Han in the chest to vent her frustration. The flying sword pierced the clouds, heading towards the distant horizon. For Shu Han, this was his inaugural experience of sword flight, and the exhilaration of soaring through the heavens filled him with delight. During the chi refining stage, while he could also ride the wind, it paled in comparison to the swiftness of sword flight, which consumed significant magical energy and could not be sustained for long. But with a magical artifact, flying felt as effortless as a leisurely stroll. A day later, before twilight, Shu Han arrived at a secluded town nestled within the mountains. According to the letter's records, this was Kaidong Town, the hometown of Lin Wangguang. Observing the remote town below, Shangguan Ruolin inquired, "Young man, what brings you here?" Shu Han sighed and replied, "I am here to escort a friend back home." Chapter 56, Fushan Town, an old friend? Shu Huan chuckled derisively at the mention of an old acquaintance. "Haven't you just arrived in Daoist? What old friends could you possibly have?" Contemplating this matter, Shu Huan's spirits inevitably fell, prompting him to recount the entire incident regarding Lin Guangwen to Shangguan Ruolin. Upon hearing his tale, Shangguan Ruolin exclaimed in astonishment. To conceive of using a corpse to forge a storage bag for the illicit transport of spirit stones. These two are indeed exceptional talents. Shu Huan was rendered speechless, pondering to himself, after all this, is this what piques your interest? Shangguan Ruolin shot him a sidelong glance, perched upon his shoulder while playfully tapping his head. "You little imp. You have known this person for less than half a month. There is no need for such melancholy on his account. I am the realm of cultivation. Countless insignificant beings perish each day," with a bitter smile. Shu Huan replied, "I merely find his experiences reminiscent of my own youthful days. Both of us were naive boys embarking on our journeys, though I consider myself far more fortunate." Once he had gathered his thoughts, Shu Huan surveyed the bustling Fushan town below and remarked, "There are indeed many chi refining cultivators in this town. Daoist is quite different. Chi refining practitioners live nearly as mundanely as common folk. Senior, let us first find a place for you to freshen up before we inquire about Lin Guangwen's companion. To put it bluntly, you are beginning to emit an unpleasant odor." Shangguan Ruolin's complexion paled, her delicate nose sniffing at herself as she retorted, "Is this not all due to waiting for you in the wilderness? I have never been in such a disheveled state." Thus, Shu Huan led Shangguan Ruolin to an inn in the mountain town. The innkeeper, a fourth-level chi refining cultivator, felt a sudden pressure in his chest upon seeing Shu Huan enter. He promptly dismissed his assistant and greeted Shu Huan with a broad smile. "Junior pays respects to the esteemed senior. May I inquire what brings you to my humble establishment?" Leaning closer to the counter, Shu Huan requested a discreet guest room and prepare a tub of bathing water. He glanced at the disheveled Shangguan Ruolin and swiftly amended, "No, make it 3 tubs of the finest bathing water, and also arrange a table of food and wine." The innkeeper muttered under his breath, "Is there even such a thing as fine bathing water?" Surprised, Shu Huan leaned in and whispered, "What does it matter? Just add whatever fragrant herbs and petals you can find. I am entertaining a rather discerning guest." With that, he placed 2 low-grade spirit stones on the counter. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled at the sight of the spirit stones, and he bowed deeply. "Understood. Please, esteemed senior, follow me upstairs. We shall prepare the finest bathing water immediately." As he spoke, he caught sight of Shangguan Ruolin behind Shu Huan, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Get out, get out. Where did this little beggar come from?" In a flash, Shu Huan covered the innkeeper's mouth, his eyes wide with alarm, warning him, "Do you wish to meet your end? It's her. Hurry up." Terrified, the innkeeper dared not breathe a word and quickly led Shu Huan upstairs. Head lowered. Following closely behind, Shu Huan inquired, "Innkeeper, this Qingshan town is not particularly large. Have you heard of a person named Lin Guangwen?" The innkeeper replied, "Oh, Wan? Yes, I am quite familiar with him a few months ago. He purchased a substantial quantity of local specialty spirit tea from me. I heard he has ventured out into the world and is no longer in this town. Shu Huan immediately pressed. Does he have a companion? Have you heard of her? Ah, you must be referring to Miss Qin Shuer. Like Lingzong, she is one of the most talented individuals in our town. However, Qin Shuer's cultivation talent is not as exceptional as Xiao Wen's. Yet her expertise in array studies is truly unparalleled. Upon entering the guest room, Shu Han tossed a spirit stone and commanded, "Go find Qin Shuer and have her come see me." Upon seeing another spirit stone, the innkeeper could not help but feel overjoyed, though a hint of hesitation crossed his brow as he cautiously inquired, "If I may be so bold, may I ask why the esteemed one seeks Snow Air?" Snow Air is indeed a commendable individual. Shu Han rolled his eyes and interrupted. "I told you to go, not to trouble me." "Yes, yes, of course," Shangwan Ruolin exclaimed, plopping down in a rocking chair with a smile. How dare he question you, a Foundation establishment cultivator? In other places, not only would he be sent to find someone, but he would also be commanded to slay if necessary without a word of protest. Shu Han pushed open the window of the inn and gazed at the bustling crowd below, remarking, "Perhaps the more remote the place, the lower the cultivation level, the more humanity remains." Shortly thereafter, 3 large buckets of fragrant bathing water were delivered. Shangwan Ruolin leapt from her chair and, noticing Shu Han still lingering in the room, her gaze turned icy. "You brat, are you not leaving? Do you wish to spy on this princess while she bathes?" Her words sent a chill down Shu Han's spine. He gestured to indicate Shangwan Ruolin's current height compared to the water level in the bath, saying, "Esteemed one, are you not afraid of drowning in such a state?" With a glint of murderous intent in her eyes, Shangwan Ruolin commanded, "Get out." Shu Han hurriedly fled the room, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, muttering, "She has become smaller yet more fearsome." Afterward, Shu Han leaned against the railing on the 3rd floor of the inn, enjoying a drink and sampling the local delicacies. Just then, a furious Shangwan Ruolin entered, freshly bathed. She appeared like a porcelain doll sprung from a painting, particularly charming, though her long hair was in disarray. Sitting across from Shu Han, her expression was less than pleasant as she remarked, "Without magical power, it is unbearable. Even my hair has turned against me. You brat, bring me some elixirs, I am famished." Shu Han retrieved 2 bottles of qi-gathering pills from his storage bag, saying, "Esteemed one, have you truly lived so long without learning to braid your hair?" "No need," Shangwan Ruolin retorted, consuming the elixirs directly from the bottles. "I in the past, at Tiankei's sect, countless servants attended to my every need. Outside, a mere flicker of magic sufficed to manage everything. It was never this troublesome." With a smile, Shu Han approached her from behind, carefully untangling her messy braids, and asked, "These elixirs are meant for the qi refining stage. Their quality is rather low. Does your storage bag not contain higher-grade elixirs?" Upon hearing this, Shangwan Ruolin's tone turned frigid as she inquired, "Brat, are you insinuating something about the whereabouts of my storage bag?" Immediately, Shu Han defended himself, "Of course not. I harbor no such intentions. I merely thought these inferior elixirs might not meet your standards." Shangwan Ruolin replied, "It matters not to share this with you. My storage bag has been sealed within my life-bound golden core at the first opportunity, inaccessible to anyone. Furthermore, the elixirs within have long been consumed. Otherwise, I might have regressed to infancy. Rest assured, I shall compensate you for any elixirs you have lost in the future." Upon encountering such an incident, the senior unexpectedly prioritized the preservation of her storage pouch. Shangwan Ruolin extended her right hand, revealing a blue mark upon her wrist. She proclaimed, "This is the primordial infant imprint bestowed by my father. In Daoist, upon sighting this mark, no one dares to harm me except those in the primordial infant stage. Of course, this excludes the ignorant qi refining cultivators, who would not recognize it at all. This is precisely why I require your protection. While cultivators of moderate prowess in Daoist would hesitate to plot against me upon seeing this imprint, they would certainly vie for my storage pouch. Primordial infant imprint. So that is it." Suddenly, Shu Han noticed a crimson mark on her left wrist as well. "Senior, whose mark adorns your left hand?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Shangwan Ruolin trembled, swiftly tugging down her sleeve to conceal her left hand. Retorting angrily, "You insolent brat, where do you derive such audacity to question me? Mind your own business." After a moment of silence, Shangguan Ruolin picked up a mirror and observed Shu Han's adeptness in styling her hair. She could not help but exclaim, "You are quite skilled indeed. You rival my personal maid." Shu Han replied with a smile, "In my childhood, my parents were always occupied, and I took it upon myself to care for my younger sister, braiding her hair in various styles each day. Over time, I became quite proficient." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ruolin fell silent, murmuring, "You have a younger sister as well." "What did you say, senior?" Suddenly, Shangguan Ruolin erupted in fury. "Silence. Ask another question, and I shall have your tongue," Shu Han replied. "Perhaps you should choose your words more carefully." Chapter 57. What is indifference? Shu Han sat by the window, sipping wine, while Shangguan Ruolin indulged in pill after pill. However, the incessant consumption of pills left her mouth feeling bitter. She seized Shu Han's wine jug and poured herself a generous cup, stating, "I have yet to sample the drink of mortals. Today, I shall make an exception." With that, she lifted the cup and downed it in one go. "Senior, you shouldn't drink so much at once," as the potent liquor coursed down her throat. Shangguan Ruolin's face flushed, and she fanned her mouth with her small hand, exclaiming, "Why is this so fiery?" Yet there is a hint of sweetness, accompanied by a refreshing aroma of bamboo groves. "Not bad, quite enjoyable." Shu Han could only respond with a silent observation. With that, Shangguan Ruolin alternated between consuming pills and drinking the strong liquor, becoming increasingly inebriated. Shu Han couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that not only had the senior's physique shrunk, but her intellect had also been somewhat affected. He could scarcely believe that this girl was the same Shangguan Ruolin who had once commanded respect and exuded an aura of icy elegance. After a while, the innkeeper led a young woman clad in green into the guest room. The girl, though charming, was far from the breathtaking beauty of Shangguan Ruolin. Upon seeing Shu Han, Qin Shuer hurriedly bowed. "I am Qin Shuer, a junior, paying my respects to the esteemed senior. May I inquire what matter brings you to seek me?" "Do not stand on ceremony, Shuer. Please take a seat." As Qin Shuer sat down, she gazed at Shu Han with a perplexed expression. Shu Han began, "The reason for my visit is simply to return an item." With that, he placed Lin Guangwen's storage pouch upon the table. Upon the sight of the storage bag, Qin Shuer could not help but twitch her delicate fingers, her expression one of bewilderment as she murmured, "This is Guangwen's storage bag. What has happened to him?" Observing the urgency in Qin Shuer's gaze, Shu Han found himself at a loss for words, yet he recounted the truth to her in full. As Shu Han concluded his tale, he sighed. "Brother Lin Guangwen was indeed a fine man. Yet he fell victim to treachery. I believe that in his final moments, your image lingered in his mind. Otherwise, this storage bag would not be filled with letters addressed to you. He sought you out. Within it lies the spirit stones he unearthed from the depths of the mine, which I now entrust to you, hoping that his soul may find peace in the afterlife." Qin Shuer stood in a daze, absorbing Shu Han's final words. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke to herself. "Shuer was born with 4 spirit roots, and the path of cultivation is arduous. The only reason I have attained the 5th layer is due to Guangwen's unwavering support. My heart has long been pledged to him. He need not have." With that, she rose, trembling, and knelt before Shu Han, her voice quivering as she said, "Senior, your journey to deliver his last tidings to me is a profound kindness for which I am eternally grateful." Shu Han helped her to her feet and gently advised, "Take care of yourself, young lady." Qin Shuer, standing tall, declared, "In a few days, I wish to hold a funeral for Guangwen. Might I inquire if you would be available to attend?" "Certainly." Qin Shuer bowed respectfully once more before departing the inn alone. Shangguan Ruolin, grinding her medicine, remarked, "This girl hasn't shed a single tear. She must have long since forgotten Lin Guangwen. Why waste time on a funeral? She should hasten to join a sect instead." From the window, Shu Han observed Qin Shuer's solitary and desolate figure, saying, "Senior, you are mistaken. Tears do not signify much. The greatest sorrow arises from a heart turned to ash. She has lost her spirit. Alas, I hope she finds the strength to carry on. For a man to extinguish her spirit, I see that girl is not particularly wise," Shangguan Ruolin retorted. Shu Han had initially intended to stay at the inn for a day or two, yet the following morning, he and Shangguan Ruolin stood across the street, gazing at the ruins of the inn, bewildered. Shangguan Ruolin, cradling her head, furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Why does my head ache so fiercely? Is there something amiss with your medicine? Moreover, I cannot recall anything from last night." Shu Han nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens at her remark. Just look at the innkeeper, kneeling amidst the rubble and wailing. How can you claim to have no recollection? Ultimately, Shu Han sighed. Senior, you must refrain from drinking in the future. With that, Shu Han approached the innkeeper and tossed him a small pouch of spirit stones. The next day, Shu Han and Shangguan Ruolin dutifully attended Lin Guangwen's funeral. The ceremony. Lin Guangwen's elderly parents, nearing 70, wept almost to the point of fainting, having learned that he was the sole heir of the Lin family. The scene compelled Shu Han to reflect upon his own parents, and he inwardly lamented. Had he perished at Long Xinmin, his parents would surely have been heartbroken. Dressed in white mourning attire, Qin Shuer attended the funeral as Lin Guangwen's widow. Her complexion was pale, her spirit in disarray, as she approached Shu Han, presenting him with a piece of parchment. The Lin family is deeply grateful for your kindness, esteemed senior, yet we have little to offer in return. This is a diagram of a formation passed down through the ranks of my family, which for generations has eluded successful refinement. I thought it might be of use to you, esteemed elder, and thus I present it as a gift. Shu Han held the diagram in his hands, casting a glance upon it and noticing the 5 characters that read Juan Duanchang formation. He then looked with concern at the dazed Qin Shuer and gently advised. Miss Shuer, death is an irreversible fate. May you find solace in your grief and honor his last wishes by living well. Qin Shuer managed to force a faint smile and bowed deeply to Shu Han. After departing from the Lin residence, Shangguan Ruolin remarked with confusion, mortals are so emotionally fragile. The loss of a child leads them to despair. Shu Han replied, esteemed elder, your words are mistaken. A mortal's life is fleeting, lasting perhaps 70 to 80 years or even fewer. The process of bearing children involves 10 months of gestation, over a decade of nurturing, and many years of worry in their old age. They rely on their children for support. In total, this consumes a significant portion of their time and emotion. To witness a parent bury their child is a profound sorrow. Shangguan Ruolin listened in silence for a long while. Finally, she spoke. Your words have illuminated for me why it is often said that the path of immortality is devoid of emotion. Shu Han expressed his surprise. And why is that? Shangguan Ruolin countered. What is the purpose of mortals raising their offspring? After a moment's contemplation, Shu Han replied, firstly, to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Secondly, to invest their emotions. And thirdly, to secure care in their twilight years. Shangguan Ruolin articulated, regarding the first point, cultivators can extend their lifespans through their cultivation. For instance, a yuanning cultivator can live for 10,000 years. One individual can represent the legacy of countless generations. Hence, they seldom concern themselves with matters of inheritance. Their focus lies solely on enhancing their cultivation and prolonging their lives. As for the second point, the notion of emotional investment is laughable. For cultivators, strength and status are their only pursuits, and few would squander their emotions on offspring. As for the third point, cultivators do not face the issue of needing care in old age. While mortals often become incapable of self-care in their later years, the opposite is true for cultivators. As they age, their power deepens. Thus, cultivators have neither practical nor emotional needs concerning their progeny. Moreover, a yuanning level cultivator, with their longevity, could easily bear thousands of children if they so wished. What sorrow is there in losing a few? We, the exalted cultivators, are indifferent even to our families. How can we speak of compassion for others? At this juncture, Shu Han clearly observed Shangguan Ruolin's small fists clenched tightly, her face reflecting a profound sense of melancholy. Esteemed elder, you, Chapter 58, Pursuit. The night in the mountain town resonated with a distant solitude amidst its clamor. Shu Han gazed at the slumbering Shangguan Ruolin, reflecting on her forlorn expression from earlier in the day. He mused that, as a distinguished Jedon cultivator under the protection of a yuanning cultivator, she ought to be free from worries. Yet it seemed she too harbored unspoken troubles. Nevertheless, she now indulged in sleep and sustenance, seemingly unfettered by cares, like a carefree girl. Shu Han settled into a meditative position, unfolding the array diagram bestowed upon him by Qin Shuer earlier that day, and delved into its intricate details. Although he had honed his skills in alchemy, talisman crafting, and weapon forging under his master's guidance, he had yet to fully grasp the complexities of formations. Nonetheless, he possessed a solid foundation in formation knowledge. As he scrutinized the diagram, he diligently studied its structure, and the night passed swiftly. In his eyes, the Juan Duanchang array truly stands as one of the pinnacle formations, rivaling the highest tier array documented in the Baisher Lianbao Lu, the Xingxiang Rui array. Both formations, when fully deployed, possess the efficacy to ensnare cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage. However, the Juyan Duancheng array is notably more straightforward to arrange, unlike the Xingxiang Rui array, which demands considerable effort. The former is suited for combat, while the latter excels in defense. Yet, the Juyan Duancheng array imposes far greater requirements, as merely the 3 sound-based magical artifacts necessary for the mid-foundation establishment stage leave Shu Han feeling quite perturbed. Sound-based magical artifacts? Mid-foundation establishment? 3 of them. No wonder Qin Shuer mentioned that their lineage had not succeeded in crafting this formation for several generations. It appears that in the future, one must pay heed to the collection of materials for both formations. Not only for these 2 arrays, but the materials needed for his planned external incarnation and innate magical artifacts will also require a substantial quantity for their creation. It seems that advancing to the foundation establishment stage does not guarantee a respite from labor. Rather, it necessitates further planning for myriad matters. After a night spent poring over blueprints, Shu Han rubbed his aching eyes and quietly stepped outside, intending to request the innkeeper to prepare a feast to unwind. With his current cultivation, he could certainly practice fasting without food. Yet having grown accustomed to the culinary delights of the mortal realm over the years, he still yearned for a hearty meal when the opportunity arose. In the early morning, the drizzle fell gently upon Fushan town. Whether it was the rain or the exhaustive study of formations that caused it, Shu Han felt a persistent heaviness in his chest, akin to being stifled and unable to breathe. The innkeeper had arranged a splendid feast beside the railing on the 2nd floor, with fine wine already poured, awaiting Shu Han's arrival to savor. As he approached the corner, he gazed down from the 2nd floor, taking in the picturesque scenery of Fushan town enveloped in the rain. However, at that moment, a graceful woman, draped in flowing white gauze and with hair cascading like a waterfall, stood by his dining table, swaying gently in the breeze from behind. Set against the backdrop of the rain, she resembled an ethereal being, exuding elegance and charm. Shu Han was momentarily taken aback. The silhouette of this woman struck him as remarkably familiar. "Greetings, fair maiden, I am Shu Han. If you do not mind, might I share a drink with you?" The woman slowly turned, revealing a breathtaking visage adorned with a hint of a mysterious smile as she regarded Shu Han. Instantly, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Drawing a deep breath and rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he inquired, "Senior, you have recovered, but weren't you just resting in your room?" The woman covered her mouth with a soft laugh. "You must be mistaken, young sir, I have never met you." Shu Han was astonished. "Are you not the esteemed Shangguan Roland? The person you speak of is my twin sister. I am Shangguan Ruodong, her younger sister." Shu Han exclaimed in astonishment, "You sisters are truly identical." Shangguan Ruodong continued to smile, the rain behind her intensifying, its pitter-patter resonating throughout the inn. She said, "My sister and I were born as twins, and few can distinguish us by appearance. 3 months ago, I had an inexplicable urge, sensing that my sister might be in peril, which is why I followed her here. Might I inquire, young sir, where is my sister now?" Shu Han exhaled in relief, thinking that since they were twin sisters, her cultivation must not be inferior to Shangguan Roland's. Thus there was hope for the senior's recovery. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Senior, please wait. Senior Shangguan Roland is still resting. I shall notify her to meet you momentarily. Thank you for your patience." As Shu Han turned the corner, he couldn't help but reflect that despite being born of the same mother, this particular senior Shangguan possessed an exceptionally amiable temperament. Unlike the other, he burst into the guest room, gently rousing Shangguan Roland from her slumber. "What is it? I have not yet fully awakened. Do not disturb me," she retorted. Shu Han urgently called out, "Senior, there is someone familiar here to see you." With bleary eyes, Shangguan Roland murmured, "Someone familiar? Who could possibly know me here?" With that, she stepped out from behind Shu Han, rubbing her eyes and shouted, "Who is it?" At that moment, the 2 sisters locked eyes, each displaying a look of astonishment. The rain poured down with an increasing intensity. Shangguan Ruodong couldn't contain her laughter, saying, "Sister, it has been so many years. You have become so petite and charming. It truly brings back memories of our childhood." However, Shangguan Roland was unable to share in the laughter. She staggered back 2 steps, grasping Shu Han's garment, and coldly inquired, "How did you know I was here? Have you placed a tracking device on me?" Upon hearing this, Shu Han felt the atmosphere shift dramatically. The reunion of the sisters had turned oppressively tense. Shangguan Ruodong replied with a smile, "Sister, I too wish to do so, but your cultivation is too profound, and I never had the opportunity to ask for how I discovered your whereabouts. Do you not realize that we sisters have always shared a mental connection?" Shangguan Ruolan's expression shifted abruptly, her voice trembling. "I severed that connection long ago. Unless you have attained the golden core and restored your link to my original golden core." A golden core suddenly flew forth from Ruodong's forehead. "Having lagged behind you for 3 centuries, I have finally caught up, sister. Now that your powers have waned, it is my turn to seize control. Tell me, how would you prefer to meet your demise? I can accommodate you." In an instant, every raindrop outside froze midair, each suspended droplet resembling a steel needle, exuding a chilling aura of death. Shangguan Ruolan leaped behind Shu Han, tugging at him frantically. "Fool! We must flee." Shu Han had already sensed the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing her urgent call, he wasted no time in summoning his black claws and the chasing break sword, enveloping himself in a shroud of black mist, and dashed through the inn, escaping southward. As he soared through the air, the surrounding raindrops remained suspended. Suddenly, Shu Han felt a sharp pain in the back of his hand. Glancing down, he noticed a deep gash carved into his arm by the rain. The faster he flew through the still rain, the more the protective black energy around him was diminished by the falling droplets. Without this protective aura, he would have been easily torn apart by these rain strands. In a state of urgency, Shu Han exclaimed, "What is this?" Behind him, Shangguan Ruolan shouted, "This is not rain. This is that wretched girl's life-saving treasure, the phoenix feather falling blossom needle. Do not linger, keep moving." Yet amidst the rain, Shangguan Ruodong's tinkling laughter echoed everywhere. "Ha ha! Sister, do you truly believe that a mere foundation-level cultivator could escape from my grasp?" Chapter 59. 2 Secret Arts. Shu Han exerted all his strength once more to summon the black claws, enveloping them in a greater surge of dark energy. "Did you not claim to possess the Yuaning mark? In Diyun, no one dares to slay you except for Yuaning cultivators. Correct? If you kill me, that wretched girl will surely usurp my position. She would absolutely dare." Shu Han felt a throbbing pain in his head. "Your familial ties are exceedingly sinister. Enough with the idle chatter. We must flee at once. That wretched girl has successfully attained the foundation establishment stage. We are no match for her," Shu Han shouted. "I am well aware of that, but can we truly escape? She's at the foundation establishment stage." Shangguan Ruolan, panting heavily, crawled from behind Shu Han to face him, her small hands clutching his head, her pupils narrowing as she fixed her gaze upon him. "Listen, young one, our lives hang by a thread. Given that girl's temperament, if I perish, you too shall surely meet your end. Therefore, I shall impart to you the secret arts of the Tian Ke Lu Ha Ju, specifically the evasion technique and the forbidden secret technique. The evasion technique is named the six-fold shadow evasion, capable of manifesting 6 indistinguishable duplicates to swiftly escape in 6 different directions. The forbidden technique is called the Tian Ke Xian Ao Ju, which can at least double your strength in an instant. Life and death hinge upon your success. Open your mind and allow my golden core to enter your body, enabling our techniques to intertwine. I possess the ability to activate your full potential using the Tian Ke Xian Ao Ju and your innate golden core, allowing you to execute the 6-fold shadow evasion at a level not inferior to that of the later stages of foundation establishment. There is but one chance. Do not resist my golden core. Do you understand?" Shu Han locked eyes with Shangguan Ruolan and nodded without hesitation. At that moment, Shangguan Ruodong's laughter echoed from afar, as the surrounding raindrops converged in a singular direction, causing the torrential downpour to dissipate in an instant. Shangguan Ruodong floated ethereally, observing Shu Han and Shangguan Ruolan, and remarked, "Sister, cease your futile struggles. You once told me that in the face of absolute strength, all resistance is in vain, and I return those very words to you today." Ruolan, perched upon Shu Han's shoulder, burst into laughter. "Wretched girl, had I known you harbored such intentions, I would have been better prepared. Otherwise, you might have succeeded today." Ruodong's left eyelid twitched slightly as she coldly scoffed, "Sister, do refrain from such bluster. Our minds are intertwined. The moment you spoke those words, I sensed the turmoil within your heart. It is time to accept our fate. This is our destiny." As she spoke, she unleashed a complete set of phoenix feather falling blossom needles, conjuring a tempest intended to tear apart Shangguan Ruolan and Shu Han. Ruolin gazed at the set of needles and chuckled. Though your innate treasure cannot compare to my Luha you see bracelet, its quality is commendable, especially with the addition of the blowing snow secret silver, which enhances its sharpness. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ruodong's face turned ashen. How did you know I used blowing snow secret silver? Shangguan Ruolin replied with a smile. Silly girl, do you truly believe that the blowing snow secret silver was a gift from third brother? I toiled greatly to procure it from the Lu Shuang highlands for you. Third brother merely handed it over. You? Shangguan Ruodong's face flushed with anger. You have been plotting against me all along. The notion of covert schemes is hardly applicable here. It is merely your insidious intentions that compel my sister to remain on guard. Had you behaved with decorum, no issues would have arisen. Shangguan Ruodong, unable to contain her fury, flicked her finger, conjuring a whirlwind of silver needles that rushed towards the two. Ruolin seized Shuhan's hand and shouted, Hey, lend me your magical power. In an instant, a third of Shuhan's power was siphoned away by Shangguan Ruolin. In a flurry, Shuhan crushed 2 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch to swiftly replenish his lost energy. With a measure of power regained, Shangguan Ruolin's consciousness returned, and as she surveyed her surroundings, the incoming Fengyu Luohua needles crystallized in the air, frosting over and cracking under the intense cold. The innate treasures of cultivators are intimately linked to their spirits, and at that moment, Shangguan Ruodong too was enveloped in frost, experiencing excruciating pain that drove her to a frenzied scream. Now was the moment. Without hesitation, Shangguan Ruolin pressed her small hand against Shuhan's cheek, inhaled deeply, and sealed her cherry-red lips against his in that instant. A warm essence flowed from her mouth into Shuhan's. A perfectly round golden elixir surged into his being. Immediately, Shuhan's cultivation and magical energy fused with Shangguan Ruolin's, and as she absorbed his prowess, her form rapidly transformed from a child into a young woman. This profound union stirred Shuhan's soul, compelling him to embrace Shangguan Ruolin's slender waist tightly. In that fleeting moment, 2 spells were etched into his spirit. 6-fold shadow escape. Celestial secrets of the abyss. At this juncture, their minds were intertwined. Without uttering a word, Shuhan could directly perceive Shangguan Ruolin's thoughts and emotions, fear and trepidation. Hey, instantly employ these 2 secret arts and make your escape. That wretched girl's innate treasure is damaged, and she herself is not in much better shape. Yet she can still easily take our lives. Retreat at once. Hurry. Shuhan wasted no time, seamlessly activating the celestial secrets of the abyss. In an instant, he felt his aura surge, doubling his usual strength. Coupled with the essence from Shangguan Ruolin's golden elixir, Shuhan's power soared to an extraordinary level. However, he realized that with the 6-fold shadow escape only producing 6 clones, it was still somewhat precarious. Thus, he opted to utilize the 3-fold clone technique. As Shangguan Ruolin was now indistinguishable from him. The skies above Fushan town immediately bore 3 pairs of Shuhan and Shangguan Ruolin. Attempting to flee, Shangguan Ruodong expelled a mouthful of congealed blood as her core formation aura began to falter. Nevertheless, she resolutely suppressed her injuries and retrieved a banner from her storage bag, brandishing it to unleash a wave of azure energy. 6-fold shadow escape. In a critical moment, the 3 clones simultaneously executed the 6-fold shadow escape technique. Instantly, the 3 clones multiplied into 18, scattering in 18 different directions. This spectacle left Shangguan Ruodong dumbfounded. 18 clones. How could this be possible? The azure tempest swept closer, and 6 of the clones, unable to evade, were obliterated by the storm. However, the remaining 12 clones vanished into the horizon with astonishing speed. Witnessing this scene, Shangguan Ruodong's rage surged, and yet another mouthful of congealed blood erupted from her. She hurriedly steadied her breath, channeling all the damaged Fengyu Luohua needles into her body. This moment, although Shangguan Ruodong felt a sense of reluctance, she understood that identifying the true self among the 12 avatars was nearly an impossible task. Surrounded by a chorus of 100 phoenixes, her complexion gradually improved significantly. Shangguan Ruodong gazed at the horizon and then at the black yearning mark on her left hand, which starkly contrasted with Shangguan Ruolin's fiery red mark. A bitter smile escaped her lips as she thought, Sister, you truly possess remarkable skills. However, I shall not concede easily. You will not leave the northern lands of Dayun alive. Chapter 60. Fragments of the golden core with a thunderous roar. A meteor plummeted onto the tranquil Luyang slope, rousing the slumbering villagers at the foot of the mountain. Shu Han tightly embraced Shangguan Roland's figure as they tumbled down the slope for several dozen zhang, crashing through 3 mounds of earth and shattering numerous trees before finally coming to a halt. At this juncture, aside from a meager amount of spiritual power, Shu Han was left with an overwhelming wave of pain. This agony, penetrating from his viscera to his skin, and from his body to his spirit, had inflicted severe damage upon every aspect of Shu Han. His sole desire was to lie quietly here until the end of time. However, with her body draped over him, Shangguan Roland suddenly inhaled deeply, sealing Shu Han's lips with hers, causing the golden core within him to return to her body once more. At that moment, Shangguan Roland appeared dazed. Yet she struggled to rise, positioning herself upon Shu Han's chest, her breath coming in heaves as she coldly regarded him. Shu Han, in a feeble tone, pleaded, "Predecessor, I apologize for my earlier offense. It was a desperate act." Yet, Shangguan Roland tightened her grip around his neck. In a panic, Shu Han exclaimed, "No, please, you can't kill the donkey after it has carried the load. I need to borrow your power once more." Suddenly, Shu Han gasped for air as the last remnants of his spiritual energy, along with the essence that kept him conscious, were swiftly drawn away by Shangguan Roland. "Predecessor, you mustn't absorb any more." In an instant, Shu Han succumbed to unconsciousness. With a modicum of spiritual power to sustain her, Shangguan Roland forcefully summoned her golden cord. At that moment, the originally complete golden core emerged with fine cracks and even some missing fragments, causing her brows to furrow deeply. The core had already suffered some loss, and now, forcibly borrowing the young man's cultivation to execute the Tianke mystical art had exacerbated the backlash. It seems that obtaining the celestial creation liquid is imperative. Otherwise, even if I manage to restore my golden core, my cultivation will likely stagnate for the rest of my life. Taking a deep breath, she felt the golden core pulsating with a rhythmic tremor, prompting her gaze to drift towards the distance. "You are still pursuing me. Oh, sister. You remain as clingy as you were in childhood." With that, Shangguan Roland formed seals with her hands, inscribing intricate runes onto her own golden core. Each rune etched caused her consciousness to waver, yet she persevered, utilizing the borrowed faint power to complete the sealing of her golden cord. At that moment, Shangguan Ruodong, who was soaring through the air, abruptly lost her sense of the golden core connection. Enraged, she stamped her foot. "Sister, I never imagined you would still have the strength to sever the bond between our golden cores. However, given your current state, you won't be able to hide for long." After sealing her golden core, the exhausted Shangguan Roland once again transformed into a young girl. Breathing heavily, her consciousness began to blur in a haze. She gazed upon Shu Han's face, her emotions a tumultuous blend of anger and shame. The recollection of their recent intimate encounter sent shivers throughout her body. This intricate emotional turmoil left her unable to find solace for a long time. Had she been in Tianke's sect, any male cultivator daring to brush against a single strand of her hair would have been reduced to ashes. "You insolent brat. Once I regain my powers, you shall rue the day with that." She expended her last ounce of strength and collapsed into Shu Han's embrace. Time passed, though its measure was lost on him, until Shu Han awoke from his stupor. His body was still racked with pain, veins cracked and energy depleted, his consciousness struggling to manifest. Yet, he felt enveloped in a warm environment. He opened his eyes to behold a familiar oil lamp. The flickering, dim light seemed to transport him back to Shu Manor over a decade ago. Struggling to sit up, he discovered a small boy's foot resting on him. The boy, engrossed in a book beside the lamp, looked up upon noticing Shu Han's awakening and exclaimed, "Mother, the big brother is awake." At once, a middle-aged woman burst through the curtain. Shu Han sat up, rubbing his head as he inquired, "Where am I?" The woman replied, "Big brother, you are in Zhang village on Luyang slope. Are you all right? A few days ago, while foraging for wild herbs on the slope, I found you lying there. Our village doctor said you were gravely injured. It would take at least a month for you to regain consciousness. How is it that you've awakened so soon? You don't seem like a peasant from the fields. You must be a scholar from outside. What misfortune befell you on Luyang slope to leave you in such a dreadful state? Did you encounter bandits?" Suddenly, Shu Han recalled something and urgently asked, "What about the other person? Where is she?" "Oh, you mean that little girl? She is sleeping in my room," the woman responded. Without hesitation, Shu Han leaped from the bed, limping towards the adjoining room. Inside, Shangguan Ruolin lay quietly on the Kong, dressed in a floral jacket. Senior, Shu Han, filled with concern, scooped her up and gently shook her shoulders. Abruptly, Shangguan Ruolin opened her large eyes, regarding Shu Han with indifference and said, "Stop shaking me. I am fine at S for you. It took you long enough to wake up. Truly useless oh? The girl has awakened as well," the woman at the door exclaimed with delight. Shu Han was rendered speechless, murmuring, "Senior, you were feigning unconsciousness all along." Indeed, I had no idea how to communicate with these mortals. Daily, I was forced to consume bitter medicinal concoctions. Had you not awakened soon, I would have considered fleeing on my own. Shu Han relaxed and chuckled softly. However, Shangguan Ruolin coldly retorted, "Have you held me long enough?" Startled, Shu Han hurriedly stood up. The woman laughed. "It's a relief that all is well. What is your relationship with her?" Scratching his head, Shu Han replied, "Thank you, sister, for your rescue. My name is Shu Han, and this is my sister, Shu Lin. We were on our way to Qingshan town to visit relatives but ended up lost. Isn't that right, Lin?" He turned to give Shangguan Ruolin a meaningful glance, only to find her eyes practically seething with fury. Finally, Shangguan Ruolin relented, stating coolly, "Yes, he is my brother, and I am Shu Lin." Shu Han thought the woman was taken aback, then laughed. "Indeed, you are from the town. Your speech is quite different from ours in the village. Let us proceed thus. You two siblings have finally awakened with great difficulty, so why not share a bed in my home's room for the child? Child, come here and sleep with your mother. Relinquish your room to your elder brother." Thus, Shu Han and Shangguan Ruolin found themselves upon a shared bed. The petite figure of Shangguan Ruolin stood atop the bed, gazing disdainfully at her garish attire, exclaiming, "What peculiar taste is this? When has this palace ever donned garments of such poor quality?" She then turned her gaze upon Shu Han, inquiring, "Young man, how is your injury recovering? When will you be able to leave?" Shu Han, seated upon the bed, was just about to respond when Shangguan Ruolin delivered a swift kick, declaring, "First, get off my bed. Who gave you the audacity to occupy it?" Shu Han desperately wished to roll his eyes but dared not do so, instead replying, "Predecessor, my injury is quite severe. My dantian is damaged, and my meridians are riddled with fractures. It may take considerable time to restore my cultivation to its normal state." Shangguan Ruolin remarked, "This is a side effect of the Tian Ke Xian Aoju. While it can temporarily enhance overall strength, the residual effects require a lengthy period for digestion. Others who have utilized this secret technique have suffered grave consequences. However, you, young man, have unwittingly reaped unexpected benefits." "What benefits are you referring to? I am nearly rendered a cripple." Shu Han lamented. Shangguan Ruolin sighed. "This palace's fragments of the golden core should remain within you. Is that not a benefit in disguise?" Fragments of the golden core? Chapter 61. Rooting in Zhangzhuang. Shangguan Ruolin cast an exasperated glance at the bewildered Shu Han, huffing, "You have stumbled upon a great fortune. Those fragments are worth a century of my arduous cultivation. If you can refine these fragments, they will suffice to elevate you from the initial peak of cultivation to the mid-stage of foundation establishment." Shu Han was taken aback, hastily sitting in meditation to inspect his meridians and dantian. Indeed, near his dantian's Zhongshuan point, some golden shards drifted about. However, these shards emanated a profound and pure spiritual energy that overwhelmed his consciousness. Shu Han quickly exclaimed, "If there are remnants of your golden core within me, would that not affect your cultivation? It would be best to extract them and return them to you. If I could extract them to restore my own golden core, I would have done so already." "Do not presume to instruct me," Shangguan Ruolin retorted, crossing her arms. "The shattering of a golden core is not easily remedied. Young man, you must focus on healing your injuries. I shall assist you in absorbing these golden core fragments. The emergence of the celestial transformation liquid is not far off, and your cultivation enhancement will be beneficial for our endeavors." Shu Han nodded earnestly, stating, "I shall do my utmost to procure the celestial transformation liquid for you." "Predecessor, that is imperative. This palace has imparted secret techniques to you and shared golden core fragments. If you fail to acquire it, I shall directly consume you to compensate for my losses." Shu Han chuckled softly, for although Shangguan Ruolin's demeanor towards him had grown increasingly fierce, he sensed that the icy barrier between them was gradually melting. Consequently, he retrieved healing elixirs from his storage bag and began mending his damaged dantian and meridians. Yet, Scarcely had he entered a meditative state when Shangguan Ruolin abruptly roused him with a sharp slap. Extending her small hand before him, she scolded, "You have consumed all for yourself. What of my share?" Shu Han scratched his head and remarked, "In recent days, the inventory has been entirely consumed by you. I, as your junior, have not had the time to continue refining. How about I offer you some spirit stones? I can procure as many as I desire, for the old man in the mine bestowed upon me a considerable amount. While spirit stones are not as gentle as elixirs, they will suffice. Here, take this." Shu Han promptly tossed a large bag of spirit stones to Shangguan Ruolin. The petite Shangguan Ruolin struggled to hold the hefty bag, exclaiming, "You must remain by my side at all times. That wretched girl will not relent, and should she come looking for you, if you are not near me, I will be unable to deploy any of my methods. You are nothing more than a meat shield." Shu Han replied, "At your command." Thus, Shu Han and Shangguan Ruolin took root at the home of Sister Song in Zhangzhuang. Currently, Sister Song's household comprised only herself and a young child, as there were no adult men in the entire Zhangwang. It was said that they had all been captured by nearby factions to toil in the snow-capped mountains for snow lotus. Consequently, the agricultural tasks and household chores were left to the village's women and children. The villagers of Zhangzhuang were known for their simplicity and kindness, and Sister Song, in particular, was exceptionally warm and hospitable, especially towards Shangguan Ruolin, whom she often praised for her beauty while holding her little hand, and would even share snacks she typically reserved for the young child with Shangguan Ruolin. Despite Shangguan Ruolin's fiery temperament, she found herself at a loss against the affable rural woman, who arranged everything for her seamlessly. After a week, Shu Han had consumed all the healing elixirs, and his meridians and dantian began to show signs of improvement. Subsequently, Shangguan Ruolin started to assist him in absorbing the fragments of the golden elixir. Initially, Shu Han was unable to refine these fragments on his own. Only with Shangguan Ruolin's aid could he absorb them. Even a slight intake of the immense spiritual energy from the golden elixir visibly enhanced his abilities. However, Shu Han was perplexed, as he sensed two distinct currents of energy within this golden elixir. These opposing forces clashed within him, causing considerable discomfort. Yet whenever he inquired about this matter, Shangguan Ruolin would deftly evade the topic, even going so far as to deliver a kick to him. Shu Han pondered, every individual harbors their own secrets. Since Shangguan Ruolin was reluctant to discuss it, he wisely chose not to press further. In the following days, Shangguan Ruolin seldom left his side, and Shu Han began to realize that her true condition was not as favorable as he had assumed. Although she appeared vivacious, Shu Han understood that her increasing dependence on him indicated a more troubling state of affairs. Being constantly shadowed by Shangguan Ruolin prevented him from utilizing the black pot to replicate herbs for alchemy. The villagers chuckled, remarking that this beautiful young lady was particularly fond of clinging to her brother. Shu Han internally scoffed, recognizing that it was not affection but rather a reliance on a human shield. Since he could not quietly refine elixirs alone, Shu Han felt it inappropriate to take advantage of Sister Song's hospitality without contributing. He eagerly volunteered to take on the agricultural tasks on her behalf. Despite Sister Song's initial reluctance to accept his help, she ultimately acquiesced to his fervent insistence, allowing him to wield a hoe in the fields. Sister Song had presumed Shu Han to be merely an educated urbanite, incapable of manual labor, thinking that he was merely seeking a pastime. Little did she know, Shu Han had been delivering water and meals to his parents in the field since he was a child, and as he grew older, he had become well-versed in agricultural work. With years of martial training and a formidable physique cultivated during his foundational period, Shu Han approached farm work with a speed surpassing that of several oxen combined. His impressive prowess astonished the women of Zhangzhuang, igniting a fervent excitement among them for seeking suitors for their daughters. The influx of potential matches nearly shattered the threshold of Sister Song's home. One sister even brought her 3-year-old daughter before Shu Han, extolling her beauty and proclaiming her intent to marry her daughter to him in the future. Whenever the eligible girls of the village engaged in household chores outdoors, a mere glimpse of Shu Han would cause their cheeks to flush crimson. Shu Han was left bewildered. How had he, simply tilling the soil, become the object of desire across the region? A similar phenomenon unfolded for Shangguan Ruolin. This noble and aloof porcelain doll captivated the attention of all the boys and girls in Zhangzhuang upon her arrival. There was no need for her to take any action. A mere cold glance at the children standing at the entrance elevated her to the status of the village's undisputed leader among the young. Consequently, a parade of sniffling children began to queue up, offering their cherished toys and treats to Shangguan Ruolin. Wherever she wandered, a throng of children followed at a distance, mesmerized by her mysterious, regal, and strikingly beautiful demeanor. On this day, as Shu Han till the earth, Shangguan Ruolin idly observed from the ridge, while Sister Song's son trailed behind, clutching a bouquet of wild daisies with a hesitant expression. Among all the children in Zhangzhuang, none were more enamored with Shangguan Ruolin than this lad. Sister Song frequently admonished him, saying, "Guahua, Lin is a city girl, far too stunning for you to capture her heart." Yet, Guahua paid no heed, gazing longingly at Shangguan Ruolin and dreaming of the day he could hold her hand and play in the mud. Noticing Guahua, Shu Han approached him, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He knelt beside Guahua, while Shangguan Ruolin remained seated on the ridge, indifferent to Shu Han's activities, as long as he stayed within her vicinity. Shu Han advised Guahua, "Child, Lin does not favor plucked flowers. To win her heart, you must take her to see a sea of blossoms. That patch ahead seems perfect, and then you should say these words to her." Guahua sniffled, attentively absorbing Shu Han's counsel. Shu Han patted his shoulder, encouraging him, "Be brave. Go invite her to play. Your brother stands behind you." Guahua nodded earnestly. Chapter 62. Returned to the Qingshi gathering. Guahua tiptoed over to Shangguan Ruolin, shyly murmuring something incomprehensible. To his surprise, Shangguan Ruolin rose and followed him away from the fields. Seizing the opportunity as she departed, Shu Han executed a powerful leap into the grass by the field's edge. Instantly, he summoned all the magical energy he had accumulated and shattered 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Threefold clone technique. Whoosh! Shu Han's internal energy divided into 3, and he placed a storage bag containing a black jar onto one of his clones, sending it racing out of Shu Village and into the dense foliage of Luyang Slope. Currently, he was low on talismans and medicinal pills, so he resorted to the clone technique to produce talismans and pills in parallel. Although the threefold clone was not typically employed in this manner due to its substantial energy consumption, even the Dragon Xian threefold divine art, which tripled a typical cultivator's energy, could not sustain this for long. However, at present, Shu Han possesses an almost limitless supply of mid-grade spirit stones, and the source of magical energy is inexhaustible, allowing for a prolonged division among 3 entities. The main body is focused on cultivating the fragments of the golden core, while one doppelganger is engaged in alchemy and another in talisman crafting. Additionally, there is a need to concoct the invigorating clear spirit eye potion. Meanwhile, after following the simpleton, Shangguan Ruolin finds herself perplexed. As the esteemed sect master of the Tianke sect's Yuxiao Palace, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, is now attending to an ordinary child's sentiments, swayed by just a few words from him. Surely, it must be due to her own boredom. Let us see what this child wishes to show her. The simpleton, with great thoughtfulness, clears a path through a field of sorghum for Shangguan Ruolin. Before her unfolds a vast expanse of wild chrysanthemums. The simpleton gazes expectantly at Shangguan Ruolin's delicate face and stammers, Lin, this sea of flowers is just like you, beautiful." Suddenly, Shangguan Ruolin turns to him with an expression of indifference, causing the simpleton to stumble back a few steps. Summoning his courage, he continues to stutter the phrases Shu Han taught him. However, under the scrutiny of Shangguan Ruolin's cold gaze, his voice dwindles, ultimately succumbing to her formidable aura. He bursts into tears. Observing the inconsolable simpleton, Shangguan Ruolin feels both exasperated and amused. With a sigh, she pats his head and offers a few cold words of comfort before turning to leave. As she walks away, her irritation grows. Those words were undoubtedly not of his own making but rather a ploy devised by that mischievous Shu Han to embarrass her. Truly infuriating. Yet, upon returning to the fields, Shangguan Ruolin finds only the abandoned hoe, with no sign of Shu Han. An unprecedented sense of unease washes over her. Could that insufferable girl have come looking for her, possibly taking the troublesome boy away? How infuriating! She had explicitly instructed him not to stray from her sight. Just as her worry intensifies, she spots Shu Han's head popping up from the wilds at the edge of the field. Seeing his foolish grin ignites her ire, prompting her to rush forward and deliver a swift kick to his chest. Shu Han exclaims, "Where have you been? Did you not understand my command to remain within my sight?" Emerging from a patch of purple wildflowers, Shu Han, adorned with a delicate flower hat woven from willow branches and wildflowers, responds to the furious Shangguan Ruolin. "Seeing that you appeared so bored, I thought to craft this little hat for you." As Shangguan Ruolin gazes at the colorful, intricately made hat in his hands, her anger diminishes considerably. I in the future refrain from departing my sight for such trifles. Shu Han offers an awkward smile and approaches her. Understood. Shangguan Ruolin glances at him. Put the hat on me. Should it be unappealing, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. 2 weeks after Shangguan Ruolin assisted in absorbing the golden core, Shu Han's injuries have healed significantly, and he has regained his cultivation to the initial stage of foundation establishment, feeling that he is not far from his prime. Consequently, one of his doppelgangers has ceased talisman making and, after delivering ample clear spirit eye potion to the main body, sets off on his sword towards the Qingstone gathering of that day, armed with the chasing breaksword and a large bag of mid-grade spirit stones. The cultivation of the external avatar technique still requires some auxiliary materials, and currently, he possesses only 2 magical artifacts. Should he manage to acquire a third, the potency of the 3-turn avatar technique would ascend to a higher echelon. Furthermore, the silence and heartbreak formation remains on his mind, and he aspires to procure some musical treasures at the Qingstone gathering. As for his own innate magical artifact, Shu Han has no plans for its refinement yet. After all, there is merely half a year until the emergence of the celestial transformation liquid, and within this time frame, he has no possibility of crafting his innate artifact. Moreover, the significance of an innate artifact cannot be overstated. He has witnessed the severe backlash that damage to such an artifact can inflict upon a cultivator. Shu Han is reluctant to hastily gather simple materials and rush the process. Once he fully restores his strength and acquires the necessary materials for the external avatar, Shu Han intends to depart from Zhangzhuang with Shangguan Ruolin and seek to join a prominent sect in the vicinity. He inquired along the way and ultimately pinpointed the location of Qingshan Town, which, while not exceedingly close, is reachable within a day's journey at his speed. Upon returning to the Qingstone gathering, he entered through the divination area. The gathering remained as vibrant as ever, with qi refinement cultivators bustling about. As Shu Han made his way towards the treasure light pavilion, he was greeted with a continuous stream of respectful salutations from the qi refinement cultivators, evoking a profound sense of gratitude within him. Just a few months prior, he was merely a novice qi refinement cultivator, having been the target of treachery and ambushes here, yet also acquiring the artifacts necessary for his survival. Now, a few months later, he had transformed into a foundation establishment cultivator, commanding respect and awe from those around him. Previously, he had to tread cautiously, concealing his talents. Now, he strode confidently down the street, unchallenged and unthreatened. This is the status that comes with an elevation in strength. Shu Han entered the treasure light pavilion with an air of authority, prompting the elder in charge to bow respectfully upon his arrival, exclaiming, "The presence of such a venerable figure graces our humble establishment with unparalleled brilliance. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to instruct me." "Take me to see Cui Xiangming," Shu Han stated succinctly, as this individual was not worthy of his servitude. The elder promptly led him to the private chamber on the 2nd floor, summoning Cui Xiangming. "May I inquire which esteemed friend visits our humble pavilion?" "I am Cui Xiangming at your service." Upon hearing this, Cui Xiangming was taken aback. "It's you. You've broken through to the foundation establishment stage." Shu Han smiled and performed a respectful gesture. "Cui, it has been a while." Cui Xiangming, momentarily astonished, quickly replied, "I am not worthy of such reverence. We are now peers. Please, do not belittle me." Shu Han, unreserved, stated, "In the cultivation world, rank is defined by strength. A few months ago, I entrusted you with the task of gathering certain spiritual herbs. I wonder if you have succeeded. I have procured the blood sea ginseng and the evil light flower for you, and they shall be delivered shortly." Shu Han waved his hand dismissively. "No rush, for my visit today entails a few additional requests." Chapter 63. A sudden change of circumstances. Upon hearing Shu Han's words, Cui Xiangming could hardly contain his excitement. He had witnessed Shu Han's remarkable wealth, which had been evident even when he was merely a qi refinement cultivator. Now, having inexplicably ascended to the foundation establishment stage within such a brief span, it was clear that Shu Han had substantial backing. Such backing invariably indicates considerable wealth. Perhaps by warmly hosting this esteemed guest, he alone could equate to several years' worth of transactions for Baoguang Pavilion. Cui Xiangming promptly responded, "If you have any requests, my friend, please do not hesitate to mention them. Baoguang Pavilion is a branch of the Golden Silkworm Society, which provides us with continuous support. I can procure any materials you require. The Golden Silkworm Society? Shu Han contemplated inquiring about the origins of this society, but after some reflection, he decided it prudent to refrain from asking. Presently, he was masquerading as a disciple of a prominent sect, and judging by Cui Xiangming's tone, the Golden Silkworm Society must be quite renowned in the northern regions of Daoist. If he feigned ignorance, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions regarding his background. Thus, Shu Han stated, "That sounds excellent. I have a list of materials for your review." A lengthy list of materials caused Cui Xiangming's brow to furrow. This inventory detailed the auxiliary materials for the Silent Heartbreak Array, the Astral Wish Array, and the External Incarnation Technique, and Shu Han had deliberately scrambled their order, ensuring that others could not discern his true intentions for the concoction. Upon finishing the list, Cui Xiangming appeared somewhat embarrassed and remarked, "Many items on this list are exceedingly rare. Baoguang Pavilion can likely supply less than a third of them. As for the remaining materials, I can personally make a trip to the Golden Silkworm Society, but it may require a substantial amount of spirit stones." Shu Han nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, Cui Daoyu. Please provide a price for the materials you currently possess, so I can ascertain whether the spirit stones I have brought today are sufficient." Cui Xiangming's fingers danced as he swiftly calculated the value of these materials. Noticing Shu Han's calm demeanor, he sensed that this initial transaction was merely an appetizer, with the more significant business yet to unfold. He must not quote an exorbitant price that might frighten away this esteemed guest. Thus, he hesitantly suggested, "Would 14,000 low-grade spirit stones suffice?" 14,000, you say? Cui Xiangming hesitated, and Shu Han found himself hesitating as well. With a firm resolve, Cui Xiangming declared, 13,000 would also be acceptable. "My friend, this is already our cost price. Seeing as you seem destined to cross paths with Baoguang Pavilion, I shall not profit from your spirit stones." Destined to cross paths again. After perusing the Qingstone gathering, the streets were filled with proclamations of fate. However, observing Cui Xiangming, Shu Han understood that he was anticipating a more lucrative deal ahead, and thus the initial price was certainly not inflated, he replied. "Very well, however, I do not possess that many low-grade spirit stones on hand. Would 65 medium-grade spirit stones be agreeable?" "Agreed. A deal," Cui Xiangming affirmed with conviction. Given that the market price for medium-grade spirit stones was 200 to 1, and their circulating value was even higher, he quickly poured tea for Shu Han. A tea that moment. A flustered attendant rushed upstairs. Upon witnessing this, Cui Xiangming bellowed, "What is all this commotion? Do you not see that I am entertaining a distinguished guest? Get out!" Yet, the attendant trembled as he dropped a golden silk scroll into Cui Xiangming's hands, causing the latter's expression to shift abruptly. Snatching the scroll, he immediately unfurled it for inspection. Shu Han glanced over and caught sight of 4 prominent characters inscribed on the back. Golden Silkworm Urgent Order. He then noticed that Cui Xiangming's frown deepened with each passing moment, and he even cast a furtive glance in Shu Han's direction with remarkable speed. Instantly, Shu Han felt an unsettling sensation enveloping him. Subsequently, Cui Xiangming closed the scroll and burst into hearty laughter. "My friend, you are truly fortunate. Recently, the Golden Silkworm Society will hold a grand gathering in the nearby Tiannan City. Why not extend your stay for a couple more days and accompany me to Tiannan City? I assure you, we shall gather all the materials you require with utmost efficiency, and the prices at the gathering will be exceptionally favorable." Shu Han chuckled softly. "There is no need for that. I am not concerned about the passage of time, and it is rather inconvenient for me to travel far at the moment. Please hand over the materials you currently possess, and we can discuss further transactions at a later date. Here are 65 spirit stones. Please accept them." A sizable pouch of spirit stones was promptly placed on the table. Cui Xiangming paused momentarily, then walked over with a smile to pick up the spirit stones. But unfortunately, he inadvertently knocked over the teacup on the table. Upon witnessing this, Cui Xiangming turned sharply to reprimand the steward. "What are you doing standing there? Go back and brew another pot of tea." The steward, startled, hurried down the stairs. Cui Xiangming, apologetically smiling, said, "I beg your pardon. My steward is rather inexperienced and has never encountered such spirit stones before," which left him quite flabbergasted. Shu Han observed the shattered teacup on the ground with an impassive demeanor and replied coolly, "My friend, it would be prudent to expedite the delivery of the materials to me." "Understood." Cui Xiangming retrieved a jade pendant and pressed it against the wall of a secret chamber, causing ethereal patterns to shimmer on the surface, and the wall to part, revealing a hidden room. Within the narrow confines of the chamber lay a storage bag adorned with golden threads. Cui Xiangming pointed at the storage bag, and with his other hand, he took an empty storage bag, transferring a myriad of supplies from the golden threaded bag. Finally, Cui Xiangming sealed the secret chamber, reclaimed the jade pendant, and presented the storage bag to Shu Han. All the supplies you requested are contained herein. Please take your time to verify. Shu Han nodded, his consciousness probing into the storage bag, confirming that everything was indeed accurate. Cui Xiangming, smiling broadly, proposed, "Since you have spent substantial sums at my Baoguang pavilion, allow me to host a banquet for you today as a token of gratitude, shall we?" Shu Han shook his head with a smile. "I have pressing matters to attend to, so I cannot stay any longer. Take care, my friend." Without waiting for Cui Xiangming to urge him to remain, he promptly descended the stairs and exited Baoguang pavilion. Once outside, Shu Han began to inspect the storage bag and its contents. His consciousness swept through each item, and he found no discrepancies. However, he could not resist glancing back at Baoguang pavilion, a sense of unease stirring within him. He keenly sensed that after Cui Xiangming had glimpsed the golden silkworm's secret token, his gaze towards Shu Han had shifted significantly. Although Cui Xiangming endeavored to conceal his intentions, Shu Han still detected subtle hints of something amiss. Uncertain of the implications, he concluded that whatever it was, it could not bode well for him. Thus, he hastily left the Qingshi gathering, enveloping himself in dark claws and shadowy energy, soaring about chaotically like a headless fly. After traversing a considerable distance, Shu Han felt reassured when he sensed no pursuers behind him, and he directed his flight towards Lu Yangpa. However, as he swept past a thicket, a sudden, chilling melody of zither and lute pierced the air. The harmonious notes flowed incessantly, starting as delicate whispers before surging into a fervent crescendo, reverberating like thunder. In ambush, Shu Han quickly focused on the source of the musical chords below him. Yet, unexpectedly, two resounding drumbeats echoed above him, striking his back like two powerful fists. Puff! The breath within began to spiral into chaos, and Shu Han stumbled in the air, turning his gaze skyward. Beneath the radiant sunlight, he discerned a dark silhouette wielding a drumstick. Immediately thereafter, the resonant strings below sprang forth with a vibrant melody. Chapter 64. Do not strike, I surrender. Below, the harmonious yet subdued tones of the strings intertwined with the thunderous beats of the drum above. The confluence of the lute and drum reached a crescendo, enveloping the atmosphere in a symphony. Shu Han's pupils constricted as the dark energy emanating from his black claws enveloped him, yet these shadows were disrupted by the sound waves, wavering with each note, diminishing the protective aura around him with every disturbance. He could not suppress a cold laugh. A musical artifact? How considerate of you! Extending his right hand with its black claws, he carved out dark streaks, striking both upward and downward in an instant. He transformed into a wisp of black smoke, preparing to flee. The harmonious duet revealed the remarkable prowess of his adversaries, their synergy impeccable. Shu Han, aware of his disadvantage, deemed it wise to retreat. However, a series of piercing notes erupted from the forest below. Countless sound waves, akin to razor winds, surged forth, cleaving a barren swath through the trees, felling hundreds alongside Shu Han's black claws. Following this, a relentless barrage of drums resounded above. With a crash, a curtain of sound waves descended, obstructing Shu Han's escape. Seeing Shu Han ensnared, the guzheng below began to weave its enchanting melody anew. Cui Xiangming sat cross-legged among the trees, delicately caressing the strings, and with a languid tone, he remarked, "A melody that rends the heart. Where in this vast world can one find a kindred spirit? Fellow cultivator, our bond has been most delightful. Why the haste to depart? Might I implore you to indulge in a piece, the heroes' gathering, before you leave?" Shu Han retorted with a cold snort, "Cui Xiangming, our transaction was amicable. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Do you intend to engage in the trade of murder and plunder?" Cui Xiangming replied with a smile, "Our Baoguang pavilion would never engage in actions that tarnish our reputation. Fear not, esteemed friend, today we mean you no harm. We merely wish for you to accompany us to the Golden Silkworm Society." At this revelation, Shu Han immediately grasped their intentions. They desired him alive. Cui Xiangming nodded, "You have only just entered the foundation establishment stage, while my companion and I have long attained the pinnacle of its initial phase. You are a perceptive individual, do not resist futilely." Shu Han's mind raced with deductions. The involvement of the Golden Silkworm Society in his pursuit must be the work of that scheming Yupang Ruodong. Capturing him was merely a pretext. The true target was Yupang Ruolin. Assessing the situation, Shu Han realized that escape was improbable, yet he could not allow these two to leave unscathed. With less than half a day's journey to Luyang Slope, should he slip from their grasp, they would return with news, prompting Yupang Ruodong to pursue him relentlessly. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Today, you both shall meet your demise. Yet, how could he strike back when escape was not an option? A plan surged forth in Shu Han's mind. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. Since you two wish to engage, how could I possibly decline? I have yet to contend with true practitioners of the Foundation establishment stage. Esteemed friends, I implore you to enlighten me. Stubbornly unyielding, Buzz Chui Xiangming quickened the tempo of his fingers dancing over the strings. Waves of sound visible to the naked eye surged forth from beneath the forest, accompanied by a relentless rhythm of drums from above. Shu Han found his senses disrupted by the incessant drumming, twisting in midair, yet still succumbing to the piercing sound waves emanating from the strings, leaving multiple gashes upon his chest. The musical treasure proved to be indeed formidable. Not only did it disrupt the soundscape, but the tangible sound waves also wielded immense power. Unwilling to be outdone, Shu Han summoned his magical energy, retrieving various artifacts from his storage pouch and hurling them fiercely at Chui Xiangming. These artifacts, while of no higher than superior quality and varied in type, were all gleaned from the remains of deceased chi-refining practitioners at the depths of the mine. Though collectively valuable, Shu Han had no need for them, thus unleashing them all with his magical force, launching a barrage at Chui Xiangming. Faced with this onslaught of artifacts, Chui Xiangming could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. This fellow was extravagantly wealthy. Damn, he was extravagantly wealthy. Thus, he called out urgently, "Lao Hu, lend a hand," bang bang. The sound of two exceptionally heavy drums struck down. The drumbeats formed a curtain, blocking the assault of Shu Han's numerous artifacts. Yet, the next moment, Shu Han's maneuver left this merchant from the Baoguang pavilion feeling dizzy. Shu Han lightly commanded, "Explode!" Boom, boom, boom. A series of fireworks erupted above Chui Xiangming's head. Despite the varying quality of these artifacts, the simultaneous detonation of dozens generated a force that tore through the drumming curtain, sending Chui Xiangming sprawling to the ground, 3 of his strings snapping in the process. Chui Xiangming quickly scrambled up from the foliage, but Shu Han would not grant him a moment's respite, unleashing his black claws with full force. The shadows of the claws darkening the sky, intent on crushing Chui Xiangming in one fell swoop. Chui Xiangming suppressed the tumult within, retrieving 3 new strings to restoring his guzheng. With a kick, he set the guzheng upright. Channeling his magical energy, he struck all the strings with fervor. A deafening cacophony erupted, momentarily freezing everything in the vicinity. Even Shu Han's black claws, propelled with all his might, found themselves unable to advance. Blood trickled from the corner of Chui Xiangming's mouth as he shouted, "Lao Hu, hurry! I can barely hold on!" Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy drums descended like a mountain upon Shu Han, forcefully driving him into the earth. Fearing Shu Han had more tricks up his sleeve, Chui Xiangming's hands clawed frantically at the strings. A series of piercing explosions surged toward Shu Han, instantly dissipating the black mist in the pit, and Chui Xiangming sensed Shu Han's breath growing faint. Ultimately, Shu Han cried out from the pit, "Stop hitting me, damn it! Capture him alive! Can't you hear? You're beating me to a pulp." Chui Xiangming wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "My friend, your hidden cards are plentiful. I must remain cautious." Shu Han, battered and bruised, tossed aside his black claw artifact and crawled out of the pit, declaring, "I surrender. Do as you please. Just don't hit me anymore." Seeing Shu Han relinquish his artifact, Chui Xiangming's wariness lessened, and he gestured to the sky. That moment, a burly man descended, a waist drum wrapped around his waist, casting a cold gaze upon the pit where Shu Han lay, remarking, "This brat has finally settled down." Shu Han clasped his hands and, dragging his battered body, approached the 2 men, exclaiming, "You two truly strike with merciless ferocity. Had I known, I would not have engaged with you." The bearded giant chuckled, "Isn't this just a case of your own making? Lao Chui, put the shackles on him. Ensure he doesn't attempt any tricks along the way." Chui Xiangming produced a pair of runic shackles and secured Shu Han's hands. Seeing this, the 2 men finally relaxed, drawing near to begin rummaging through his storage bag. "Aren't you supposed to be capturing people without intent for profit?" The bearded giant replied with a grin. "For now, we shall safeguard your belongings. Once you manage to emerge alive from the Golden Silkworm Society, you may return to reclaim them." Such a disregard for principles. Yet, as Shu Han gazed at the two, a mysterious smile suddenly graced his lips. "Since principles are cast aside, then you shall all meet your demise." At that moment, the skin across Shu Han's body began to rupture, blinding golden light seeping forth from the fissures. Chapter 65. Bounty Pursuit Boom. A colossal golden semicircular orb erupted from the forest floor, resembling a gigantic golden egg thrusting upwards. In the next instant, the egg shattered violently, sending an immense shockwave that leveled the entire grove. From the crater at the heart of the explosion, Cui Xiangming struggled to emerge, his limbs reduced to mangled remnants, his meridians and dantian shattered. Nearing a state of utter incapacitation, at that juncture, the not yet deceased Lao Hu also crawled from the earth, his hands intact, yet his knees had vanished, lying on the ground like a dying earthworm. Cui Xiangming, in a daze, surveyed his surroundings, murmuring, "This lad self-destructed. How could it be? How could a foundation establishment cultivator self-detonate?" In all his years, Cui Xiangming had never witnessed a foundation establishment cultivator resort to self-destruction. Such cultivators typically possessed lifespans of several centuries, each cherishing their own existence, who would willingly choose to self-explode. But Shu Han was different. He suspected the youth feigned weakness to draw the two brothers together, deliberately orchestrating his own demise. "Madman!" Cui Xiangming howled to the heavens. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of darkness danced before his eyes, as a pitch-black longsword sliced through the sky, descending directly into the head of the still struggling Lao Hu, extinguishing his life instantly. Cui Xiangming gasped, his remaining consciousness sensing the approach of others. Suddenly, something erupted from the pit, shrouded in dark energy. Cui Xiangming recognized it as the Black Claw artifact abandoned by Shu Han. Logically, if Shu Han had perished in the explosion, the Black Claw should have been without a master. Why, then, did it rise from the earth autonomously? Just as Cui Xiangming grappled with this perplexity, the black longsword pivoted its blade, hovering before his eyes, presenting a scene that would haunt him in his final moments. A figure emerged from the pit, astonishingly unharmed. Shu Han. Cui Xiangming's bloodshot eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he pointed a trembling finger at Shu Han, struggling for breath. "Why weren't you dead?" Shu Han caught the flying black claw, enveloped in dark energy, and approached the barely breathing Cui Xiangming with a smile. "Whether I am dead or alive, what does it concern you? Regardless, you are about to become a corpse. Might as well serve some final purpose before your end. Tell me, who sent you to hunt me down?" Cui Xiangming retorted angrily. "Pa, I would never reveal that, even in death." Whoosh, the black flying sword pierced through his skull. "Then you may as well die with that." Shu Han began rummaging through the belongings of the person beside him, muttering to himself, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have found it myself. In fact, I could have guessed it with my little toe." Before long, he discovered Cui Xiangming's storage bag and retrieved the golden silkworm's secret order from within. A glance revealed his own likeness inscribed upon it. Shu Han sighed, scratching his head. "This is quite a predicament. It's not just the Golden Silkworm Society." Having said this, he commenced gathering the spoils of the explosion. After stripping Cui Xiangming and that old Hu of their storage bags, Shu Han began to excavate the ground in search of their magical artifacts. He was particularly envious of two musical treasures. Not only did their power surpass that of the Black Hand and Black Sword, but they were also the core components of the heart-wrenching Silence Array. After searching for a considerable time, Shu Han finally unearthed two dusty artifacts from the soil, the Willow Leaf Frost Edge Zither and the Thunderstorm Waste Drum. The main bodies of these treasures remained intact, yet the zither strings were completely severed. Fortunately, Cui Xiangming's storage bag contained sufficient strings for repair. However, the drum had one face shattered by the explosion, and Shu Han was uncertain how to mend it. To his delight, both artifacts were of the mid-foundation establishment grade. Truly, Cui Xiangming was a person of the Golden Silkworm Society, utilizing only high-quality items. After thoroughly cleaning the battlefield, Shu Han set the two corpses ablaze, turning them to ash, and then returned to Luyang's slope. Earlier, Shu Han's main body was working in the fields when suddenly, his face flushed, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Shangguan Ruolin, who was idly wandering the ridge, was left dumbfounded. How could he be working diligently one moment and then spewing blood the next? Subsequently, Shu Han sat down to recuperate for a moment before approaching Shangguan Ruolin with a pale countenance. The backlash from his clone's self-detonation had taken a toll on his main body as well, causing his vitality and magical power to plummet by 30%. He settled beside Shangguan Ruolin and said, "Elder, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Shangguan Ruolin turned to look at him, her expression one of astonishment as she inquired, "I am far more curious about how you, in the midst of tilling the land, managed to cultivate both good and bad news." Shu Han was rendered speechless. "I shall explain that shortly," Shangguan Ruolin then declared. "Let us hear the bad news first." Shu Han replied, "The bad news is that our current situation is rather dire. We may no longer be able to freely show ourselves in the cultivation world. This is because Shangguan Ruodong has now allied with all the sects and merchant associations north of Dayun, offering a reward of 500 mid-grade spirit stones for our capture." "What?" Shangguan Ruolin leaped up in shock, her teeth gritted in anger as she cursed, "That wretched girl. I knew she would resort to such tactics." Then, gripping Shu Han's clothes, she demanded, "How did you find out? Don't you usually stay with me?" Shu Han shrugged helplessly, explaining, "I have 2 clones that have been secretly gathering intelligence." A flicker of displeasure crossed Shangguan Ruolin's eyes. Yet she refrained from further comment, sulking as she sat back down. "What about the good news?" she pressed. Shu Han smiled, saying, "The good news is that we have quietly learned of this bad news, which means we will not fall into the trap. Shangguan Ruodong's scheme will not succeed." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ruolin's expression turned icy. With a sudden shove, she pushed Shu Han down, angrily grasping his collar, exclaiming, "You little rascal, are you seeking amusement at my expense? I have endured you for far too long. Accept your fate." With that, she raised her small fist and swung it down. Shu Han sprang to his feet and fled, while Shangguan Ruolin, seething with rage, pursued him in the distance. The farming women observed the playful chase across the fields, chuckling amongst themselves, "Look, how close-knit this pair of siblings is." Ultimately, panting and breathless, Shangguan Ruolin failed to land even a few punches on Shu Han and shouted, "Stop running, come here. We need to discuss our future plans. We can no longer randomly seek out a sect to gain entry qualifications for the space leading to the celestial creation liquid. We must devise another strategy immediately." Shu Han approached and replied, "In truth, I have already considered a solution. We cannot make public appearances, but my avatar can seek entry into a sect to gain the qualifications. Your avatar technique is indeed remarkable, yet if it is merely a disguise, cultivators at the core formation stage would easily see through it. It is simply impossible." Shu Han shook his head, "Senior, I am not referring to the avatar technique, but rather to the incarnation technique. I possess a spell that allows the creation of an external incarnation. This external incarnation is not merely a duplicate, it functions as a second body, utterly indistinguishable." Shangguan Ruolin understood immediately, her eyes widening in astonishment. "You possess such a wondrous spell?" Shu Han nodded. "Teach me." Shu Han, taken aback, replied, "Sure. No problem." At that moment, a woman came running from the direction of Zhangzhuang, her voice raised as she shouted, "The men have returned. They have brought back the snow lotus." Chapter 66. The Millennium Snow Lotus. Upon hearing this call, the women of Zhangzhuang beamed with joy, hastily setting aside their farming tools and leaving their work in the fields to rush back to the village. The atmosphere lively as if celebrating a festival. Having lived in Zhangzhuang for nearly a month, Shu Han learned that the village's men had ventured far into the snowy mountains to gather a spiritual herb known as the snow lotus. The journey was long and arduous, often taking 2 months. Thus, Shu Han returned to the village alongside the jubilant women. Upon arriving at Zhangzhuang, he was greeted by the sight of a large bonfire blazing in the village center. Despite it being midday, a group of men, wrapped in quilts, huddled around the fire, trembling in the fierce heat. Their faces were pale, and a chill lingered in their brows. They shakily accepted the ginger soup offered by the women. They gulped down the steaming ginger concoction, which rather than scalding them, left them wanting more. Shu Han quickly deduced that the cold aura of the snow lotus had invaded their bodies. While not life-threatening, it would cause discomfort for a time. Before this group of men, a bamboo basket exuded white frosty air, containing a dozen 10-year-old snow lotuses. Shu Han was well acquainted with the snow lotus, a primary herb known for its clarity and vision-enhancing properties, and he still had several century-old snow lotuses stored in his bag. The cold aura of the snow lotus posed little threat to cultivators, as they could easily dispel it with a bit of cultivation. However, for ordinary folk, it was akin to a chilling poison. The women of the village busied themselves caring for their men, while the village chief, leaning on his cane, went door to door to tally the count. Many women, having not seen their husbands, sank to the ground, weeping inconsolably. After completing the count, the village chief stroked his beard and shook his head. Why have only these men returned, and there are not even half the snow lotuses we used to gather? What shall we do? At this moment, Sister Song hurriedly led the child with the melon, anxiously weaving through the crowd, their faces pale as they slumped to the ground. Grasping a man's arm, they urgently inquired, "Old Chun, where is the child's father? Where has he gone?" The village chief also approached, asking, "Young Chun, what on earth has transpired? Why have only these people returned? Do enlighten us." The faces of the group of men huddled together for warmth reflected profound sorrow. The man surnamed Chan stuttered, "The weather was splendid that day. We split into 2 teams to dig for snow lotuses, and everything was going well until we spotted a snow lotus on the snowy slope, roughly the size of a person. However, it appeared as though the lotus had come to life, dancing upon the snow. We were so frightened that we hurriedly descended the cliff, but Brother Song and his team climbed higher. Before they could come back down, a sudden blizzard struck. The snow and ice whipped through the wind like knives, stinging our faces, and in an instant, we could see and hear nothing, enveloped in a white haze. We descended quickly, digging a snow cave to burrow into, huddling together for warmth, enduring the night, while many of our brothers suffered frostbite. When dawn broke, we realized we had lost track of Brother Song's team. The man hesitated. We searched for a long time but could not find Brother Song and his companions. Then someone spotted the dancing snow lotus atop the mountain, which terrified us, prompting a swift retreat. Alas! The village chief stomped his cane in frustration, exclaiming, "The snow lotus has come to life. Surely, it is seeking revenge for the countless children we have harvested. With so little snow lotus left, how shall we account for those missing?" A snow lotus, half a person tall, dancing. Shu Han and Shangguan Roland exchanged glances. A millennium snow lotus. Upon hearing this, Sister Song nearly fainted, clutching the child in an uncontrollable wail. Witnessing Sister Song's heart-wrenching despair and recalling the affection she had shown her over the past month, Shangguan Roland felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Her small face reflected sorrow as she approached, gently patting Sister Song's shoulder in comfort. Sister Song looked at Shangguan Roland and embraced her, crying out, "Lin Lin, the pillar of our family is gone. How am I to live on? I cannot endure this." Shangguan Roland rested her head on Sister Song's shoulder, her small hand continually patting her, turning her gaze toward Shu Han. Then, she released Sister Song and took Shu Han by the hand, leading her out of the throng, secluded corner of the village. Shangguan Roland commanded, "Let us go and find the others from the village." Shu Han regarded Shangguan Roland's resolute expression and sighed. "Senior, you must know that those caught in the blizzard summoned by the Millennium Snow Lotus stand no chance of survival." "I know," Shangguan Roland suddenly shouted in anger. "If they are to die, I must see their bodies. Even if they must weep, I shall ensure they weep with clarity." Shu Han nodded, observing Shangguan Roland earnestly. "Senior, you have indeed changed considerably in the past. You would have likely disregarded these people entirely, let alone seek their remains. Of course, I simply do not wish to live in vain. Who cares for the feelings of these mortals?" Shu Han regarded Shangguan Roland's obstinate refusal to acknowledge the situation with a hint of a smile. He then grasped her hand, transforming into a streak of black light that surged towards the distant snowy peaks of the great mountain. What would take an ordinary mortal nearly half a month to traverse, Shu Han accomplished in less than half a day, wielding the pursuit-breaking sword. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, he was struck by its immense grandeur. What had initially appeared as a mere white on the horizon now dominated half of his field of vision. The mountain was blanketed in pristine snow, and the rays of the setting sun cast a blood-red hue upon its surface. How could one possibly locate the whereabouts of those individuals amidst such a vast expanse? Perched on Shu Han's shoulder, Shangguan Roland urged him, "What are you dawdling for? Start your search from the base of the mountain, and methodically break through this icy layer inch by inch." The magnitude of this task was daunting. In truth, there was no effective method available. It had been nearly half a month since those individuals had harvested snow lotus, and the elements had long since erased any traces. Thus, Shu Han wielded the pursuit-breaking sword in one hand and the black claw in the other, utilizing his magical prowess to cleave through the layers of snow and ice as he swept along the base of the mountain. After thoroughly scouring the entire foot of the mountain for an entire day, he had yet to catch sight of the other team from Zhangzhuang. Throughout that day, though Shangguan Ruolin had not exerted herself physically, her keen eyes were continuously assisting Shu Han in his search. It was the first time Shu Han had witnessed her so invested in the affairs of others, which spurred him to quicken the pace of his search. Ascending to the mountainside, he perceived that this method was still inefficient. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he forcefully collided the pursuit-breaking sword and the black claw together. The clash of the two artifacts produced a piercing clang. After several successive maneuvers, the snow piled upon the mountainside began to cascade down with increasing momentum, ultimately triggering a chain reaction of an avalanche. Amidst the rolling snow, Shu Han astutely detected a dark ice block, and with a swift motion, he seized it, revealing the forms of a dozen or so missing individuals from Zhangzhuang huddled together within the ice. Shangguan Ruolin exhaled a deep sigh, leaning dejectedly against Shu Han's shoulder, her voice faint. "Let us return. At least we have something to report." "Wait, senior, look," Shangguan Ruolin exclaimed, following Shu Han's gaze to a nearby snow slope, where a magnificent and pure snow lotus bloomed, not far from the mountain's summit. Its glistening petals swayed in the wind, resembling a graceful dancer twirling amidst the mountains, exuding elegance that captivated the heart. Shangguan Ruolin, in a fit of anger, declared, "How dare such a mere millennium-old spirit herb flaunt itself before me? Shu Han, pluck it for me." Shu Han gazed longingly at the snow lotus, his eyes gleaming with intent. "I was just about to do so." Chapter 67. In the blizzard, the Millennium Snow Lotus dances gracefully. The Millennium Snow Lotus, while exuding an enchanting grace, concealed a deadly intent beneath its delicate facade. At that moment, dark clouds began to accumulate at the mountain's peak, resembling a looming mountain of their own, casting a shadow over the great snow mountain. The howling winds whistled past Shu Han's ears. He would not allow this snow lotus the opportunity to summon a blizzard. Stepping upon the pursuit-breaking sword, he transformed into a darting shadow, striking directly at the stem of the snow lotus. The bright petals seemed to possess a sentience of their own. Sensing Shu Han's approach, they recoiled tightly, and the stem was yanked from the snow with a swift motion. The two forking roots resembled legs. As this millennia-old snow lotus began to sprint with wild abandon, directly racing towards the mountain summit. This spectacle left Shu Han utterly astonished. While he had encountered numerous snow lotuses, witnessing one that would take flight was a first. As he beheld his quarry fleeing, Shu Han unleashed his black claw, attempting to seal off the snow lotus's escape route. The black claw left deep gouges in the snow, yet the snow lotus evaded capture, leaping gracefully through the trenches and darting up the mountain with remarkable swiftness. That moment, the blizzard atop the peak intensified ominously. Shangguan Ruolin urged Shu Han, exclaiming, "Shu Han, keep up. This snow lotus cannot escape this snow-capped mountain. You must secure it for me." Without needing further encouragement, Shu Han relentlessly pursued. The millennia-old snow lotus, if utilized to concoct a potion for clarity and vision enhancement, would yield effects magnified at least 100-fold. Thus, Shu Han soared on his sword, closely tailing the snow lotus, which moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the snow without allowing him to close the GP. As Shu Han ascended higher, the temperature on the snow-capped mountain plummeted, and the air became increasingly thin. Eventually, the snow lotus reached the summit, where it ceased its flight and rooted itself firmly atop the peak. Recognizing this golden opportunity, Shu Han wasted no time in attempting to pluck the magnificent millennia-old snow lotus. However, at that moment, the brilliant roots emitted a chilling glow, and the storm clouds above began to swirl violently, unleashing a torrent upon the summit. The fierce winds, laden with thick snowflakes and hard hailstones, descended mercilessly. In an instant, Shu Han lost all visibility, feeling as though he were being pummeled by countless fists and sliced by razor blades. In a panic, he tightly embraced Shangguan Ruolin, shielding her within his grasp. Peering through the gap in Shu Han's arms, Shangguan Ruolin beheld a world transformed into a tempest of snow and hail atop the great mountain. With the situation growing increasingly dire, If a chi refinement stage cultivator were to stand unprotected amidst this storm, they would be reduced to mere fragments within half an hour. Shu Han, too, felt the strain on his physical form, promptly channeling his black claw to release a protective dark aura, which finally alleviated the pressure surrounding him. Senior, when did the millennia-old snow lotus acquire such formidable power? I can barely focus on my own preservation. Shangguan Ruolin, observing her surroundings from Shu Han's embrace, remarked, I am equally perplexed. I have encountered no less than 80 millennia-old spiritual herbs, yet none have exhibited such extraordinary prowess. Shu Han, hold your ground. This display cannot last much longer for the snow lotus. Shu Han, maintaining his magical output with great difficulty, replied, I wish I could, but it feels as though the storm is intensifying around us. Moreover, Senior, do you not feel cold beneath my protective dark mist? At that moment, Shangguan Ruolin had unconsciously nestled deeper into Shu Han's embrace. Her fingertips had turned a deep crimson from the cold. Her complexion pale, and the moisture clinging to her long eyelashes had swiftly crystallized into frost. Without needing Shu Han to speak, she sensed the rapid drop in temperature, one that the protective dark aura could not fend off, nor could the flowered garment gifted by Sister Song shield her from. Are you afraid of the cold? What difference does it make? Are we, as cultivators, truly at risk of freezing to death? At that moment, Shu Han could not help but shrink his neck and chuckle, saying, It is not that I fear the cold. Rather, the magical energy within me is gradually solidifying due to this frigid air. I fear that I may not last an hour, for my meridians could become frozen. Esteemed elder, this chill is no ordinary one. Shangguan Ruolin broke free from Shu Han's embrace and commanded, Sit down. Following her instruction, Shu Han settled cross-legged before her. Shangguan Ruolin gazed intently into his eyes and proclaimed, I shall impart a protective incantation. Reciting this spell will consume magical energy and stabilize your vital flow. Chant along with me. Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of all energies. Shu Han held his breath and focused, chanting alongside Shangguan Ruolin, gradually entering a state of profound transcendence. In this state, his magical energy began to deplete rapidly. However, layers of golden light rippled throughout his meridians. This golden radiance obstructed the invading cold, ensuring the smooth circulation of his vital energy. Before long, color returned to Shu Han's face, flushing with vitality. Yet, he suddenly felt an unsettling tightness in his soul. As if he had not heard Shangguan Ruolin's recitation for an extended period, he hastily opened his eyes and saw that Shangguan Ruolin had collapsed in the snow, her petite face ashen with frost. This was dire. The esteemed elder lacked magical energy, rendering the incantation ineffective. Shu Han quickly scooped up the frostbitten Shangguan Ruolin, feeling a lingering warmth only at her golden elixir point. The rest of her radiated cold. He hurriedly rubbed her small face and hands, yet there was no sign of improvement. The surrounding chill intensified, and Shu Han sensed a numbing sensation creeping over him as well. Time was of the essence. He swallowed hard, cradled Shangguan Ruolin in his arms, and began to peel away her thin floral garment. At that moment, Shangguan Ruolin stirred groggily, her small hand gripping Shu Han's wrist as she sleepily murmured, Shu Han, what are you up to? Without hesitation, Shu Han brushed aside her hand and declared, Esteemed elder, I beg your pardon. With that, he stripped away every article of her clothing, leaving her utterly bare. He tore open his own shirt and pressed her against his chest, stuffing her garments into the gaps between them. In that embrace, it felt as though he had cradled a massive ice block, instantly chilling him to the core. Enduring the pervasive cold, Shu Han resumed reciting the protective incantation, channeling his energy through a mid-grade spiritual stone to amplify his magical output. Instantly, under the golden light's protection, his body temperature began to rise. In her dazed state, Shangguan Ruolin felt as though she were enveloped by a great warmth, irresistibly reaching out to hold on tightly, as if she were luxuriating in a hot spring. The pallor of her face gradually transformed into a rosy hue, and her numbed limbs began to regain sensation. In her stupor, she could not help but rub her face against the warmth before her, the surge of safety and warmth causing her heart to race as her consciousness slowly returned. Leaning against Shu Han's chest, Shangguan Ruolin murmured softly, You little rascal, even if you saved me this way, once I recover, I shall still have to kill you, though you understand. Shu Han, battling the storm and chill, felt his strength waning, yet he smiled and replied, I understand, I understand. Once we endure this, I shall submit to your judgment. Shangguan Ruolin inhaled the unique scent of Shu Han and soon drifted into a deep slumber. This palace will undoubtedly kill you. Chapter 68. Shangguan Ruodong's Resolve. Shangguan Ruolin awoke from a hazy slumber, feeling as if she had indulged in a comforting nap on the warm Kong of Sister Song's home, a delightful sensation enveloping her from head to toe. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and glanced down, noting that she was clad in neatly arranged garments, the memory of being bare and nestled in Shu Han's embrace fading like a fleeting dream. The thought of that moment made Shangguan Ruolin's cheeks flush crimson, an unfamiliar emotion rippling through her heart. Though she felt embarrassed to reminisce, she could not help but replay the memory in her mind over and over again. At this moment, the blizzard had subsided, leaving the summit of the snow-capped mountain in a tranquil stillness, the eastern horizon illuminated by a faint blush of dawn in the dim light of the impending daybreak. Shangguan Ruolin scanned her surroundings, eagerly searching for Shu Han's figure. She spotted him approaching the weary Millennium Snow Lotus, which lay dejected, as if the storm from the previous night had drained all its vitality. Shu Han reached the Snow Lotus and, grasping its stem, uprooted it with a decisive pull. In that instant, the dawn broke, casting the first rays of sunlight upon the mountain peak, transforming the place into a paradise on earth. After securing the Millennium Snow Lotus in his storage pouch, Shu Han collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, his gaze fixated on the rising sun in the east. Shangguan Ruolin approached him, and as Shu Han turned to look at her, a weary smile graced his lips. Did you obtain the Millennium Snow Lotus? She asked. Shu Han nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Shangguan Ruolin felt her heart entangled in confusion and was unsure how to continue the conversation. She turned and said, Let us depart. We have been gone for several days, and the people at Zhangzhuang must be worried about our whereabouts. Suddenly, her small hand was grasped by Shu Han, who pulled her close to sit beside him. With a long sigh, he gazed at the sun as it slowly emerged from the eastern horizon, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Senior, it is rare for both of us to have made it through. Let us linger here a little longer. Shangguan Ruolin did not protest, leaning against Shu Han, her cheeks flushed as they watched the sunrise together. Perched atop the snow-capped mountain, they beheld the brilliance of dawn gradually spilling over the world, with the surrounding glimmering white snow reflecting the light, creating an exquisite spectacle. Yet, the more beautiful the sunrise appeared, the more frantic Shangguan Ruolin's heartbeat became, leaving her feeling flustered and disconcerted. Shu Han suddenly remarked, It has been a long time since I have watched the sunrise like this. Shangguan Ruolin remained silent as he continued. Since my youth, I have been apprenticed to a sect called Longxian Men, living under the shadow of its leader for 5 years. Every morning, I would cultivate my skills facing the sunrise, regardless of snow, rain, wind, or frost. For 5 years, I never faltered. During that time, I understood deeply that I would face a battle where life and death were unpredictable. Every additional day I could survive was a gain. After arriving in Daoist, I gradually forgot this feeling, believing I was free as fish in the sea and birds in the sky. However, I later realized that Daoist, vast as it is merely another, more expansive Longxian Men. Just like last night, when we nearly perished in that storm. Suddenly, Shu Han laughed. Senior, you need not say it. I already know that the future struggle for the celestial transformation essence will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. I hope that after that ordeal, we can once again, like this morning, break through the deadlock and witness another sunrise together. Shangguan Ruolin turned her head and fixed her gaze upon the smiling face of Shu Han. And suddenly her restless heartbeat ceased. The confusion and anxiety that had long plagued her heart inexplicably calmed this morning. Shangguan Ruolin nodded, declaring, It is settled. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Golden Silkworm Society in Chongshao City, Shangguan Ruodong was engaged in conversation with the president of the Golden Silkworm Society, a late-stage Jedon practitioner known as the Golden Silkworm Daoist. They were analyzing the intelligence gathered from various regions regarding Shu Han and Shangguan Ruolin. Suddenly, the teacup in Shangguan Ruodong's hand shattered under her grip, causing a blush to rise on her delicate face. Her emotions began to stir in a peculiar manner, yet soon returned to a rare tranquility. Noticing the abrupt change in her complexion, the Golden Silkworm Daoist inquired, Miss Shangguan, what troubles you? Quickly, Shangguan Ruodong waved her hand, rushing out of the reception room. Leaning against the wall, she took several deep breaths to steady her suddenly tumultuous emotions. Once her feelings settled, she reflected on the unexpected surge of emotion from earlier, her clouded eyes gazing into the distant sky. Sister, what is this emotion you are experiencing? After living alongside you for 8 centuries, it is the first time I have sensed such a wondrous feeling from your heart. She chuckled softly to herself, savoring the emotional turmoil that had just transpired. I understand now. Sister, have you forgotten? We sisters are unworthy of such sentiments. Unable to resist, Shangguan Ruodong glanced at the black mark on her right wrist, smiling as she remarked, with this, you evoke a tinge of pity in me. She continued, for you, it would be best to perish in the northern lands of Dayun and never return. Having composed herself, Shangguan Ruodong returned to the conference hall. Golden silkworm Daoist, I have doubled the reward and provided you with a substantial sum of spirit stones. Why, then, have I yet to receive precise information regarding those 2 individuals? Is this how the Golden Silkworm Society conducts its business? The Golden Silkworm Daoist replied with a wry smile, Miss Shangguan, even if we were to send double the manpower, we are already stretched thin. To be frank, the northern Dayun is on the verge of the once-in-20 years Wuguji opening. The extraordinary treasures produced therein have drawn the attention of major sects, and our society must concentrate our resources on preparations for the Wuguji. We truly cannot spare additional personnel. Wuguji? Extraordinary treasures. Shangguan Ruodong pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Now I understand why you have ventured to the northern Dayun. It is indeed for this purpose. Sister, your ambitions are quite formidable. The Golden Silkworm Daoist was left bewildered by her statement. Shangguan Ruodong continued, in that case, there is no need to trouble yourselves with the search any longer. You may accept the bounty I have issued as a trade for a place in the Wuguji. Ah? The Golden Silkworm Daoist exclaimed in surprise, but Jedon practitioners cannot enter the Wuguji, as it would lead to the collapse of the dimensional plane. That is of no concern. Since I wish to go, I will naturally suppress my cultivation level and will not compete with you for the extraordinary treasures. Moreover, I may even be able to assist your Golden Silkworm Society while in the Wuguji. The Golden Silkworm Taoist's eyes rolled around before he hurriedly poured tea for Miss Shangguan Ruodong, stating, I must first caution you, esteemed lady, that the Wuguji is fraught with peril, and your safety cannot be guaranteed should you venture there. Shangguan Ruodong coldly retorted, if she dares to go without any cultivation, what is there for me to fear? Ah? The Golden Silkworm Taoist continued, in the event, should you encounter any misfortune in the Wuguji, the esteemed Tianma over there, Shangguan Ruodong interjected, that will not happen. Everything that transpires is not your responsibility and cannot be blamed on your Golden Silkworm Society. Chapter 69. The Eternal Ice. After a moment of silence atop the great snow mountain, Shu Han turned to Shangguan Ruolin, scratching his head and saying, Senior, perhaps we should take our leave. After sitting here for a while, I feel as though my backside is nearly frozen off. Shangguan Ruolin, startled, immediately replied, Shu Han, there is something peculiar about the place where the Millennium Snow Lotus takes root. We must excavate this ground. Shu Han, instantly comprehending, rose and began to dig a pit with his black claws. As he unearthed layers of ice and snow, he revealed thick frozen soil and rock. Shu Han concentrated, driving his black claws downward, only to discover that the frozen soil was unusually hard, and the deeper he dug, the more oppressive the cold emanating from below became. Exchanging glances with Shangguan Ruolin, they both sensed that something sinister lurked beneath. Consequently, Shu Han unleashed his broken sword along with his black claws in a concerted assault. The 2 artifacts struck the frozen soil as though they were battering dark iron, occasionally sparking flames. Under Shu Han's relentless excavation, finally, a flicker of blue light emerged from the pit's depths. A crystalline blue ice shard peeked out from the dark frozen soil. Hesitant to grasp it with his bare hands, Shu Han used his black claws to seize it and extracted it from the pit. As the blue ice lay in his grasp, Shu Han instantly felt a chilling energy surge through the black aura into his body, making him shiver uncontrollably, while the temperature atop the peak plummeted significantly with the emergence of the blue ice. This crystalline blue ice radiated a dazzling blue light under the sunlight, prompting Shu Han to exclaim in astonishment, Senior, what is this? Even my divine sense feels frozen upon nearing this object. Shangguan Ruolin gazed intently at the blue ice and remarked, if I am not mistaken, this is the legendary Eternal Ice. How amusing. No wonder the mere Millennium Snow Lotus possesses such formidable powers. It must be drawing upon this eternal ice to amplify its capabilities. Eternal ice. Shu Han fixated on the blue shard and inquired, "What are the mysteries held within this eternal ice?" Shangguan Ruolin responded thoughtfully, "Initially, the eternal ice was merely a common form of ice. However, after being buried in extreme cold for countless millennia, it gradually underwent transformation, becoming a rare blue ice. For its specific uses, I only know a little. It is said that the extreme southern Long Night Palace excels in utilizing this eternal ice. Their higher-tier practitioners craft their life-bound artifacts from this eternal ice, and when combined with their frigid techniques, the resulting power is enough to instill terror in the hearts of many." Excitedly, Shu Han raised the eternal ice, exclaiming, "Just when I was lamenting the lack of materials to forge my life-bound artifact, it appears." "No," Shangguan Ruolin quickly intervened, saying, "You would do well to refrain from using this eternal ice to forge your life-bound artifact. The birth talisman must not only consider the rarity of its materials, but also whether those materials are congruent with the practitioner's inherent techniques. Observing your methods, it is apparent that they do not embody the extreme yin and cold. Thus, utilizing a millennium-old ice is rather inappropriate, as there will undoubtedly be more suitable materials in the future. Furthermore, do you not think that this piece of ancient ice is rather diminutive?" Shu Han scratched his head and replied, "However, crafting my birth talisman will significantly benefit my future endeavors. As for the compatibility issue, lacking a background, I consider myself fortunate to encounter such divine materials and do not pursue perfection." Suddenly, Shangguan Ruolin gave him a kick and huffed, "Who says you lack a background? In the future, I shall be your backing. Once I regain my strength, what is there to worry about in finding better materials for your talisman?" Upon seeing Shangguan Ruolin's earnest expression, Shu Han could not help but smile. Shangguan Ruolin, noticing his foolish grin, blushed and stammered, What are you laughing at?" Shu Han replied, "Then I shall follow your lead, senior." Hearing Shu Han's unwavering trust, a sweet sensation surged within Shangguan Ruolin. She then inquired, "So, what shall we do with this millennium-old ice now?" Extending her delicate hand, she said, "Lend me your cultivation." Without hesitation, Shu Han grasped Shangguan Ruolin's petite hand, channeling his entire magical essence into her. Gradually, her cultivation began to restore to the foundational stage, and her form returned to normal, the ethereal beauty re-emerging in the world. Holding her slender hand and gazing at her exquisite visage, Shu Han momentarily lost himself in thought. Shangguan Ruolin shot him a glance and commanded, "What are you staring at? Quickly hand over the millennium-old ice to me." "Oh?" The ancient ice landed in Shangguan Ruolin's other palm. She swiftly executed a sealing technique, and golden characters erupted from her fingertips, inscribing themselves upon the ice. Soon, these inscriptions shimmered brightly, suppressing the chilling aura emanating from the millennium-old ice. That moment, a stunning jade bracelet formed around Shangguan Ruolin's left wrist, delicate threads of silk emanating from it. It was her birth talisman, the Six Harmonies silk bracelet. Under her command, the threads automatically wove into an elongated cord, stringing the ancient ice together, thus transforming it into a jade pendant. Approaching Shu Han, she extended her jade arms, encircling his neck, and adorned him with the pendant. Shu Han's heart raced, and he questioned, "Senior, what is this?" The instant the pendant rested against his neck, a wave of cold surged from his chest, coursing through his veins and bones, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Observing this, Shangguan Ruolin promptly instructed, "Endure." This method was learned by me from the Palace of Long Night in the extreme south, utilizing the millennium-old ice to refine your body. With prolonged wear of this pendant, you will eventually cultivate a body of celestial cold at that time. Not only will you be unafraid of extreme cold techniques, but you shall also become immune to all toxins. Shu Han curled up, his teeth chattering. "Senior, I fear that if I do not successfully cultivate this celestial cold body, I may perish from this thing." Upon witnessing the scene, Shangguan Ruolin stifled a laugh. Covering her mouth, the southern Eternal Night Palace possesses a bed of 10,000-year-old profound ice, and it is unsealed. Yet, did they not still lie upon it? However, I have heard that only those in the core formation stage are qualified to rest on that icy bed. Shu Han's lips had become frostbitten, and she replied, "Senior, I am merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment." Shangguan Ruolin was taken aback, then chuckled. "No worries with the seal I have placed, it will not harm your body." It is merely an adaptation process. However, the beginning can indeed be quite arduous if you find it unbearable. Shangguan Ruolin bit her lip, then opened her arms to embrace Shu Han, whispering, I can assist you. Shu Han, holding this delicate figure before her, could not help but swallow hard, stammering. Senior, just holding you makes me feel warm. Yet, Shangguan Ruolin did not release her grip, resting her head on Shu Han's shoulder, softly saying, From now on, do not call me senior. Always referring to me as such makes me feel aged. Shu Han replied, You are still several hundred years my senior. Chapter 70, The Eight-Directional Breaking Evil Sword. After some time, Shu Han gradually acclimated to the extreme cold brought on by the 10,000-year-old profound ice, no longer feeling the discomfort she had initially experienced. At this moment, Shangguan Ruolin had reverted her cultivation and transformed back into a little girl. Having fallen asleep on Shu Han's shoulder, evidently exhausted from the exertion of using her powers to refine the profound ice. Holding her, Shu Han contemplated that with this piece of profound ice, he could easily replicate it using the black jar to create a bed of 10,000-year-old profound ice. However, while he could indeed create it, whether he could utilize it was another matter entirely. With his current cultivation level, lying upon it would likely reduce him to powdered ice in an instant. Perhaps it would be best to defer this consideration until he achieved the core formation stage. After soaring through the air for half a day, Shu Han returned to Zhang village with Shangguan Ruolin. Just as he was pondering how to present the bodies of the missing snow lotus gatherers to the villagers, he glanced down from above to discover that half of Zhang village was engulfed in raging flames. Alarmed, Shu Han promptly pressed his fingers against the piece of 10,000-year-old profound ice on his chest, releasing a wave of extreme cold. This frigid air rapidly spread under Shu Han's wind control technique, and the water vapor in the air, upon encountering this icy current, coalesced into ice beads that cascaded downward along with the cold air. As the icy gusts swept over Zhang village, the roaring flames were extinguished in an instant. Sensing the change in Shu Han's aura, Shangguan Ruolin stirred awake from her slumber on his shoulder, rubbing her sleepy eyes and inquiring, What is the matter? Following Shu Han's gaze, she looked down to see half of Zhang village reduced to ruins, her eyes immediately filled with a fierce killing intent. The two descended from the sky and hurried into the village, where they found Sister Song kneeling before the charred remains of her home, weeping inconsolably. Shangguan Ruolin rushed over, and upon seeing her, Sister Song hastily took her little hand, anxiously checking her body from head to toe. Lin, how did you return? You weren't captured by those fiends, were you? Thank heavens. But the foolish child has fallen into their hands. Shangguan Ruolin gently brushed away the tear-streaked face of Sister Song, softly asking, Sister Song, what has happened to the village? Shu Han also offered comfort, saying, Indeed, Sister Song, what has caused the village to become like this? What has happened to the foolish child? Sister Song held Shangguan Ruolin tightly, weeping inconsolably, as the village head, leaning on his cane, approached Shu Han and lamented, Alas, it is the doing of those from the Whirlwind Gang. Our village has not yielded enough snow lotuses, and these heartless fiends have seized our children and set ablaze a great fire. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Shu Han's eyes, yet he maintained his composure as he calmly inquired, Is the Whirlwind Gang a force within the martial world? What purpose could they have for such an abundance of snow lotuses? The village head replied, It is because a celestial master from the distant Xiang cave, heaven has arrived, prompting the Whirlwind Gang to go door to door demanding snow lotuses. Otherwise, this land would solely be cultivated by men. Xiang cave heaven? The village head gazed upon the charred remains of Zhang village, tears streaming down his face as he said, Xiao Han, you must hasten to take Lin away. Remaining in our Zhang village, you are sure to be captured by the Whirlwind Gang, especially with Lin's adorably innocent appearance. After finishing, the village head called out, Those who are unscathed by the fire, please bring forth some belongings to aid Xiao Han and Lin on their journey. Before long, the villagers gathered their offerings, some silver coins, provisions, and more. Creating a pile before Shu Han, head west. Those vile brigands are coming from the east. Do not cross paths with them, Sister Song, her eyes brimming with tears, adjusted Shangguan Ruolin's attire, holding her hand tightly, and earnestly cautioned, Lin, remember to heed your brother's words while outside. If you encounter horsemen, steer clear of them. Do not be like a foolish child, allowing others to abduct you. Shangguan Ruolin's eyes simmered with fury as she opened her mouth to protest, but Shu Han restrained her with a gentle shake of his head. After expressing his gratitude to the villagers for their generosity, he took Shangguan Ruolin by the hand and departed from Zhang village. Upon reaching the grove at Luyang Slope, Shangguan Ruolin yanked her hand away, exclaiming in anger, "Are you truly leaving? If you go, I shall not follow. Those scoundrels who abduct children shall surely face my wrath." Shu Han unfastened his bundle and replied, "I merely wish to prevent the villagers from harboring suspicions. The celestial master from Ziyang Cave, Heaven presents us with an opportunity." "What opportunity?" Shangguan Ruolin asked. "Do you recall my mention of the technique to cultivate an external incarnation?" Shangguan Ruolin nodded. "You spoke of nurturing an external incarnation to join a sect and seize a quota." "Precisely. However, the process of refining an external incarnation requires 6 months. By the time we join the sect, we may be overlooked as newcomers and denied a quota. Instead, we can leverage the celestial master from Ziyang Cave Heaven and directly substitute the external incarnation." Shangguan Ruolin declared, "I shall not concern myself with your plans. Lend your cultivation to me." "Why borrow cultivation again? You have only just received it. It will deplete your essence." Shangguan Ruolin's eyes blazed with anger. "I intend to kill. This task shall not soil your hands. I can deal with those brutish ruffians who bully our neighbors all on my own." Yet, Shangguan Ruolin shook her head vehemently, gritting her teeth. "Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me shall face my personal vengeance. Moreover, did you not express a desire to enhance your power through a life-bound treasure? There is no need to refine one. I shall bestow upon you a gift." With that, she took hold of Shu Han's hand without allowing any argument. Reluctantly, he complied and once more channeled his spiritual energy into her. In an instant, the formidable Shangguan Ruolin returned, her presence reminiscent of the first encounter Shu Han had with her beneath the mines. "Let us go," she commanded, seizing Shu Han's hand and urging him to follow the path indicated by the village chief, tracing the imprints left by the horse-drawn carts in pursuit. Soon, they arrived at a mountain stronghold ablaze with bonfires. First, capture someone alive to ascertain the whereabouts of the children. Shu Han nodded and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, swiftly traversing through the thicket, ensnaring a sentry and bringing him before Shangguan Ruolin. The man, engulfed in darkness, suddenly found himself suspended 100 meters above the ground, trembling in terror. Shangguan Ruolin regarded him with icy disdain and inquired, "Where are the children captured from Zhangzhuang?" The man, entranced by her stunning beauty and the piercing intensity of her gaze, stammered, "They are locked in the cellar. The leader intends to sell them tomorrow to compensate for the loss of the snow lotus." "Where is the cellar?" He pointed vacantly in a direction. In an instant, Shangguan Ruolin's fingers struck his forehead, and he was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the stronghold and causing a tremendous explosion. Instantly, over 900 inhabitants of the whirlwind stronghold emerged, weapons drawn, scanning for intruders. At that moment, a figure emerged from the main stronghold, surrounded by a throng, clad in a flowing purple robe, standing proudly amidst the crowd. Shu Han discerned that he was a cultivator of the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Lin, do not engage that person. Leave him to me." Shangguan Ruolin nodded, and at that moment, a resplendent golden sword materialized from her golden core. As the sword emerged, Shu Han felt the air around him being cleaved, the radiance of the blade emitting a blinding sharpness, as if a miniature sun ignited above the whirlwind stronghold. Shangguan Ruolin wielded her sword, and all the emitted sword light coalesced behind her, forming 2 immense, elongated wings of sword-like feathers. The brilliance of myriad swords flickered behind her, shimmering with golden light. This was the 8 directions breaking evil sword, a pinnacle treasure of the late foundational stage. This was my most frequently used treasure during my foundational period. Shu Han, observe closely, for I possess only a single strike of power. Chapter 71. Su Zimo. As the magical energy converged, the 4 pairs of golden sword wings behind Shangguan Ruolin grew increasingly vast, becoming a formidable force. The inhabitants of the whirlwind stronghold, along with the purple-robed immortal, trembled in fear. Many, awed by the 8-winged swords, fell to their knees in submission. The purple-robed immortal was the first to react, desperately attempting to flee the stronghold. However, before he could escape, a dark hand seized him, and the protective talismans around him were swiftly stripped away. Shangguan Ruolin's brow glimmered with a golden sword mark as she lifted her sword into the air, the 4 pairs of sword wings gradually converging, rotating in tandem with her form. Suddenly, the sword wings flared outward, and with laser-like focus, Shangguan Ruolin proclaimed, "With the power to vanquish evil in hand, I will bring retribution to the 8 directions." With a swift motion, the 8 directions breaking evil sword was hurled from her hand, cleaving through the air like a bolt of golden lightning. A thunderous roar erupted as the sword struck the heart of the whirlwind stronghold, generating a powerful wave of golden light that rent the ground asunder, launching all within the stronghold skyward. Yet, this was not the end. The 4 pairs of sword wings followed closely behind, unleashing a torrential downpour of golden blades upon the stronghold, reducing all who were ensconced in the deluge of golden sword rain to mere ashes. Shu Han stood aloft, gazing at the mountain that had split open, revealing a gaping chasm, alongside the golden powder wafting through the mountain stronghold, and could not help but gasp in astonishment. The terror of a late-stage foundation-building artifact was indeed formidable. The initial round of the 8 Directions Exorcism Sword delivered a potent single-target strike, while the subsequent round unleashed a devastating rain of swords for thorough extermination. Shangguan Ruolin employed this tactic against mere mortals, partly to demonstrate to Shu Han, and partly out of genuine fury. This maneuver eradicated all the inhabitants of the whirlwind stronghold. Fortunately, the purple robe immortal master was grasped in Shu Han's black claws, thus escaping calamity. Witnessing such a terrifying offensive left him utterly faint. With a flick of her wrist, Shangguan Ruolin summoned the 8 Directions Exorcism Sword back to her hand, yet her spirit wavered, and she swayed precariously in the air. Shu Han hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Having overexerted her magical energy, Shangguan Ruolin panted heavily, wiping away the sword's mark, transforming it into an unclaimed object, which she pressed into Shu Han's grasp, declaring, "This sword has accompanied me through the protracted period of foundation building. I bestow it upon you now, and you must make good use of it henceforth." Shu Han hesitated, saying, Lin, this?" Shangguan Ruolin laughed. "With my current cultivation, I have no need for this sword. Quickly accept it, do not provoke my ire." With that, she seized one of Shu Han's fingers, bit down between her silver teeth, and then used that finger to touch the 8 Directions Exorcism Sword. The sword absorbed Shu Han's blood, instantly forging a connection between their minds, inseparable henceforth. Shangguan Ruolin, with a hint of blood at the corner of her mouth, smiled triumphantly at Shu Han. "Now, you shall interrogate that cultivator from the Ziyang Cave Heaven right here. I shall descend to rescue those children in the cellar. I shall go instead." "You are too fatigued?" Shu Han insisted. Shangguan Ruolin shook her head, saying, "They all recognize you, yet they have not seen me in this guise." With that, she extricated her hand from Shu Han's grasp and soared into the whirlwind stronghold. Watching her receding silhouette, Shu Han could only shake his head in resignation. He then secured the 8 Directions Exorcism Sword, his palm condensing into a claw, lifting the unconscious purple robe immortal master before him. Shu Han directed a breath of ancient frost into the air, and the individual immediately shivered awake. Upon seeing Shu Han, he hastily knelt midair, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for your rescue. I am eternally grateful." Shu Han replied with a smile, "You are a cultivator of the Ziyang Cave Heaven?" The man responded, "I am a disciple from Ziyang Peak of Ziyang Cave Heaven, named Su Zimo. My master is Cheng Yu Han, a mid-stage foundation building cultivator from Ziyang Cave Heaven. May I ask who that fairy was earlier, and why she attacked the whirlwind stronghold? Could you enlighten me, so that when she returns, I might apologize in person?" Shu Han inquired. "First, answer my question, Su Zimo. As a denizen of Ziyang Cave Heaven, what brings you here to command the Jianghu factions?" Su Zimo replied. "Respected Senior, I was dispatched by the sect to this Yuhua snow mountain to collect snow lotuses for alchemical purposes. After some time, I realized that this task could be managed by mortals. Rather than squander my cultivation time, it seemed more prudent to delegate this arduous work to them." Shu Han nodded. "You are quite astute, manipulating the Jianghu factions to compel these mortals to toil for you." Su Zimo chuckled softly and remarked, "This is merely a trivial cleverness, hardly worth mentioning. How old are you this year? When did you ascend to the 11th layer of Qi refinement? What is your standing within the sect? With whom do you share camaraderie, and who are your adversaries? What spells and abilities do you possess? Come now, spare no detail and recount everything to me." "Huh, why does the senior inquire about such matters?" Shu Han's tone turned frosty. Answer my questions. What gives you the right to question me in return? Su Zimo was immediately taken aback, his heart racing with trepidation. He hastily complied with Shu Han's queries, divulging all pertinent details about himself. Noticing Shu Han's keen interest in his life, Su Zimo thought nothing of it, assuming the senior wished to foster a friendly rapport. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, engaging in lively conversation before Shu Han, recounting the significant and trivial events of his life in meticulous detail. Shu Han, in turn, wove in snippets of her own experiences to guide the dialogue, and they conversed as if they were longtime friends, discussing myriad topics with ease. This exchange brought a smile to Shu Han's face as she mused on the remarkable nature of a person so carefree, managing to survive in the treacherous realm of cultivation. Su Zimo sipped his tea and continued, "Thus, I temporarily departed from the Xiang cave heaven, venturing into the vastness of the mortal realm for experience. Fortunately, I found these commoners to assist me, and my cultivation remains intact. Alas, upon hearing the various strange tales of the cultivation world, I often dream of achieving success and returning to the Ziyun cave heaven, ready to slap the faces of those who once looked down on me." Shu Han couldn't help but laugh, then replied coolly, "As for gathering snow lotus, if you were to undertake it yourself, it would merely take some time, with no threat to your life. However, those commoners, bearing the chill of the snow lotus while climbing the cliffs, risk their lives with the slightest misstep. You have no idea how many mortal lives have been lost for your fleeting comfort." Su Zimo was taken aback. What does it matter if mortals die in droves? What concern is it of cultivators like us? Shu Han nodded in approval, saying, "Indeed, if I were unacquainted with these mortals, I might remain indifferent to your actions. However, it is unfortunate that these commoners have saved me and offered me shelter, compelling me to consider matters from their perspective. From their standpoint, you are the instigator of their husbands, fathers, and sons' demise." Upon hearing this, Su Zimo grew anxious and waved his hands dismissively. "Senior, how can you say such a thing? I merely sat here in this village, meditating and sipping that tea has nothing to do with me." With a sharp exhale, a cold wind erupted from Shu Han's chest, instantly freezing Su Zimo into an ice sculpture. "The villagers of Zhang village have met with your misfortune, and you have met with mine. Be more prudent in your next life." Chapter 72. The formation of external incarnation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the disheartened villagers of Zhang village suddenly beheld a group approaching from the east. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, the petite figure of Shangguan Ruolin cast a long shadow, trailed by a throng of children as they made their way to Zhang village. At that moment, Shangguan Ruolin truly became the undisputed leader of the children, who followed her in serene silence, neither crying nor fussing. The villagers, witnessing the miraculous return of the children, were overwhelmed with joy, rushing towards the group to reunite with their own little ones. Sister Song, overwhelmed with emotion, wept as she embraced Guowazi and Shangguan Ruolin, reluctant to let them go. Guowazi cried out loudly in his mother's arms, and the village of Zhangzhuang was instantly enveloped in a symphony of joyous sobs. The village chief, tears streaming down his face, gazed at this scene. Though he could not comprehend what had transpired, the return of the children brought a glimmer of hope for the survival of Zhangzhuang. After a while, Shu Han arrived, dragging a cart laden with frozen corpses into Zhangzhuang. He explained to the village chief and the others that they had encountered a celestial being on their way, who had heard their pleas for help, vanquished the whirlwind gang, and rescued the children, even locating the bodies of the missing villagers in the snowy mountains. Although the tale was fantastical, the children spoke in remarkable unison, all insisting that a stunning fairy sister had come to the cellar to rescue them. The villagers, convinced by the children's consistent accounts, believed the story wholeheartedly, and with the whirlwind gang eradicated, the heavy burden that had loomed over them was finally lifted. Consequently, the once gloomy Zhangzhuang was now bathed in the light of hope. Shangguan Ruolin stood beside Shu Han, watching the jubilant families reclaim their children, remarking, "The happiness of mortals is truly simple." Shu Han replied, "Because their suffering was so easily endured. Their happiness will naturally come simply. A mere small-time cultivator of the 11th level of Qi refinement had caused unrest in countless households." Shangguan Ruolin surveyed the charred ruins and inquired, "What shall we do about these burnt houses? Should we use our powers to help them rebuild?" Shu Han patted his chest with a grin, saying, "There's no need to use any magic for such minor matters. With the renowned young master here, I shall assist them in rebuilding. By the timeline, we will be residing in Zhangzhuang for at least half a year. Shangguan Ruolin smiled sweetly. Then you had better act swiftly. This princess wishes to sleep in a grand bed this time. Thus, Shu Han commenced a new chapter of cultivation in Zhangzhuang Point. One of his incarnations began to replicate the Millennium Snow Lotus using a black pot, producing the clear spirit eye-opening elixir in bulk. Another incarnation found a cave on Luyang Slope, retrieving the corpse of the gray-clad old man from his storage bag, and began to concoct an external incarnation using various materials to resemble Su Zimo. Meanwhile, his main body remained by Shangguan Ruolin's side, guarding her and continuing to digest the fragments of the golden core with her assistance. The external incarnation technique was remarkably wondrous. During the refining process, Shu Han felt his mental power surging rapidly. Unlike his usual incarnation technique, which drew upon the main body's mental energy, the external incarnation first doubled his own mental power before transferring it to the incarnation. Once the incarnation was successfully created, Shu Han would effectively possess another life. On another note, with the inclusion of the Millennium Snow Lotus, the clear spirit eye-opening elixir exhibited its miraculous effects. Upon the first application, Shu Han felt as if his eyes had been reborn, faint glimmers of spirit emerging, and his spiritual perception was nurtured by the elixir. After using it continuously for 81 days, his eyes not only pierced through illusions, but astonishingly gained the ability to see through objects. He mused, no wonder the mask could not conceal his true identity before Chen Yuehua. The clear spirit eye-opening had proven to be remarkably extraordinary. As he cast his gaze upon Shangguan Ruolin, he received a sharp slap in return. Over the past few days, Shangguan Ruolin had also been cultivating her vision with a potion, and thus had attained a similar level of mastery. If you use those thieving eyes to look at other women, be wary that I shall personally gouge them out, she warned. However, Shangguan Ruolin expressed her admiration for this eye technique, exclaiming that with further refinement, it could rival the treasure-inspecting techniques of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, after reaching a minor success with the clear vision technique, the efficacy of the 1,000-year snow lotus diminished, and continued use did not yield the initial rapid progress. The two avatars took on all the tasks, while Shu Han, in his main body, dedicated himself entirely to his cultivation, aside from assisting the villagers with building houses and plowing the fields. With Shangguan Ruolin's assistance, he approached the pinnacle of the early Foundation establishment stage in less than 6 months. His body, tempered by the 10,000-year profound ice, grew increasingly resilient and robust. Although he had not yet reached the level of the heavenly cold body, he surpassed cultivators of the same and even higher tiers. Life in Zhangzhuang was tranquil and leisurely, and the months slipped by unnoticed until half a year had passed. One day, Shu Han stood by the riverbank, teaching Shangguan Ruolin how to fish. His hook frequently caught fish, occasionally landing a sizable one, while Shangguan Ruolin, sitting beside him, struggled to catch even a small fish, causing her cheeks to flush with frustration. I fail to comprehend why you choose to frolic here in daylight rather than devote yourself to cultivation, she exclaimed. Shu Han chuckled. I have reached a minor bottleneck. With your golden core fragment within me, my spiritual energy is abundant, yet I still cannot break through. I believe I need to relax my mindset. Relentless toil may prove counterproductive. Pointing at the fishing rod, Shangguan Ruolin retorted, is this your excuse for your lack of talent? With my golden core's assistance, you cannot even surpass the pinnacle of the early Foundation establishment stage. How will you navigate the cultivation world in the future? Just then, a large fish took the bait, infuriating Shangguan Ruolin further. If you desire fish, just say so. She snapped, then with a swift motion, she struck the water, sending high splashes cascading everywhere, causing fish to float belly up. Shu Han remarked, you are not attracting fish. You are exploding their habitat. Over the past 6 months, under the nurturing of Shu Han's spirit stones and elixirs, Shangguan Ruolin finally restored her cultivation to the level of the qi refinement stage. Observing her vexed demeanor, Shu Han could only smile wryly and approached her to teach her fishing techniques. Leaning closer, he said, Lin, though my cultivation is beneath yours, I believe that cultivation, much like fishing, requires a balance of tension and relaxation, along with ample patience to witness the clouds part and reveal the moon. Shangguan Ruolin scoffed, humph. A mere Foundation establishment brat dares to instruct me in my practice. Suddenly, the fishing rod in her grasp quivered with excitement, and her face flushed with joy as she exclaimed, I've caught one. I've caught a big one, as she hastily lifted the rod. Shu Han gently restrained her, advising, "Do not rush. Maintain your patience and tire it out. Alternate between tightening and loosening your grip to expend its strength. And only reel it in once it is fatigued." In the end, Shangwan Ruolin reeled in a hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds. Elated, she hugged the thrashing fish and triumphantly declared, "Look, Shu Han, this one is much larger than yours." However, at this moment, Shu Han found himself engulfed in utter bewilderment. "Shu Han, what has happened to you?" After a prolonged moment, Shu Han regained his senses and, with a hint of confusion, replied to Shangwan Ruolin, "My cultivation has unexpectedly surged to the pinnacle of the initial stage of foundation establishment, and that I have also perfected my external incarnation." Chapter 73. Ziyang Cave Heaven. Guided by the formidable four extreme sword array, Shu Han journeyed southward alone, traversing mountains and rivers and walking across expansive plains. He finally beheld a range of mountains emanating ethereal purple light. From a distance, countless dark figures ascended and descended within those mountains, all practitioners riding the winds. A glance revealed that at least several hundred cultivators were entering and exiting the mountains enveloped in purple mist. With the cultivation of the 12th level of qi refining, he had traveled for 5 days and arrived at a prominent sect in the northern region of Daoist, the Ziyang Cave Heaven. According to Shu Han's investigations, the sect leader of Ziyang Cave Heaven had reached the pinnacle of late-stage golden core cultivation, with thousands of disciples in the qi refining and foundation establishment stages under his command. And several elders in the golden core stage, as well as it was undoubtedly one of the 6 major sects in the northern region of Daoist. The pristine realm that would emerge in half a year was to be jointly initiated by these 6 sects. Donning the visage of Su Zimo, Shu Han's mind wandered through the life of Su Zimo as he soared towards Ziyang Cave Heaven on his sword. This external incarnation of his was cultivated using the Ziyang Cave Heaven's unique technique, Zixiao Lingyun Gong. When crafting his external incarnation, this technique served as the foundation, and upon its completion, the technique naturally ascended to the pinnacle of qi refining. The incomplete version of this technique had been acquired from Su Zimo's storage pouch, which only recorded the methods for the qi refining stage, and was also stripped of higher-level spells. Shu Han discerned that in this cultivation world, techniques were easily obtained, but spells were far more elusive. In terms of power, this technique was vastly inferior to the Longxian Sanjuan divine art. However, Shu Han dared not employ this technique for his external incarnation. The reasons were twofold. He feared that the people of Ziyang Cave Heaven might detect something amiss, and he was concerned that this technique could potentially shatter his external incarnation, as its cultivation level could not be increased. As he approached Ziyang Cave Heaven, Shu Han retracted the 4 extreme sword array and equipped himself with the superior grade artifact, the Wujin Zhelong Dao, commonly used by Su Zimo. In Shu Han's expert assessment, this blade was nothing but a piece of trash among trash. Lacking the Longxian Sanjuan divine art and the numerous top-tier protective artifacts, Shu Han's external incarnation still boasted considerable combat power, sufficient to face ordinary initial-stage foundation establishment cultivators without trepidation. This was largely due to the 12 vials of 7 poison water he had refined and the 200 fire god talismans, as well as the yin-yang talismans he had procured from Shangwan Ruolin. While his combat prowess was somewhat diminished compared to when he first arrived in Daoist, Shu Han's current spiritual awareness was genuinely at the pinnacle of the initial stage of foundation establishment, far surpassing his perceptive abilities from his previous qi refining stage. Just as he prepared to enter Ziyang Cave Heaven, a jovial man in purple with thick brows approached him, grinning widely as he directly inquired, "I am Rentiani, a cultivator of the 11th level of qi refining. May I ask if you, esteemed senior brother, have also returned from an external mission?" Shu Han scrutinized Rentiani, finding his recently cultivated clarity somewhat peculiar. However, lacking sufficient cultivation to discern any specific anomalies, he cautiously replied, "I am Su Zimo. Have you also returned from an external mission, junior brother?" Rentiani beamed. "Indeed, 3 years ago, I received a task from the sect to gather Kuei water lotus leaves at Bio Pool. Now that I have completed the mission, I am preparing to return to Ziyang Cave Heaven to report. Upon encountering my senior brother, who was also solitary, I pondered whether it would be prudent to seek companionship." A companion? In my conversations with Su Zimo, I had never heard mention of Rentiani, suggesting they were unfamiliar with one another. Yet, to approach someone unknown for casual banter seemed rather audacious. However, as I reflected on my recent arrival and the unfamiliarity of my surroundings, I realized that trailing behind him might unveil further intricacies and regulations of Ziyang Dongtian. Thus, I resolved, please, junior brother, and so I soared towards Zhang Dongtian alongside the unexpectedly encountered Rintiani. I recalled Su Zimo mentioning that external disciples returning to the sect must first report to the Tianming Pavilion to account for their external tasks. Those who had not fulfilled their quotas were forbidden from entering the mountain gate. Just as I was deliberating which of the buildings outside was the Tianji Pavilion, Rintiani boldly advanced into the sect. I hastily seized his arm, astonished, and inquired, "Do you not need to submit your task materials at the Tianji Pavilion? If you proceed in this manner, you may very well be intercepted by the enforcement disciples." "Ah?" Rintiani laughed heartily, having lingered in the mortal realm for too long. "I seem to have forgotten our sect's customs. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Observing his demeanor, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. This fellow was undeniably peculiar. Regrettably, my external manifestation was not my true self, and my nascent clarity of mind was insufficient to discern his true nature. Nevertheless, I chose not to dwell on it, for my primary objective was to secure the qualification to enter the Wuguji. Who was Rintiani, and what were his intentions? Such matters were of no concern to me. I surveyed the throngs of people, my gaze settling upon a bustling pavilion, and upon closer inspection, I indeed discerned the three prominent characters spelling out Tianming Lu. I then led Rintiani towards that very pavilion. Within, a constant ebb and flow of individuals resembled a checkpoint, scrutinizing the disciples entering Zhang Dongtian. Upon arriving at a checkpoint, we encountered a disciple of the 12th level of Qi refinement, who, in utter boredom, stated, "External disciples? Present your task token and materials." Rintiani produced his task token along with 300 leaves of the Kuei Shui He, placing them before the disciple. The latter glanced at the token, squinting as he read, 300 Kuei Shui He. "However, you have only submitted 250. That is insufficient. Your task remains incomplete, and you are not permitted to return to the sect." "What?" Rintiani was taken aback. "Senior brother, please take a closer look. This is indeed 300 leaves." The disciple, visibly irritated, shot him an impatient glare and retorted, "Is this your first day here?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, 70 leaves of Kuei Shui He inexplicably vanished into his storage pouch. He declared, "Now, you only have 230 left. Hurry and scram." My astonishment grew. This was nothing short of blatant extortion. Rintiani trembled with rage, slamming his fist upon the table as he exclaimed, "Repeat that. You just swallowed 70 of my leaves, and yet you dare to accuse me." The disciple scoffed, unappreciative. Immediately, he rose, bellowing, "Someone! A demonic cultivator seeks to infiltrate our Zhang Dongtian. Quickly, apprehend him." Before he could finish his declaration, I intervened, discreetly slipping a small vial of Hachi Dan into his palm while soothingly saying, "Senior brother, my junior brother is simply unfamiliar with the rules. Please accept this token of goodwill. There is no need for such uproar. We are all fellow disciples, after all." Upon glancing at the Hachi Dan in his hand, the man's anger dissipated instantly. His face flushed as he chuckled heartily. "No worries, no worries. It is indeed my junior who understands the rules. You are undoubtedly one of us from Zhang Dongtian. As for this fellow, junior, you must keep a close eye on him in the future. Otherwise, he may not be so easily dealt with next time." Understanding dawned. Shu Han pulled Rintiani closer, presenting his token and the snow lotus, saying, "These are my materials. I kindly ask you, senior brother, to verify them." However, the man did not even glance at them, instead handing over 2 violet tokens while toying with the Hachidan, stating, "That suffices. No need to inspect further. Junior, having returned from your assignment, you might be unaware. During this period, several demonic cultivators have attempted to infiltrate our sect. Henceforth, while traversing within the sect, it is imperative that you carry this token. Failing to do so may lead to complications if apprehended by the enforcement team." Shu Han clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Subsequently, he led Rintiani out of the Tianji Pavilion and into the Zhang Dongtian. Rintiani remained seething with anger, exclaiming, "How could such a petty individual thrive? Zhang Dongtian seems inferior even to the demonic path." Shu Han sighed. "Ah, patience is a virtue. One must bow their head when under the eaves." Chapter 74. The fallen master Rintiani bowed to Shu Han, expressing, "I am grateful for your generosity today, and in the future, I shall repay you as we navigate our sect. I hope you will lend me your support." It is but a trifling matter. There is no need for concern, junior brother. However, Shu Han shifted the topic, inquiring, that individual previously mentioned infiltrating demonic cultivators. I wonder what their purpose is in our Xiang Dongtian? Ren Tianyi replied with a smile. The only allure Xiang Dongtian holds for demonic cultivators is the quota for the Wugu realm. Each time the Wugu realm opens, there tends to be an influx of demonic cultivators infiltrating our sect. Shu Han elucidated, I see, during the last opening of the Wugu realm, I had yet to join Xiang Dongtian, and I must admit my ignorance. Ren Tianyi laughed heartily, clasping his fists. Not at all, Su. Upon returning to the mountain gates, one must first pay respects to our esteemed master. Let us have a drink together another day. Farewell, farewell. With that, Ren Tianyi soared towards Xiang Peak. Observing Ren Tianyi's departing figure, Shu Han mused that according to the rules, he too should first pay homage to his master. Based on Su Zimo's description, his master, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, resided in a cave dwelling on Huiyuan Peak within Xiang Dongtian. From Su Zimo's account, it appeared that foundation establishment cultivators typically had dozens of qi refining disciples under their tutelage, and Su Zimo, being under the guidance of Cheng Yuhan, held a relatively higher position, as Cheng Yuhan had retained some impression of him. This was one of the drawbacks of joining a sect at the foundation establishment stage. It required time to mentor qi refining disciples, unlike the free-spirited path of solitary cultivators. However, joining a sect also signified a stable supply of spiritual energy and reliable support, bringing numerous advantages. Shu Han pondered seriously on Su Zimo's words, immersing himself in Su Zimo's role, hoping not to reveal any shortcomings before this yet unmet master. Due to his unfamiliarity with the terrain, Shu Han meandered through Xiang Dongtian, ultimately taking quite some time to locate Huiyuan Peak. After wandering around, he discerned that even the most desolate corners of Xiang Dongtian boasted spiritual energy exceeding that of the outside world by several folds. The closer one approaches Xiang Peak, the more potent the spiritual energy becomes. From the tone of Su Zimo, it appears that an external mission is essentially akin to exile on the fringes of the realm. After all, the richness of spiritual energy is paramount for cultivators. Upon reaching Huiyuan Peak, the spiritual essence here is considerably diminished. Shu Han located Cheng Yuhan's cave abode and called out at the entrance, Disciple Su Zimo has returned from an external mission, here to pay my respects to my esteemed master. Su Zimo? A voice of surprise emanated from within the cave, followed by a call, Come in. As Shu Han stepped into the cave, his keen eyes swept over the surroundings. The cave was adorned with a few simple formations, seemingly effective only for disciples at the qi refining stage. Such defenses would be utterly inadequate against those at the foundation establishment stage. It appeared that his master was living quite frugally. Inside the cave, Shu Han beheld a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion sitting cross-legged at the center. Cheng Yuhan opened his eyes, gazed at Shu Han, and inquired, I recall that you were only away for 2 years. Why have you returned so soon? You've reached the 12th layer of qi refining. Didn't you just break through to the 11th layer before you left? How is it that taking on an external mission has elevated your cultivation? Shu Han explained. I was tasked with gathering snow lotuses and, by chance, encountered a millennium-old snow lotus. By absorbing a trace of its spiritual energy, I was fortunate enough to break through. Indeed, there is a palpable chill of snow lotus energy about you. A millennium-old snow lotus? Eh? It seems you have stumbled upon quite the opportunity during your mission, Cheng Yuhan remarked. Master, you flatter me. It was merely luck, Shu Han replied modestly. Just as Cheng Yuhan was about to respond, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the cave. Ha, Lao Cheng, guess what? My inept disciple actually ranked 48th on the heavenly rankings today. As he spoke, another bald man emerged from the cave's entrance, followed by a young man whose eyes sparkled with arrogance. Cheng Yuhan's expression darkened as he regarded the bald man. 48th is just 48th. What are you making such a fuss about in my cave? The bald man pulled the young man forward, boasting, Hee, I simply wanted to share our joy. With the unsoiled realm's opening imminent, I already have 4 disciples who have broken into the top 50 of the heavenly rankings. Once we exit the unsoiled realm, it's likely that all 4 will ascend to the foundation establishment stage, and who knows, the sect leader might reward me with a breaking barrier pill. Then I could smoothly break through the mid-stage barrier and enter the late stage. Oh, by the way, Lao Cheng, how many of your disciples have entered the heavenly rankings? Your senior disciple seems to be stuck at 52. Doesn't he? Cheng Yuhan replied darkly, Congratulations to you, but please leave. I need to meditate in peace. The bald man chuckled. Meditate? Is there still room for you to break through? You ought to keep a closer eye on your disciples. Their lack of strength is quite embarrassing. Oh, who is this young lad? Your disciple. Shu Han clasped his hands in salute and replied, Junior Su Zimo, it is an honor to meet you, Uncle Master. 12 layers of chi refining. Yet I've never heard Lao Qing mention you, the bald man remarked. Chung Yuhan interjected, My disciple hardly merits your attention. The bald man then draped an arm around Shu Han's shoulder and asked, Tell your Uncle Master, what is your ranking on the heavenly rankings? Outside the top 100, it scarcely warrants mention, Shu Han replied. The bald man sighed, Alas, it is a pity that the 50 individuals lack the qualifications to enter the immaculate realm. Moreover, the next distribution of foundational elixirs will not occur for another 40 years. Oh, you young ones must strive to bring honor to your master. Look at how his face has turned pale with worry over you all. Shu Han mused to himself, My master's pallor seems more a result of your vexation than anything else. Is it true that those beyond the 50 do not qualify to enter the immaculate realm? This news is indeed significant. It appears I must seek an opportunity to elevate my ranking on the heavenly list. Chung Yuhan could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, Enough! Must old Lu come here every day to flaunt? Will you perish if you refrain from boasting for a single day? Come, Zimo, escort your master out of the residence. Hey, hey! The bald man chuckled, wrapping an arm around Shu Han. All right, you truly are upset, brother. As long as I have a morsel to eat, so shall you. Here's the deal. Since your disciple has just ascended to the 12th layer of chi refining, he is surely unfamiliar with the realm. Let my foolish disciple spar with him to gain some combat experience. Who knows, perhaps he may even achieve a respectable ranking on the heavenly list in the future. Chung Yuhan considered this for a moment and nodded, That is acceptable, but he must exercise restraint in his strikes, as he has just advanced. The bald man patted Shu Han on the shoulder, reassuring him, Do not worry, heed your uncle's advice. When the time comes, you may unleash your full strength, my disciple can take it. And, out of respect for your master, he will not harm you. Shu Han replied, You want me to unleash my strength? Are you certain? He smiled and continued, Uncle, if I happen to defeat this senior brother, will his position on the heavenly list be ceded to me? The bald man was momentarily taken aback. Now that would be quite an unlikely turn of events. You truly are bold to think so. At that moment, the young man stepped forward, disdain evident in his demeanor. Master, I can agree to his proposal. If you defeat me, the position shall naturally be yours. But it remains to be seen whether you possess the ability to match your bravado. Chapter 75. The Descent of the Purple Clouds. Divine Technique. Cheng Yuhan and Lu Wanchong stood outside the cave entrance, observing the confrontation between the two. Lu Wanchong slapped the bald man and pulled out a handful of purple jade melon seeds from his storage pouch, sharing some with Cheng Yuhan, as they both watched with keen interest while cracking the seeds. The young man revealed his magical artifact from his storage pouch, a blue, 3-section whip, his gaze condescending as he addressed Shu Han. Wei Jiming, cultivator of the 12th layer of chi refining, magical artifact, blue jade bamboo whip. Please enlighten me. Shu Han then brandished his black gold folding dragon knife in response, declaring, Su Zimo, cultivator of the 12th layer of chi refining, magical artifact, black gold folding dragon knife. Please enlighten me. Chung Yuhan glared angrily at Lu Wanchong. Damn it. Old Lu, you have no sense of martial ethics. That fellow's bamboo whip is a top-tier magical artifact. Lu Wanchong, stroking his bald head, retorted, Stop talking nonsense. Which cultivator has ascended the Ziyang heavenly list without possessing a top-tier magical artifact? I suggest you stop hoarding those 2 top-tier artifacts in your pocket and let your disciple use them. Chung Yuhan scoffed, Aside from my life-bound magical treasure, these are the only 2 top-tier artifacts I have. What will I do if I give them away? Why do you need top-tier artifacts when you hardly step outside? You old scoundrel, you haven't changed a bit. If your disciple performs well, the sect will naturally reward you. As the two continued their banter, Shu Han had already engaged in a fierce battle with Wei Jiming, and the peak of the meeting place was soon enveloped in swirling dust and shattered stones. From time to time, stones would fly through the air, only to be immediately deflected by the protective barrier of the two engaged in idle chatter. Lu Wanchong observed Wei Jiming's whip technique, which was as powerful as a mountain crashing down, and exclaimed, My disciple, his 3-section whip technique ranks among the top 3 in Ziyang Dongtian. It flows continuously, progresses steadily, and lacks any openings. Look at your disciple, he is already retreating step by step. It won't be long before he is defeated. Cheng Yuhan scoffed, top 3 in Ziyang Dongtian? Old Lu, you are truly inflating your own reputation. There are very few who employ the 3-section whip in Ziyang Dongtian. You believe my disciple will be defeated? I beg to differ. Although your disciple's offense is fierce, Zimo not only possesses ample defense but is also waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Winning is not so simple. Indeed, that lad's footwork is rather peculiar. Is that the Yunxiao step from our Ziyang Dongtian? Cheng Yuhan shook her head. No, the Yunxiao step lacks the ability to maneuver in such a confined space. This footwork seems to rely more on physical prowess. Lu Wanchong, astonished, inquired, could it be that you secretly provided him with some special training? Cheng Yuhan was at a loss for words. I would need to possess such skills myself. Furthermore, his instantaneous speed seems to have exceeded that of an average Qi refinement stage practitioner, rivaling that of a typical foundation establishment stage practitioner. Lu Wanchong slapped his bald head and declared, I've figured it out. That lad's shoes are suspicious. Damn it. They must be top-tier magical artifacts. Old Cheng, when did you give your disciple such a treasure? Cheng Yuhan was dumbfounded. I would need to have something like that myself. Shu Han's slippery movements evidently surpassed Wei Jiming's expectations. He swung his long whip in a flurry, nearly demolishing the surrounding rocks, yet still failing to land a substantial blow on Shu Han. Shu Han gave the impression of being covered in eyes, with every one of his movements seemingly anticipated by Wei Jimingji. Is this the sensation one experiences when battling a Qi refinement stage practitioner? As the frustration mounted, Wei Jiming's anger reached a boiling point, and with a whip thrust into the ground, he struck a medicinal pill. With his hands pressed together before his chest, a misty purple aura enveloped him as he declared, Let us see how you evade this. Lu Wanchong, brimming with pride, remarked, Oh, he's getting desperate, even resorting to the Zixiao descending divine technique. Old Cheng, this truly marks the end. Cheng Yuhan's expression darkened. This lad can even execute the Zixiao descending technique? With the aid of the Yuan drawing pill, he might manage it, but the aftermath will leave him weakened for a month. Should I intervene? Continued combat may damage the harmony between our two sects, and if your disciple suffers any serious harm, it would be difficult for me to explain. However, Cheng Yuhan waved her hand. No. This lad has returned from his travels, and he seems to have changed significantly. I wish to see just how much he has grown. Let them continue fighting. With you and I watching over, there should be no issues. Lu Wanchong agreed. That's true. Wait, why is that lad also pressing his hands together? He wouldn't dare to use oh no. He's also employing the Zixiao descending divine technique. 2 immense auras surged forth on Huiyuan Peak. Wei Jiming, sensing Shu Han gathering his power to cast the same technique, was struck with terror. Is this a joke? To attempt to execute such a divine technique without the aid of medicinal pills at the Qi refinement stage. It is impossible. He must be bluffing. The descent of the Zixiao has arrived. Suppress him. With his palms pressed down, Wei Jiming conjured a thunderous resonance, as the ethereal mist of purple energy coalesced into the illusion of a small palace. Descending upon Shu Han's head in an instant, an overwhelming pressure cascaded down, and Shu Han felt himself indeed subjected to the full force of this spell's suppression. The suppressive force was considerable, yet the destructive power was lacking. Shu Han mused that if he could employ the 3-turn protective barrier, this fellow's spell would merely be a gentle breeze against his face. Thus, he raised his hands, and the misty purple energy above his head began to take form, rising into a palace even more substantial than Wei Jiming's. This purple palace gradually transformed into blue, resembling the celestial palaces described in ancient texts, and it directly shattered Wei Jiming's palace. Wei Jiming was compelled to retreat 3 steps. His spell thwarted. However, Shu Han's celestial palace immediately bore down upon him, an icy mist pouring from above, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Lu Wanchong exclaimed, What sort of spell is this? When did the Zixiao descent divine technique take on such a form? Lao Cheng, you. Cheng Yuhan was equally stunned, hastily asserting, Don't ask me if I taught this. I reiterate, I wouldn't know either. What in the world is happening? There is an overwhelming chill. A millennium snow lotus. Cheng Yuhan suddenly comprehended. My disciple must have absorbed the essence of the millennium snow lotus while outside, enabling this breakthrough. Surely, the transformation of the Zixiao descent divine technique is linked to the chill of the millennium snow lotus. Lu Wanchong, stroking his bald head, remarked, Your disciple possesses such extraordinary fortune. and yet you claim it's not to ensnare me. Enough, enough. Surrender and cease this. Cheng Yuhan laughed heartily, exclaiming with pride, Zimo, stand down. Shu Han complied, retracting his spell. Cheng Yuhan's previously ashen face immediately flushed with vitality as he patted Lu Wancheng's shoulder, chuckling, Oh dear, Lao Lu, how could you say I ensnared you? You came to me boasting. For years, you have sought to provoke me daily. This is merely karmic retribution. Lu Wancheng, with a sullen expression, shrugged off Cheng Yuhan's hand, saying, Enough. Look at you, reveling in your small triumph. How unbecoming, Shu Han interjected, Uncle Master, regarding the rankings. Upon hearing this, Lu Wancheng's face fell, casting a glance at Shu Han before glaring at Cheng Yuhan. Lao Cheng, are you serious? With his level, he could easily challenge others. Why covet my disciple's ranking, which he has painstakingly earned? Wasn't it your agreement? Lu Wancheng inhaled deeply, forcing a smile as he draped an arm around Shu Han's shoulder, saying, Good nephew, let us discuss a matter. Chapter 76. The 300 Refinements of Artifacts. Observing Lu Wancheng approaching with a foolish grin, Shu Han stifled the urge to roll his eyes and inquired, What is it, Uncle Master? Lu Wancheng, stroking his bald head, advised, Nephew, this is merely a private contest. We are not on the Ziyang platform, so technically it doesn't count. You see, your master and I hail from the same sect. We are, in essence, family, and within a family, we do not speak of divisions. Let us forego the matter of rankings. Wei Jiming, with a grim visage, interjected, Master, a wager is a wager. My ranking shall belong to him. Lu Wancheng turned his head sharply, glaring fiercely as he delivered a kick to the man's backside, nearly sending him sprawling in a most undignified manner. With indignation, he exclaimed, Do you not comprehend the state you are in after consuming the Chou Yuan Dan? You have been weakened for a month, and cannot continue its use for 3 months. How do you expect to ascend the heavenly rankings within less than half a year? Wei Jiming, patting his rear, lamented, My disciple possesses only this level of skill. If he is outmatched and does not make it to the heavenly rankings, then so be it. Where is my blade? Enough, enough. Cheng Yuhan, brimming with satisfaction, declared, Let it be. I shall take charge of this matter and will not count your disciple's ranking. It truly would harm our harmony. Lu Wancheng hastily grasped his hand, expressing gratitude. Once a senior brother, always a senior brother. No need for further words. I shall surely reward you handsomely on another occasion. With that, he attempted to depart, only to be halted by Cheng Yuhan. No need to wait for another occasion. Let it be today. Very well. Lu Wancheng frowned slightly, casting a sidelong glance. What have you set your sights on? Speak. Cheng Yuhan responded with a smile. It is not a matter of what I desire, but rather what my disciple is inclined towards. Everyone knows you stumbled upon a small fortune during the previous venture into the Wuguji. Take my disciple to your treasure trove for a glimpse. Lu Wancheng raised an eyebrow. You wish for him to choose? Indeed. Lu Wancheng clapped his hands, exclaiming, Splendid. As long as it is not you, old dog, let us go. Nephew, your uncle shall escort you to see the grand treasures. Shu Han. Thus, Shu Han followed Lu Wancheng to the opposite side of Huiyuan Mountain. There lay another cave dwelling, its size and protective formations evidently more sophisticated than Cheng Yuhan's. As Lu Wancheng proudly showcased his cave to Shu Han, he remarked, Your uncle has not had the pleasure of meeting you before. You must have recently joined that old dog-s sect. What a pity. If you were under my tutelage, a disciple like you would surely merit a top-tier magical artifact, even if I had to sell everything to acquire it. Alas, that old dog is rather stingy. Shu Han inquired. I heard from my master that your current fortunes are primarily derived from the Wuguji expedition 20 years ago? Lu Wancheng chuckled. Indeed. 20 years ago, I was just like you, a disciple at the 12th level of Qi refinement. At that time, the old dog took the lead by consuming a foundation establishment pill, advancing to the foundation establishment stage, while I missed that opportunity and ascended the heavenly rankings to try my luck in the Wuguji. The Wuguji is a marvelous place. It is said to be the remnants of an ancient celestial sect. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, but the treasures found within are truly exceptional. The items produced there are rare and precious. You might find a mere stone that could be a priceless artifact. Shu Han exclaimed, Is it truly so wondrous? Do not doubt it. Lu Wancheng produced a jade pendant, boasting, This was carved from a stone I found during my last visit to the Wuguji, and it possesses the ability to nurture one's spiritual consciousness. Its worth is equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Nephew, it is not that your uncle is being unreasonable. The Wuguji has significant implications for cultivators who have yet to establish their foundations. If my disciple fails to break into the top 50 this time, he will have to wait another 20 years to establish his foundation, as the sect imposes assessments on us masters. Shu Han questioned, is it true that entering the Wuguji guarantees foundation establishment? This is not the case. Rather, if you contribute to the sect within the realm of purity, the sect will bestow upon you a special foundation establishment pill. Those who make significant contributions may even benefit from the sect leader's enlightening guidance. Lu Wanchong observed the contemplative expression on Shu Han's face and remarked, it seems you are inclined to venture into the realm of purity. This is a good thing. Your master has not produced a single foundation establishment disciple in recent years, and if this continues, the sect may have to reduce his stipend. That fellow is already impoverished. Shu Han nodded and inquired, Master Uncle, have you ever heard of the celestial creation liquid? Lu Wanchong furrowed his brow and replied, why do you ask about this? I have heard that it is the most precious product of the realm of purity. Lu Wanchong confirmed, indeed, however, the celestial creation liquid is a coveted item fought over by the late-stage foundation establishment monsters of various sections. I am not well informed about it, and typically only 1 or 2 drops are available, mostly claimed by the Qinglei sect. Those in the Qi refinement stage should not even think about it. Wouldn't it be more fruitful to seek opportunities elsewhere? I was merely curious. Since Lu Wanchong was not knowledgeable on the subject, Shu Han refrained from further inquiries and instead asked, Master Uncle, are there any dangers in the realm of purity? Now that is an appropriate question. Lu Wanchong responded. There are indeed dangers. I have heard from predecessors that initially, the realm of purity was a place where many entered and many perished. However, as fatalities increased, experiences were garnered, and particularly hazardous areas have now been marked. According to the rules, the current realm of purity is no longer excessively perilous. Nevertheless, Lu Wanchong patted Shu Han on the head and continued, dangers do still exist, as each time, a number of thoughtless individuals meet their demise within. Moreover, if you enter, you must also be cautious of disciples from other sects. After all, order in the realm of purity is utterly broken. Shu Han nodded. At that moment, he was led by Lu Wanchong into his treasure cave. Here stood 3 Wangwali wooden shelves, adorned with an array of trinkets. Choose one from here, Lu Wanchong said. There are materials, spells, elixirs, and magical artifacts. He then hummed a tune while polishing his treasures, leaving Shu Han to make his selection. Standing before the 3 shelves, Shu Han's discerning eyes scanned each item with clarity. After surveying the majority, he anticipated that the items here, while quite precious for those in the Qi refinement stage, seemed somewhat superfluous for him, being at the pinnacle of the early foundation establishment stage. Lu Wanchong busied himself polishing the treasures, yet his consciousness remained attentive to Shu Han. At this moment, Lu Wanchong couldn't help but mutter to himself, after perusing so many treasures, why haven't you made a choice? Truly hard to please, oh. You've spotted my purple gold jade ruby. That is indeed the most valuable treasure here. With a slight modification by an expert, it could become an exceptional artifact. Kid, do not choose this. Damn, still looking. Have you seen enough? You wouldn't actually choose this, would you? Put it down. Put it down. Phew. Luckily, you are blind to its value. If that old dog Chung were to come by, he might just take the jade ruby without a second thought. Holding a book titled 300 Explanations of Refining Tools for so long. This fellow doesn't he intend to learn tool refining, does he? A wayward individual. However, if you choose this one, it would be splendid. Although it was originally brought from the realm of innocence, I have already made hundreds of copies of its contents. The original version is of little consequence. Subsequently, Shu Han emerged from within, holding precisely that tome, 300 Explanations of Refining Tools. Lu Wanchong smacked his thigh in astonishment, exclaiming, You have directly selected my most cherished treasure. Disciple, you are truly extraordinary. Chapter 77. Another golden page. Shu Han exited Lu Wanchong's cavern, clutching the volume 300 Explanations of Refining Tools. He carelessly tossed the book into his storage pouch, covertly tearing out a page and concealing it on his person before retracing his steps to Cheng Yuhan's lair. At this moment, his heart raced wildly, requiring several deep breaths to calm his frayed nerves. Upon returning to Cheng Yuhan's abode, Cheng Yuhan cheerfully patted Shu Han on the shoulder, praising him. Well done, my boy. At last, a disciple who can bring honor to his master. Now, do tell me, From whence did you acquire those exquisite boots? Shu Han felt a surge of exasperation. Why was this the first question upon his return? Thus, he recounted, while harvesting snow lotuses, I stumbled upon a frozen corpse, presumably a victim of the tempest summoned by the Millennium Snow Lotus. These exquisite magical boots were plundered from that deceased individual. I see. That implies you must possess other treasures as well. Do share them with your master, Cheng Yuhan urged. Noticing Shu Han's hesitation, Cheng Yuhan chuckled. Silly boy, is there anything you can conceal from your master? I am in the mid-stage of foundation building. Surely, I cannot covet your possessions? With a resigned sigh, Shu Han revealed his Gang Tian CG sword array. He pondered to himself that he would need to compete for the Ziyun Tian rankings, and relying solely on this chilling black dragon blade would not suffice. Although the Gang Tian CG sword array was of the highest caliber, it still lacked considerable power against mid-stage foundation building cultivators. If Cheng Yuhan truly dared to covet his sword array, his peaceful days would be numbered, and he would have to brace for the 8 directions breaking evil sword. Upon witnessing the 4 Gang Tian swords, Cheng Yuhan's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, a sword array composed of 4 supreme magical artifacts. Disciple, you have truly struck gold this time. He then erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha, I finally have a capable disciple. If old Lu knew you were holding back, he would surely be incensed. Come, let your master see what treasures you unearthed from old Lu. However, upon catching sight of the volume 300 explanations of refining tools, Cheng Yuhan's expression darkened. Did old Lu give this to you? Shu Han was left speechless. This was chosen by the disciple himself. Hiss! Cheng Yuhan inhaled sharply, suppressing his urge to strike out in frustration. Very well, today you have brought honor, so I shall refrain from scolding you. With that, he tossed Shu Han a token, saying, I see you lack a defensive magical artifact. Take my token to Baotian Peak and have them craft a protective high-grade artifact for you. The cost that will be deducted from my offerings next month. High-grade artifact. And it will be deducted from next month's offerings. Just how impoverished must you be? Shu Han expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. The high-grade artifact from you is not a mere gift. You are tasked with entering the top 40 of the heavenly rankings within 6 months to obtain a spot in the pure realm. I shall heed the master's command, Zhang Zhuang. Shu Han finds himself amidst a blooming garden, collaborating with Shangguan Ruolin in their cultivation, striving to assimilate the remaining fragments of the golden core within his body, yearning to break through the pinnacle of the initial stage of foundation establishment and advance to the mid-foundation stage. Suddenly, he awakens from his deep meditation, a look of joy illuminating his face. He immediately commands his 2 avatars to cease their alchemical and forging endeavors and return to his essence. Shangguan Ruolin, roused alongside him, inquires, What is it? Shu Han replies with a smile. Ruolin, are you curious about the origins of the clear spirit vision technique and the external avatar technique that I imparted to you? Shangguan Ruolin responds, Such spells are indeed fascinating, but if you do not volunteer the information, I shall not pry further. Shu Han produces a piece of golden parchment and presents it before Shangguan Ruolin, saying, It is nothing extraordinary. I merely stumbled upon this golden leaf by chance. Given your vast knowledge, can you discern what this is? Shangguan Ruolin examines the golden parchment closely and shakes her head. I have never encountered such an object, yet its material appears remarkably resilient, seemingly impervious to destruction. The clear spirit vision and external avatar techniques inscribed on this golden page have proven immensely beneficial to me, and now I have discovered another golden page. Truly, even Shangguan Ruolin, who is at the core formation stage, is stirred with excitement. Shu Han rises and gazes into the distance, stating, The other page resides within the Ziyang cave heaven. However, this one is different. It requires the clear spirit vision to unveil its concealment. Yet my proficiency in the external avatar and clear spirit vision is insufficient, allowing me only to barely see through the disguise. While the inscriptions remain elusive, we must proceed there at once to investigate. Shu Han's external avatar, bearing Cheng Yuhan's token, departs from Huiyuan Peak, soaring towards Baotian Peak. The most conspicuous feature of the Ziyang cave heaven is the Ziyang Peak, enveloped in ethereal purple mist, followed closely by Baotian Peak, shrouded in the smoke of alchemical and forging activities. This mountain supplies the entire Ziyang cave heaven with elixirs and magical artifacts, with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures arriving daily at Baotian Peak. The thought of this tantalizes Shu Han, who is in urgent need of various materials. The Rui star formation and the absolute sound severing formation remain incomplete. Currently, he dares not show his face at the gathering of cultivators in the northern region of Dayun, fearing that a discerning cultivator might uncover his true identity and relay the information to Shangguan Yaodong. Observing the treasure-laden Baotian Peak, Shu Han muses that it would be splendid to acquire some scraps of forging materials here. Baotian Peak is bustling with activity, yet most individuals fly directly to the foot of the mountain rather than ascend to the peak itself. Following the crowd, Shu Han arrives at the base of Baotian Peak. Accompanying many others as they ascend the stone steps toward the summit, at the foot of Baotian Peak lies a large marketplace. After wandering through it, Shu Han realizes that this market differs significantly from the Qingshi gathering. Here, finished products are not sold directly. Rather, labor is offered. Most are disciples at the Qi refinement stage, advertising their services for alchemical concoctions and artifact forging. Many disciples opt not to order customized items from the main peak, choosing instead to have their needs met at these stalls, likely due to the lower costs. Some booths are bustling with patrons, while others stand desolate, indicative of the craftsman's skill levels. Shu Han displayed no interest in the street stalls. Since Cheng Yuhan was funding the venture, he was determined to seek out a master at the mountaintop for a bespoke item. However, after taking only a few steps, a slender figure halted him. The individual, tall and lean, beamed at Shu Han and exclaimed with delight, "Oh, isn't this CMO? You returned from your assignment without even informing me." Shu Han gazed at the man with a perplexed expression, silently pondering, "Who are you?" Noticing Shu Han's bewilderment, the man raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What's the matter? You're acting as if you don't recognize me. I mentioned that I would return your spirit stones. I've just been a bit financially constrained lately." Suddenly, Shu Han recalled that Su Zimo had a friend named Fei Xingyang, reputed to be a craftsman from Baotian Peak. "Fei Xiong, I have matters to attend to. My master has tasked me with commissioning a high-quality defensive artifact. We shall converse further another time," in haste. Shu Han sought to depart, knowing that mingling with Su Zimo's acquaintances could lead to complications. "Wow, you didn't come to me for the artifact commission. Are you planning to sever our ties? The black gold folding dragon knife was crafted by me at a discounted rate. Do you not understand the concept of loyalty among brothers?" Shu Han retorted, "Good heavens, this piece of junk was made by you? You truly are a fraud." Fei Xingyang then slung an arm around Shu Han's shoulders, grinning as he said, "You seem distracted. It must have been quite arduous for you being away on assignment these past years. Come, let me take you out for a drink to unwind." "What? I came here to commission an artifact." "Leave the artifact matter to me. It's merely a high-quality one. I can craft it with my eyes closed. Let us drink. It's been ages since we've gathered together." Shu Han, at a loss for words, replied, "Weren't you supposed to be at your stall?" Fei Xingyang waved his hand dismissively. "There haven't been any orders lately. Treating a brother to drinks is of utmost importance." Chapter 78. Drinking at the fragrant pavilion in plain view of the crowd. Shu Han was pulled along by this individual, and seeing the familiarity on his face, he felt it would be impolite to refuse. Thus he was ushered out of Baotian Peak. Moreover, Shu Han was mindful of the crafting materials available on Baotian Peak and thought that this person, being a disciple in crafting, might assist him in acquiring some leftover materials. "You've returned and your cultivation has improved. You truly are fortunate." Shu Han chuckled awkwardly. "It's merely luck. You've hit the jackpot, returning just in time. Recently, the fragrant pavilion has recruited a batch of young and beautiful female disciples, all fresh and radiant. Tonight, I shall treat you to a delightful evening." "Ah?" Shu Han was taken aback. How could he encounter such things upon his arrival at Xiang Cave Heaven? Fei Xingyang glanced sideways at Shu Han and inquired, "What's wrong, Zmo? You used to be so loquacious. Why have you become so reticent upon your return? And about the drinking, why hesitate? Isn't it your favorite pastime?" Shu Han explained, "It's just that with the imminent opening of the Wugo realm, I think it's time to experience a different path. I can no longer remain stagnant in the Qi refinement stage. Thus, I have lost interest in such frivolities. Let us discuss crafting instead." "Oh, you qualify for the Wugo realm now. When did you become so formidable?" Shu Han then recounted the tale of the Millennium Snow Lotus to Fei Xingyang. Upon hearing it, Fei Xingyang clicked his tongue, delivered a playful punch to Shu Han, and enviously exclaimed, "You truly are the luckiest fellow. It is imperative that I treat you generously tonight. My dear lady, feel free to choose as you wish. Once you have established your foundation, do not forget your brother." Are you not inclined to venture into the realm of purity? Fei Zhengyang remarked. Am I not being sincerely belittled? You are well aware of my capabilities. I am quite adept at artifact forging, though my combat skills leave much to be desired. Nevertheless, I have come to terms with it. I shall simply linger within the Ziyang cave heaven for now. In a few decades, I am certain there will be a share of foundation-building pills awaiting me. Shu Han interjected. Remove the title of artifact forging master from my name, he then inquired. If I wait several decades, I shall be old and frail by then. Thus, I assert, while youth and vigor are on our side, we must seize the joys of life to the fullest. I have come to understand that both establishing a foundation and becoming an exquisite artifact master are formidable challenges. Living each day well is the true path. Nowadays, I spend my time setting up stalls, accepting orders to earn some spirit stones. With spirit stones in hand, I indulge in the floral delights at the aroma pavilion. Without them, I enjoy the complimentary music. My days are spent in carefree leisure. Shu Han was rendered speechless. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, he observed everyone striving diligently, exhausting their intellect to gather resources. Yet this individual was entirely different, and no wonder Su Zimo has always remained unattainable. Upon arriving at the aroma pavilion, Shu Han could detect a delightful fragrance from afar. The sounds of song and dance emanated from the grand pavilion, with the melodious laughter ringing out intermittently. Fei Zhengyang, indeed a regular patron, was ushered into a private booth upon entering. He reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, savoring the spirit fruits served to him, leisurely gazing at the dancers gliding gracefully in the central hall, their skirts fluttering, occasionally revealing their snow-white skin, harmonizing with the enchanting melodies, stirring one's very blood. Lie down. Why so tense? Has your mind been rattled? With no choice but to adhere to the persona, Shu Han reclined as well. Following the rhythmic beats, the dancers dispersed like blooming petals, and a breathtaking beauty in red gradually descended from above. Fei Zhengyang was practically drooling. Today is truly Xue Xianzi's stage. I have not erred in coming. If I could forge a bond with Xue Xianzi in this lifetime, savoring the pleasures of companionship each night, it would render my existence worthwhile. Before long, two youthful maidens entered, each carrying a jug of wine. Their smiles were as radiant as flowers as they reclined against Shu Han and Fei Zhengyang, nestling closely in their embrace. Shu Han was momentarily taken aback as this what floral wine entails. I had thought it was merely the name of the drink. After a decade of cultivation in the Longxian sect S Valley and a year of adventures in the Great Cloud, Shu Han had devoted himself to the path and had never experienced such a thing, leaving him utterly bewildered. Embracing the soft, fragrant beauty in his arms, his head began to feel warm. I am merely here for the wine. It's nothing at all, however. In the next moment, the young maiden decisively slapped him in the face with her actions. Suddenly, a tender, fragrant pair of lips pressed against his, and a rich, aromatic liquid infused with the maiden's alluring scent flowed into his mouth. The sensation nearly melted Shu Han's very soul, almost ensnaring him in this tender embrace. Just as he was lost in this bliss, an unexpectedly stunning visage reminiscent of Shangguan Roland, proud and aloof as snow, suddenly appeared before him. With a start, Shu Han broke free from the maiden's embrace, crashing to the ground, his face flushed crimson. Fei Zhengyang, engrossed in his enjoyment, gently pushed away the young woman in his embrace. He looked over in surprise and inquired, "What on earth is going on? How did you manage to bring my brother down to the ground? Do you still wish to acquire the spirit stones?" Shu Han, rising to her feet, demurred, No. I have recently reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, and it is not appropriate for me to engage in intimate relations at this time. Let us forego this occasion." However, Fei Zhengyang, perplexed, replied, "What nonsense are you speaking? These ladies have mastered the light cloud and charming rain technique. How could dual cultivation with them possibly hinder your progress?" Shu Han found herself at a loss for words. Yet, upon seeing the woman on the chaise lounge gazing at her with sultry eyes, she felt an overwhelming reluctance to recline once more. Just as the tension lingered, a man abruptly burst into the private room. His gaunt face twisted into a smile of disdain as he exclaimed, "Ah, there you are. Come, do not indulge in pleasure here any longer. Brother Kong wishes to see you." Fei Zhengyang's expression soured slightly as he pushed the young woman aside and stood up, offering a forced smile. All right. He then turned to the two women, saying, "While I take my leave, Do not be idle. You came here at the expense of spirit stones, so ensure my brother is well attended. The man, arms crossed, chuckled. You still have spirit stones to spend on others' merriment? Fei Zhengyang chuckled in reply. I just returned from an assignment. Surely, someone must welcome me back with that. He grasped the man's arm and exited the room. Once Fei Zhengyang departed, the two enchanting young women approached Shu Han, wine jugs in hand, and entwined themselves around him like seductive serpents. Shu Han swallowed hard and hastily pushed them away, stating, Ladies, you need not toil this evening. I currently lack the inclination. One woman, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, Young master, if I fail to serve you properly, I shall not earn any spirit stones tonight and will be punished. Please, have mercy on me. Indeed, we are not particularly gifted. If we do not rely on our youth to earn some spirit stones, our future cultivation will be precarious. Might you find it in your heart to indulge us for one night? The two stunning beauties took turns whispering enticingly in his ear, a temptation that was hard to resist. Shu Han, placing 8 low-grade spirit stones on the table, instantly caught their attention. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly fled the private room. The thrill of the flower wine was undeniably exhilarating. At just over 20, he nearly succumbed to temptation. Stepping out of the fragrant pavilion, Shu Han searched for Fei Zhengyang's whereabouts. His keen senses soon detected Fei Zhengyang surrounded by a group in a nearby grove. Fei Zhengyang wore a forced smile, attempting to explain himself, yet the atmosphere seemed decidedly grim. Chapter 79. The Fire-Earth Chamber. Holding his breath, Shu Han crept closer, his foundational level of spiritual awareness subtly probing the scene. As his consciousness swept across the gathering, he discerned that Fei Zhengyang was encircled by 3 disciples at the 12th level of qi refinement. Among them, a young man clad in a purple robe, possessing a refined appearance, seemed quite formidable, likely the brother Kong they had mentioned. Listening intently to their conversation, Shu Han realized that this group comprised creditors. It appeared that Fei Zhengyang had squandered all his spirit stones and resorted to borrowing funds to indulge at the fragrant pavilion. Moreover, the interest was steep. Having borrowed 300 low-grade spirit stones a year ago, he was now required to repay 600 in just a year. The debt had doubled. Despite owing such a considerable sum, Fei Zhengyang still had the audacity to lavishly treat others to a night of revelry. Shu Han was at a loss for words regarding this fellow. Upon hearing that Fei Zhengyang possessed merely 20-odd spirit stones, the group unleashed a barrage of blows upon him, demanding that he either repay 600 immediately or face a debt of 900 in 3 months' time. Otherwise, they would escalate the matter to the elders for a judgment. Subsequently, the group departed, leaving Fei Zhengyang, battered and bruised, to rise from the ground, cursing softly as he concealed his face and made his way out of the woods. He glanced at the fragrant pavilion, hesitated briefly, and then resolved to return to Baotian Peak. As fate would have it, he collided headlong with Shu Han. Fei Zhengyang, with a face resembling that of a swollen pig, inquired in astonishment, ZMO, were you not reveling inside? Has it ended so soon? Huh? Shu Han, perplexed, merely nodded in response. Immediately, the panda-eyed Fei Zhengyang regarded him with disdain, sarcastically retorting, What on earth happened? Did you finish so quickly? You must have been indulging in earthly pleasures, eh? TSK, completely drained. I see. Had I known you would be so swift, I wouldn't have squandered so many spirit stones bringing you here. What a waste. As they continued walking, Fei Zhengyang lamented, Brother, I am truly doomed. In 3 months, I must present myself to the judgment elder. Those wretched thugs lent me 300, yet they demand 900 in return. It is utterly outrageous. Shu Han queried, Is it truly so extortionate? Is there no one to intervene? Who would dare intervene? The judgment elder is his father. Shu Han responded, speechless. Fei Zhengyang, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, What shall I do? If I cannot procure the amount, that fellow will surely make me pay dearly. Shu Han cautiously suggested, Are you not a weapon master? Why not forge to repay the debt? It is not that simple. Fei Zhengyang covered his face, exclaiming, You know as well as I do that as a disciple of Baotian Peak, I spend the majority of my day assisting my master with forging, leaving only a scant amount of time to take on private commissions in my own furnace. Moreover, my forging skills are merely of average quality. 900 spirit stones would require an exceptional artifact. Upon hearing this, Shu Han's mind raced, and he proposed, This is manageable. Lend me your furnace, and I shall assist in forging an artifact to settle your debt. Ah? Fei Zhengyang stared at Shu Han as if he were a fool. Remarking, I say, Brother ZMO, why do you seem like a different person upon your return? You actually speak of forging? I appreciate your intentions, but this is far too unreliable. Shu Han produced the book titled 300 Insights into Forging and stated, During my external missions, I received guidance from a master and became enamored with forging. I have successfully crafted several superior artifacts. Since your furnace lies idle most days, why not allow me a chance? It could very well resolve your pressing dilemma. You forged superior artifacts in just over 2 years? Who do you think you're fooling? Shu Han chuckled. If you doubt my abilities, let us head to your furnace now, and I shall demonstrate my forging technique. Humph. I thought you had changed, but it seems you remain the same, merely a braggart. Very well, since I shall not be able to meet any ladies tonight, I shall accompany you, this large man, into the furnace. Shu Han grinned. Should we succeed, I assure you, it will not be without cost to you. Fei Zhengyang trembled slightly, playfully retorting, Brother, if you fancy anything about me, just take it directly. Shu Han remarked, Aren't you a disciple of Baotian Peak? You must have access to the advanced materials there. Why not? Fei Zhengyang hastily interjected, You wouldn't dare suggest I steal materials for you. Would you? That would be a capital offense. If I could pilfer materials, would I still be lacking 900 spiritual stones? Shu Han quickly replied, No. There is always material loss in smelting. Just help me bring back some scraps of rare materials. Just a little of each will suffice. No one will notice. What do you need scraps for? Shu Han explained. To study the properties of the materials and refine my smelting techniques. Fei Zhengyang scoffed. I say you know nothing of smelting. Scraps are utterly incapable of taking shape. You're merely pretending to be a master smith. Do not concern yourself with how I intend to use them. Just tell me if it's feasible. Fei Zhengyang clapped Shu Han on the shoulder and said, All right, let us not even speak of superior grade artifacts. If you can manage to forge a mid-grade artifact, that would be an accomplishment. Shu Han followed Fei Zhengyang to the mountainside of Baotian Peak, which resembled a beehive, with firehouses scattered like stars. Each firehouse was connected to the main vein of Baotian Peak's earth fire, which burned fiercely and never extinguished. Using the Baotian Peak token, Fei Zhengyang led Shu Han into his firehouse. The centerpiece of the firehouse was a large bronze furnace, which could rival the one belonging to his former master, yet it was standard equipment for all Qi refinement disciples at Baotian Peak. Beneath the bronze furnace lay a complex array, with a gaping pit at its center. Fei Zhengyang activated the array with the token, and surging white earth fire erupted from the pit, instantly raising the temperature within the firehouse. Shu Han, adept at alchemy and smelting, had only ever worked with medicinal fire and had never encountered earth fire. Now he realized how labor-intensive and time-consuming medicinal fire smelting was, a far cry from the continuous and stable heat of earth fire. Fei Zhengyang brought over a pile of inexpensive materials and said, Zimo, why don't you skip smelting and just purify these materials instead? Purifying and refining basic materials is the foundation of all skills. Test my fundamentals? Shu Han couldn't help but chuckle internally. Back when he was honing his skills, he had nearly unlimited materials at his disposal due to the black pot. His fundamentals were already exceedingly solid. Shu Han tossed the materials into the bronze furnace, and his spiritual sense began to guide the earth fire along the array, heating the assorted materials within the furnace distinctly. Fei Zhengyang crossed his arms and observed. Well, it looks quite promising. However, he soon found himself wide-eyed in astonishment. Shu Han actually directed the earth fire to split into 17 branches, precisely refining 17 different materials within the furnace. This level of accuracy and proficiency left Fei Zhengyang feeling inadequate. This fellow had been outside for over 3 years and had somehow mastered such advanced smelting techniques. Immersed in his work, Shu Han purged all impurities from the materials in less than half a night. Fei Zhengyang, dumbfounded, exclaimed, Zimo, you truly should have joined us at Baotian Peak. Achieving this level of skill after just 3 years of training outside, you undoubtedly possess the potential to become an exceptional smith. Shu Han snapped back to reality and asked, So, does our previous transaction stand? Indeed. Fei Zhengyang grasped Shu Han's hand sincerely and declared, From now on, this firehouse shall belong to you. Please, you must help me through this difficult situation. In the future, all the indulgences and merriment will be attributed to me. What about the materials? Fei Zhengyang patted his chest confidently. Leave the scraps to me. I will procure whatever you need. However, I must warn you, It will only be a small amount, so do not complain about its scarcity later. Chapter 80. The challenge of the heavenly rankings. After showcasing his forging techniques for half the night, Fei Zhengyang was left utterly astonished. He shamelessly implored Shu Han to impart his knowledge of crafting. Observing that beneath his boisterous exterior, Fei Zhengyang's heart was not entirely unkind, Shu Han reflected on the fact that despite being heavily in debt, he still dared to invite others for drinks, revealing a rather carefree disposition. Since he bore the identity of Su Zimo, Shu Han resolved to look after his acquaintances. Thus, he acquiesced to Fei Zhengyang's request and agreed to offer guidance in his forging endeavors during his spare moments. As dawn broke, Shu Han departed from Baotian Peak, making his way to the Xiang Peak's Xiang Tiantai. After all, he had come for a chance at the Wuguji quota, and securing a position within the top 50 of the Xiang heavenly rankings was of utmost importance. Fei Zhengyang insisted on tagging along, claiming that Shu Han's confidence compelled him to witness the spectacle. Shu Han cast a sidelong glance at him, thinking that if he channeled half of that enthusiasm for spectating into his forging, his skills would surely not be so lackluster. The Xiang Tiantai was situated halfway up the Xiang Peak, as if a colossal blade had cleaved a scar across the mountain's center. Upon reaching this vast platform, Shu Han and Fei Zhengyang discovered throngs of cultivators bustling about. 50 small competition platforms were established on the Xiang Tiantai, with a massive central stage at its heart. Through casual conversation with Fei Zhengyang, Shu Han learned that these 50 small platforms represented the top 50 of the heavenly rankings, each presided over by a champion. To challenge a champion, one must present the requisite amount of competition spirit stones. The central large arena, however, served as the Xiang Dongtian's life and death combat stage, where disciples could resolve irreconcilable conflicts. Looking around, Shu Han noticed that the 10 platforms ranked below the top 20 were teeming with eager participants, engaged in fierce battles. Conversely, the platforms ranked above 20 were relatively deserted, likely due to the formidable strength of those disciples and the exorbitant costs associated with challenges, resulting in a lack of interest. The competition among the platforms ranked below 20 was exceptionally fierce, driven by the desire to secure a place in the Wuguji. Shu Han remarked, "If I were to achieve a ranking, I would simply lock myself away and avoid all challenges." "Wouldn't that secure my position in the Wuguji?" Fei Zhengyang interjected. "The rules were changed 2 years ago. With the imminent opening of the Wuguji, there is a fear that someone might entertain thoughts like yours. Now, unless severely injured, any disciple within the top 50 must accept all challenges." Shu Han shrugged, deciding to seek a challenge within the 50 rankings. He approached the platform ranked 42 to register for a duel, only to discover that his name was placed over 120 spots down the list. Stunned, he thought to himself, how long would it take before it was his turn? Fei Zhengyang patted him on the shoulder. "Just wait patiently. There should still be opportunities, especially with 5 months remaining." Should there still be opportunities? Shu Han was at a loss for words. He needed to secure his spot this time. Any delay could lead to unforeseen changes. He gazed towards the top 20 of the heavenly rankings, deciding not to conceal his capabilities any longer. Choosing a challenge below the 20th rank not only required patience in waiting, but would also subject him to daily challenges thereafter. Let us resolutely fix our sights on the top 20 of the celestial rankings. Thus, he traversed the throngs of the lower-tier arena, making his way toward the higher-tier stage. As he waded through the dense crowd, Shu Han noticed a slender-waisted lady also maneuvering her way toward the advanced arena. He discerned that this lady possessed merely the cultivation of the 8th level of Qi refinement, yet she aspired to challenge the esteemed arena. Upon realizing Shu Han was observing her, the lady approached with a furrowed brow, her striking phoenix eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe, as she spoke with evident displeasure. "Su Zimo, why have you returned? I have told you countless times that I wish to sever all ties with you. Do not follow me any longer." Ah? Observing the haughty demeanor of this young woman, Shu Han could not help but think, with what audacity does someone of the 8th level dare to speak to me in such a tone? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this woman be the revered Shifu Chu Yun, whom Su Zimo incessantly lamented? From Su Zimo's ramblings, he had learned that after joining the sect, Shifu Chu Yun had been meticulously cared for by Su Zimo, who initially sought to cultivate a romantic bond that would lead to them becoming partners. However, as Shifu Chu Yun's cultivation advanced and her horizons broadened, she deemed Su Zimo inadequate, resolutely rejecting his proposal for partnership. This incident had been a constant source of grievance for Su Zimo. "Do not entangle me any further. Following you leads to nowhere. Do you not realize your own limitations? Oh, you have already reached the 12th level of Qi refinement. Shifu Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with surprise. At that moment, Fei Zhengyang emerged from the crowd, and upon spotting Shifu Chu Yun, he clapped Shu Han on the shoulder, exclaiming, You are incorrigible. Your skills have improved, yet your stubbornness remains unchanged. Are you so captivated by this broken shoe that you cannot move on? Hurry back and make a reservation, or you truly will miss your chance, Shu Han replied. I cannot possibly explain this. Shifu Chu Yun retorted angrily, You are the real broken shoe. Oh dear, with your looks, how dare you look down on my brother? I could easily summon a girl from the fragrant pavilion who surpasses you in allure. Upon hearing this, Shifu Chu Yun was momentarily rendered speechless, glaring at Fei Zhengyang in fury, before turning to Shu Han in warning. Su Zimo, I advise you to distance yourself from this person in the future. He lacks decorum. Oh, are we ruffled now? My brother has cared for you in the past. With your kind of betrayal, are you not the broken shoe? Who says she is a broken shoe? Suddenly, a voice from the side interrupted, causing Fei Zhengyang to instinctively shrink back. Shu Han turned to see the gentleman in purple from the previous night approaching with a congenial smile. It was none other than Kong Shixiang, the creditor of Fei Zhengyang. Upon seeing Kong Shixiang, Shifu Chu Yun instantly transformed her demeanor into one of affable charm, eagerly throwing herself into his embrace, casting a disdainful smirk at Fei Zhengyang. Fei Zhengyang, hunched over, remarked, Shixiang, with your status, this woman can only be deemed a broken shoe. She is unworthy of you. Kong Shixiang, playfully caressing Shifu Chu Yun's waist, laughed. Regardless of her title, any woman who can earn spirit stones in my fragrant pavilion is a fine catch. He then lifted Shifu Chu Yun's chin with a smile, adding, However, before she enters my fragrant pavilion, I must personally assess her quality. Shifu Chu Yun managed a strained smile, while Fei Zhengyang was left agape. You are truly going to the fragrant pavilion, how utterly lacking in principles. He turned to Shu Han with concern, offering consolation. Brother, it is best to forget such a woman entirely. She is not worth it. Shi Chu Yun exclaimed with indignation. If I do not go to the fragrant pavilion and rely solely on Su Zimo's meager spirit stones, when will I ever reach the 12th level of Qi refinement? If I miss the next batch of foundation establishment pills, my life will be ruined. You two, having secured a steady supply of foundation establishment pills, can afford to speak so lightly. Shu Han was momentarily speechless, acknowledging, indeed, with Su Zimo's capabilities, it is already a struggle for him to reach the 12th level of Qi refinement, let alone to assist a partner of even lesser talent. Brother Kong playfully patted her behind and remarked, You see, this is what we call a girl with insight. Fei Zhengyang growled menacingly, Oh, very well, from now on, I will go to the fragrant pavilion daily to annoy you. It will be utterly nauseating. Brother Kong's expression darkened. Do you even possess spirit stones to squander at the fragrant pavilion? Fei Zhengyang immediately backed down. No. If I had spirit stones, I would certainly return them to you first. Shi Chu Yun leaned against Brother Kong's embrace, observing the taciturn Shu Han, and called out, Su Zimo, do not waste your breath trying to persuade me. I have made my decision. Go seek another woman. You will surely acquire foundation establishment pills in the future and will not struggle to find a more suitable partner. At last, is it my turn to speak? Shu Han said, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Your decisions are your own concern. I have no interest in knowing them. Furthermore, I am here to challenge, and encountering you is merely coincidence, not an act of following you. He then turned his gaze toward Brother Kong. Oh, Brother Kong, I see you are also a figure on the heavenly ranking. I wonder if you have the time to spar with me? Chapter 81. The 9-section bamboo cloud fan. You wish to spar with me? Brother Kong looked at Shu Han with astonishment, as if he were gazing at a fool. Fei Zhengyang quickly grabbed Shu Han and whispered urgently, Have you lost your mind? He is the 9th on the heavenly ranking, at the peak of the 12th level of Qi refinement, and his father is a late-stage foundation establishment elder. He possesses at least 3 or 4 top-tier magical artifacts. You have no reason to engage him over a trifling matter. Upon hearing this, Shi Chu Yun's complexion paled, and she scolded, Su Zimo, stop being shameless. How could you possibly be a match for Brother Kong? Do not overestimate yourself. The peak of the 12th level of Qi refinement? His father is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? What does that even mean? I am merely at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment, and I have a mid-stage core formation cultivator by my side. Am I boasting about it? Brother Kong laughed heartily, pushing Shi Chuyun aside, and approached Shu Han with an air of disdain, saying, "How amusing. I have stood in this 9th position for over a year without a single challenger. Finally, I encounter someone interesting. Today shall be far from dull. The cost to challenge the 9th position on the heavenly ranking is 200 spirit stones. Is that sufficient for you, Junior? Would you like me to lend you some?" With a swift motion, a pouch of spirit stones was tossed to Brother Kong. Shu Han smiled and replied, "I can indeed provide the 200 spirit stones. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, brother." This scene left both Fei Xingyang and Shi Chuyun utterly astonished. How could this fellow possess such wealth? Then please, do go ahead. Brother Kong extended his hand, inviting Shu Han onto the stage. Once there, he appeared relaxed, addressing Shu Han, "Junior, you are the first to pay to be beaten. Given that you can produce 200 spirit stones in one go, I shall refrain from inflicting too much harm upon you." Shu Han clasped his hands in gratitude. "Then I thank you, brother." On the sidelines, Shi Chuyun could not contain her curiosity and leaned closer to Fei Xingyang, asking, where did he acquire so many spirit stones? Fei Xingyang, with a furrowed brow, cast a concerned glance at the stage and exclaimed, "Humph! You wretched Shu, utterly blind to the truth. My brother has returned from his mission, having seized a tremendous opportunity. What are 200 spirit stones in the grand scheme of things? His future is boundless. You shall weep in the fragrant pavilion from now on." This remark left Shi Chuyun momentarily speechless, for she indeed sensed a profound transformation in Su Zimo's demeanor, no longer the indecisive and tenacious figure he once was. Thus, he could hardly be a match for senior Brother Kong. "It's all your fault. You wretched Shu," Fei Xingyang rebuked. "Were it not for your provocations, he wouldn't have resorted to such reckless actions. You know he is as stubborn as they come. If anything were to happen to my brother, I would haunt the fragrant pavilion daily, seeking vengeance upon you." Shi Chuyun's face flushed with rage, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Regret gnawed at her heart as she cast a worried glance toward Su Zimo. Shu Han brandished his black gold folding dragon blade, prompting a faint smirk from senior Brother Kong upon sighting the exquisite magical artifact. With a swift motion, he summoned a massive hammer crackling with lightning from his violet sleeve, directing it straight at Shu Han. Fei Xingyang, well-versed in magical instruments, gasped, "What the hell? He is coming in with a top-tier magical artifact, the Silver Dragon Thunder Hammer." He understood that this exquisite artifact was crafted by a master of foundational alchemy from Baotian Peak, a rare gem among magical implements. Its mere presence could generate an electric field to paralyze foes, followed by a devastating blow that could alter fate itself. Shu Han felt a tingling paralysis creeping up from beneath his feet, a consequence of the hammer's electric aura. With a thought, he activated his swift flow boots, nullifying the electric field, and leaped high, wielding the black gold folding dragon blade. The blade's edge conjured a purple dragon shadow, aiming to cleave the massive hammer. "We mustn't collide. The folding dragon blade is prone to blunting." Fei Xingyang was intimately familiar with his artifact. However, Shu Han swiftly adjusted the blade to strike with its back, making a graceful maneuver in midair to slice through the surrounding lightning. Unscathed, he then propelled himself, using the hammer as a springboard, charging towards senior Brother Kong, the blade's luminous arc transforming into a dragon's silhouette aimed at his crown. The fluidity of his movements encapsulated the essence of the Chaotian sword technique. Boom! The hammer struck empty air, drawing the attention of all present at the Ziyang Terrace. Shu Han's blade met the top of senior Brother Kong's head, yet the edge merely nicked, unable to penetrate further. Senior Brother Kong tilted his head back, his gaze cold and indifferent, as an invisible pattern resembling turtle shell markings unfurled upon his crown. Having failed his strike, Shu Han stepped upon the turtle shell designed to launch himself away. That moment, he glanced at the blunted folding dragon blade, casting a sidelong look at Fei Xingyang below. Fei Xingyang, with an awkward smile, remarked, "Don't look at me. A top-tier artifact against a supreme defensive artifact often leads to this outcome." "Utter nonsense." Clang. Shu Han discarded the useless blade, prompting senior Brother Kong to narrow his eyes and remark, "Junior brother, have you surrendered outright? I was just getting warmed up. I won't allow you to stand down." Yet, in the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply. 4 golden lights encircled Shu Han, as 4 heavenly sword blades spun around him, their dazzling brilliance radiating a palpable sharpness. Senior Brother Kong's expression twitched, his eyes ablaze as he beheld the 4 exquisite swords, exclaiming in astonishment, a sword formation composed of 4 top-tier swords. You are quite the rotund fellow. Fei Zhengyang and Shi Chuyun were utterly astounded. Was this truly the Su Zimo they once knew, with such exceptional skills and equipment? Damn it, it was common knowledge that this lad had struck it rich on his recent excursion, and now he had transformed into a nouveau riche. The sword formation was simply extraordinary, rivaling the pinnacle works of the late-stage elders of Baotian Peak. Meanwhile, Shi Chuyun felt regret gnawing at her, her crimson lips nearly trembling. The person who once clung to her like a stubborn adhesive now seemed utterly unattainable. Brother Kong, compelled to take the situation seriously, summoned the silver dragon thunder hammer and unleashed the evergreen mysterious turtle shield to its utmost potential, brandishing the hammer as he charged toward Shu Han. However, Shu Han remained unmoved, the 4 Gangtian swords forming a sword formation that soared past him, engaging Brother Kong in fierce combat. The Gangtian 4 extremities sword formation, a harmonious blend of offense and defense, was profoundly enigmatic. The ever-changing sword array left Brother Kong struggling to keep pace, while his mysterious turtle shield soon bore the scars of relentless attacks. In stark contrast, Shu Han appeared as a mere spectator, even contemplating humming a little tune. Overwhelmed and enraged, Brother Kong suddenly erupted in a brilliant green light, enveloping him entirely in a verdant glow. The green waves surged forth, scattering the entangled Gangtian 4 extremities sword formation. A verdant bamboo fan gracefully floated before Brother Kong. Fei Zhengyang, leaning over the edge of the arena, shouted in disbelief, "What the hell?" The 9-section bamboo cloud fan. That's a treasure among treasures, comparable to a foundational cultivator's magical artifact. Infuriated and humiliated, Brother Kong grasped the fan, feeling his entire reservoir of spiritual power being absorbed by it. With a furious countenance, he declared, "You've forced me to utilize this artifact. If you cannot withstand it and perish, do not blame me, die." Fei Zhengyang swiftly retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "Zimo, run." With that, he was the first to flee, inciting a flurry of commotion among the onlookers, who hastily withdrew. "Run?" Shu Han formed a series of hand seals, and the 4 Gangtian swords rapidly assembled in midair, transforming into a colossal sword that gleamed with golden light, descending before him. With a dramatic flourish, Brother Kong swung the fan, unleashing a turquoise whirlwind that annihilated everything in its path. Holding the massive sword, Shu Han unleashed a blade of light. Chapter 82. A sword establishes authority. The golden sword light, akin to a crescent moon, cleaved through the howling and terrifying green tempest, striking the mysterious turtle shield. In an instant, the shield shattered, and Brother Kong spewed a mouthful of blood, sent flying off the stage.